The excruciating pain, akin to a soul being torn apart, was the first sensation that struck Xiao Jin upon regaining consciousness. It felt as if every bone in his body had been crushed and then crudely reassembled, with each breath pulling at countless invisible wounds, searing his nerves. Deeper within, there lay a hollow weakness, as though his essence had been completely drained, leaving only a gaping void that siphoned away his remaining strength. Struggling to open his eyes, his vision blurred momentarily before gradually sharpening. Before him loomed an intricately carved bed canopy, with dark purple satin drapes hanging low, exuding a peculiar aroma that mingled precious sandalwood with a faint medicinal scent. Beneath him lay a soft brocade quilt, exquisitely tactile, yet it did little to alleviate the chill and pain radiating from his very marrow. This was neither the familiar quarters of Special Forces soldier nor any conceivable prison from his missions. Fragments of chaotic memories collided within his mind like boiling water. One belonged to the modern warrior Xiao Jin, a landscape of gunfire, jungle swamps, and torrents of steel, culminating in a violent explosion and boundless darkness. The other belonged to an ancient youth, also named Xiao Jin, clad in fine silks, a martial arts prodigy who, at 17, had severed an infant's soul with his blade, radiant in glory, yet reduced to a shadow of his former self 3 years prior due to a calamitous event, rendering him a notorious mad prince in the capital of the Da'in dynasty. The agonizing intertwining of these two memories nearly rendered him unconscious once more. That moment, an exceedingly simple, even rudimentary, translucent interface abruptly and quietly materialized in the upper right corner of his field of vision. It resembled a leaderboard composed of neither gold nor jade, flowing with faint streams of data. The very top, a line of striking golden text, imbued with an undeniable authority, was inscribed. World Power Rankings, Number 1, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's pupils dilated in shock, not because his name occupied the pinnacle. This body's original owner was indeed a remarkable genius, and even in his diminished state, he may have left behind some legend. Rather, it was the very existence of this supernatural interface. Was this a system? As a modern individual before his transmigration, he was no stranger to such phenomena. Yet he had never anticipated that this legendary encounter would befall him. He attempted to concentrate and grasp the essence of the leaderboard, and a stream of information surged into his mind. Power ranking system, binder, Xiao Jin. Real-time display of the power valuations of the top 100 strongest in this world. Defeating or killing a listed individual will automatically absorb part of their power value, accumulating to surpass one's own limits. Breaking through one's limits unlocks corresponding combat talents. The functionality was straightforward, brutal, and direct. There was no intelligent communication, no task guidance, merely a silent yet ruthless scorekeeper. However, as he digested this astounding information, the golden inscription Xiao Jin first at the top of the leaderboard flickered slightly, as if mocking something. "Gino, you have awakened." A warm, rich voice, imbued with just the right amount of concern, suddenly resonated beside the bed. Xiao Jin snapped back to reality, the deep-seated vigilance and animosity belonging to the original owner immediately eclipsing the discomfort caused by the merging memories. Instinctively, he quickly concealed all sharpness and clarity from his gaze, rendering it vacant and dazed, even carrying a hint of childlike bewilderment. He laboriously turned his neck to locate the source of the voice. Before the bed stood a middle-aged man clad in a dark purple brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, his demeanor scholarly. He appeared to be in his 40s, with meticulously groomed hair at his temples, lips curving into a gentle smile, and eyes filled with the affectionate concern of an elder. Were it not for the bloody memories of the original owner, screaming warnings in his mind, Xiao Jin might have been deceived by this seemingly perfect facade of kindness. Xiao Honyuan, the original body's uncle, the regent prince of the Da'in dynasty, the mastermind who had orchestrated the original owner's fall from grace 3 years ago, stripping him of his power and forcing him into a state of madness. "It's good that you are awake." Xiao Honyuan leaned slightly forward, his voice growing even softer. "You have been in a coma for 3 days, and your uncle has been quite worried. Come, drink this medicine first. It will help you recover." Behind him, a demure maid approached, holding a black sandalwood tray, upon which rested a white jade bowl filled with a thick, dark medicinal concoction that emanated a pungent bitterness. The scent invaded his nostrils, causing Xiao Jin's hollow dantian to convulse violently, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Fragments of the original owner's consciousness screamed a frantic alarm. This medicine was suspect. It was far from an ordinary healing elixir. Xiao Honyuan personally took the jade bowl from the maid, gently stirring the contents with a jade spoon, his tone dripping with sweetness. Jiner, come now. It's time to take your medicine. He scooped a spoonful, patiently blowing on it before presenting it to Xiao Jin's lips. Within that benevolent gaze lay a well-concealed, icy scrutiny and expectation. Ding! In the corner of his vision, the silent system interface suddenly trembled slightly. A new line of silver text, laced with faint mockery, appeared beneath World Power Rankings, number 1, Xiao Jin. Status assessment, severely undervalued, current perception, mad fool. Reward, power value 500. A jolt surged through Xiao Jin's heart. To be underestimated, yields a reward. Moreover, this reward appeared with such impeccable timing. Almost instantaneously following the system's notification, a faint yet remarkably pure stream of warmth materialized within his nearly depleted meridians, swiftly circulating through and nourishing his parched dantian, dispelling some of the penetrating cold and weakness. Though it was trivial compared to his former strength, it felt like a refreshing rain in the desert, granting him a fleeting sense of control over his body. This system operates in such a manner. The more he was belittled, insulted, and deemed a failure, the greater the rewards it bestowed. Xiao Jin nearly burst into laughter. This was the golden key tailored to his current plight. Yet, he maintained the same foolish and bewildered expression, even narrowing his eyes in pleasure from the sudden wave of comfort, resembling a cat being stroked. Xiao Honyuan observed this demeanor, and the icy amusement deep within his eyes intensified, his tone growing even more affectionate. Good Jiner, drink the medicine, and you will feel better. The spoonful of black liquid edged closer, nearly touching Xiao Jin's lips. Drink? Absolutely not. But outright refusal would surely raise this old fox's suspicions. In a flash of inspiration, a thought crossed Xiao Jin's mind that he remembered that even after descending into madness, the original owner had detested bitter flavors, each dose of medicine akin to a battle. A plan formed. Just as the spoonful was about to make contact with his lips, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared to be provoked by the bitter scent, swinging his hand with a clumsy yet forceful motion. Smack! The white jade spoon was knocked away, crashing against the bedpost and shattering into pieces. Bitter, bitter. I won't drink it. Go away. He babbled incoherently, behaving like a petulant child, flailing his arms wildly, his body writhing as if attempting to evade the bowl of medicine. Oh dear! The maid gasped, hurriedly retreating. Xiao Honyuan seemed to have anticipated this, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, though it was quickly masked by a veneer of helpless affection. Jiner, stop fussing. Good. Medicine is hard to swallow. As he spoke, he appeared to reach out to restrain the struggling Xiao Jin, while the other hand still held the bowl of medicine, attempting to draw closer again. Just as he leaned in, his sleeve brushing against Xiao Jin's chest. Xiao Jin's errant right hand conveniently shot upwards to block, his wrist discreetly twisting to flip. His fingertips grazed the luxurious robe's inner lining, where lay a cold, hard, hair-thin object. The bone corrosion nail. The original host's memories surged forth. Under Xiao Hongyuan's command was a master of hidden weapons, ranked 97th on the strength chart, notorious for his treachery. The bone-corroding needle was his signature weapon. Those struck by would find their meridians gradually withering, leading to excruciating death. He had dared to act personally, concealing the poison needle within his sleeve. Indeed, administering medicine was a ruse. The true intent was to strike at close range, inflicting a grievous injury on the young master that would appear fatal. What a malicious scheme! Killing intent surged within Xiao Jin, yet his actions were as swift as lightning. Drawing upon the meager strength granted by the recent system reward and his precise knowledge of human anatomy, the instinct of a martial king, his fingers, like claws, deftly pinched the slender needle and exerted a sudden force. Crack! A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. The bone-corroding needle, forged from fine cold iron and steeped in potent poison, was crushed between his fingers by a mere thread of his weak blood energy, which flowed through. Xiao Hongyuan's body stiffened momentarily, his movements stalling as a flicker of incredulity passed through his eyes. The hidden weapon in his sleeve. Shattered? By this foolish nephew's erratic gestures. Shattered? How could this be possible? Though a concealed weapon, it was immensely resilient. Was it mere coincidence? Absolutely a coincidence. Xiao Honyuan swiftly suppressed the tumult within, his benevolent smile nearly faltering. Meanwhile, at the moment Xiao Jin crushed the poison needle, the system interface in his mind vibrated once more, successfully repelled and destroyed the fatal attack from the strength chart number 97, anonymous, bone-corroding needle. commencing absorption of a portion of the target's strength value. Absorption complete. Current realm. Unranked, severely injured and weakened state. Accumulated strength value. 1050/10,000. Breakthrough to 9th grade martial artist. An unmistakably stronger wave of heat surged into his limbs, and while he was still far from restoring his damaged dantian and meridians, he now possessed a modicum of power too. Draw upon, indeed. Defeating or repelling attacks from those on the strength chart allowed for the absorption of strength. Xiao Jin's heart soared with joy, though his expression remained one of frantic despair. Toppling the medicine bowl was not enough. He continued to act mad, even seizing the jade pendant from his bedside to hurl it to the ground. Bitter. Take it away. All of it. Bad person. You are a bad person. The dark medicinal liquid splattered onto the precious Persian carpet, emitting a soft, sizzling sound as it corroded small holes, releasing wisps of green smoke. Poison. Undoubtedly poison. The atmosphere in the chamber plummeted to an icy stillness. The maid fell to the ground in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Hanyuan gazed at the smoking carpet, then at the still mad Xiao Jin. The warmth in his expression vanished, replaced by a frigid gloom. He slowly straightened, adjusting the disheveled sleeves that Xiao Jin had tugged at, his eyes dark and inscrutable as they fixed on the youth still throwing a tantrum on the bed. Once could be a coincidence, but what if twice? Toppling a medicine spoon was commonplace, but accurately striking the hidden bone-corroding needle and destroying it. Was this truly something a madman could achieve? Could it be impossible. He had witnessed the crippling incident 3 years ago with his own eyes and orchestrated it himself. The divine doctor of the Medicine King Valley had declared that this child's meridians were utterly shattered and his dantian obliterated, with no hope of recovery. It was also a fact that his intellect had been impaired. It seemed this madman was merely fortunate, or perhaps his instinctive reactions had unwittingly led to this outcome. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Hongyuan's eyes, which quickly returned to the guise of a resigned elder. His tone grew colder. Since Jiner does not wish to drink, so be it. Rest well. Your uncle will visit you later. He cast a deep glance at Xiao Jin, flicked his sleeve, and departed the chamber, leaving behind an air of chilling darkness. The chamber finally returned to silence, the rich aroma of medicine mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood from the original host's old wounds. Xiao Jin ceased his cries, collapsing into the brocade quilt, gasping for breath, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. That moment of confrontation, though it appeared chaotic and mad, was fraught with peril, exhausting the little strength he had just regained. He closed his eyes, feeling the weak yet undeniably present warmth within him, the silent strength chart in the corner of his vision emanating a steady glow. World Strength Chart number 1, Xiao Jin. This line, at this moment, carried an endless irony and potential. Xiao Hanyuan. Uncle. The grudge of 3 years past, the hatred of today's poisoning, and those who had gnashed their teeth and mocked the mad young master, in this great Yin dynasty, where martial prowess held sway. Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes, every trace of daze and folly evaporating, his gaze deep as a cold pool, sharp as a blade, an old scar on his left cheek throbbing subtly in the dim light, adding a touch of ferocity. It was time to retaliate. These 3 words were etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold and frenzied smile. The game has begun. Night deepened. The young master's residence flickered to life, yet was suffused with an air of desolation and chill. Xiao Jin struggled to sit up, leaning against the headboard, attempting to guide that faint thread of blood energy within him, operating it according to the most rudimentary techniques from the original host's memories. Each movement sent sharp pains through his meridians as though they were being sliced, yet the heat from the system gradually repaired and nourished him. The process was agonizing and slow, yet he possessed great patience. Time passed, and a faint tap sounded outside the window, akin to the sound of a tile being stepped on. Had it not been for Xiao Jin's heightened senses from the system reward and his prior training, he might have missed it entirely. Someone was there, and their strength was formidable. Xiao Jin instantly suppressed all his aura, reverting to the state of feeble madness, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. But a slender shadow, nearly merging with the night, descended silently into the courtyard outside the chamber, evading all sparse guards. The shadow paused for a moment, its cold gaze piercing through the window, precisely landing on the figure on the bed inside. That gaze was complex, filled with concern, pain, and struggle, yet ultimately transformed into a chilling disdain and contempt. Inside the chamber, Xiao Jin noticed the system interface in the corner of his vision flicker silently once more. Detected close-range observation from strength chart number 3, permanent. Status assessment. Underestimated, current perception. Unworthy of comparison. Reward. Strength value 800. Here it came again. Xiao Jin's heart stirred, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. Outside the window, the shadow seemed to emit a faint, icy snort, as if confirming something with disappointment, leaving no lingering attachment, its form vanishing like a specter, into the heavy night, as if it had never been there. Within the chamber, Xiao Jin gradually straightened his body, feeling a surge of warmth that had grown within him, turning to the direction where the figure had vanished, deep in. Thought. Strength chart third. Permanent. I in the original host's memories. The only person who fit this description and would stealthily enter the young master's residence at such a late hour, casting him such complex glances, was that individual. The Yin family of Kunlun, the eldest daughter. Yin Zhao. Unworthy of comparison, am I? Xiao Jin murmured softly, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the quilt's edge, a faint glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes, one he himself had not even noticed. How interesting. The night enveloped the resplendent, yet desolate residence of the heir in a shroud of darkness. Within the chambers, Xiao Jin sat cross-legged upon the bed, his aura faint, seemingly merging with the surrounding gloom. Inside him, two currents of warmth, bestowed by the system's rewards, flowed slowly and resolutely, born from Xiao Hongyuan's underestimation and Yun Zhao's disdain. They coursed through his body like the faintest of streams, eroding the parched and cracked riverbed of his meridians, nourishing the shattered basin of his dantian. This process was accompanied by excruciating pain akin to the most harrowing of tortures, yet Xiao Jin did not so much as furrow his brow. The life of a special forces king in his past had etched the endurance of suffering deep into his soul. Compared to the physical agony, the sense of powerlessness, being at the mercy of others, a lamb awaiting slaughter, was far more unbearable. In the corner of his vision, the system interface floated quietly, radiating a soft glow. Current realm, not yet entered, severely injured and weakened state. Combat power accumulation, 185010000. Breakthrough to 9th grade martial artist, with 1850 points. He was still far from breaking through to the lowest tier of 9th grade martial artist. However, this newfound strength rendered him no longer the powerless wretch who could only instinctively resist. At the very least, it was sufficient for him to take action. For instance, to quietly depart from this heavily guarded chamber. Although the original owner's memories were fragmented, the layout of the heir's residence remained vivid, especially the entrance to the secret passage leading to his father's study, known only to the heirs of generations past. That entrance lay directly beneath his bed. Xiao Honyuan believed that by stripping him of his cultivation and confining his mind, he could retain control over everything. Unbeknownst to him, a foreign soul now inhabited this body, one that bore a relentless combat power-devouring system. Uncle, your performance is commendable, Xiao Jin murmured to himself, a cold smile gracing his lips, albeit the audience had changed. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the pain coursing through his meridians and summoned the meager strength within him, moving as swiftly and silently as a cat as he slipped off the bed. Without lighting a candle, he relied on his gradually adapting vision to darkness and the original owner's memories to navigate to the intricately carved panel beside the bed. His fingers pressed upon an inconspicuous cloud pattern in a specific sequence. With a barely audible click, the bed panel near the wall quietly slid open, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for a single person to pass through. An ancient scent, tinged with dust and ink, wafted out from within. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin shrank his form and slipped inside. The bed panel closed behind him, severing the last vestige of light from the outside world. The secret passage was shrouded in utter darkness, the air stifling. Yet, under the system's subtle enhancement, Xiao Jin's senses sharpened beyond that of an ordinary person. He groped along the cold, damp stone walls, descending step by step. This passage did not follow a straight path, but twisted downwards, leading deeper into the royal residence. The original owner's father, the prematurely departed war god prince of the Great Yin, seemed to have foreseen something, leaving behind this escape route. In his memories, the original owner had once ventured down in youthful curiosity, but had never penetrated to the core of the passage. At this moment, Xiao Jin's objective was clear. He aimed for the study of Xiao Honyuan, or more precisely, the concealed chamber that might lie beneath it. Since Xiao Honyuan had forced him into such a predicament, it was evident that his residence harbored countless secrets best left unspoken. Having just failed in his attempt at poisoning, perhaps this was an opportune moment when the defenses were relatively lax, or when he needed to confer with others about subsequent plans. The hidden passage was lengthy, with several forks along the way. Relying on memory and instinct, Xiao Jin chose his direction. As he ventured deeper, The air grew progressively drier, revealing signs of human excavation on the stone walls, and he could occasionally discern faint sounds emanating from the ventilation ducts above. After roughly the duration of a stick of incense, a dim light and murmurs of conversation faintly reached his ears. Xiao Jin immediately held his breath, suppressing his presence to the utmost, moving stealthily like a specter in the night. The illumination originated from a concealed peephole above the stone wall, as did the voices. He cautiously approached the opening. On the other side of the hole lay a brightly lit secret chamber. The walls were lined with bookshelves brimming with scrolls, and in the center stood a grand Zetonwood desk. Seated behind it was none other than the returning Xiao Hongyuan, his countenance as dark as water. Standing before the desk, bowing respectfully, was a diminutive figure clad in dark attire, with fingers tinged an unusual shade of dark blue-black. Xiao Jin's pupils constricted. It was the owner of the bone-corroding nail, ranked 97th on the combat strength list. Indeed, it was he. Incompetent fool. Xiao Hongyuan's voice was laced with suppressed fury, shedding the guise of benevolence he wore in public, becoming sharp and frigid. You fail to handle even a foolish simpleton. What purpose do I have in keeping you around? The man in black bowed his head lower, his voice hoarse. My lord, please quell your anger. I am also uncertain as to what transpired. The bone-corroding nail was clearly poised to strike, yet as it approached the air, a strange force seemed to disrupt the mechanism in my sleeve, causing the nail to shatter on its own. Suspect what? Xiao Hongyuan retorted coldly. I suspect, the man in black hesitated, that there may be a master hidden within the young master's residence, providing covert protection. Otherwise, there is no explanation for that sudden interference. It cannot be mere coincidence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Xiao Hongyuan's eyes as he unconsciously tapped on the desk. A master? One from the third brother's side? Or perhaps someone from His Majesty's camp still harbors hopes. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head dismissively. Impossible. Had there truly been a master, I would not have been rendered useless 3 years ago. It may perhaps be the residual power of some protective artifact. After all, his father once. He did not complete his thought, but his gaze grew even more sinister. Enough. Xiao Hongyuan waved his hand, seemingly suppressing his doubts for the time being. He retrieved a letter sealed with wax from a hidden compartment in the desk and handed it to the man in black. This matter is to be set aside for now. You must depart immediately and deliver this letter to the Northern Yen Embassy, handing it personally to Lord Hellion. Remember, it is top secret. Northern Yen. The heart of Xiao Jin behind the peephole leaped at this revelation. Indeed, collusion with a rival nation. The man in black accepted the letter with both hands, solemnly placing it in his bosom. Understood. I shall not fail my mission. Inform him, Xiao Hongyuan added, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, that the plan remains unchanged. If he was incapacitated 3 years ago, then 3 years hence, he shall be utterly eradicated. Reassure him, once His Highness the Second Prince successfully eliminates the usurper, the promised 3 cities and 5 passes to Beiyin shall not be diminished by even a fraction. Boom. It resonated in his mind like a thunderclap. 3 years ago. The Second Prince. The usurper. Beiyin. 3 cities and 5 passes. Each keyword pierced through Xiao Jin's memory like venomous needles, weaving together the fragmented images of the past. At the age of 17, the original host had slain the Yuan Ying, basking in glory and wielding immense power. Xiao Hongyuan conspired with the ambitious Second Prince, fearing that the original host would support other princes. Thus, in collaboration with the predatory Beiyin, they schemed to strip the original host of his cultivation. Now, they dared to commit such a heinous act, offering territory in exchange for Beiyin's aid in the Second Prince's usurpation. A torrent of hatred surged through him like molten lava, engulfing his entire being. This was not merely his hatred. It was the anguished roar of the original host's lingering soul. The corner of his vision caught the system interface, which seemed to sense his intense emotional upheaval and perilous predicament. Overhearing such secrets, flickering suddenly. Status determination, in a state of extreme danger. Probing into a major conspiracy. Hint, attempt to absorb the energy contained within nearby, unclaimed. Weak informational carriers, target detected, confidential letter, containing faint soul imprint and conspiracy power. Absorb the confidential letter? Xiao Jin paused momentarily. Could it be done this way? Almost instinctively. He concentrated, silently issuing a command to absorb the letter that the cloaked figure had just tucked away. There was no earth-shattering commotion. However, Xiao Jin distinctly observed the cloaked figure sway slightly, as if suddenly feeling a bit dizzy, instinctively reaching for the letter in his grasp. The wax seal upon the letter appeared to dim ever so slightly. Simultaneously, an energy, even more peculiar and chilling than the previous combat energy he had absorbed, flowed through the aperture, transcending space and subtly entering Xiao Jin's body. This energy did not directly augment his vitality. Instead, it surged straight towards his head, merging with his mental consciousness. Successfully absorbed a portion of the special informational carrier's energy. Unlocked talent. Vitality crit, beginner. Effect, can instantly unleash double vitality for an attack, followed by a brief period of weakness. Mental strength slightly enhanced. Perception increased. It worked. Xiao Jin's heart soared with joy. Not only had he acquired his first combat talent, but more importantly, he had confirmed another application of the system. Furthermore, the enhancement of his mental strength sharpened his awareness of his surroundings. He could even faintly hear the footsteps of patrolling guards echoing from the distant corridor. He must leave at once. Inside the secret chamber, Xiao Hongyuan seemed to relay a few more instructions. The cloaked figure bowed in acknowledgement and turned to depart. Xiao Jin did not linger, swiftly retracing his steps. With his heightened mental acuity, his movements became more agile and his speed increased. However, just as he was nearing the exit of the secret passage beneath his chamber, a delicate sound, a whisper of fabric brushing against the tiles, suddenly reached his ears from above. Someone else. Moreover, this sound was light and nimble, in stark contrast to the previous cloaked figure's ominous presence. Is it the returning Yun Zhao? Or another wave of scouts dispatched by Xiao Hongyuan? Xiao Jin's heart stopped abruptly, and he pressed himself tightly against the stone wall. Holding his breath and channeling his recently heightened spiritual energy to its utmost, striving to conceal all traces of his presence. The voice above lingered on the ceiling of the chamber for a moment, seemingly probing in confusion. After a brief pause, it gradually moved and ultimately settled outside his chamber window. Following that, the sound of the window frame being cautiously opened just a crack echoed softly. A gaze, as cold as moonlight yet sharp with scrutiny, swept into the dimly lit chamber, landing precisely on the empty bed. The chamber was devoid of any presence. The figure outside appeared momentarily stunned, an expression of surprise and barely perceptible panic infiltrating the previously icy scrutiny. Clearly, she had not anticipated that the foolishly injured heir would not be in bed. Where had he gone? Had he fled? Or met with misfortune? Just as the person outside began to exhibit a slight fluctuation in breath due to her bewilderment, Xiao Jin in the secret passage felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes. Now is the time. He stamped his foot not to shatter anything, but to unleash the meager vitality within him in a tremendous explosion, employing the recently comprehended vitality strike technique. Boom! An invisible wave of energy surged outward from his center, violently colliding with the stone walls of the passage. Although its power was limited, it was sufficient to create a noticeable tremor and muffled sound. In the profound silence of the night, this commotion resonated like thunder from a clear sky. Who? A sharp, low voice immediately rang out from outside the window. Crisp and frigid. At that moment, Xiao Jin, compelled to forcibly activate his talent beyond his capacity, felt a sweetness rise in his throat, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. An overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him like a tide. Warning: forcibly using talent has resulted in a state of weakness. Combat power temporarily decreased. Yet he paid no heed to this, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to crawl towards the exit of the secret passage, desperately pushing open the mechanism, and tumbled out from beneath the bed in a disheveled state, landing beside the previously overturned medicinal residue, gasping violently as if on the verge of death. Clang! The window of the chamber was violently thrust open from the outside. A figure in snow-white garments, wielding a long sword radiating a chilling aura, descended into the hall like a celestial being, her gaze sharp as lightning, instantaneously locking onto Xiao Jin, who lay collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his breath faint. Yin Zhao. She had returned, her countenance frosted with coldness, eyes piercingly sharp, the jade sword in her hand pointed directly at Xiao Jin. Her voice colder than the sword's edge. What was that commotion just now? Why are you on the ground? Her gaze swiftly swept over the vacant bed before returning to Xiao Jin, scrutinizing the fresh dust and bloodstains upon him, her eyes filled with suspicion and examination. She had distinctly heard an unusual tremor and surge of power from below, yet upon rushing in, she was met with this scene? What on earth was this madman up to? A cold smirk flickered in Xiao Jin's heart as he feigned extreme terror on his face, as if he had been petrified by her sudden appearance and the sword, wildly flailing his hands and incoherently crying out, "There are ghosts! There are ghosts underground! They bit me! It hurts!" As he screamed, he deliberately rolled twice, smearing the medicinal stains on the ground all over himself, appearing even more disheveled and delirious. Yun Zhao furrowed her brows tightly, her skepticism unabated. However, upon witnessing his pitiful state and the unmistakable aura of madness surrounding him, Her grip on the sword eased slightly. Could it be that the commotion earlier was due to him losing control from his injuries, falling from the bed and colliding with something? Or had he truly succumbed to a hysterical episode, conjuring illusions? She found it impossible to reconcile the image of this deranged figure, rolling in filth and crying out, with the extraordinarily precise and even provocative surge of power she had sensed moments ago. Status assessment: severely suspected but perceived as mad. Reward: combat power value 300. The system's prompt chimed in at an opportune moment, a faint warmth slightly alleviating Xiaojin's weakness. Yun Zhao took a deep breath, seemingly striving to suppress the irritation and an inexplicable sense of disappointment brewing within her. She sheathed her sword, the sound of metal clinking resonating crisply. With measured steps, she approached Xiaojin, towering over him, her tone still frigid yet laced with a complex undertone. Be quiet. You are driving me insane. She bent down, seemingly intending to haul him back to the bed. In that instant, as she drew near, Xiaojin's erratic flailing hand inadvertently brushed against the jade pendant hanging at her waist. The touch was warm, yet imbued with an unusual chill. The shape of the jade pendant caused Yun Zhao's body to stiffen abruptly, as if struck by lightning. She instantly swatted his hand away and took a step back, her gaze sharpening like a blade, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. What are you doing? Her voice was so cold it could shatter stone. Yet, Xiaojin appeared oblivious, merely gazing at the jade pendant at her waist, grinning foolishly and drooling. Hey, it looks just like the one I lost before. His words were mere nonsense, intended to gauge her reaction to the pendant. The original owner's memories provided no clear information regarding it. Indeed, Yun Zhao's complexion drained of color in an instant, her hand instinctively tightening around the pendant, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She fixed her gaze intensely on Xiaojin, seemingly searching for any trace of pretense in his foolish grin. Yet ultimately, all she saw was emptiness and madness. The murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound, ineffable pain and struggle, which ultimately crystallized into a chilling silence. Utter nonsense. She abruptly turned away, no longer looking at Xiaojin, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. You worthless wretch, you are not worthy. She left the sentence unfinished, leaping from the window once more, as if lingering even a moment longer would suffocate her. The chamber returned to a heavy silence, leaving only Xiaojin sprawled on the ground and the lingering faint fragrance in the air. Xiaojin slowly wiped the foolishness from his face and cleared the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep as a pool. Yun Zhao's jade pendant and her intense reaction. Matters seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Struggling to sit up, he felt the frailty within him. Yet his eyes were drawn to the corner of the carpet, previously stained by the shattered poison needle and the overturned medicine bowl. The secret correspondence from Xiao Honyuan of Beiyan. A plan quietly began to take shape in his mind. He recalled that the figure clad in black would likely pass by a hidden residence of the third prince, Xiaoyan, situated near the royal palace. Drawing the calamity eastward and stirring the murky waters was precisely his forte. A chilling yet frenzied smile crept upon Xiaojin's lips once more. Chapter 3. The secret letter and the startling sound of swords within the sleeping quarters. Xiaojin slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, each intake painfully tugging at the meridians strained by the forced use of his blood surge. The sensation of weakness washed over him like a cold tide, relentlessly assailing his consciousness. The system interface in the corner of his vision seemed to dim slightly. Current status: severely injured. Weakened, rebound from forced talent usage. Combat power, 2150, temporary decline. He had just gained an additional 300 points from Yun Zhao's suspicion. Yet most of his strength was now devoted to resisting the backlash and sustaining his basic vitality. He must regain some semblance of mobility as swiftly as possible. Battling through dizziness and excruciating pain, Xiaojin painstakingly crawled to the bedside, retrieving a small porcelain vial from a hidden compartment. This was a healing elixir his father had left behind long ago, gentle in potency and ideally suited for nourishing the meridians. He had kept it secret, even from Xiao Honyuan. Though it was nearly depleted, it had become a lifeline in this dire moment. He poured out the last 2 emerald green pills and swallowed them. A gentle warmth gradually spread through him, nurturing his damaged meridians. Although it could not repair the injuries instantly, it significantly alleviated the piercing pain and weakness. Time was of the essence. The messenger in black was likely nearing the North Yan envoy's inn. He needed to stir the waters before the secret letter was delivered or, at the very least, before Xiao Honyuan received a response. He meticulously recalled the memories of the original owner. The third prince, Xiaoyan, appeared gentle and virtuous, seemingly unambitious. Yet he harbored grand aspirations, having placed numerous spies both within the royal palace and beyond. One such informant, responsible for relaying street-level news, resided in a ramshackle courtyard just 2 streets over from the west side of the palace. That very route was among those the black-clad figure would traverse en route to the North Yin Embassy. A daring and audacious plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He once again slipped into the concealed passage beneath the bed, navigating it with ease until he reached another fork in the path. This route led to a forsaken corner gate on the west side of the palace, with an exit cleverly concealed beneath the wall of a dry well. Cautiously pushing aside the disguised stone slab, Xiao Jin emerged from the well like a specter of the night, melding seamlessly into the thick darkness. Beyond the palace's high walls, the night market had not yet fully dissipated, although the throngs of people had thinned. He lowered his body, relying on his formidable spiritual energy, gleaned from devouring the secret letter's energy and the instincts of his former life as he evaded patrolling guards and watchmen, hastening toward the courtyard etched in his memory. Before long, he found himself lurking in the shadows beneath the eaves of a residential house opposite the courtyard, poised like a coiled leopard, his breath held to an absolute minimum. Time slipped by, each second stretching into eternity. The night breeze whispered past, carrying a hint of chill. Although Xiao Jin's meridians still throbbed faintly, his gaze remained sharp, fixed intently on the street corner. They were coming. A slender black shadow, almost merging with the night, moved swiftly along the wall's edge like a phantom, its footsteps light and nearly soundless. It was indeed the figure clad in black who had just emerged from Xiao Hongyuan's secret chamber. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes as he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, channeling a fragment of the recently restored vitality within him, which surged forth with fervent intensity. Although he could not fully unleash the vitality strike, he mimicked its force, compressing the energy to its utmost limit at his fingertips. With a sudden flick of his fingers, he propelled a seemingly inconspicuous small stone, which he had picked up from the roadside, imbued with the concentrated force of his gesture. It tore through the air, emitting a faint yet piercing sound as it struck not at the black-clad man's vital points, but rather, with precision, aimed at the buckle of his waist belt. Simultaneously, another stone was launched with even greater stealth towards the slightly ajar wooden door of the courtyard. A soft thud echoed in the stillness of the night, resonating with unusual clarity. The buckle of the black-clad man's belt was struck with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to loosen abruptly. In his full-speed dash, caught off guard, he stumbled, and the sealed letter he held slipped from his grasp, drifting to the ground. "Who?" the black-clad man exclaimed in alarm, instinctively raising his head to scan his surroundings, his hand already poised on the concealed weapon at his waist. Yet, the night remained silent, save for the whispering wind. Just as his mind raced with uncertainty, the wooden door of the opposite courtyard creaked open wider, struck by the flying stone. Inside, a man dressed in the garb of an ordinary citizen, yet with an astute gaze, peered out, roused by the commotion outside, curiosity evident in his demeanor. His eyes immediately fell upon the exquisitely crafted letter sealed with wax lying on the ground, and then he spotted the ominous figure in dark attire nearby. His pupils dilated in realization. He was an informant for the Third Prince and recognized the official seal of the letter along with the sinister appearance of the individual before him, understanding instinctively that this was no ordinary matter. At that moment, the black-clad man also noticed the presence of someone inside, and upon seeing the fallen letter, he thought to himself that this was a grave situation and immediately reached down to retrieve it. The informant, quick on his feet, though unaware of the specifics, recognized that whatever made this formidable figure so anxious must be of great importance. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged out of the doorway, grasping the letter in his hand, and swiftly turned to flee into the courtyard. Seeking death, the black-clad man roared in fury, disregarding the assailant from earlier, as his fingertips glimmered with cold light, launching a poisoned flying needle directly at the man's back. Yet, the informant was no novice. Sensing the ominous wind at his back, he rolled on the ground in a frantic escape. The needle embedded itself deeply into the door behind him. The black-clad man, relentless as a shadow, surged into the courtyard, his palm wind cutting through the air, targeting the informant's throat, determined to reclaim the letter and silence him. The courtyard was instantly filled with the sounds of struggle and muffled grunts. From the shadows, Xiao Jin watched coldly, a chilling satisfaction coursing through him. It was done. He no longer lingered, forcing himself to endure the weakness brought on by the exertion of his powers as he swiftly retraced his steps back to the desolate well in the royal residence, slipping into the hidden passage, and ultimately returning silently to his chamber, just as he restored the bed to its original state. With barely enough time to change out of his dust-covered, dew-soaked outer garments, he heard a faint commotion and the sound of footsteps from afar. as if the palace guards had been stirred by the ruckus of a scuffle in the west. He immediately collapsed onto the bed, pulled the quilt over himself, closed his eyes, and his breathing became rapid and chaotic, as if he were trapped in a tormenting nightmare. Indeed, it was not long before footsteps and hushed conversations among the guards echoed outside the chamber. It seemed there had been some disturbance in the west, akin to a vendetta from the martial world. They must meticulously patrol every corner of the palace, particularly around the heir. There could be no slip-ups. The footsteps lingered outside the hall for a moment, but did not intrude upon the slumbering heir, gradually receding into the distance. Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any trace of sleepiness, only cold calculation glimmering within. Now, whether that confidential letter ultimately fell back into the hands of the cloaked figures or was desperately hidden away by the third prince's spies, it no longer held significance. What mattered was that Xiao Hanyuan would soon discover that his crucial missive had encountered a mishap during transmission, likely entangling him with the third prince's people. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they would proliferate wildly in the shadows. All he needed to do was continue to play the role of the foolish heir, biding his time in silence. In the latter half of the night, the palace seemed to regain its tranquility, yet an invisible tension quietly permeated the air. Just before dawn, in the darkest hour, a white figure once again descended like a startled swan into the courtyard of the heir's chamber. Yun Zhao had returned. This time, her expression was colder than before, even tinged with an uncontainable anger and worry. She had evidently heard the disturbances of the night, perhaps even ventured to the west to investigate. Her gaze was sharp as a sword, landing directly upon the window, as if she wished to see through the glass into the mind of the madman within. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from pushing open the window. Instead, she took a deep breath, her voice lowered yet imbued with unprecedented severity, seeping through the cracks. Xiao Jin, whether your madness is genuine or feigned, it is best that last night's events in the west have nothing to do with you. Xiao Hanyuan is no fool. If he uncovers even the slightest clue, you will meet a most gruesome end. Remain prudent. Do not provoke further calamity. Her voice carried an impatience tinged with a sense of frustration, alongside a complex concern that she herself was unaware of. Having spoken, she seemed unwilling to linger a moment longer, her figure stirring as she prepared to depart once again. However, just as she turned, the previously slumbering Xiao Jin suddenly mumbled incoherently, as if in a dream, "The jade pendant is as cold as ice." The figure outside the window froze abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible frost. Yun Zhao whirled around. Incredulity etched across her face as she gazed towards the chamber window, one hand gripping the jade pendant at her waist so tightly that her knuckles turned white. He mentioned the pendant again, in a moment like this? Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper implication? What exactly did he know? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts and speculations surged against Yun Zhao's heart like crashing waves. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to burst in, brandishing her sword at his throat to demand clarity. Yet ultimately, she merely bit down hard on her lower lip, casting a profound and intricate glance at the window, her expression morphing into an impenetrable coldness and resoluteness. She refrained from uttering another word, her form wavering like a startled crane, vanishing into the dawn's soft light with greater swiftness than she had arrived. Within the chamber, Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that this jade pendant was indeed pivotal, and this woman, Yun Zhao, professed a desire for his immediate demise, yet her body remained remarkably honest. He closed his eyes once more, directing all his efforts to harness the medicinal potency, mending his body and accumulating strength. The system interface flickered quietly in the morning glow. Status: severely on guard and attempting to draw boundaries. Cognition: highly dangerous, unstable element. Reward: combat power value 500. Current combat power value 26501000. Strength was gradually returning. The chessboard had been set, and the pieces were beginning to move. This performance was growing increasingly captivating. Chapter 4. The undercurrent beneath the dawn. The early light of dawn filtered through the window, dispelling the last remnants of darkness within the chamber, yet failing to eradicate the chilling scent of medicinal herbs and the intangible haze of tension permeating the air. Xiao Jin sat cross-legged upon the bed, his complexion still pale, yet his breathing had steadied considerably. The potency of the two secret medicines continued to take effect, gently mending his damaged meridians, while the system's rewards were steadily and resolutely enhancing his foundation. In the corner of his vision, a semi-transparent leaderboard hovered silently. Current realm: unattained grade, recovering from severe injuries. Combat power value: 2700100000. Breakthrough to 9th grade martial artist, 2,700 points. He was one step closer to surpassing that threshold. He listened intently to the sounds outside. Following the brief commotion of the previous night, the royal residence seemed to have returned to tranquility, yet beneath this calm lay a suffocating undercurrent. Xiao Hongyuan must have received the news by now. The secret message had gone awry, potentially entangling him with the third prince's faction. Given his suspicious and cunning nature, he was likely grappling with rage and doubt at this very moment. Would he suspect that the third prince had covertly intervened? Or would he believe there was a traitor within the estate? Or perhaps both? Regardless of which scenario unfolded, it was advantageous for Xiao Jin. What he required now was time to restore more of his strength. Creak. The palace door was gently pushed open, not the window, but the main entrance. A maid, head bowed, entered with a simple breakfast tray, her steps light and cautious. She placed the tray on the outer table, daring not to glance towards the inner chamber's bed. Preparing to withdraw. Stop. A hoarse, weak voice, yet imbued with undeniable authority, suddenly emanated from within the chamber. The maid's body froze abruptly, her gaze snapping up in disbelief towards the bed's direction. The young master had spoken? Though the voice was unpleasant, it resonated with an unparalleled clarity, imbued with a chilling essence she had never encountered before. The young master? The maid's voice trembled. What amusing tidings have unfolded outside today? Xiao Jin's voice faltered intermittently, maintaining an act of frailty. However, his keen eyes, peering through the curtain's crevice, were as sharp as a hawk's, fixated intently on the maid's expression. Terrified, the maid fell to her knees with a thud, replying to the young master, I know nothing. I truly know nothing. Oh, Xiao Jin elongated his tone, laced with a hint of playful menace. It seems the Western District was rather lively last night. I heard there were fatalities. The maid's body shivered violently, her complexion turning ashen. I only overheard the guards whispering. They mentioned a thief had invaded the courtyard in the Western Street, and there was a scuffle. There was blood. But I truly do not know the specifics. Blood in the courtyard. Xiao Jin's heart let out a cold laugh. It appeared the conflict had indeed transpired, and with considerable commotion. Thief. He scoffed, his voice still hoarse. What kind of thief could stir the guards of the royal residence? The maid lowered her head further, nearly on the verge of tears. I do not know. Begone. Xiao Jin seemed to lose interest, reclining once more, his voice reverting to a muddled mumble. You are too noisy. The maid felt as if liberated from a great burden, scuttling away as though pursued by a malevolent spirit. Xiao Jin closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. A conflict had occurred, blood had been shed. What would be the outcome? To whom had the secret letter ultimately fallen? Had the cloaked figure succeeded in silencing the witnesses? Were the eyes of the third prince alive or dead? Regardless of the outcome, Xiao Hongyuan must now feel like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, consumed by suspicion, perhaps hastening his pace. And he must swiftly acquire the strength for self-preservation, even to retaliate. A ninth-tier martial artist. A breakthrough was imperative. Once more, he focused inward, guiding the torrent of energy from the 2,700 combat points. Synergizing with the medicine's potency, forcefully surging against his withered dantian and damaged meridians. The pain persisted, yet he relished it. Time flowed silently, the sunlight gradually spilling across the windowsill. Suddenly, boom. It was as though an invisible barrier had been violently shattered. The parched dantian, akin to a drought-stricken land receiving sweet rain, birthed a faint yet undeniable cyclone. His entire meridian system trembled, the previously feeble flow of energy surging robustly, the sensation of torrenting vitality becoming vividly clear. A breakthrough. Realm breakthrough. 9th tier martial artist. Combat power, 2,710,000, 3,010,000, due to realm breakthrough, foundational enhancement. Physical capabilities have begun to recover. Vitality can now be projected externally. A sense of power, far more formidable than before, surged throughout his being, though still diminutive compared to his peak. It was a stark contrast to the previous feebleness that rendered him powerless. Xiao Jin abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance igniting within. He slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a subtle crackle, a soft crimson energy circulating just beneath his skin. At last, he possessed a semblance of real power. Though merely at the lowest tier of the 9th grade, it signified that he had truly stepped back onto the path of martial arts. With the combination of the blood and chi critical strike, talent, and the system's devouring characteristic, he has already acquired the ability to threaten those of lower ranks. As he basked in his newfound strength, the corner of his vision caught a flicker from the system's leaderboard. Instinctively, he focused his attention. The World Combat Power Ranking list seemed to ripple slightly, as the names at the very bottom dimmed a bit, and one name, previously ranked in the 90s, vanished entirely. Was it that cloaked figure, the master of the bone-corroding nail? Or had another contender perished during the skirmish in the courtyard? Meanwhile, He noticed that the name in the 99th position, once unfamiliar, had faded, while a new name quietly emerged. Inno99, Poisonous Hand Beggar, newly ranked. With this change, he distinctly sensed his own combat power, originally at 3,000 points, subtly pulsate, increasing by approximately 50 points. Hint: indirectly causing the death or removal of a ranked individual allows for the minuscule absorption of their dissipated combat power. The system coldly informed him. Indirect causes can also yield absorption? Xiao Jin was momentarily taken aback, then a cold smile crept across his lips. This system was increasingly to his liking. Not only could one gain benefits through direct confrontation, but also by strategizing and using others as pawns. To him, the World Combat Power ranking had transformed from a mere list into a vast hunting menu spread across the world. Just then, a somewhat noisy set of footsteps approached, halting outside his chamber. Unlike the previous guard's cautious tread, these steps exuded a deliberate weight and arrogance. A sharp voice broke the silence, dripping with undisguised contempt. Is His Highness the young master present? The prince is worried about your health and has specially sent this newly conferred 9 transformation revitalization pill for your swift recovery. Please refrain from causing further trouble. It was the most trusted chief eunuch of Xiao Hanyuan himself. Had he come personally to deliver medicine? It felt like a weasel wishing the chicken well. Moreover, the tone suggested that he had caught wind of something and was here to probe and warn. Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he immediately suppressed all traces of his breakthrough aura, allowing his body to go limp as he collapsed back onto the bed, his gaze turning vacant and dazed, even allowing a trickle of drool to escape his lips. Come in, he mumbled indistinctly. The door swung open, revealing a pale, beardless old eunuch with an arrogant gaze, who entered carrying an ornate box. His eyes swept across the chamber, lingering momentarily on the dried medicinal stains and dust, a flicker of derision crossing his features. Approaching the bed, he regarded Xiao Jin's foolish demeanor, his false smile widening. Young master, see how much the prince cares for you. This 9 transformation revitalization pill is a precious gift from His Majesty. As he spoke, he opened the ornate box, releasing a peculiar medicinal fragrance that invigorated the senses. However, Xiao Jin's hollow dantian once again registered a faint, repulsive sting. This medicine was undoubtedly suspect. It was likely even more insidious than the poison from the previous day. The old eunuch picked up a pill the size of a longan, glistening with a rich hue, and prepared to place it in Xiao Jin's mouth. Young master, come. While it's still hot, his words were abruptly cut off, for a hand, as cold as iron claws, seized his wrist with lightning speed. The old eunuch was taken aback, attempting to struggle, only to discover that the seemingly frail hand harbored astonishing strength, causing his wrist bones to crack painfully. He lowered his gaze in horror, meeting a pair of bottomless, star-like eyes, devoid of any trace of foolishness. Xiao Jin fixed his gaze upon him, a manic yet icy smile curving at the corners of his mouth, his voice low yet sharp as a blade. Piercing into the old eunuch's ears, return and inform Xiao Hanyuan that I appreciate his good intentions. This elixir shall be kept for himself or his precious son, the second prince. With that, he forcefully released the old eunuch's wrist, the strength propelling him to stagger several steps back, crashing against the table and toppling the teacup, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. The old eunuch clutched his wrist, his face pale, gazing uncertainly at Xiao Jin, who had once again slumped down. His expression vacuous, as if everything that transpired was but a figment of imagination. His heart raced, and cold sweat drenched his back. A madman. Indeed, a madman. His temperament oscillating wildly, and his strength terrifying. He dared not linger any longer, scrambling to retrieve the elixir that had fallen to the ground, fleeing the chamber as if it were home to some primordial beast. Silence resumed within the hall. Xiao Jin slowly sat up, wiping away the feigned drool at the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy. A test? A warning? It seemed that his little antics last night indeed unsettled his esteemed uncle. He opened his palm, revealing several strands of colored thread, silently plucked from the old eunuch's sleeve lining, special dye markers used only by certain departments. Had Xiao Hanyuan infiltrated even the palace's chief eunuch so deeply? The situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Yet, feeling the power of a 9th-tier martial artist within him, he gazed at the hunting menu unfolding before his eyes. The game's difficulty had escalated, but he had already secured his hunter's qualification. A storm was on the horizon. Chapter 5. The Poisonous Banquet. The chief eunuch fled the young master's chamber in a frantic scramble, bearing not only the agony of his wrist, but also a profoundly perilous signal back to the depths of the royal residence. Xiao Jin reclined back onto the bed, closing his eyes to concentrate, as the blood and energy of a 9th-tier martial artist gradually circulated within him, digesting the 3,000 combat points while meticulously sensing the stirrings outside. Indeed, within half an hour, the atmosphere within the palace had grown palpably thicker. The patrol guards became more frequent, their gazes sharper, lingering longer in observation as they passed the young master's chamber. In the shadows, there seemed to be an increase in the sensation of being watched. Xiao Hongyuan's reaction was swifter and more intense than he had anticipated. This old fox's paranoia had indeed reached its pinnacle. Just a slight display of unusual strength and clarity had immediately drawn such stringent scrutiny. However, this was also advantageous. The greater the pressure, the more forceful the rebound. The tighter the surveillance, the more it signified Xiao Hongyuan's growing unease, his fear of this seemingly useless pawn slipping from his grasp. Status assessment. Under high surveillance and dangerous environment, alert, exercise caution, continuous underestimation may accelerate accumulation. The system interface calmly prompted. Xiao Jin smirked coldly within. Caution. He would certainly exercise caution. Yet, alongside this vigilance, he must also take the initiative. Time waits for no one. Xiao Hongyuan and Bai Yan's conspiracy would not cease due to his frailty. He must possess the strength to stir the winds and clouds before the coup against the ruler commenced. His gaze shifted once more to the corner of his vision, where the world battle power ranking resided. From number 100 to number 91, the names and rankings flickered gently, primarily belonging to wandering cultivators, elders of minor sects, or fierce generals, with cultivation levels mostly between the 8th and 7th ranks. With his current early 9th rank prowess, combined with Blood Fury Critical Strike and the system's peculiarities, he was indeed capable of a fight. However, the challenge lay in how to locate them and create plausible opportunities for conflict. After all, he was currently under strict surveillance as the deranged heir. Just as he was deep in thought, footsteps echoed once more from outside the hall. This time, the footsteps were steady and powerful, imbued with an oppressive aura typical of someone accustomed to positions of authority. Xiao Jin immediately concealed all his presence, his gaze becoming unfocused, a crooked smile gracing his lips. And he even feigned a slight snore. The hall door swung open without announcement. Clad in a dark purple brocade robe, Xiao Hongyuan had arrived in person. He wore that flawless mask of benevolence, his gaze gentle, as if the morning's delivery of poison by the eunuch had not been his doing. He strode into the inner chamber, his eyes landing on the sleeping Xiao Jin, a hint of perfectly measured concern in his expression. "Gina?" he called softly, his tone affectionate. Xiao Jin remained unresponsive, snoring away, even smacking his lips and murmuring, "Leg of chicken. Haha, such a big leg of chicken." A fleeting shadow of doubt and unease flickered in the depths of Xiao Hongyuan's eyes. He approached the bedside, standing quietly for a moment, as if scrutinizing intently. The old eunuch's shaken account upon returning was certainly not unfounded. This nephew seemed indeed somewhat different. Was it a moment of clarity? Or had he been masquerading all along? He slowly extended his hand, as if intending to tuck the covers around Xiao Jin, yet his fingertips concealed a tempestuous force, silently pressing towards Xiao Jin's wrist. He wished to probe personally. Just as his fingertip was about to make contact with the skin, slap. Xiao Jin, akin to a nightmare, suddenly swung his arm with wild abandon, the motion chaotic yet perfectly timed to forcefully swat away Xiao Hongyuan's hand. "Get away. Don't snatch my chicken leg," he bellowed with eyes closed, kicking and flailing in a manner befitting someone rudely awakened from a pleasant dream. Xiao Hongyuan's hand was lightly reddened from the strike. He retracted it, his benevolent demeanor momentarily stiffening, the coldness within his gaze nearly overflowing. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it intentional? He fixed his eyes intently on Xiao Jin's face, attempting to discern any flaw in that foolish expression. Ultimately, however, he was met only with the sight of drool and madness. Status assessment, successfully disguised against close inspection. Reward, battle power value 400. The system's prompt instilled certainty within Xiao Jin. Xiao Hongyuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed, his tone growing heavy and sorrowful. "Jiner, are you aware that the bowl of medicine you overturned yesterday was a precious elixir that your uncle painstakingly sought after? Your wanton waste has caused him great distress." He shifted his tone, adding, "However, your uncle understands the discomfort you endure in illness and does not hold it against you. This evening, I shall host a family banquet at the manor to ease your worries and perhaps make amends. You must attend, all right? A family banquet? What good could possibly come from a weasel's feast?" Alarm bells rang in Xiao Jin's mind, yet he feigned childish delight, suddenly sitting upright, clapping his hands in foolish glee. "A banquet. Delicious food. I will go. I will go. Very well." Jiner is truly obedient. A smile returned to Xiao Hongyuan's face, as if he found great comfort in the moment. "Your uncle will send someone to fetch you later." He cast a deep, lingering gaze at Xiao Jin before turning to leave, his expression akin to one observing a condemned soul on the verge of execution. As the palace doors closed, the foolish grin vanished from Xiao Jin's face, replaced by an icy chill. There was no such thing as a good banquet. This was undoubtedly a trap. Was Xiao Hongyuan, having failed in his initial tests, now preparing to strike directly? Did he dare to be so brazen in plain sight? No, he must have some insidious backup plan. One that could eliminate him while absolving himself of any guilt. I must attend, but I must be thoroughly prepared. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Jin fervently circulated his vital energy, fortifying his initial stage of the 9th rank, while continuously honing his skills in the technique of vital energy strike, striving to unleash the most powerful blow for self-preservation at the crucial moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, indeed, several guards with solid auras and sharp gazes arrived at the sleeping quarters, appearing respectful yet firmly insisting that the young master attend the banquet. Xiao Jin donned a somewhat oversized robe befitting his title, continuing to play the part of the simpleton, gazing around in wide-eyed wonder as he followed the guards to the banquet hall of the royal residence. The hall was brightly lit, the sounds of silk and bamboo filling the air. The scale of the banquet was modest, resembling a family gathering. Apart from Xiao Hongyuan, several elderly officials and relatives of the royal family were in attendance. Upon seeing Xiao Jin enter, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some showed pity, others disdain, while many remained indifferent. Xiao Hongyuan sat at the head of the table, his smile warm, beckoning Xiao Jin to sit at the nearest position beside him. Exuding an air of intimacy, "Jiner, come sit here. We are all family today. There is no need for formality." He personally picked up a piece of translucent pastry and placed it on the plate before Xiao Jin. "This is the newly crafted iced jade cake from the imperial kitchen. Sweet and refreshing. Do give it a try." The pastry was visually enticing, emanating a subtle chill, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet, Xiao Jin's empty dantian sent forth that familiar, faintly repulsive sting once more elusive than the previous 2 instances, yet more sinister. Poison. Moreover, it was an exceptionally cunning concoction, blending various cold toxins, which, had his dantian not been rendered ineffective, he would have never detected such a peculiar poison. This toxin would not prove fatal immediately. Instead, it would gradually freeze the meridians, leading one to an undetectable demise in a few days' time. Such a ruthless ploy. Xiao Hongyuan was watching him with a smile, yet his eyes held a cold anticipation. Everyone around seemed to be observing the dish before him, either intentionally or inadvertently. To eat or not to eat. To eat would lead to endless repercussions. Refusing to comply would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation, and it was highly likely that Xiao Hongyuan would erupt on the spot. Just at this critical juncture, a sudden urgent announcement echoed from outside the hall. A guard rushed in, panic etched across his face, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this is dire. Young Lady Yun Zhao of the Yun family has stormed into the palace, sword in hand, and is heading towards the banquet hall. We cannot stop her." Yun Zhao. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The smile on Xiao Hongyuan's face instantly froze, his brows knitting tightly. What could she possibly want? Xiao Jin felt a stir of unease within. At that very moment, a figure clad in white, resembling a startled swan, appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, exuding a chilling aura and an unparalleled sword intent. Clang. The long sword was drawn just a fraction, its icy light illuminating the hall, the piercing chill swiftly overpowering the sounds of music and the aroma of food. Clad in white and shrouded in frost, Yun Zhao's gaze, sharp as 2 icy daggers, pierced through to Xiao Hongyuan seated at the head of the table. Her voice was as cold as the snow of Kunlun. "Prince Xiao, your household has disturbed the snow-feathered bird bestowed upon me by my master. You must provide me with an explanation." Her reasoning appeared brazen and abrupt, seemingly an excuse to confront. Yet, her overwhelming presence and razor-sharp sword intent rendered the entire assembly speechless. Xiao Hongyuan's expression darkened, struggling to contain his fury. "Miss Yun, there must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Yun Zhao scoffed, the tip of her sword rising slightly, directly pointing at the plate of icy jade cakes before Xiao Jin. "My bird detests such cold and sinister delicacies. Its essence is severed here. Prince Xiao, could it be that your pastries have frightened away my spiritual bird?" The tip of her sword hovered mere inches from the poisoned cake, the chilling sword intent even causing a thin layer of frost to form on its surface. Everyone was stunned. This excuse was far too absurd. Yet, no one dared to voice a rebuttal against this formidable young lady of the Yun family. Ranked 3rd on the power list, and backed by a significant lineage, Xiao Jin, observing the sword tip so near and the cake subjected to physical chilling, suddenly comprehended. She was not here to provoke. She had come to disrupt. By employing this seemingly ludicrous rationale, She aimed to interrupt this perilous banquet. Xiao Hongyuan's countenance turned entirely grim, his gaze dark enough to drip water. He fixed his stare on Yun Zhao, then glanced at the cake enveloped in sword intent. His fists tightly clenched within his sleeves. The plan had been thoroughly derailed. Status assessment. Unexpected intervention detected. Hint. The situation has become complicated. The system interface flickered slightly. Xiao Jin lowered her head, concealing the complex emotions that briefly flickered in her eyes. Yun Zhao, are you an enemy or a friend? Chapter 6. Veiled poisonous schemes inside the banquet hall. The air seemed to freeze, as if under the influence of Yun Zhao's half-drawn icy jade sword. The sword's point was not aimed at Xiao Hongyuan, but rather at the plate of frosted icy jade cakes before Xiao Jin. The chilling sword intent acted as a tangible force, suppressing the faint, sinister poison emanating from the pastries, even hinting at a potential annihilation of the threat. Yun Zhao's reasoning was utterly absurd. Disturbing a spiritual bird with pastries? It was quite laughable. Yet, no one dared to laugh, nor even to breathe loudly. For she was Yun Zhao, the eldest daughter of the Kunlun Yun family, a young prodigy of swordsmanship, has consistently ranked among the top 3 on the global combat strength list. The formidable Yun family that stands behind her, representing the Kunlun faction, is a force even the politically powerful Xiao Hongyuan is reluctant to confront openly. The aura of sword intent she exudes is pure and sharp, imbued with an undeniable and reckless ferocity. It seems that should Xiao Hongyuan dare utter a word of dissent, her cold jade sword would not hesitate to upend the banquet hall. Xiao Hongyuan's countenance shifted from ashen to an extreme gloom, his hand clenched tightly beneath the table, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His plans had been thoroughly disrupted, and to be publicly cornered by a junior was an unbearable humiliation. Yet, being a seasoned and cunning statesman, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his surging fury, and managed to force a ghastly smile. Miss Yun is jesting. How could a mere plate of pastries disturb the spirit birds? Surely, it was an oversight by the servants in the manor. I apologize for this and will ensure strict discipline. He attempted to downplay the matter, yet his gaze remained fixed on the plate of pastries. His heart filled with suspicion. Could it be that Yun Zhao has perceived something? Impossible. This poison is colorless and tasteless, exceedingly discreet. How could she possibly know? Or was it merely a coincidence? However, Yun Zhao did not take his words into consideration, the tip of her sword unwavering, her voice as frigid as ever. Apologies? Unnecessary. Remove this filth, and allow me to personally inspect whether any of my spirit birds have lost their feathers in this vicinity. She pressed forward relentlessly, granting Xiao Hongyuan no opportunity to retreat. Xiao Jin lowered his head, observing the unfolding drama from the corner of his eye, his thoughts racing. Yun Zhao was not merely searching for birds. She was determined to destroy that plate of poison. She indeed knew. Why? Why does she repeatedly come to his aid? Is it solely because of that jade pendant? Xiao Hongyuan's eyes twitched, barely able to contain himself. Remove it? How could that be possible? The concoction of this poison is not easily achieved. It cannot be simply discarded. Moreover, once removed, would it not further expose his guilt? Just as the tension between the two parties reached its zenith, a sudden, foolish voice broke the silence. Wow, what beautiful bird feathers. Xiao Jin had unexpectedly slipped off his chair and crouched on the floor, holding a colorful feather he had found from an unknown corner, excitedly waving it toward Yun Zhao, his face glowing with pure delight. Sister, look, is this from your bird? Here. He chuckled foolishly, staggering toward Yun Zhao as if to present her with the feather. In that moment, his clumsy action inadvertently bumped into Yun Zhao's sword arm. Her brow furrowed slightly, instinctively retracting the sword tip to avoid harming the sudden intruder. In that fleeting instant, the plate, already under immense pressure from the sword energy, was clumsily kicked over by Xiao Jin, shattering upon impact with the ground, scattering black poisonous cake and porcelain shards, mingling with the dust. The poison was destroyed. An immediate silence enveloped the entire hall. All eyes were fixated on the chaotic scene, then turned to the bewildered and distressed Xiao Jin, finally resting on the suddenly animated expression of Xiao Hongyuan and the impassive Yun Zhao, who sheathed her sword with a stoic demeanor. Alas, it shattered. The delectable treat lay in ruins. It was as if Xiao Jin had just realized the gravity of the situation. He collapsed to the ground, pounding it in a fit of tears, demanding restitution for his delicacies. His perfectly manic behavior disrupted the atmosphere and utterly obliterated the source of poison. Xiao Hongyuan stared at the remnants scattered on the ground, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to catch his breath. His glare at the tantrum-throwing Xiao Jin was filled with venomous fury, as if he wished to see him torn to shreds. Was it a coincidence? Or was this madman's antics deliberate? Once could be a coincidence. Twice might also be, But was this third incident merely happenstance? Yun Zhao observed the shattered poison cake on the ground, then glanced at the sobbing Xiao Jin, who cheekily winked at her. Her cold gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its icy composure. With a disdainful snort, she seemed to lose interest in the farcical spectacle. Now that the filth had been eradicated, there was little left to uncover. Prince Xiao, tend to your people and your possessions, she remarked pointedly, casting a glance at the debris before turning away, her white attire billowing as she departed the banquet hall unimpeded. A meticulously orchestrated assassination plot had been thoroughly thwarted in such an absurd manner. The gathering concluded on a discordant note. Xiao Hanyuan, his countenance ashen, swept away without sparing another glance at Xiao Jin, yet the murderous intent emanating from his retreat was almost palpable. The guards assisted the still sobbing Xiao Jin back to his quarters, tightening their vigilance to an almost draconian level. Within the chamber, Xiao Jin dismissed the trembling maidservants and sat alone in the darkness, devoid of any semblance of foolishness. He opened his palm to reveal several minuscule, nearly invisible icy blue crystals, remnants of poison that had splattered onto his sleeve when the cake was frozen by Yun Zhao's sword energy and subsequently shattered by his kick. Detected unknown high concentration residual frost poison. Analysis. Complex composition, including Millennium Snow Frog Bile, bioluminescent snake venom, and mixed Northern Ice Soul Powder, with latent chilling toxicity. Symptoms will manifest in 3 days, leading to a frozen demise of the meridians, difficult to verify. Consider attempting to absorb and convert part of it into frost attribute vitality. The process is excruciatingly painful with a risk of backlash. Will you absorb it? The system interface materialized once more, presenting detailed prompts. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. Absorb. Why hesitate? If Xiao Hanyuan intended to use this poison to kill him, he would instead transform it into a source of power. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued the command. In an instant, an extreme chill surged through his arm's meridians, violently invading his body. Wherever it traveled, the blood nearly froze, and his meridians felt as though pierced by countless icy needles. The intense agony caused him to tremble violently. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Yet he clenched his jaw, remaining silent as he exerted every ounce of the 3,000 battle power to channel the vitality it bestowed. He guided the violent cold poison energy, struggling to refine and absorb it according to the system's direction. The agony persisted for nearly an hour. When the last trace of the cold poison was transformed and absorbed, Xiao Jin felt nearly drained, his entire body icy. Lips tinged with purple, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Devouring successful. Transformation acquired. Cold attribute vitality, weak. Battle power increased. 3,000 510. 000. Slight enhancement in cold poison resistance. His strength surged once more. Although the process was excruciating, the rewards were immense. Moreover, he had acquired the first trace of a special attribute vitality, just as he felt the newly added power, imbued with a chilling aura within him. A flurry of pristine white feathers drifted silently through the window's crevice, gently landing on the edge of his bed. At the tip of the feather, a nearly invisible fine thread was tied, beneath which dangled a wax seal smaller than a grain of rice. A flicker of realization sparked within Xiao Jin as he removed the wax seal and crushed it. Inside lay a meticulously rolled piece of paper. The note bore a single line of elegant yet sharply written characters. At the third watch, northwest corner tower. No signature was present, yet Xiao Jin knew who it was. Yun Zhao. She indeed had something to convey. A faint, chilling vitality surged at his fingertips, instantly reducing the note to dust. He gazed out at the inky night sky, a complex smile curving his lips. The northwest corner tower, was it? Chapter 7. Conversations at the corner tower as the clock struck the third watch. The royal residence sank into an absolute silence, save for the rhythmic, heavy footfalls of the night watch guards, reminiscent of beasts prowling in the dark, heightening the atmosphere of foreboding. Within the sleeping chamber, Xiao Jin opened his eyes, his gaze refined yet intense, and his aura more solid than before. The power from the 3,500 battle points, along with the newly refined cold attribute vitality, granted him a mastery over his body at a new level. Silently, he slid off his bed, akin to a shadowy creature, and made his way to the entrance of the secret passage beneath the bed. The northwest corner tower, a relatively peripheral high ground in the royal residence's defenses, lightly guarded, yet offering a broad view. Once discovered, escape would be difficult. Yun Zhao's choice of location reflected both confidence and a sense of testing limits. The secret passage was deep and winding, and Xiao Jin navigated it with ease, soon reaching the fork leading to the northwest area. The closer he approached the tower, the more cautious he became, heightening his mental awareness to avoid several sentinels lurking in the shadows. At last, he emerged stealthily from the shadow of a rock formation, standing before the towering northwest corner tower. Its eaves arched sharply, casting a menacing shadow under the waning moonlight. He took a deep breath, subtly circulating his vitality. His body as light as a feather, and with a few agile movements along the uneven brickwork of the tower's exterior, he ascended silently to the rooftop. The rooftop was spacious, the night wind howling. A white silhouette stood with its back to him, leaning against the railing, garments fluttering in the breeze as if poised to take flight at any moment. The chilling aura of the sword essence permeated the air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. It was Yun Zhao. She seemed to have sensed his arrival long before, yet she did not turn around. Instead, she gazed at the distant, blurred outline of the imperial city, her voice as cold as the night breeze. "You have come." There was no form of address, no pleasantries exchanged. Her words were almost impolite in their directness. Xiao Jin stood a short distance behind her, also devoid of unnecessary chatter. "Miss Yun, your late-night invitation surely does not pertain to mere sightseeing?" Yun Zhao slowly turned, the moonlight cascading over her breathtaking yet frozen visage. Her eyes sparkled brighter than the stars, yet were colder than ice, piercing directly into Xiao Jin's soul. "Xiao Jin," she uttered his name, no longer referring to him as a fool or a waste. Yet her tone remained devoid of warmth. "I care not whether your madness is genuine or feigned, nor whether your fortune tonight is fortuitous or calculated. I shall warn you once. Cease your petty maneuvers and keep your distance from Xiaohong. He is not someone you can provoke at this moment. Do you believe that by thwarting one of his schemes tonight, you have emerged victorious? How laughable. That will only incite him to employ far more vicious and insidious methods to eliminate you." Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, a hint of a playful, foolish grin emerging on his face. "Sister Yun, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. My uncle treats me the best, providing me with delightful delicacies." "Silence." Yun Zhao interrupted sharply, a flicker of extreme impatience and barely concealed agitation flashing in her eyes. "Before me, there is no need for this charade. Your tricks may deceive that self-important fool Xiaohong, but they do not fool me." She stepped closer, the chilling essence of her sword nearly piercing Xiao Jin's skin. "Do you think I did not notice the look in your eyes when you overturned that plate of pastries?" The foolish grin on Xiao Jin's face gradually faded. He regarded her, his gaze growing serene and profound, akin to a tranquil ancient well, devoid of any trace of folly. Since he had been seen through, continuing the act was futile. "So," he began, his voice steady and hoarse, a stark contrast to his previous madness. "Is Miss Yun here to clear my uncle's path?" The atmosphere instantly tightened, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. The two confronted each other in the biting night wind, one clad in white as snow, exuding an aura of sword intent, the other in a dark robe, his depths concealed within shadow. Status assessment, partially exposed disguise. Engaged in a standoff negotiation. Warning, the opponent's combat prowess vastly exceeds the current level, posing extreme danger. The system coldly indicated the disparity. A moment of dead silence ensued. The icy coldness in Yun Zhao's eyes seemed to waver slightly. She abruptly averted her gaze towards the distant darkness, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue and mockery. "Clear the path? You are not worthy of my intervention." She paused, her tone becoming increasingly complex. "I merely wish for you not to perish too swiftly, too foolishly, thus tarnishing certain things." Her words were vague, yet Xiao Jin astutely grasped their implications. He recalled the jade pendant, the instances when she appeared seemingly disdainful, yet fortuitously timely. "Miss Yun seems to care about my well-being." Xiao Jin took a step closer, bridging the distance, nearly able to feel the icy aura and faint cold fragrance emanating from her. "Why? 20 years ago, your father exchanged my father's battle armor for 100,000 iron cavalry from Beiyin, and you feel guilt?" These words struck Yun Zhao's most hidden wounds like a poisoned needle. She abruptly turned her head, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Jin. Her hand gripping the sword tightening instantly, her knuckles turning white, and the sword aura around her surged uncontrollably, slicing through the tiles beneath her feet, leaving behind pale scars. "How could you possibly know?" Her voice, for the first time, bore a distinct tremor of shock, devoid of the usual icy calm. This matter was a closely guarded secret of the highest order within the Yun family. Even Xiao Honyuan likely only knew the surface. How could this man, who had been rendered useless for 3 years, possibly be aware? Xiao Jin's heart was also shaken. He had merely been probing based on fragments of information. Yun Ya's background. 20 years ago, Xiao Jin exchanged his battle armor for 100,000 iron cavalry from Beiyin, never expecting it to be true. Moreover, Judging by Yun Zhao's reaction, the hidden truth behind this was likely far more astonishing than the scant notes in the documents. He suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining a facade of indifference, even lacing his tone with a hint of mockery. In this world, all human actions leave traces. Miss Yun, do you truly believe that the debts your family owes can remain concealed for a lifetime? Yun Zhao gazed intently at him, her chest heaving slightly, clearly agitated. After a considerable pause, the uncontrolled sword aura gradually subsided, and the shock in her eyes was replaced by a deeper, almost despairing coldness. How much do you know? Her voice was dry. Not much, but enough. Xiao Jin pressed on. For instance, I also know that it was you, Miss Yun, who took the blade from me, sustaining a wound to your heart. Boom. This statement struck like a final blow, utterly shattering Yun Zhao's last line of defense. She staggered back a step, her face pale and almost translucent in the moonlight, her gaze towards Xiao Jin filled with an unspeakable complexity, pain, resentment, struggle, and a hint of panic from being seen through. She instinctively raised her hand to cover her heart, as if it still throbbed with pain. So you know everything, she murmured, her voice barely audible against the wind, laden with endless bitterness and mockery. Then you should understand even more that I desire the destruction of the Yun family more than you do. And I wish for those filthy secrets to be buried forever. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes sharpening, but no longer aimed at Xiao Jin. Instead, they targeted the endless darkness and fate. But I warn you, Xiao Jin, do not attempt to unveil it yourself. Both you and I, even in our current states, are mere ants before those true behemoths. Xiao Hongyuan, he is nothing more than a pitiful pawn driven by the desire for power. He does not even realize he is but a pawn crossing the river on someone else's chessboard. Do you seek revenge? Do you wish to reclaim everything? You may. But first survive. Live strong enough to shatter this damned chessboard. Her emotions were rarely so fervent, her words striking Xiao Jin like hail, infused with a sense of near desperation. Xiao Jin listened quietly, a tempest brewing within him. The revelations in Yun Zhao's words exceeded his expectations. Was there still a hidden hand behind the scenes? Were the Yun family, and even Xiao Hongyuan merely pawns? Who was behind the scenes? Xiao Jin inquired in a low voice. Yun Zhao abruptly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had resumed her icy demeanor. Knowing too much will not benefit you. When the time comes, you will naturally know. She seemed reluctant to elaborate further, retrieving an object from her sleeve and tossing it to Xiao Jin. It was the jade pendant inscribed with the character for Jin. The pendant felt warm to the touch, yet carried an odd chill, as if it possessed a life of its own. Hold on to it. Yun Zhao's voice turned cold once more. If necessary, crush it. It may save your life. Consider it settling a small debt. With that, she offered no further opportunity for Xiao Jin to inquire, and with a swift motion, like a startled swan, she vanished beneath the corner tower, dissolving into the vastness of the night. Her arrival had been abrupt, and her departure was equally decisive, leaving Xiao Jin standing alone atop the tower, grasping the cool jade pendant, his heart heavy with unanswered questions and an unprecedented weight. Yun Zhao's warning, the unseen mastermind, the secrets of the Yun family. The truth from 20 years ago, these elements wove together like a colossal, dark web, slowly tightening around him. He felt as though he had been at the center of this web from the very beginning. Lowering his gaze to the pendant in his hand, his eyes grew profound. Survive? Grow stronger? Certainly. He tightened his grip on the pendant, sensing the peculiar power it contained, and a fiercer, more fervent flame ignited within his eyes. No matter who the adversary was, no matter how vast the game, he would endure, and then, one by one, he would tear them all asunder. The night wind grew colder, rustling his black cloak with a haunting sound. Status update. Gain knowledge of astonishing secrets, significantly heightened sense of crisis. Acquired special item. Yun Zhao's jade pendant, effect unknown. The system's notification seemed to carry an air of gravity. Chapter 8. The initial test of devouring power upon returning from the corner tower. Dawn was nearing. Xiao Jin stealthily re-entered his chamber, as if he had never departed. The jade pendant still held a trace of chill and the unique cold fragrance of Yun Zhao, while her vague yet weighty warnings echoed in his mind. The unseen mastermind? A larger scheme? These concepts felt somewhat distant for the presently vulnerable him. The pressing concern was to confront the inevitable. More severe retribution from Xiao Hongyuan and to swiftly enhance his strength. Surviving was the prerequisite for any further ambitions. He carefully stowed the pendant away. It might serve as a life-saving trump card, but dependence on it was not an option. Power, true power, must rest solely in his hands. In the corner of his vision, the system leaderboard quietly hovered. Current realm, 9th rank martial artist, initial stage. Combat power, 3,500, 10,000, 3,500 points. It seemed like a considerable increase. Yet in the face of the unfathomable royal residence and the predatory stares of his enemies, he remained on precarious ground. His gaze swept over the names at the bottom of the leaderboard, from NO 100 to NO 90, like fireflies in the night, enticing this famished leopard. A proactive strike was imperative. Passive waiting would lead only to death. But how to strike? He was still the mad son of the family, closely monitored. A glimmer of madness flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. Madness can sometimes serve as the finest guise and weapon. The following day, whispers regarding the heir's tumultuous behavior at the banquet, which had frightened away Miss Yun, began to quietly circulate within the royal residence. The tales grew increasingly absurd. Some claimed the heir had suddenly gone mad and injured the prince, while others asserted he had developed an infatuation with Miss Yun and was rendered speechless by a mere sword. Furthermore, there were rumors that the heir was actually a concealed master, engaging in a contest with Miss Yun within the banquet hall. Amidst the cacophony of rumors, blending truth with falsehood, the erratic image of Xiao Jin became further ingrained in the minds of those around him. Consequently, the guards stationed outside his chamber displayed a subtle shift in their demeanor. Beyond mere vigilance, they now regarded him with a mixture of apprehension and distance, wary of the unpredictable madman. This was precisely what Xiao Jin desired. In the afternoon, he began his antics anew. This time, he did not confine himself within the chamber, but rather cried out for the flowers, overturning the lunch brought by the maid, tearing at his robes, and bursting forth from his quarters in a frenzy, careening around the courtyard in a wild uproar. The guards were taken aback, attempting to intervene, yet hesitant to employ force against the heir, fearing it might provoke him further, leading to a scene of utter chaos. Flowers. I want to see the most beautiful flowers, Xiao Jin exclaimed, grinning foolishly and drooling as he stumbled toward the royal garden, colliding with several servants who dared approach him. The captain of the guards wore a grim expression, trailing closely behind with a contingent of men, unable to allow him to wander off, yet fearful of forcibly restraining him. A predicament most lamentable. News of the commotion quickly reached Xiao Honyuan, who responded with a terse command. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not perish nor create a significant disturbance. Thus, Xiao Jin successfully secured the liberty to roam within the limited confines of the royal residence, albeit with a retinue perpetually in tow. The royal garden sprawled expansively, adorned with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and flowing streams, enveloped in lush greenery. It served not only as a place of leisure, but also housed several guest scholars and even some guards on rotation. Within this vibrant locale lay Xiao Jin's objective. Drawing from fragmented memories of the original owner and his discreet observations over the past few days, he was aware of a guard named Qian San who frequently indulged in drinking and gambling at a pavilion in the southwest corner of the garden. This individual, boasting a cultivation level around the mid-8th rank, was somewhat overbearing due to his familial ties to the royal household and had carelessly boasted of his name appearing on the rankings, though he was at the very bottom. Xiao Jin had set his sights on him. Ranked roughly around 100 on the combat strength list, Qian San was the perfect target for Xiao Jin, who was currently at the early stage of the 9th rank, especially with the potential to leverage Blood Fury Strike against him. He continued his erratic behavior, picking flowers and chasing butterflies, oscillating between fits of laughter and tears, cleverly inching toward the pavilion in the southwest corner. Sure enough, even from a distance, he could hear the raucous sounds of gambling and the heavy scent of alcohol wafting from the pavilion. Qian San was deeply engrossed in his game with several companions, their faces glistening with oil and spittle flying as they spoke animatedly. Your Highness, that area is filthy. Shall we go admire the flowers elsewhere? The captain of the guards attempted to redirect Xiao Jin. No, I want to go there. It's lively, Xiao Jin insisted, stubbornly pushing forward with both hands and feet toward the pavilion. The guards were caught in a dilemma, whether to obstruct him or not, forcing them to grit their teeth and follow along. The gambling session within the pavilion was abruptly interrupted. Qian San, having lost a considerable sum, was seething with anger when he noticed a drooling fool burst in. His ire surged, and in a fit of drunken bravado, he disregarded all notions of hierarchy and spat. Where did this madman come from? The young master. Fortunately, he had not completely lost his wits and recognized Xiao Jin, though his tone was laced with impatience and disdain. Xiao Jin, however, seemed oblivious to the insult, his gaze fixated on the dice and silver coins atop the stone table. He clapped his hands and chuckled. How amusing. I wish to play too. As he reached for the coins, Qian San instinctively intervened, grasping Xiao Jin's wrist. At the moment of contact, a frenzied glint flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. Within him, the 3,500 points of combat power surged, and the newly refined frigid energy coursed through his veins. Most critically, his Critical blood surge, talent activated instantaneously. Yet, he skillfully restrained his power, not releasing it outward but instead condensing all his explosive energy beneath the skin of his wrist, akin to a highly compressed energy bomb, which then reversed its force against his own meridians. With a sudden cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. His body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. And his breath grew exceedingly faint. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Qian San had merely brushed him aside before the young master suddenly sputtered blood and was grievously wounded. What? Qian San was left utterly dumbfounded, glancing between his own hand that had just grasped Xiao Jin's wrist and the bloodied figure convulsing on the ground. The alcohol-induced haze lifted significantly, leaving him pallid and stammering. I didn't use any force. I merely restrained him gently. The surrounding guards and gamblers were equally astonished. The captain of the guards, terrified, rushed forward to assess Xiao Jin's condition while bellowing, seized Qian San. Qian San, unable to articulate his innocence, was swiftly pinned to the ground by the ferocious guards. He cried out in terror, "This is unjust. Captain, I truly did not apply any force. It was he who," yet no one believed him. A mere gentle restraint from an 8th-tier martial artist could indeed inflict severe harm upon an utterly untrained and foolish young master, especially one who was already nursing prior injuries. Meanwhile, despite appearing in a dire state, Xiao Jin's consciousness remained remarkably clear, as he actively guided his energy to reverse its flow, creating an illusion of severe injury. He fixated on Qian San, whose mind was in disarray due to overwhelming fear and indignation. The system interface in the corner of his vision began to flash wildly. Target locked. Qian San, combat power ranking NO 100. Status, extreme panic, disordered energy, defense at minimum. Ready to devour. Devour command confirmed. An intangible yet immense and pure energy was instantaneously siphoned from the defenseless and bewildered Qian San, traversing the space between them and surging violently into Xiao Jin's body. This energy was far more formidable and tumultuous than the dissipated energies he had consumed previously, akin to a flood breaching a dam, sweeping through his meridians and replenishing his parched dantian. Devour successful. Combat power gained, 1,200 points. Current battle power, 3500100000, 4700100000. Warning, target's vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. Almost at the instant the system notification echoed, the subdued Qian San suddenly stiffened, his eyes bulging as if all his vitality had been siphoned away. He emitted a few strange gasps from his throat, his head tilted, and he fell silent. Captain, Qian San, he has passed away, a startled guard exclaimed. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. Qian San is dead? How could he die from simply being restrained? Could it be due to an accidental injury to the air, causing overwhelming fright? Or was there a deeper mystery? The head of the guards felt a chill race up from his feet to the crown of his head. This situation had escalated beyond control. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was fervently channeling the newly absorbed 1,200 battle power points to mend the self-inflicted damage to his meridians, while simultaneously enhancing his strength. For 1,700 points, he was but a breath away from the mid-stage of the 9th rank. The sensation of power coursing through him was exquisite, almost intoxicating. He slowly opened his eyes a fraction, observing the chaotic and terrified scene before him, gazing upon Qian San's lifeless body, and a cruel, icy smile crept upon his lips, unseen by others. The first hunt has commenced. Chapter 9. Pinnacle of the 9th rank. The chaos in the southwestern corner of the garden rippled through the depths of the royal mansion like a boulder cast into a still pond. The heir lay severely injured, unconscious and coughing blood, while the guard Qian San met his bizarre demise. News spread with remarkable swiftness to every corner of the estate, ultimately converging in the most austere study. Xiao Hanyuan, upon hearing the report from his confidant, wore a grim expression, his fingers drumming absently on the zeton wood table, producing a dull thud. Unconscious and spitting blood, Qian San died on the spot. He repeated these two critical points, his gaze unfathomably deep. What did the physician say? Your Highness, Physician Li has examined him. The heir's pulse is extremely erratic, showing clear signs of reversed qi and blood, evidently resulting from external force. And his injuries are grave, yet seemingly not life-threatening, his confidant cautiously replied. As for Qian San, the autopsy revealed a sudden heart rupture, as if he had experienced immense fright, leading to his demise from qi and blood attacking the heart. Qi and blood attacking the heart. Fright? Xiao Hanyuan scoffed, his voice frigid. A rank 8 martial artist, who could decapitate foes on the battlefield without flinching, would succumb to death from a mere encounter with a madman? His confidant, drenched in cold sweat, dared not respond. Investigate. Xiao Hongyuan slammed the table, his voice sharp and commanding. Thoroughly investigate. Who has Qianxin come into contact with recently? Are there any old injuries? Was there anything unusual at the gambling table? He paused, his gaze turning increasingly menacing as he fixed it on the air. Report immediately if there is any anomaly. He refused to accept this as mere coincidence. The repeated misfortunes had drained all his patience and doubts. That mad nephew was undoubtedly problematic. Even Qianxin's death might be linked to him. However, how could a person whose cultivation has been completely depleted possibly sever the heart meridian of an 8th-grade martial artist from afar? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Could it be that a hidden master is offering clandestine assistance? Yin Zhao? Or perhaps some other concealed force? Countless suspicions and doubts churned within Xiao Hongyuan's mind, rendering him restless and intensifying his murderous intent. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Jin's machination, this menace must not be allowed to remain. It must be dealt with swiftly. Within the palace chamber, Xiao Jin was cautiously lifted back onto the bed by the guards, while Physician Li trembled as he diagnosed his pulse, prescribed medicine, and administered acupuncture. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Jin exhibited signs of near death, lying unconscious and allowing himself to be manipulated. It was only after everyone had departed, leaving the chamber enveloped in a profound silence accompanied by the thick scent of medicinal herbs and an almost tangible sense of surveillance, that Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes. Clarity shone within his gaze, entirely devoid of any semblance of severe injury or impending death. Within him, the newly devoured 1,200 points of battle power surged like a torrential river, vigorously cleansing and expanding his meridians, filling his ever-growing Dantian cyclone. For 1,700 points of battle power, he was but a step away from the mid-stage of the 9th grade. Moreover, as he had absorbed the power of the guards, which belonged to the same realm of vitality and martial arts, the energy compatibility was remarkably high, allowing for an exceptionally smooth process of absorption and transformation. He could even distinctly sense that with each increment of strength, his awareness of the surrounding environment sharpened. The suppressed breaths of the guards outside, the careful footsteps of maidservants in the distance, and even the subtle whispers of the night breeze wafting through the courtyard all resonated clearly in his ears. The sense of control brought forth by this enhancement of power was utterly intoxicating. Yet, Xiao Jin did not succumb to this allure. He calmly assessed the current situation. The death of Qianxin would undoubtedly provoke a deeper suspicion and a more rigorous investigation from Xiao Hongyuan. Although he had executed his plan with near perfection, self-inflicted harm leading to the opponent's sudden demise, Xiao Hongyuan's inherent suspicion would never allow him to easily accept the conclusion of death by fright. The forthcoming period would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, necessitating heightened caution and prudence. Concealment. He would simultaneously digest his newfound power, solidify his realm, and await the turbulence to subside, all while secretly observing and seeking his next prey. He focused his mental energy and directed it towards the corner of his vision where the rankings were displayed. World Battle Power Rankings. In 01, Xiao Jin, in golden font, as steady as Mount Tai. In 099, Poisonous Hand Beggar, newly listed. In 0100, vacant. Qianxin's name has vanished. The vacancy at the bottom of the list signified that a new pinnacle 9th grade or 8th grade warrior would soon rise to fill the gap. For him, this represented both a risk and an opportunity. Time flowed amidst a tense atmosphere. In the following days, the Wang residence appeared outwardly tranquil, yet it was rife with undercurrents. The spies dispatched by Xiao Hongyuan had thoroughly unearthed Qianxin's background and intensified their surveillance of the young master's chamber, even sending another physician for a follow-up examination. The outcome remained unchanged. Severe injuries persisted, requiring further rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin flawlessly portrayed himself as a grievously wounded individual, oscillating between moments of lucidity and slumber, dedicating all his energy to refining his battle power and familiarizing himself with his newfound strength. During this period, Yun Zhao did not make another appearance, and the jade pendant lay quietly in his embrace, as though the conversation at the corner tower last night had been but a fleeting dream. Yet, Xiao Jin understood that the warning was genuine, and the immense shadow lurking behind it was equally real. On the 5th night, in the stillness of the palace, Xiao Jin sat cross-legged, his vital energy coursing through him like a relentless river, emitting a faint humming sound. The 4,700 points of battle strength had been thoroughly refined and absorbed, rendering the barrier to the mid-stage of the 9th rank as delicate as a cicada's wing. With a single thought, he decisively channeled the surging vital energy, launching a final assault against that barrier. Boom! It felt as though spring ice had shattered, and a more formidable sense of power surged through his entire being. The cyclone within his dantian expanded, operating with greater fluidity, and the vitality became even more concentrated and pure. Realm Breakthrough. Mid-stage 9th rank warrior. Battle strength. 4,710,000. 5,000 10,000. Due to Realm Breakthrough. Foundational enhancement. Range of vitality perception expanded. Control precision enhanced. 5,000. He had officially stepped into the mid-stage of the 9th rank. The elevation of his strength brought not merely power, but also a surge of confidence. However, just as he had broken through, with his breath still unsettled, an almost imperceptible sensation of being watched enveloped him, akin to a serpent's tongue quietly caressing his skin. It was not the guard stationed outside. This feeling of scrutiny was far more concealed, imbued with a chilling, unmasked malice. Someone had infiltrated, and it was a master. Xiao Jin's heart rang with alarm. Instantly, he suppressed all traces of his recent breakthrough, allowing his body to weaken, collapsing onto the bed, his breath turning heavy and erratic, as if he were still gravely injured. At the same time, he heightened his mental perception to its utmost, frantically searching for the source of that gaze. The candlelight in the chamber flickered slightly. A shadowy figure, almost completely merged with the darkness, appeared silently by his bedside, like a wraith. The intruder was cloaked in a dark outfit, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes that coldly scanned the unconscious Xiao Jin. In their hand was a blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a ghostly blue sheen, poised to silently pierce his throat. Swift, accurate, ruthless. There was not a hint of superfluous movement, purely intent on slaughter. This was an assassin sent by Xiao Honyuan. He could no longer restrain himself, and had unleashed the true power hidden in the shadows. This individual was far stronger than Qian San, at least a peak 8th rank, perhaps even a 7th rank. Moreover, they were exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination. This strike was cunning and vicious, exploiting the moment of Xiao Jin's recent breakthrough, when his breath was unstable, if he was disguised, or targeting an injured individual, if he was not disguised, rendering it a lethal attack. There was no way to evade. Just as the poison blade was about to pierce his throat, crack, a sound, faint yet crisp. It was not the sound of a blade entering flesh, but rather that of the standard waist token belonging to Qian San, which Xiao Jin had been clutching beneath the covers, shattered by his sudden exertion of hidden strength. Simultaneously, Vitality Critical Strike, fully unleashed, but not directed at the assassin. Rather, it was a reverse impact on his own meridians. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth with even greater ferocity than before, nearly splattering against the canopy of the bed. His body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, reduced to an almost imperceptible whisper. This sudden, unexpectedly severe reaction to his injuries caused a momentary and almost imperceptible hesitation in the assassin's movements. Now was the moment. In the instant of blood spewing and convulsing, creating the utmost commotion, Xiao Jin's mental force pierced through the brief pause like a sharpened needle, striking at the assassin's psyche. It was not an attack, but rather the transmission of an intensely powerful, near-death thought, a vague indication of an ambush. The third prince's men. The assassin's pupils constricted sharply. His movements came to a complete halt. An ambush? The third prince? He had received orders to eliminate the heir, but had never anticipated the presence of a third party, let alone one involving the third prince. Just as his mind was overwhelmed by this unexpected information. Target lock. Anonymous assassin, combat power approximately peak, grade 8. Status, mind disturbed. Momentary gap in killing intent. Devour command confirmed. Xiao Jin awaited this very opportunity. Devouring did not require the opponent to be completely devoid of resistance. It merely needed a lapse in their mental focus, reducing their defenses to a minimum. An energy far more substantial, pure, and laden with a chilling murderous intent surged into Xiao Jin's body from the assassin, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Devour successful. Gain combat power, 2,500 points. Current combat power, 5,100, 00, 7500, 10,000. Warning, target has become alert. Extreme danger. The assassin let out a muffled groan, his eyes flashing with immense shock and disbelief. He felt the power of his hard-earned vitality drain away in an instant. An indescribable sense of weakness washed over him. Although he did not comprehend what had transpired, his instinct for survival compelled him to retreat immediately. Like a startled owl, he vanished in the blink of an eye, crashing through the window and disappearing into the vast night, scarcely pausing to ascertain whether his target still lived. Inside the chamber remained only the thick scent of blood and an eerie silence. Outside, the guards, alerted by the commotion, burst in, only to find the bed drenched in blood and the heir lying unconscious, breath faint. Chaos ensued once more. Meanwhile, lying in the pool of blood, Xiao Jin fervently guided the newly absorbed 2,500 points of combat power to mend the severe meridian damage he had inflicted upon himself, all the while reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his strength skyrocketing. 7,500 points. Peak grade 9. Just one step away from entering the grade 8 realm. He slowly opened a slit in his eyes, gazing in the direction where the assassin had vanished, a silent, blood-stained, frenzied, and icy smile spreading across his lips. The second one. Moreover, he had conveniently prepared a grand gift for that dear third brother. This murky water had finally been thoroughly muddied. Chapter 10. The threshold of grade 8. The chamber was once again permeated with an overwhelming, inescapable stench of blood, even more pungent than during the previous incident with Qian San. The royal physician and maidservants rushed in and out, their faces betraying an unmistakable blend of terror and exhaustion. The injuries sustained by the heir appear to have worsened, his breath so faint it is nearly imperceptible. Administering medicine has become exceedingly difficult. Xiao Honyuan stands beneath the corridor outside the palace, his expression dark enough to drip water, listening to his trusted subordinate report that the assassin returned gravely wounded. Incoherently mentioning ambushes and the third prince's news, a tempest of doubt and fury churns within him, threatening to erupt. Another failure. Another subordinate lost. This time, it is even one he had secretly trained, a peak 8th grade assassin. How could he return in such a state of severe injury, his powers greatly diminished? What he has received remains the dire news of the heir's critical condition, alongside a more perplexing lead regarding the third prince's ambush. How is this possible? A lunatic of no worth could not possibly cause elite fighters nearing the 8th grade to falter not once, but twice. Could it be that the third prince's men are indeed protecting him from the shadows? Or is this merely a carefully orchestrated play by the third prince himself, aimed at framing him and exacerbating the conflict? Countless thoughts collide in Xiao Hongyuan's mind, giving him a splitting headache. He realizes he has become ensnared in a vast fog. The situation he once believed he controlled is spiraling further out of control. Investigate. I command you to investigate thoroughly. He nearly bellows his orders, his voice hoarse. Keep a close watch on the third prince. Also, double the personnel at the heiress residence. Not a single fly shall be allowed to enter. He can no longer act impulsively, at least until the bizarre ambush and the peculiarities hidden within the heiress residence are clarified. He cannot risk sending his own men to their demise. Within the palace, the clamor gradually recedes once more. Xiao Jin lies on a bed soaked in blood, eyes closed in deep concentration, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation within. 7,500 points of combat power, most of which is derived from the pure energy of the peak 8th grade assassin. This force is far more refined than Qian San's vitality, imbued with a chilling, murderous quality. The process of absorption and refinement is arduous and painful. Yet, through sheer willpower and a modicum of guidance from the system, he forcibly suppresses and tames this ferocious energy, repeatedly cleansing his meridians and dantian as if forging fine steel. The barrier of peak 9th grade has long been shattered. His goal is to ascend to the higher realm of 8th grade martial artists. The power of qi and blood no longer suffices to flow merely through his meridians. It begins to seek deeper penetration into the intricate networks of his limbs and bones, attempting to resonate at a profound level with his skeletal and facial structures. This is the key to entering the 8th grade, refining the body to the minutiae, with qi and blood like mercury. The process is slow and excruciating. Each impact upon the delicate networks feels akin to being pierced by steel needles, the pain far exceeding previous trials. However, Xiao Jin's resolve has been tempered like iron through countless brushes with death and suffering. He guides the surging power, akin to the most patient artisan, meticulously expanding those obstructed, tiny pathways. Uncertain how much time has passed, as dawn breaks outside the window, a faint resonation seems to echo within him. His entire being's qi and blood suddenly coalesces, then begins to circulate in a manner more profound and substantial. The pace seemingly slowed, yet the power contained within each thread of qi and blood has doubled. A faint, ancient bronze sheen briefly glimmered upon the surface of the skin, only to swiftly recede. An 8th rank martial artist. It has been achieved. Breakthrough. 8th rank martial artist. Initial stage. Combat power. 7,500 to 10,000. 8,000 to 10,000. Due to the breakthrough, foundational enhancement. Physical constitution significantly strengthened. Vitality akin to mercury, initially possessing the attributes of bronze skin, providing a degree of resistance against ordinary blades and swords. Talent unlocked. Soul rebound. Beginner. Effect. capable of rebounding a certain degree of probing into one's soul consciousness, as well as methods of impact or confusion, with the rebound intensity correlated to one's own mental strength and the potency of the opponent's techniques. A sense of power, far surpassing that of the ninth rank period, surged throughout his being. This was not merely a quantitative increase, but a remarkable qualitative leap. The strength of his body, the quality of his vitality, and the acuity of his senses had all ascended to a significantly higher echelon. More importantly, he had acquired a second talent, soul rebound. This undoubtedly served as a tremendous safeguard against any potential soul techniques employed by cultivators or certain peculiar methods of inquiry. With 8,000 combat points remaining, only 2,000 points stood between him and the maximum of 10,000. At this pace, it would not be long before he could return to his former starting point, perhaps even surpass it. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within his bones. His eyes ablaze with fervent determination. The rapid enhancement of his capabilities instilled an unparalleled confidence and a more intense desire for the hunt. He once again cast his gaze upon the system leaderboard. World Combat Power Rankings. Number 1. Xiao Jin, Gold, still steadfast. Number 98. Hu Tai, the Stone Shatterer, newly ranked. Number 99. Poisonous Hand Beggar. Number 100. Ghost Shadow, Mo Chi, newly ranked. The bottom of the leaderboard was once more filled. The names of Chen San and that assassin had vanished, replaced by two new names. Those who made it onto the list were undoubtedly formidable. His gaze lingered between Hu Tai at number 98 and Mo Chi at number 100. Hu Tai, by the sound of his title, likely belonged to a fierce and vigorous style, possibly serving among the guards of the royal mansion. Mo Chi, with the moniker of Ghost Shadow, presumably excelled in stealth and speed, perhaps another hidden pawn under Xiao Hongyuan's command? Whom to choose? Just as he pondered, the faint voices of two guards changing shifts drifted from outside the hall, carried by the gentle morning breeze, clearly captured by his enhanced hearing. Did you hear? Last night, not only on the young masteress side, but there was also an incident over at the Western Garden storeroom. Hush! Keep your voice down. It seems a thief broke in and made off with several bottles of the Lord's treasured Blazing Sun wine. Blazing Sun wine. That stuff is notoriously potent. Wouldn't an ordinary person explode upon consuming it? What kind of thief would be so reckless? Who knows? The Lord has ordered a thorough investigation, but it seems to have been kept quiet. Blazing Sun wine. A flicker of realization ignited within Xiao Jin. According to the former owner's memories, it was a potent liquor brewed from a rare sun attribute spirit fruit combined with various nourishing herbs, known for its fierce and overwhelming properties. Typically, it was bestowed upon guards who cultivated robust martial arts, aiding them in overcoming formidable challenges, something an ordinary person could not possibly endure. It was lost. At such a critical juncture, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. It appears that the enigmatic figure, Hu Tai, known for his skill in cracking stone tablets, is likely the mastermind behind the theft. His urgent need for the Blazing Sun liquor suggests he has reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, necessitating external assistance. Furthermore, Hu Tai is most probably within the confines of the royal palace. The target has been identified. Xiao Jin licked his lips, akin to a hunter who has caught a whiff of his prey. As he contemplated his approach towards Hu Tai, the jade pendant nestled in his bosom, which had remained still, suddenly emitted a faint warmth without warning. Though it reverted to its icy coolness in an instant, Xiao Jin felt it distinctly. Was Yun Zhao's jade pendant reacting? Was it a warning, or was she in close proximity? Almost simultaneously, the system interface flickered momentarily. Detected weak soul mark fluctuation, auto-shielded by the talent, soul rebound. Source: unknown, marking technique concealed, suspected of long-term infiltration. Someone had left a soul mark on him? When did this occur? Was it the assassin from last night, or an earlier encounter? A chill swept through Xiao Jin's heart. Indeed, he could not afford to underestimate any adversary. Had he not just broken through to the 8th rank and unlocked soul rebound, he might have remained oblivious to this mark. This mark was akin to an invisible eye, poised to reveal his true state and actions at any moment. It must be dealt with expeditiously. He immediately focused his mind, channeling the viscous, mercury-like vital energy in conjunction with the newly acquired soul rebound talent, meticulously searching his entire body. Soon, he discovered an exceedingly faint energy point near the shoulder well of his right arm, which was almost indistinguishable from his own vital essence. There it was. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes, and with a force akin to a millstone, he swiftly crushed the energy point with his vital force. A minuscule sound, barely audible to anyone but himself, resonated as that alien soul mark was obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Potential tracking mark has been cleared. The threat had been neutralized. Yet, Xiao Jin's spirits remained unyielding. The emergence of the mark signified that he might have long been targeted by a more covert enemy. A storm appeared to be gathering with increasing velocity. He cast a glance out the window at the gradually brightening sky and sensed the now cool jade pendant in his possession. He needed to elevate his strength more swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he refocused his sights on Hu Tai, the stone-cracking expert, and the stolen blazing sun liquor. The hunt was about to commence once more. This time, he would enter the tumultuous undercurrent as an 8th-rank martial artist. Chapter 11. The initial trial of Copper Skin. The dawn had thoroughly dispelled the night. Yet the heavy atmosphere surrounding the young lord's quarters remained unyielding. The additional guards stood resolutely like nails at every corner, their sharp gazes scanning for any signs of movement. The air taut to the brink of rupture. Within the chamber, Xiao Jin gradually concluded his cultivation, solidifying his early 8th-rank realm. The power derived from his 8,000 combat strength surged within him, dense and weighty, far surpassing his previous capabilities. The Copper Skin trait lent his skin a faint metallic sheen, rendering it exceedingly difficult for ordinary blades to inflict harm. He meticulously reflected on the process of dismantling that soul mark. The technique was exceptionally concealed and sophisticated. Had it not been for the timely unlocking of the soul rebound talent, he would have remained entirely unaware. This is certainly beyond the capabilities of the warriors under Xiao Hanyuan. It is more likely the handiwork of the shadowy figure warned of by Yun Zhao. He has attracted the attention of a far more perilous adversary. This sensation prickles like a thorn in his back, yet it also stirs the primal ferocity and urgency within him. He must act with greater swiftness and strength. His gaze once again falls upon the name of No. 98 on the system leaderboard, Liebei Shou Hu Tai. Xiao Jin murmurs to himself, the glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. Hu Tai is in dire need of this item for his breakthrough. It serves as the perfect bait. How to cast this bait? He cannot reveal himself directly, nor can he allow anyone to associate the theft of the Fiery Sun liquor with his severely injured state. After a moment of contemplation, a plan gradually takes shape. He requires a suitable intermediary, someone who also desires the Fiery Sun liquor but is timid and easily manipulated. He sifts through fragmented memories of the original owner until a name surfaces, Wang Lao Lu. He is a small purchasing overseer in the Wang residence's kitchen. His cultivation stalling at the peak of the 9th rank for many years, harboring dreams of breaking through to the 8th rank and transforming his fate. He possesses a modicum of cleverness but lacks courage, driven by petty greed. He is the one. Xiao Jin stealthily rises from his bed and approaches the writing desk. Though the original owner's space has long been neglected, basic writing supplies remain. He grinds the ink and prepares the paper. Employing the precise muscle control he honed as a special forces soldier to mimic a rough, hurried script that starkly contrasts with his own handwriting. He swiftly composes a note with simple content: to acquire the Fiery Sun liquor, tonight at the hour of the rat, in the abandoned pill chamber. It bears no signature, nor any superfluous information. After carefully folding the note, he conceals it within his sleeve. Next, he must devise a way to deliver the note to Wang Lao Lu without arousing suspicion. The opportunity presents itself in the afternoon. Several maidservants enter with medicinal dishes and fresh water to assist the severely wounded heir with his ablutions and medication. Xiao Jin continues to feign a state of semi-consciousness. When one of the maidservants attempts to wipe his arm, he inadvertently swings his arm with sudden force. Splash! The basin of water perched on the small table beside the bed tips over, dousing the floor and splattering the maidservants in the process. "Ah!" the maidservants exclaim, retreating in surprise, their hands flustered as they scramble to clean up. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Jin's fingers, akin to a specter, deftly slide the folded note into the inner compartment of a maidservant's token pouch, used for entering and exiting the kitchen. The motion is so swift that it eludes the naked eye. The maidservant remains oblivious, focused solely on drying herself off. "Useless fools, get out of my sight." Xiao Jin seizes the moment to feign anger, muttering incoherently and shooing the maidservants away. The first step of the plan is accomplished. When that maidservant returns to the kitchen to hand back the token, Wang Lao Lu, as the purchasing overseer, is likely to encounter the token. If he pays even a modicum of attention, he will discover the note. All that remains is to wait. Wait for the fish to bite. Wait for the night to descend. Time drags on in this anticipation. Most of the time, Xiao Jin focuses intently on his cultivation, solidifying his 8th rank realm, familiarizing himself with the properties of Copper Skin and the talent of Soul Recoil, while simultaneously stretching his mental perception to its limits. Monitoring any unusual activity beyond the palace doors, Xiao Hanyuan indeed intensified his surveillance. However, the individuals he dispatched seemed more focused on preventing external incursions. diverting much of their energy from the suspicions surrounding the Crown Prince's serious injuries, as they were momentarily distracted by the clues laid by the third prince. As dusk descended, a faint commotion arose outside the palace, suggesting a change of guards, mingled with the somewhat sycophantic and anxious voice of Wang Laolu, seemingly urging the replenishment of medicinal supplies. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Xiao Jin's lips. The bait appeared to be effective. Wang Laolu had indeed discovered the note and could no longer contain his impatience. The hour of the rat approached swiftly, plunging the Wang residence once more into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of the night watch. Xiao Jin stealthily slipped into the secret passage, once again resembling a specter of the night, making his way towards the abandoned alchemy room located in the northwest corner of the estate. Long forsaken, the alchemy room was seldom frequented, containing only a few derelict furnaces and remnants, making it an ideal venue for clandestine transactions. He arrived early, concealing himself behind a massive, cracked alchemical furnace, suppressing his presence to the utmost, akin to a lifeless stone. Before long, a short, rotund figure, resembling a frightened rodent, stealthily entered, frequently glancing back in anxiety. It was indeed Wang Laolu. He paced nervously in the center of the alchemy room, rubbing his hands together, muttering words of both anticipation and dread. After a while, another figure, tall and robust, with a steady gait, appeared at the entrance, blocking the moonlight. This man, clad in formidable attire, possessed exceptionally strong arms, with large knuckles covered in calluses. He was none other than Hu Tai, renowned for his formidable palm strikes. Hu Tai's keen gaze scanned the alchemy room before finally landing on Wang Laolu, his voice deep. "Did you send the message? Where's the wine?" Wang Laolu trembled in fear, hastily gesturing. "And no, it is not me, Master Hu. I too received the note." He frantically produced the piece of paper. Hu Tai snatched the note, glancing at it with a furrowed brow, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. "Hidden intentions? Are you playing me?" He seized Wang Laolu by the collar, lifting him off the ground, exuding a murderous aura. Wang Laolu, terrified beyond measure, flailed his legs. "Master Hu, spare me. I truly know nothing." Xiao Jin, lurking in the shadows, recognized it was time for his appearance. He deliberately created a slight noise, as if having kicked a shard of broken tile. Hu Tai spun around abruptly, his gaze like lightning, directed toward the furnace, simultaneously casting the terrified Wang Laolu aside. Xiao Jin emerged from the shadows, still clad in the oversized robes of the Crown Prince, his face obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of profound eyes. He altered his gait and aura, rendering it difficult for anyone to easily associate him with the lunatic Crown Prince. "The wine is with me," Xiao Jin intoned in a low, gravelly voice, producing a small jade vial from his bosom, its mouth sealed yet exuding a faint, overpowering medicinal potency. This was a concoction he had secretly refined from a plethora of restorative herbs sent by the royal physician, simulating the essence of the legendary Sunfire wine. Although its effects were far inferior to the genuine article, its domineering aura was strikingly authentic. Hu Tai's gaze was instantly captivated by the jade vial, feeling the familiar, intense medicinal power. His doubts dissipated significantly, replaced by greed and urgency. "Give it to me. What do you desire?" Xiao Jin asked, shaking the jade vial. "What do you want?" Hu Tai inquired warily. The cultivation method of the cracking stone palm, the first 3 layers, Xiao Jin had long decided on his demand. The technique itself held little value for him, yet it served as a means to gain Hu Tai's trust and to lower his guard. A mysterious individual coveting his technique was far more plausible than an unprovoked benefactor bearing wine. Hu Tai paused momentarily, and then a sinister smile crept across his face. "So you wish to covet my technique? With someone like you, who only peeks from the shadows. Hand over the wine." Clearly, he regarded this mysterious figure, whose aura seemed to only possess the 9th rank, as Xiao Jin deliberately suppressed it, with disdain. He took a bold step forward, his palm, large as a fan, reaching for the jade vial. Just as his hand was about to touch the vial, a cold glint shot forth from Xiao Jin's eyes. Now was the moment. Qi and blood strike. The overwhelming vitality of an early-stage 8th rank erupted instantly, but rather than projecting outward, it surged inward once more. With a cough, he spat blood for the 3rd time, staggering backward, the jade vial slipping from his grasp and flying toward Hu Tai. Hu Tai was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, instinctively catching the jade vial. Before he could react, a sensation, indescribable and akin to having his very soul torn asunder, washed over him. The vigorous vitality he had cultivated for years poured forth like a dam burst. Target locked. Hu Tai, power ranking no. 98. Status, Contact with an object infused with the host's vitality, pseudo-scorching sun wine. Mental state compromised due to sudden changes. Devour command confirmed. Xiao Jin had been waiting for this opportunity. He had quietly affixed a trace of his own vitality to the jade vial. The moment Hu Tai made contact with the vial was when a gap appeared in his mental defenses. Devouring successful. Acquired power value, 1,500 points. Current power value, 8,100, 00, 9500, 10,000. Warning, target possesses vigorous vitality. Backlash is significant. With a roar, Hu Tai spewed forth a torrent of boiling blood. Feeling as though his body had been hollowed out, both astonished and enraged. What have you done to me? Despite being a formidable 8th rank adept, he had not collapsed immediately from the grievous injury. Instead, it stirred his ferocity. With a furious shout, he gathered the last remnants of his vitality. His massive palm turning crimson, imbued with the terrifying might to shatter stone, crashing down towards the seemingly injured Xiao Jin. Cracking stone palm. If this blow landed, even rock would be pulverized. However, in the face of this unparalleled might, the seemingly weakened Xiao Jin suddenly raised his head. A frigid curve gracing the corner of his mouth beneath the black cloth. He did not evade. Rather, he slightly turned to the side. Bracing himself with his newly acquired bronze skin, characteristic on his right shoulder, resolutely meeting the blow. At the same time, he covertly circulated his vitality, shielding the meridians in his shoulder. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the ruined alchemy chamber. The shockwave surged, stirring up clouds of dust. Hu Tai felt as though his palm had struck a piece of meticulously forged bronze. The recoil sent a tremor through his arm, causing his blood to surge violently. Meanwhile, his opponent merely suffered a torn garment at the shoulder, revealing a bronze-hued skin that was slightly indented yet unbroken. After a slight sway, he regained his balance. What? Bronze skin? Hu Tai was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. How could someone with the aura of a 9th-tier practitioner possess the bronze skin that was only attainable by those of the 8th tier? In that moment of shock, Xiao Jin moved. Like a specter, he closed in, his fingers poised like blades, channeling a terrifying battle force of 9,500 points. Precisely striking the acupoint on Hu Tai's chest that was left exposed due to his astonishment. With a soft thud, his finger penetrated through. Hu Tai's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he glanced down at his chest, before collapsing limply, his breath extinguished in an instant. The third, Xiao Jin gradually withdrew his finger, feeling the surge of power within him and the slight numbness in his right shoulder. 9,500 points. Only 500 points remained to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The defense of the bronze skin had indeed lived up to his expectations. He cast a glance at Hu Tai's lifeless body and Wang Lao Lu, who had fainted from fear, swiftly arranging the scene to create the illusion that the two had perished in a mutual slaughter over a failed transaction. Then carefully placed the bottle of counterfeit sunlight wine in Hu Tai's hand. Once all was accomplished, he melded back into the darkness as silently as he had arrived. Returning to his chamber. Outside the hall, the guards remained vigilant. Inside, the heir, who had just endured a fierce battle, lay weakly on the bed, as if he had never left. Only the battle strength displayed on the system interface, now elevated to 9,500 points, silently narrated the truth of that night. A storm was brewing, and his power was on the verge of overflowing. Chapter 12. Return to mundanity. The aftermath of the conflict at the alchemy room was discovered shortly after dawn, casting a heavy stone into the depths of the Wang residence once again. The notorious Hu Tai and the kitchen overseer Wang Lao Lu both lay dead. The scene marked by signs of a fierce struggle and that conspicuous bottle of sunlight wine. All evidence seemed to point towards a black market confrontation triggered by a clandestine transaction of the sunlight wine. When the news reached Xiao Hongyuan's ears, he was partaking in breakfast. With a crash, a priceless jade bowl was violently hurled to the ground, shards and kanji scattering widely. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Xiao Hongyuan's forehead throbbed with veins, his chest heaving violently, as he could no longer maintain his facade of elegance. One misfortune after another. And those who perished were his subordinates with significant potential or those in crucial positions. Qian San, the assassin from the Dark Guard, and now Hu Tai. Each death was suspicious, each scene seemingly rational, yet imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. What troubled him further was that the stolen bottle of sunlight wine had mysteriously appeared at the scene. What did this signify? Was Hu Tai the thief? Then why had he met his demise there? What role had Wang Lao Lu played? The earlier clues surrounding the third prince's ambush tangled like a chaotic web in his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. He felt as though he were ensnared in an invisible web, with every struggle tightening its grip. He abruptly cast his gaze towards the prince's quarters. his eyes betraying unmasked malice and trepidation. It must be that wretched creature's doing. It has to be him, although devoid of any tangible evidence. And despite the illogicality of a worthless fool orchestrating such events, Xiao Hongyuan's instinct screamed, directing all suspicion towards that seemingly innocuous mad prince. There was no time to wait, no room for further probing. He must ascertain the truth in the most absolute and unmistakable manner. If he were merely pretending, then he would be forced to reveal his true nature. If he truly were incapacitated, then let him suffer grievously. Go, Xiao Hongyuan, his voice hoarse, commanded his confidant. Clutching my token, to seek out the ghost doctor and summon him at once, stating that this prince required his services for the prince's ailment. The confidant trembled slightly at the words, fear flashing in his eyes, yet he dared not question further, promptly departing to fulfill the command. The ghost doctor. The prince actually intends to call upon that ancient enigma. Inside the palace, Xiao Jin was immersed in the exhilarating surge of rapidly enhancing power. A combat strength of 9,500. A torrent of vitality surged ceaselessly within him. His meridians expanded several-fold, and his blood flowed like quicksilver, imbued with a profound sense of strength. The copper-skin trait, nourished by this vitality, became increasingly pronounced, with a metallic sheen subtly shimmering beneath his skin. He was a mere 500 points away from reaching the coveted 10,000 point threshold. He could even sense an invisible, more formidable barrier standing before him, the gateway to the innate realm. Moreover, the soul rebound talent became increasingly adept as his mental prowess grew, like an ethereal shield erected around his consciousness. Just as he exerted his utmost to channel his vitality, striving to break through the final barrier, an unusual commotion erupted outside the hall, accompanied by an exceedingly discomforting, cold, and damp aura. A sharp, sinister voice pierced through the guard's attempts to obstruct. The prince has decreed that the ghost doctor shall treat the prince. Do you dare to impede? The mention of the ghost doctor sent a shiver through Xiao Jin. Fragments of memories regarding this name swiftly surfaced. Mu Qinghao, a capricious elder, both righteous and wicked, whose medical prowess was almost divine, and whose mastery of poison was unparalleled. He lingered around the 90th rank on the strength leaderboard, known for his unpredictable tactics, earning the moniker of the Ghost Doctor. He was not directly under Xiao Hongyuan's command, yet seemed to owe him a significant favor, occasionally lending his expertise. Xiao Hongyuan had actually summoned him. This was clearly the final and most ruthless test. If it were an ordinary physician, Xiao Jin would possess absolute confidence in deceiving them. Yet the Ghost Doctor was no ordinary adversary. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Xiao Jin's mind. Should he resist? The risk was far too great, as the other was a master of poison, impossible to guard against. Should he continue to feign severe injury? It would likely be difficult to deceive such an ancient creature. A bold strategy was imperative. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes as he made his decision. Not only must he refrain from resistance, but he must also cooperate. Furthermore, he must seize this opportunity to complete the final act of devouring. He swiftly adjusted his vital energy, striving to contain the staggering battle prowess of 9,500 points, simulating the appearance of severed meridians and depleted vitality. Simultaneously, he discreetly clasped the jade pendant in his palm, infusing it with a nearly imperceptible chill of energy, placing it in a delicate state of potential activation. Having accomplished this, he once again slumped onto the bed, his breath growing even fainter than before, as if he were on the brink of extinguishing his last spark of life. The palace door was abruptly thrust open. An emaciated old man clad in a gray long robe entered, leaning on a peculiar serpent-headed cane. His visage was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that glimmered with an unsettling intensity. Sweeping across the chamber like a venomous serpent, ultimately settling upon the figure of Xiao Jin on the bed. Behind him trailed a visibly anxious confidant of the royal residence, and a guard who dared not intervene. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of death. The ghostly physician, Mu Qinghao, sniffed, his voice raspy and unappealing. He approached the bedside with deliberate steps, unceremoniously seizing Xiao Jin's wrist. His bony fingers touched the pulse point, and an icy, piercing energy, infused with an unusual vitality, surged into Xiao Jin's body in an instant. This energy was insidiously clever, akin to countless tiny venomous insects, frantically burrowing into the depths of the meridians to uncover the true state of affairs. Xiao Jin exerted every ounce of his ability in soul recoil, striving to maintain clarity of mind, while simultaneously suppressing his own vital energy, allowing that chilling energy to rampage within him, simulating the various reactions one would expect from grievous injuries. Mu Qinghao's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The pulse indicated that this young man indeed suffered from severe meridian damage, his vitality utterly depleted. With internal organs marred by hidden injuries, he appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet, why did it feel as though something was amiss? Beneath the profound ruins of his meridians, there seemed to lurk an exceedingly faint, elusive resilience. It appears the prince has been overly concerned. Mu Qinghao released his grip and rasped. Indeed, he is finished. He has but a few days left. The confidant of the royal residence breathed a slight sigh of relief at these words. However, Mu Qinghao's tone shifted, a glimmer of cruel interest flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, since I am here, I shall extend a modicum of mercy and administer a few needles to prolong his life, easing the prince's worries for a few more days. With that, he withdrew a cloth pouch from his sleeve, unfolding it to reveal a multitude of silver needles of varying lengths, many of which shimmered with eerie shades of bluish and green hues. He extracted the longest and thickest needle, glimmering with a ghastly green light. Aiming it at the Baihui acupoint atop Xiaojin's head, preparing to plunge it down. Should this needle pierce true, the potent poison would instantly invade the very marrow of his brain. Not even a celestial being could save him. This was not an act of salvation, but rather a final, lethal probe. If Xiaojin were merely feigning, he would have no hope of withstanding such a strike. In that critical moment, the jade pendant clutched within Xiaojin's palm suddenly erupted without warning, unleashing an extraordinarily faint yet pure chill, racing up his arm and surging towards the Baihui acupoint. Simultaneously, he covertly directed his 9,500 points of battle prowess to simulate a final instinctive response to the impending lethal threat. A hum resonated, as a faint glow, intermingled with blood and frost, abruptly manifested on the surface of his body. The entire body convulsed violently, emitting a death rattle from the throat, as it seemed on the brink of losing consciousness. This sudden, chilling death response caused Mu Qinghao to momentarily halt his actions. A glimmer of uncertainty erupted in his deep-set eyes. This pure and peculiar chill was certainly not something the useless air could possess. It resembled the activation of a life-preserving barrier imbued with extreme cold attributes. Could it be that this young man harbored some hidden secret? Or perhaps a skilled expert had left a contingency within him? At that very moment, as his mind was captivated by this unexpected revelation, Xiaojin seized the opportunity he had been waiting for. Target locked. Mu Qinghao, combat power ranking no. 91. Status. Mind distracted by the unusual chill, momentarily bewildered in inquiry. Devour command confirmed. This time, the act of devouring was silent, yet perilous. The target was the ghostly physician, renowned for his expertise in toxins and spiritual power. A massive, cold energy, infused with various toxic properties and pure soul strength, surged into Xiaojin's body like the waters of a breached river from the underworld. Devour successful. Combat power acquired. 600 points. Current combat power, 950, 010. 0001, 010, 010, 000. Warning, target's energy contains deadly toxins and foreign soul power. Immediate refinement required. Warning, combat power is at maximum capacity. Commencing breakthrough of innate barriers. 10,100 points. Maxed out, even overflowing. The unimaginable torrent of power instantly filled Xiaojin's meridians and Dantian. The sturdy innate barrier trembled violently. Simultaneously, the ingested toxins and foreign soul power began to retaliate fiercely, causing his complexion to turn a mottled blue and purple. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the faint glow enveloping him became chaotic. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of black-purple toxic blood. His breath turned exceedingly erratic, as if he were about to explode at any moment. To outsiders, this scene appeared as though the ghostly physician's poisoned needle had yet to strike, and the air's bizarre life-preserving barrier had clashed with the lingering toxins from his old injuries, triggering a catastrophic reaction that threatened immediate demise. Mu Qinghao was caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, observing Xiaojin's ghastly complexion and the toxic blood he spewed. Feeling the chaotic and volatile aura teetering on the brink of collapse, his previous doubts evaporated entirely. This was not an act. He truly was a useless waste on the verge of death. Moreover, there was a troublesome barrier at play. Instantly, all interest waned, and fearing the trouble might taint him, he swiftly withdrew his poison needle, took 2 steps back, and grimaced in disdain. What bad luck. Indeed, he is beyond saving. Prepare for the aftermath. Having spoken, he cast not another glance, leaning on his cane, and hastily exited the chamber, as though fearing that lingering too long might invite misfortune. The trusted confidant of the royal household, pale with fright, glanced at the air on the bed, whose breath was shallow and reeking of death, and dared not linger. Hurriedly following the ghostly physician out. Inside the chamber, Only Xiao Jin remained. He lay on the bed, his body writhing violently, his complexion oscillating between blue and purple, as if enduring the most excruciating torment imaginable. Within his body, three forces were clashing violently: the newly consumed venom and the alien soul, the original vitality of 9,500 points, and the immense energy brought forth by a recent breakthrough, all striving to breach the innate barrier. A crisis, an unprecedented crisis. Yet, amidst this agonizing turmoil and peril, Xiao Jin's gaze shone with a terrifying brilliance, filled with madness and determination. An opportunity. This was also an exceptional moment for transcending the innate and undergoing a complete metamorphosis. He gritted his teeth, channeling the full 100 points of vitality, as if riding a raging dragon, simultaneously suppressing and refining the venom and alien soul while launching a final, unyielding assault against the formidable innate barrier. Success would mean leaping through the dragon gate, liberating himself from his frail existence. Failure would result in an explosive demise, an irretrievable end. Chapter 13. Innate Metamorphosis Pain. It transcended any previous agony experienced during the process of devouring and backlash, akin to millions of searing steel needles piercing through every inch of his meridians, every bone, and even every thought. Xiao Jin's consciousness floated amidst an ocean of unbearable suffering, on the brink of total disintegration. On one side was the sinister, corrosive venom of the ghostly physician, intertwined with the fiercely destructive alien energy and cunning soul power, akin to maggots gnawing at his bones, wreaking havoc. On the other, the overwhelming vitality from his recent breakthrough, poised to explode from lack of release. The two forces clashed furiously within him, annihilating one another, turning his body into a battleground, threatening to tear him apart. The shadow of death loomed heavier than ever. Yet, in this extreme agony and at the precipice of destruction, the indomitable will of a modern warrior and the innate ferocity within him surged to their zenith. He could not perish. Vengeance remained unfulfilled. The game was yet to be won. How could he die here? Refine for me. He roared silently from the depths of his soul, his remaining consciousness clinging tenaciously to the last vestige of clarity, fervently operating the primal devouring and refining power bestowed by the system. Warning. Energy conflict exceeds critical threshold. Warning. Physical body is on the verge of collapse. Force guidance. All energy to impact the innate barrier. Wash and refine the alien energy with the power of breakthrough. The system interface flickered wildly, issuing its final warnings and directives. Burn the boats. Succeed or perish. Xiao Jin relinquished all restraint and guidance, directing all his spirit and will toward the chaotic torrent of destructive energy within him, akin to a suicidal charge, violently colliding with the impenetrable innate barrier. Boom! It was as if the sound of creation itself erupted deep within his soul. An indescribable force of terror instantaneously engulfed his entire being. His meridians shattered inch by inch, yet were instantaneously reformed under the impact of even more potent life force. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, yet amidst the intertwining of destruction and rebirth, they became more lustrous and resilient. His internal organs felt as though they were being crushed and reassembled, each heartbeat unleashing an even greater surge of strength. The chilling venom and the alien soul force, under the immense power of this breakthrough, were akin to ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, forcibly enveloped, crushed, and ultimately decomposed into the most refined particles of energy. Merging into the newly born torrent, the pain reached its zenith, only to suddenly transform. An indescribable sensation of transcendence at the level of existence surged forth like a tidal wave. The solid innate barrier, under the impact of this life and death struggle, finally shattered with a resounding crash. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Jin felt as if his soul had liberated itself from the shackles of the flesh, soaring to unprecedented heights. Witnessing the dome of the palace chamber, observing the tense guards stationed outside, and even vaguely sensing the turbulent waves of anger and frustration emanating from Xiao Honyuan in the study. The birth of the soul, the externalization of spiritual awareness. This was the hallmark of the innate realm. Simultaneously, the chaotic torrent of energy within him found its outlet, akin to rivers converging into the sea, rushing into a newly opened, broader, and more mysterious domain deep within his dantian. A strand of innate true qi emerged like a seed, swiftly growing stronger, radiating a pure and potent life force. The excruciating pain throughout his body rapidly dissipated, replaced by a sense of rebirth and formidable strength. The shattered meridians were reshaped to be broader and more resilient, no longer flowing with the toxic blood of Mercury, but instead with the refined, innate true qi, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. His bones gleamed as white as jade, his organs thrived with vitality, and the bronze luster beneath his skin, though subtle, harbored terrifying defensive capabilities. Breakthrough, innate martial artist, initial stage. Combat power conversion, 101,001,0000, innate true chi, 1 strand. Transcendence of life level, increased lifespan. Initial awakening of spiritual awareness, ability to preliminarily invoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Talent enhancement, blood chi critical strike, innate gang chi, beginner, soul rebound. Spiritual awareness barrier, beginner. System upgrade, unlock basic scanning function, can roughly sense target realm and state. He had succeeded. Not only had he successfully transcended to the innate level, but he had also turned misfortune into fortune, completely refining the troublesome venom and alien soul force of the ghost doctor into the sustenance for his transformation. Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with divine light, profound as the starry sea. The madness and ruthlessness that had occasionally surfaced in the past had settled, replaced by an absolute calmness and confidence in mastering himself. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the thin yet terrifyingly powerful strand of innate true chi within, alongside the vague sensation of the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was a qualitative leap. It was an entirely different realm from that of acquired martial artists. Now, if he were to face Hu Tai, an 8th grade martial artist, he would likely need no technique. Merely relying on the innate gang chi would suffice to easily vanquish him. With a slight movement of his mind, an extremely faint, nearly invisible shield instantly enveloped his body, innate gang chi. In terms of both defense and offense, it was far beyond what the previous blood chi critical strike could compare. Simultaneously, he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly lucid, his thoughts racing at an accelerated pace, and his perception of the surroundings elevated to an entirely new dimension. He could even faintly discern the delicate flows of energy coursing through the air, a manifestation of his newfound spiritual awareness. The newly unlocked basic scanning function ignited a spark of intrigue within him. He concentrated his spiritual awareness on a guard stationed outside the hall. Target, Royal Guard. Realm, 9th rank martial artist, initial stage. State, tense, fatigued. Indeed, it proved useful. Although the information was quite simplistic, it was sufficient to ascertain the strength of allies and foes alike in critical moments, thereby avoiding potential pitfalls. After a surge of elation, Xiao Jin swiftly regained his composure. The breakthrough to the innate realm was undoubtedly significant, although most of the energy surges occurred internally. The final manifestation of his spiritual awareness may have attracted the attention of certain sensitive entities. Disguise was imperative. He promptly retracted all innate energy, drawing his spiritual awareness back within, and simulated the appearance of a shattered meridian and a blood-depleted invalid. He even employed his nascent innate true energy to meticulously fabricate the semblance of several stubborn internal injuries and residual toxins, far surpassing the authenticity of any previous disguise. Just as he completed his ruse, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by the suppressed yet exceedingly impatient voice of Xiao Hongyuan. Has Mr. Mu confirmed? Is there truly no hope? Replying to the prince, the ghostly physician indeed stated so, and he mentioned that there seems to be some peculiar restriction within the heiress body. He wished to avoid entanglement in this fate and has already departed. His confidant replied cautiously. Useless. All of you are useless. Xiao Hongyuan spat. Yet his tone seemed to carry a hint of relief alongside an unmistakable trace of disappointment and irritation. He pushed open the hall door and entered, his gaze settling upon Xiao Jin, who lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, his complexion ashen, as though he were on the brink of expiration. He scrutinized him for a moment. This time, he refrained from direct examination. Perhaps he had come to trust the ghostly physician's judgment. Or perhaps he genuinely feared the so-called peculiar restriction. Since Mr. Mu declared there was no hope, it must be the heiress' fate. Xiao Hongyuan's voice resumed its customary coldness, advising care and urging him to depart quietly. He intentionally emphasized the words care and quietly, the implications unmistakable. Having said this, he no longer cast a glance at Xiao Jin, as if regarding a trivial corpse, and turned to leave. The hall door closed once more. Xiao Jin lay motionless on the bed, yet inwardly he could not suppress a cold smirk. Depart quietly. It would hardly be that simple. Now that he had stepped into the innate realm, possessing the initial capacity for self-preservation and retaliation, and having unlocked both spiritual awareness and scanning functions, the game with Xiao Hongyuan was only just beginning. His spiritual awareness silently unfurled, akin to an invisible spider's web, meticulously probing every corner of the royal mansion in search of his next target, while remaining vigilant against any potential prying from unseen adversaries. The storm had not quelled. Rather, due to his transformation into a hidden dragon, it was on the verge of intensifying. Chapter 14. Initial exploration of spiritual awareness in the innate realm. The world opened up before him. Xiao Jin closed his eyes in concentration, refraining from immediate action, instead savoring this entirely new level of power. The delicate innate energy, though subtle, moved with extraordinary agility, freely circulating within the broadened and reshaped meridians, nourishing both body and spirit. His consciousness, akin to formless tendrils, radiated from him, gradually extending outward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The faint sounds that once required intense concentration to discern now resonated clearly in his mind. The slightly hurried breaths and heartbeats of the guards outside the hall, the cautious footsteps of the maidservants in the distance, and even the gentle rustle of fallen leaves in the courtyard were all vividly apparent. This sensation of control far surpassed the previous reliance on mere auditory perception. With a subtle shift in thought, he endeavored to utilize the newly unlocked, simple scan feature of the system, focusing his awareness on an apparent leader among the guards outside. Target: Zhang Kuei, Realm, 8th rank warrior, mid-stage. Status: anxious, vigilant. With a hint of fear, stemming from recent consecutive deaths, the information proved to be far clearer and more intuitive than mere perception. The realm and general state were immediately apparent. This undoubtedly offered a significant advantage in confrontations. Xiao Jin comprehended this well. It seemed that although Xiao Hongyuan had resigned himself to the belief that he was beyond salvation, the vigilance of the royal residents had not waned. Rather, due to the recent string of incidents, it had become even more relaxed externally, yet tense internally, with the guards bearing considerable pressure. His consciousness continued to extend outward, traversing the courtyard and probing deeper into the royal residence. Towards the study, Xiao Hongyuan's aura resembled a suppressed powder keg, restless, furious, and tinged with an almost imperceptible unease. He was engaged in a hushed conversation, the content unclear, but the scattered phrases such as Third Prince, Beiyan, and Advance pierced Xiao Jin's awareness like needles. Was the plan to clear the court being expedited? Was his impending demise disrupting their steps, compelling them to hasten their actions? A cold smile crept onto Xiao Jin's lips. Perfect. He had no time to indulge them any longer. His consciousness, like an invisible breeze, swept across various pavilions and towers, investigating potential threats or opportunities. Most areas emanated energies below the 8th rank, posing little concern. However, when his awareness brushed over what appeared to be an abandoned training ground in the northwest corner of the royal residence, it suddenly faltered. There, an exceptionally unique aura lingered, icy, lifeless, nearly merging with the shadows. Were it not for his breakthrough to the innate stage, enhancing his perceptive acuity, he would have sensed nothing at all. This individual was undeniably at the innate realm. Though merely at the initial stage, they were exceptionally skilled at concealment, their aura fluctuating like a specter. Target: Realm, innate warrior, initial stage. Status: concealed, lurking. With restrained killing intent. Target: suspected to be monitoring the activities of the royal residence. This was not one of Xiao Hongyuan's people. If there were innate masters under his command, they would never be dispatched to lurk in such a desolate place. Moreover, this restrained killing intent was not directed at any one individual within the royal residence. It appeared to be monitoring the entire estate. Was it a shadowy hand at work? Or perhaps another faction? Alarm bells rang loudly in Xiao Jin's mind. Indeed, the subtle ripple of his consciousness when he broke through to the innate stage had drawn the attention of certain entities. This individual was likely sent to probe for the truth. He promptly retracted his spiritual perception, adopting a more cautious demeanor, refraining from conducting any broad explorations that might inadvertently alert the hidden adversary. A latent threat at the innate level posed by a concealed practitioner could also represent an opportunity. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. He was in urgent need of solidifying his nascent stage and accumulating a greater reservoir of innate true energy. The minuscule amount of energy he had absorbed from postnatal warriors was merely a drop in the bucket. However, the thought of devouring a fellow innate master was bold and reckless, yet it stirred his innate true energy into a mild frenzy within. The risks were immense. The opponent was equally adept in the innate realm and possessed exceptional skills in stealth and assassination. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. He suppressed the impulse to act immediately, choosing instead to wait patiently, akin to the most seasoned of hunters, biding his time for the opportune moment. As time flowed silently from afternoon to dusk, and then into the enveloping night, the guards outside the hall changed shifts repeatedly. The innate presence in the northwest corner remained as still as stone, exhibiting an astonishing level of patience. Finally, around the midnight hour, A subtle yet urgent commotion arose from deep within the royal residence. A squad of elite guards hastily escorted several advisors towards the study, evidently responding to a pressing situation. At that precise moment, as the attention of the royal palace was drawn elsewhere, the innate presence in the northwest corner stirred. Like a true shadow, it glided along the ground with incredible speed and silence towards the study, clearly intending to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. Opportunity. In the instant the innate infiltrator's focus diverted, resulting in an unavoidable fluctuation of energy due to movement, Xiao Jin seized his chance. He did not depart from the sleeping quarters. Instead, with his fingers poised like a blade, he concentrated a strand of pure innate true energy and directed it gently towards an inconspicuous corner of the hall where a spider was weaving its web. Innate barrier energy, released from the body. Although exceedingly faint and nearly imperceptible, an intangible barrier energy accurately struck the spider's web. Almost simultaneously, he utilized his spiritual perception to simulate an extremely subtle probing sensation, imbued with a hint of anomalous energy fluctuations aimed directly at the startled spider. And it vanished in an instant. This series of actions unfolded with lightning speed, executed with exquisite precision. The startled spider trembled violently, hastily retreating to concealment. Meanwhile, the innate infiltrator, mid-prowl, abruptly halted, his icy, lifeless gaze snapping towards the direction of the young master's quarters. He distinctly sensed the fleeting yet exceedingly faint energy fluctuations and probing sensation. Though weak, it bore an unusual characteristic unlike that of an ordinary warrior. What was happening? How could such fluctuations emanate from the quarters of the young master, deemed a waste? And what of the nearly imperceptible barrier energy from earlier? Was it merely coincidence? Or was the breakthrough he had sensed previously not from elsewhere, but rather from this so-called waste? A surge of immense doubt and professional instinct compelled him to immediately alter his target. The intelligence from the study is undoubtedly significant. Yet this sudden and potentially more momentous discovery must take precedence. Abandoning his plans for the study, he moved like a wisp of smoke, silently gliding towards the prince's chamber with astonishing speed. He has arrived. A cold smile flickered across Xiao Jin's heart as he immediately restrained all his aura, perfectly disguising himself once more in a guise of near death, even his breathing becoming faint and barely perceptible. Yet, all his spiritual awareness was highly concentrated, akin to an extended web, waiting for the prey to present itself willingly. A gentle breeze swept outside, causing the window frame to tremble slightly. A vague shadow, like mercury spilling forth, silently slithered through the crack of the window, coalescing into a figure draped in a dark gray cloak. He stood in the deepest shadows of the hall, nearly merging with the darkness, save for a pair of emotionless eyes, resembling the coldest stars, scanning the room before ultimately locking onto the unconscious Xiao Jin on the bed. A chilling tendril of spiritual awareness cautiously reached toward Xiao Jin, attempting the most thorough exploration. Just as this awareness was about to touch Xiao Jin's body, he suddenly opened his eyes. No longer void and lifeless, they shone with two blazing orbs, imbued with innate true energy. "I have waited for you for quite some time." The words barely escaped his lips when Xiao Jin extended his fingers like a sword, the pure innate true energy coalescing at his fingertips, transforming into an invisible yet razor-sharp sword aura that tore through the air, aimed directly at the gray-clad opponent who had just revealed himself, striking first, with no reservations. The gray-clad figure's pupils constricted in shock, clearly unprepared for this prince, deemed a waste, to not only be conscious but also capable of unleashing such a pure and fierce innate strike. Nevertheless, he was a master of the same realm, and his reflexes were astonishingly quick. Faced with this sudden assault, he did not attempt to take it head-on. Instead, his body twisted unnaturally, transforming into a blurred shadow that narrowly evaded the sharpest point of the sword aura. Swish! The sword aura grazed his clothing, effortlessly cleaving a pearwood chair behind him in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Innate true energy. You have indeed broken through. The gray-clad figure's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper rubbing together, laced with incredulity and a hint of insatiable greed. What an exquisite disguise. Even the ghostly physician could be deceived. No longer hesitating, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the secrets this boy possessed, now that they had been uncovered, he must be captured or silenced. His figure swayed once more, drawing near like a specter, as a pair of emaciated hands emerged from his sleeves. Fingers with a strange metallic hue, wreathed in gray-black energy that exuded an aura capable of eroding the spirit and depleting true energy, reaching for Xiao Jin's vital points. The speed was astonishing, the angles devilishly intricate, far surpassing those of postnatal martial artists. Xiao Jin felt a chilling, malevolent wind rush towards him, his spiritual awareness issuing frantic warnings. He dared not delay, channeling all his recently awakened innate true energy. Innate barrier. A thin yet remarkably resilient invisible shield instantaneously enveloped his entire being. Bang, bang, bang. The gray-clad innate being's claws fiercely raked against the barrier of primordial energy, producing a dull thud. The clash between the dark gray energy and the pure white innate barrier sparked a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge, hinting at an insidious ability to erode the barrier. Xiao Jin's body trembled violently, his vital essence surging. The bed beneath him could not withstand this force and shattered with a crack. Such a peculiar technique. It can actually corrode primordial energy. A chill ran through Xiao Jin's heart as he instantly discerned that his opponent's power was far deeper and more seasoned than his own, and that the nature of their technique was exceedingly vile, specifically designed to counter righteous energy. Prolonging the battle was not an option. A swift resolution was imperative. He utilized the momentum from the shattered bed to propel himself backward, while simultaneously unleashing a series of concentrated palm winds that howled forth, not in pursuit of inflicting harm, but rather to force his opponent back, seizing a fleeting opportunity. The gray-clad innate figure followed like a shadow, effortlessly shredding through the palm winds with its claws. As dark gray energies surged forth, corroding the furnishings of the chamber into a pitiful state of disarray. Clearly, his adversary also aimed for a swift conclusion, intensifying the ferocity of their assault. Scanning. As Xiao Jin evaded, his consciousness once again locked onto the opponent. Target, Shadow 7, affiliated with the Shadow Pavilion. Level, innate martial artist, peak early stage. Status, murderous intent boiling, technique in operation, soul corrosion claw. Slight astonishment, target's strength exceeds estimation. The Shadow Pavilion? Indeed, it is a minion of some hidden force. Just as Xiao Jin found himself cornered, seemingly left with no avenue of escape, a spark of madness ignited in his eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he allowed the opponent's claws, shimmering with dark gray energy, to lunge toward his chest. A cruel smile flickered across Shadow 7's face, as if he could already envision the scene of Xiao Jin's chest being pierced. His vital energy eroded. However, at the very moment the claws were about to make contact with Xiao Jin's chest, the jade pendant that had been pressed against his skin erupted unexpectedly with a brilliant icy blue radiance, an overwhelming and pure terror of sword intent, as chilling as millennia-old ice, surged forth from the pendant. Clang! It was as though an invisible giant sword had been unsheathed, illuminating the entire chamber with its frigid glow. What? Shadow 7 turned pale with horror, feeling a terrifying sword intent capable of freezing souls coursing madly through his arm, wreaking havoc upon his meridians. The hand he had extended was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, his movements abruptly stalling. The life-preserving sword intent left behind by Yun Zhao was spontaneously activated at this moment. Now was the time. Xiao Jin had awaited this perfect opportunity. His opponent, struck by the sword intent, lost focus, causing their technique to falter. He abandoned all defenses, concentrating his entire mind and power into his right fist. The strand of innate energy spun and compressed at an unprecedented speed, the surface of his fist even glistening with a faint metallic sheen. Innate barrier. Extreme compression. Augmented by the power of copper skin. A punch was unleashed. There was no flourish, only the purest, most domineering force. Boom! It reverberated like the beating of a colossal drum. The thunderous impact struck Shadow 7's chest, which, due to being frozen, could not momentarily coalesce a protective barrier. Crackle! The excruciating sound of bone cracking reverberated through the air. Ing Chi's eyes bulged, filled with sheer agony and disbelief. His body felt as though it had been struck by a stampeding elephant, with a noticeable indentation in his chest. He was helplessly propelled into the air, blood spewing from his mouth in a tragic arc, mingled with fragments of his innards. Bang! He crashed heavily against the distant wall, almost embedding himself within it, creating spiderweb-like fissures radiating from his body. He struggled briefly, attempting to utter something, but was met only with a further flow of blood from his lips. His gaze swiftly dimming. Target: Ing Chi. Status: near death, heart shattered, spirit severely wounded by sword intent. Now is the moment. Devour. Xiao Jin endured the torment of having his own chest violently shaken by the backlash, his consciousness locked onto the dying Ing Chi with unwavering determination. Devour command confirmed. An energy far more immense and pure than that of an innate martial artist, imbued with a chilling and lifeless essence, surged into Xiao Jin's body like a torrent breaching a dam. Devour successful. Acquired, abundant innate essence. Current state. Innate true energy, 1 strand. Innate true energy, minor success. Acquired partial memory fragments. Shadow Pavilion monitoring the movements of the Wangfu and Qing Jun's actions. Warning, energy contains toxic traits. Requires immediate purification. Power. A tremendous sense of strength flooded his entire being instantaneously. That strand of innate true energy expanded visibly, solidifying, and becoming increasingly pure and robust. He had officially stepped into the realm of minor innate success. Simultaneously, a flurry of chaotic, fragmented memories surged into his mind. An organization concealed in darkness with a clandestine connection to Bei Yin. Having long monitored the activities of the Wangfu and the specific timings and portions of Qing Jun's plans. Just as suspected, Xiao Hongyuan was indeed colluding with Bei Yin, seeking to instigate a coup through the Second Prince. At that very moment, as Xiao Jin absorbed this power and information, a white shadow darted through the window like a startled swan, the sword light fierce and instantly enveloping the entire palace, a chilling killing intent locking onto everything. Yun Zhao had returned. Clearly, she had been alerted by the intense energy collision and the terrifying outburst of sword intent. She landed gracefully, wielding her Hanyu sword. Her gaze as frigid as eternal ice, sweeping over the chaotic scene within the hall, the nearly lifeless Ying Qi embedded in the wall, and Xiao Jin. Standing amidst the ruins, his aura surging yet tinged with a hint of coldness, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Jin for a moment, particularly on the dissipating ice-blue sword intent and the burgeoning innate true energy in his chest. A flicker of extreme complexity and a trace of anger flashing in her cold eyes. Indeed, before she could finish her thought, her attention abruptly shifted to Ying Qi on the wall, seemingly recognizing his origin, her expression changing slightly. Someone from the Shadow Pavilion? Without a moment's hesitation, she flicked her sword, and a sharp sword energy pierced through Ying Qi's brow, extinguishing his life and preventing any possibility of information leakage. Then, she whirled around, her sword tip once again directed at Xiao Jin, her voice colder than before, even laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Xiao Jin, you have devoured his power. Do you comprehend the methods of the Shadow Pavilion? Once a soul departs from their mortal coil, the extinguishing of the soul lamp will inevitably notify the chamber. You have committed a grave offense. Xiao Jin slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the surging innate true energy within him and the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. As he met Yun Zhao's icy, furious gaze, he exhibited not a hint of fear, but rather a serene and confident smile. A calamity? He softly retorted, his eyes sharp as a blade. Miss Yun, do you not think the peril we face now is anything but trivial? The time of reckoning is merely 3 days away. What we should be concerned about is their fate. Chapter 16. The sword sheath temporarily joined. A storm approaches in the palace chamber. A profound silence descended once more, heavier than ever before. The mingling sense of blood, dust, and the lingering chill of sword intent combined with a suffocating aura of death. Yun Zhao maintained her sword as tip directed at Xiao Jin, her icy anger undiminished by his words. Instead, it intensified. Do you understand? She spoke in a low voice, laced with a sharp edge. Do you realize how terrifying the tracking methods of the Shadow Pavilion are? Their soul lamps not only serve as warnings, but can also faintly sense the residual aura of the murderer. By consuming his power, you have marked yourself with the most conspicuous emblem. They will pursue you like the most vicious hyenas, relentless until death. Xiao Jin calmly met her gaze, allowing his innate true energy to circulate slowly, digesting the immense power while temporarily suppressing the cold death aura he had absorbed. He felt the shattered memories in his mind, the Shadow Pavilion, Bei Yin, and the hidden loft beneath the shadows of the imperial city. I am aware, he stated, his voice steady. I also know that their pavilion master is a disciple of the national teacher of Bei Yin, consistently ranked 15th on the strength list. Their infiltration into Da'in is not merely for surveillance. They aim to collaborate with Bei Yin experts during the time of reckoning, to thoroughly sow chaos in the capital. Yun Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, her grip on the sword tightening instinctively. Such intelligence, even she had acquired at great cost. How could he know so much? Could the act of consuming power also yield memories? Thus, Xiao Jin took a step forward, disregarding the sword tip emitting a chilling aura mere inches away, and locked his gaze onto the barely perceptible worry hidden deep within Yun Zhao's eyes. Rather than fret over the impending pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion, it would be wiser to concern herself with the imminent arrival of the army at the city gates and the collusion with Bei Yin experts. When that moment arrives, what refuge remains beneath a collapsed nest? He paused, his tone tinged with subtle mockery. Or do you, Miss Yun, believe that once my esteemed uncle and the people of Bei Yin seize control of the capital, your Yun family will remain unscathed? Let us not forget, 20 years ago. Your family was the greatest benefactor in that transaction. His words struck Yun Zhao like the sharpest of needles, piercing her deeply. Her complexion paled, and her eyes flashed with intense struggle and pain, only to be swiftly masked by a more resolute coldness. The Yun family is the Yun family, and I am I, she replied coldly, though the sword tip sagged slightly. I have my own plans. Your intention is merely to observe coldly, or at the most critical moment. To shield me as you did 2 decades ago, only to continue living in guilt and struggle? Xiao Jin's words turned sharp, pressing closer. You. Yun Zhao suddenly lifted her head, the tip of her sword raised once more, the air crackling with energy, evidently infuriated. Yet, Xiao Jin did not grant her the opportunity to unleash her fury. His tone shifted abruptly, becoming calm, yet imbued with an undeniable force. Let us collaborate. Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his sudden proposal. Our goals align for the time being, Xiao Jin hastily continued. You do not wish for Xiao Honyuan and Bai Yin to succeed. You do not want the Yun family to be utterly condemned, nor do you wish for my demise. As for me, I seek vengeance, to dismantle their conspiracy, to survive. Acting separately, our chances of success are bleak. A partnership would be mutually beneficial. He extended his hand. Palm upward, though devoid of any physical object, it appeared to cradle intangible leverage, compelling me to divulge what you know regarding the Qing Junsu plan and the specifics of Bai Yin's infiltrators. I, in turn, will be responsible for sowing the greatest chaos within their ranks. Yun Zhao fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes shifting with uncertainty. Reason told her that collaborating with this dangerous, reckless individual, endowed with unusual abilities, was akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. Yet, emotions and reality clearly indicated that he spoke the truth. 3 days, with her solitary strength, to thwart this meticulously orchestrated upheaval was nearly impossible. Moreover, the pursuit by the Shadow Pavilion could arrive at any moment. The waters of the capital had become murky to the extreme. How can I trust you? She asked, her voice dry. You need not trust me, Xiao Jin replied lightly. You only need to trust yourself. Trust your own judgment. Is collaborating with me not the best choice to avert disaster and provide you the opportunity to settle the Yun family's sins? Alternatively, you may choose to slay me now and face everything alone. Silence. An oppressive quiet spread between the two. Outside the hall, the faint sound of guards changing shifts echoed, accentuating the stillness within. After a prolonged pause, Yun Zhao slowly sheathed her sword. Click. The crisp sound of the blade returning to its scabbard seemed to signal a compromise. The deputy commander of the city defense, Lu Meng, has been bribed by Xiao Honyuan. At the hour of 3 days hence, he will open the Shiji Gate. 3 Blood Wolf guards from Bai Yin, each at the pinnacle of the 8th rank and skilled in coordinated attacks, are currently hidden in the cellar of the Yongxin Granary in the southern part of the city. Beneath the second prince's residence lies a secret passage leading directly to the mass grave 3 miles outside the city, which serves as his planned escape route and may also be used for stealthily moving troops. She spoke rapidly, her voice cold. Yet the information she revealed was shocking enough to astonish the court. That is all I know. After speaking, she no longer looked at Xiao Jin, turning instead towards the window. Take care of yourself. Should you deceive me, or fall into darkness, I shall personally slay you. No sooner had her words fallen than a white shadow flitted by, and she vanished into the dense night, as if she had never existed. Xiao Jin remained rooted in place, silently processing the intelligence provided by Yun Zhao, cross-referencing it with the fragmented memories acquired from Shadow 7, gradually forming a clear web of conspiracy in his mind. The Shiji Gate, Blood Wolf guards, and key nodes of the secret passage were all now firmly grasped. He lowered his gaze to his palm, sensing the surging innate true energy within him, intermingled with a chill of death, alongside the restless system yearning for more consumption. Create chaos? He was more than capable. Moreover, it would be executed in a manner they could never anticipate. His eyes drifted once more to the corner of his vision, where the system leaderboard resided, slowly scanning the names before finally settling upon one. NO32, Zhao Wuyo, commander of the Forbidden Army. According to the main storyline, this commander would be the pivotal figure during the night of the clearing of the prince's side, leading the army to besiege the prince's residence, serving as the stepping stone for his first public move. Excellent. It shall begin with you. Xiao Jin approached the nearly destroyed wall, gazing at the lifeless figure of Shadow 7 embedded within, and extended his hand, slowly peeling off the dark gray night garb that adorned the corpse. Item acquired. Standard night garb of the Shadow Pavilion. With faint concealment effect, he replaced his tattered prince's robe with this blood-stained and death-laden night attire. As he circulated his true energy, the faint concealment effect was activated, rendering his presence increasingly indistinct. He cast a glance at the pitch-black sky outside and the Imperial City, which loomed like a sprawling beast. A storm was imminent, and he would become the most frenzied bolt of lightning within this tempest. With a flicker, he transformed into a true shadow, silently merging into the night, heading towards the camp of the Forbidden Army. Chapter 17. Night Hunt. The night was as dark as ink. Impenetrable. The Imperial City slumbered in the stillness of curfew, the only sounds being the heavy footsteps of the night watch, echoing like the beating of a war drum, reminding all of the austere barriers beneath the calm. A shadow, deeper than the night itself, glided silently over the rooftops of the market, moving swiftly enough to leave behind only a blurred afterimage. The night garb of the Shadow Pavilion not only provided excellent physical concealment, but its accompanying faint array effect could also, to some extent, distort light and absorb presence, allowing Xiao Jin to move undetected. With his innate mastery at a minor completion level, combined with an expanded spiritual sense, his perception of the surroundings reached unprecedented heights. The positions of visible and hidden sentinels within a 100-meter radius, the patrol routes and intervals, and even the long breaths of experts sleeping within certain courtyards were vividly reflected in his mind. The camp of the Forbidden Army, located in the northwest corner of the Imperial City, adjacent to the West Gate, sprawled before him, illuminated even in the depths of night, exuding a chilling aura of martial prowess. This was one of the core forces of the capital's defense, and it was crucial for Xiao Hanyuan to maintain control over it during the clearing of the prince's side. Based on Yun Zhao's intelligence and fragments of Shadow 7's memories, Commander Zhao Wuyo should currently be within the depths of the commander's residence in the camp. This individual, at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, possessed a fierce temperament, displaying outward loyalty to the royal family while, in truth, having already been swayed by Xiao Hanyuan with substantial rewards and the righteous cause of clearing the prince's side, thus becoming a vital component of the plan. Xiao Jin, like a gecko, descended silently from the rooftop, evading several squads of highly alert patrol soldiers. His spiritual sense, akin to invisible tendrils, precisely locked onto the most imposing and heavily guarded structure at the center of the camp, the commander's residence. Outside the residence, a formidable assembly of warriors stood guard, exuding a fierce aura, each one a seasoned veteran of countless battles. In the shadows lurked several concealed presences belonging to 7th-rank military officials, weaving a meticulous protective net. Had it been the former Xiao Jin, infiltrating this place unnoticed would have been akin to an insurmountable challenge. However, at this moment, he had undergone a profound transformation. He chose not to breach the defenses from the ground, but instead, like wisps of smoke, circled to the rear side of the estate, where an ancient towering tree stood, its branches flourishing and extending towards the high walls of the residence. With a subtle shift, he silently perched himself within the canopy, his keen senses probing the situation beyond the wall. The study was illuminated, and a robust figure, imbued with a steely, bloodthirsty aura, paced within, displaying signs of agitation. It was none other than Zhao Wuyo. Target: Zhao Wuyo. Realm: 8th-rank martial artist. Peak: condition: anxious, hesitant. With a hint of excitement, complex emotions regarding the imminent action, a glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. This was the moment. Rather than crashing through the window, he retrieved a small, unassuming iron bead, one of the concealed weapons procured from a previous assassin. He compressed a strand of innate true qi to its utmost, enveloping the surface of the iron bead, and then flicked it with his fingers. The iron bead shot forth silently, not aimed at the study, but towards a shadowed corner on the opposite side of the commander's residence. A soft, almost imperceptible crack echoed, akin to a tile shifting. "Who goes there?" Zhao Wuyo exclaimed sharply, his senses instantly heightened, as his aura flared to life. The guards outside and in the shadows were also roused, several figures leaping towards the source of the sound. At that very moment, as all attention was diverted, Xiao Jin moved. Like a bat merging with the night, he glided silently down from the treetop, his form nearly melding into the shadows beneath the study window. Zhao Wuyo, evidently confident in his defenses, relaxed his vigilance slightly upon hearing the guards pursuing the noise, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction at this minor interruption, and turned to resume his contemplation. In that instant, as he turned away from the window, a sharp crack resounded. The wooden latch of the window was shattered by an invisible force. The window swung open violently. A shadow darted in like lightning, moving with breathtaking speed. Zhao Wuyo, a peak 8th-rank master with vast combat experience, remained composed despite his surprise. With a roar, he retaliated, executing a powerful elbow strike backward without even turning around. The wind howled, showcasing the tremendous force behind his strike. Yet, he was met with the innate. Xiao Jin did not flinch or evade. his left hand clawed out, arriving first with pinpoint accuracy to seize Zhao Wuyo's elbow. The innate chi erupted instantly. A muffled thud echoed as Zhao Wuyo's elbow strike, capable of shattering bluestone, collided with an invisible wall of force, the immense recoil causing his entire arm to throb painfully. A chill of terror gripped his heart. What sort of power was this? Before he could alter his approach, Xiao Jin's right hand, fingers poised like a sword, concentrated the highly compressed innate true qi, striking swiftly towards the vital point at the back of Zhao Wuyo's neck. Zhao Wuyo's spirit was overwhelmed with terror, desperately trying to turn away and evade. Yet the adversary's speed and strength utterly crushed him. That finger, akin to a death knell, disregarded all his struggles and protective energy. With a sharp thrust, it struck true. A torrent of primal energy surged violently into his being, shattering Zhao Wuyo's meridian nodes and sealing off all sources of his power. He suddenly froze, his eyes bulging with profound fear and disbelief. He longed to scream, but found himself utterly voiceless. His strength ebbed away like receding tides, causing him to slump helplessly. Xiao Jin caught his collapsing form, stifling the sound of his fall, while his consciousness pierced through Zhao Wuyo's unguarded mind like a surgeon's scalpel, locking onto the target. Target locked. Zhao Wuyo, combat ranking number 32. Status: Meridian sealed, extreme fear, unprotected consciousness, devouring command confirmed. For an enemy who had become an irreconcilable foe and was pivotal to his plans, Xiao Jin harbored no mercy. A force far more potent than the energy absorbed from Hu Tai and Qian Sin surged forth, imbued with a fierce bloodlust and indomitable spirit, flooding into Xiao Jin's meridians like a burst dam. Devouring successful. Combat value acquired. 1,800 points. Transformation of primal source. Current status: primal energy, minor achievement, primal energy, approaching major achievement. Acquired fragmented memories, specific time of the Imperial Guard's defense deployment, third watch, and the location of a secret meeting with Xiao Honyuan, highlighting the disdain towards the second prince. A colossal power once again filled his being, as the primal energy rapidly grew more robust and refined, steadily advancing towards its zenith. Simultaneously, a deluge of memories concerning the coup flooded his mind, including segments of the Imperial Guard's defensive schematics. The light in Zhao Wuyo's eyes dimmed entirely, his body visibly withering, as if all his essence had been siphoned away. Xiao Jin released his grasp, allowing the lifeless shell to collapse onto the floor. He swiftly scoured the study, soon locating Zhao Wuyo's command token and a set of spare black robes designated for mid-level officers of the Imperial Guard. He pocketed the token and donned the black robes, the ample hood draping down to obscure much of his visage. Having completed these tasks, he listened to the approaching footfalls of the guards outside. Knowing he could linger no longer, he approached the window, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wuyo's lifeless form. Acquired key item: Imperial Guard Commander's black robes. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from sight, slipping through the window like a wraith, melding into the darkness beyond with a few deft movements. Moments later, a respectful voice from the guards outside echoed, "Commander." It was merely a stray cat that knocked down a tile. All is well. Inside, there was no response. The guards hesitated before the leader boldly pushed open the door, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Before my eyes lay Zhao Wuyo, lifeless and gaunt, sprawled upon the ground, accompanied by an open window and an empty room. "Commander!" A terrified scream abruptly shattered the stillness of the night in the Imperial camp. The entire encampment erupted as if cold water had been thrown into boiling oil. At that moment, the architect of this chaos had already fled, standing in the shadow of a distant tower, coldly surveying the suddenly tumultuous military grounds. Sensing the burgeoning power within and the invaluable intelligence acquired, the corner of Xiao Jin's mouth curled into a chilling and frenzied smile beneath his black cloak. The turmoil had commenced, and this was merely an appetizer. His gaze shifted towards the southern direction of the city, Yongshan Granary, the northern blood wolf guard of Beiyan. Chapter 18. Bloodstained Granary. The disorder and commotion in the Imperial camp rippled outwards like stones cast into a lake, gradually expanding. The source of this chaos, akin to a dark night demon, lunged towards its next quarry, Yongshan Granary in the south. On the surface, this place appeared no different from an ordinary shop, with carts coming and going and assistants bustling about. Yet within Xiao Jin's spiritual perception, it was shrouded in a faint, incongruous chill of malevolence. Deep in the cellar, three fierce auras lurked like predatory wolves, unmistakably the Blood Wolf Guard dispatched by Beiyan. 3 8th-grade peak warriors, adept at joint attacks, capable of inflicting significant destruction at a critical moment. Xiao Jin did not directly infiltrate. Like a specter, he circled to the back alley of the granary, seeking a vantage point concealed from view. His spiritual awareness, akin to invisible threads, slowly penetrated the ground, meticulously exploring the structure of the cellar, its entrance, and the precise locations of the three Bloodwolf guards. The trio sat in a triangular formation, their breaths deep and measured, evidently in a state of cultivation or feigned slumber, ready to strike at any moment. The cellar had but one exit leading to the storeroom, controlled by a mechanism. A direct assault? To face three alone, even as an innate warrior, would be perilous, especially since they excelled in combined strikes. The commotion would undoubtedly alert the city guards. A swift and decisive approach was essential. Xiao Jin's gaze swept over a few discarded wine jars piled in the back alley, and an idea sparked within him. He retrieved a fire stick from his pocket, tore a corner from his black robe, soaked it in the filthy oil from a nearby gutter, and quickly fashioned several rudimentary incendiary devices. Taking a deep breath, the nearly perfected innate true energy within him began to circulate silently, coalescing at his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of subtle sounds of air being sliced echoed as the makeshift incendiaries were precisely delivered into various corners of the granary's front courtyard, particularly where numerous dry burlap sacks were stacked. Simultaneously, a stone imbued with a trace of his innate true energy struck the granary's main door with a resounding crash. "It's flooding. Quickly, extinguish the fire." Xiao Jin lowered his voice, altering it with true energy as he emitted a panicked shout. He then leapt onto the rooftop with the agility of a cat, concealing his presence and coldly observing below. Instantly, the granary courtyard descended into chaos. "Where's the fire? Hurry! Water! Bring water! It's the stack of burlap. Quickly, clear it away." Panic ensued as shouts filled the air, mingled with the sounds of rushing water and frantic footsteps. The tumultuous noise, accompanied by the flickering flames, immediately alerted the Bloodwolf guards hidden within the cellar. The dull sound of the cellar mechanisms engaging echoed ominously. Three rugged men clad in the distinctive leather coats of Beiyan, their faces fierce and eyes glinting like those of famished wolves, burst forth from the cellar. The leader barked, "What is happening?" Their attention was entirely captivated by the chaos and glow of fire in the courtyard, as they scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, yet failed to detect the lurking danger in the shadows of the rooftop. Now was the moment. Just as the three Bloodwolf guards stepped out of the cellar, their backs turned towards the alley, Xiao Jin sprang into action. Like a hawk diving for its prey, he swooped down from the rooftop, targeting the guard at the rear. Before he even arrived, a formidable surge of innate energy manifested as an invisible giant hand, descending upon them with astonishing speed, far surpassing the reflex limits of an 8th-tier warrior. The guard felt an overwhelming pressure of impending death crash down, terror-stricken, and managed only a brief gasp before being struck forcefully on the head by the innate energy. The sound was akin to a watermelon shattering, blood splattered in a vivid display of red and white. A peak 8th-tier master, without even glimpsing his opponent's visage, met his demise on the spot. Devouring command confirmed. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin locked onto his target with his spiritual sense, activating the devouring power. A surge of pure energy, imbued with the unique wolfish malevolence of Beiyan's martial arts, flooded into his being. Devouring successful. Gained partial energy. Old Fourth. The remaining two Bloodwolf guards finally reacted. Their eyes wide with fury, they roared in unison, swiftly positioning themselves back to back, drawing their twin blades. Their combined attack unleashed a tempest of blade energy, forming a menacing net of steel to protect themselves. This was their signature technique. The blade energy crackled ominously, their coordination formidable enough to pose a threat to an ordinary, innate beginner. Yet, Xiao Jin, having gleaned their combined attack patterns from the fragmented memories of Shadow 7, would not grant them the opportunity to fully execute their strategy. Landing with seamless grace, he glided like a phantom, narrowly evading the interlaced blade net. Simultaneously, he struck forth with both hands. His left hand formed a sword-like gesture, unleashing a condensed innate sword energy that tore through the air, aiming directly for the throat of the left guard, compelling him to divert his blade in self-defense. Meanwhile, his right hand grasped the air, summoning the scattered debris from the ground, which rained down upon the right guard like a torrential storm, obstructing his vision and movements. Their combined assault was instantly shattered. The left guard, forced to block the sword energy, heard a resounding clang as his tempered steel blade was shattered into fragments. Staggering backward, his hands were bloodied, and he was left reeling. The right guard, momentarily delayed by the flying stones, found himself vulnerable. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Xiao Jin appeared before the left guard as if teleporting, denying him any chance to breathe. His fist, enveloped in innate energy, struck brutally against the guard's chest. Thud! The ribcage collapsed, the heart shattered. The second Blood Wolf guard's eyes lost their luster, and his body crumpled to the ground. Devour. Another surge of energy surged within him. The last Blood Wolf guard, witnessing the swift demise of his two companions, was consumed by an overwhelming dread, leaving no trace of fighting spirit within him. With a frantic cry, he turned to flee, disregarding all caution. Attempt to escape? Xiao Jin's voice resonated coldly, akin to the whisper of death itself. He did not pursue, but instead unleashed a palm strike from a distance, channeling his innate energy outward. Though the potency diminished with distance, it sufficed to deal with a terrified foe. An invisible imprint surged forth, striking the fleeing Blood Wolf guard squarely in the back. With a gasp, the guard expelled a torrent of blood, stumbling forward several paces before collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Devour. The final surge of energy entered Xiao Jin's body. The pure essence derived from the three Blood Wolf guards fortified his innate qi, bringing him closer to a state of mastery, though not yet there. Acquired memory fragment. Ambush point at Hafeng Valley, 30 miles outside of Baiyan Signal City. Valuable intelligence had once again been amassed. Meanwhile, the flames in the courtyard of the grain store were barely under control by the workers, oblivious to the brief yet bloody slaughter that had unfolded in the alleyway. Swiftly, Xiao Jin dragged the three corpses back to the cellar, hastily concealing the scene and erasing any trace of his presence. Noticing the bloodstains on his black robe, he frowned and shed it, reversing it to reveal its ordinary dark gray interior. Though less intimidating than the black robe, it was far less conspicuous. Having completed his tasks, he departed from Yongsheng Grain Store as silently as he had arrived, vanishing into the labyrinthine alleys. Having hunted two notable figures consecutively, though the process was smooth, it had also drained considerable energy, requiring time for recovery and strategy. He sought a safe haven to recuperate and plan his next steps. Barely a moment after his departure, a white figure appeared stealthily atop the roof of Yongsheng Grain Store, observing the dwindling flames below and the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air. Yun Zhao furrowed her brow, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her cold gaze. The aura of the Shadow Pavilion's technique mingled with the Blood Wolf guard's malevolence. How could he act so swiftly? She murmured to herself, gripping her sword tightly. Xiao Jin, are you a vengeful avenger or a fallen demon lord? As the night deepened, only a day remained until the fateful hour of the impending chaos. Beneath the Imperial City, dark currents surged, and the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. The eye of the storm, the catalyst of this turmoil, lay hidden, biding its time for the ultimate moment to arrive. Chapter 19. The calm before the storm. In the western part of the city, a dilapidated temple lay abandoned. The shattered Buddha statue cast grotesque shadows under the moonlight, ensnared in cobwebs, while the air was thick with stale dust and the faint aroma of burnt incense. This secluded place, far removed from the clamor, was one of the many forgotten corners of the capital, an ideal refuge for the time being. Xiao Jin sat cross-legged on a dust-laden mat, his aura dense and tranquil, resembling a deep, ancient well. Within him, his innate qi, nearing the threshold of mastery, flowed autonomously, akin to a highly efficient furnace, continuously refining and purifying the energies consumed throughout the night. Zhao Wuyo's iron-willed ferocity, coupled with the feral brutality of the three Blood Wolf guards, generates a formidable yet tumultuous energy, imbued with the lingering will and negative emotions of its original bearer. Under normal circumstances, it would require considerable time to gradually temper these sharp edges, rendering them truly usable. However, time is of the essence at this moment. Xiao Jin directly channels the purest essence of innate true energy as the core, employing a nearly violent method to forcibly grind and assimilate these foreign energies. The resulting discomfort in his meridians and the impact on his mind surpasses anything he has previously experienced, yet he does not furrow a brow. Through his spiritual perception, he observes that the previously somewhat insubstantial innate true energy is visibly becoming more substantial, pure, and robust. Its color transitions from a pale white to a subtle, subdued golden hue, reminiscent of steel refined through countless forges. Uncertain of how much time has passed, when the last vestige of foreign energy is completely refined, a faint yet clear resonance emanates from within him. The circulation speed of his innate true energy suddenly escalates to a new level, becoming more fluid and harmonious, exuding a profound sense of power, akin to a truly awakened dragon. Realm stabilized. Innate martial artist, peak of minor accomplishment. Total innate true energy increased by 35, purity enhanced. Acquired minor resistance to malevolent energy from devouring and refining. Spiritual perception range expanded to 150 meters, precision enhanced. Talent, spiritual barrier effect enhanced. Capable of distorting low-intensity mental probes to some degree. Although he has not directly broken through to the great accomplishment stage, his strength is firmly established at the peak of minor accomplishment, a mere breath away from great accomplishment. More importantly, both the quality of his true energy and the strength of his spiritual perception have significantly improved, unexpectedly granting him resistance against malevolent energy attacks. Xiao Jin gradually opens his eyes, a radiant light shimmering within, only to swiftly retract into a profound abyss. He slowly clenches his fist, savoring the overwhelming power coursing through him, a newfound confidence in mastering his own destiny surging within. Should he encounter someone like Shadow 7, an early-stage innate practitioner, he is now confident he could defeat them even without the aid of the Jade Pendant's sword intent. With a mere thought, the system interface unfolds at the corner of his vision. World Combat Power Ranking, in 01, Xiao Jin, Golden. Steadfast as Mount Tai, in 032. Vacant, Zhao Wuyo stripped of rank, in 097. Poisonous Hand Beggar, in 098. Vacant, Hu Tai stripped of rank, in 099. Ghost Shadow, Mo Chi, in 0100. Vacant, Qianxin stripped of rank. 3 vacancies have emerged at the bottom of the rankings, signifying that new masters will soon ascend. Meanwhile, his ranking remains unshakably at the summit, silently mocking the chaos of the world. The simple scan function is activated, with spiritual perception emanating from the land god temple, spreading outwards like a torrent of mercury. Within a radius of 150 meters, every detail resonated with clarity. The gnawing of night rats on wood, the graceful pacing of wildcats on the walls, the distant, weary sound of a watchman's clapper, and the presence of several individuals, markedly distinct from the ordinary city guards, whose demeanor was more refined and sinister, swiftly traversing the nearby alleys as if in search of something. Were they agents of Xiao Honyuan, or had the hunters of the Shadow Pavilion arrived? Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened, yet he remained unperturbed. With his current prowess and stealth techniques, unless an expert of innate mid-stage or higher conducted a thorough search, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover his deliberate concealment. He meticulously recalled the fragmented memories obtained from Zhao Wuyo and the Bloodwolf Guard, weaving them together with the intelligence provided by Yun Zhao, gradually crafting a coherent operational blueprint in his mind for the Clear Lord's faction. At the third watch, Lu Meng, the deputy commander of Zizaman, opened the gates to allow the rebels into the city. The second prince, accompanied by his loyal assassins and some colluding officials, made a direct assault on the imperial palace. Experts from Beiyin, now eliminated, and personnel from the Shadow Pavilion, unknown numbers, incited chaos within the city, targeting loyal ministers and restraining the imperial guards. Xiao Honyuan remained at the royal manor, directing operations from afar, poised to deliver a final blow to the emperor when the moment was ripe. The plan was meticulously crafted and ruthlessly executed, had it not been for his unexpected emergence, which had successively dismantled the Bloodwolf Guard and assassinated the commander of the imperial troops. Their chances of success would have been significantly heightened. Yet now, a chilling smirk graced Xiao Jin's lips. His gaze fell once more upon the system leaderboard, scanning through the names. While Xiao Honyuan's own cultivation level remained uncertain, his ability to incapacitate the original host suggested he was at least of innate caliber. How many experts did he command? How many had the Shadow Pavilion dispatched? A direct confrontation would be far from prudent. His advantages lay in the shadows, in the disparity of information, and in the unknown devour capability alongside the system leaderboard. The most prudent course of action remained disguise, framing others, and stirring the waters further. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the bloodstained, deep gray outer robe, the inner lining of Zhao Wuyo's black cloak. He had turned inside out, as a more audacious and reckless plan began to take shape. If he were to masquerade as Baiyin's foremost assassin, he must do so thoroughly. The Beiyin people were notoriously brutal and ostentatious in their deeds. Thus his attention shifted to the eastern part of the city. There resided several officials who had clearly allied with Xiao Honyuan and wielded considerable influence within the court. If they were to be exterminated by a Beiyin assassin employing exceedingly cruel methods on the eve of the Clear Lord's faction, panic would undoubtedly ensue. Would the trust between Xiao Honyuan and Beiyin remain steadfast? What choices would the indecisive officials make? This murky water would be more than sufficient to compel both Xiao Honyuan and the Beiyin envoy to drink deeply. As he plotted his next bloody maneuver, the jade pendant nestled in his bosom, which had remained dormant, unexpectedly began to radiate warmth. This time, it was not fleeting. Rather, it pulsed steadily, with a certain rhythm, as if conveying a signal. A sudden realization dawned upon Xiao Jin. Yin Zhao? Was she nearby? Or was she reaching out to him in this manner? He immediately suppressed all his presence, his consciousness akin to the most delicate radar, carefully probing in the direction indicated by the warm jade pendant. Soon, Under the shadow of an ancient locust tree approximately 100 meters outside the Earth Temple, he discerned a white figure that seemed almost to meld with the darkness. It was Yun Zhao. She too appeared to be investigating something, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. One hand rested on the hilt of her sword, while the other clutched a similar jade pendant, her fingertips slightly pale, evidently channeling true energy into it. Was she searching for him? Xiao Jin pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal himself. Given their current temporary alliance, she might possess new intelligence. With a flicker of movement, he glided silently out of the Earth Temple, swiftly reaching the old locust tree. "Miss Yun, are you searching for me?" he inquired in a lowered voice. Yun Zhao seemed startled by his sudden appearance, spinning around abruptly, the blade of her sword drawn just slightly before she recognized him and slowly sheathed it. Though the vigilance in her eyes remained, now tinged with complexity. "Your actions are even swifter and more ruthless than I anticipated," she remarked, her tone cold as she regarded Xiao Jin, her gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate his calm facade, discerning whether he was a seeker of vengeance or a malevolent spirit. "Zhao Wuyo is dead, and the Blood Wolf Guard has been annihilated. The sole lantern of the Shadow Pavilion has extinguished. Their hunting team will arrive in the capital by tomorrow evening at the latest, led by Ying Sha, who ranks 89th on the power list and is at the mid-stage of innate cultivation." The gravity of her revelations weighed heavily with each word. Ying Sha, mid-stage of innate cultivation. This was undeniably a force he could scarcely confront head-on. And so, Xiao Jin's countenance remained unchanged, yet internally he assessed the immense threat. "And so, you would do well to leave the capital immediately." Yun Zhao fixed her gaze on him, her tone carrying a barely perceptible urgency. "While chaos has not yet fully erupted and the Shadow Pavilion has not arrived, there remains a chance to escape. Delay further, and it will truly be too late." At her words, Xiao Jin suddenly chuckled, though devoid of warmth. "Leave? Where to? In this vast world, is there truly a sanctuary? Since the Shadow Pavilion can track us here, they can pursue us anywhere. Evading the issue resolves nothing." He stepped forward, his eyes sharp as a blade, meeting Yun Zhao's gaze directly. "Moreover, tomorrow marks the day of purging the court. All grievances will be settled. Leaving now is simply not an option for me." Yun Zhao recognized the undeniable resolve and madness in his eyes, realizing further persuasion would be futile. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a decision. "Very well. Since you insist on staying, then tomorrow, at the third watch, at Zizaman." Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened. "You intend to go to Zizaman? That will be the entrance for the rebels, the most perilous location. Lu Ming must die, and Zizaman must be held for at least the duration of an incense stick to buy time for the imperial city." Yun Zhao's voice was cold and resolute. "This is what I owe to this nation." She paused, casting a deep glance at Xiao Jin. "And you should attend to your own matters. Stir the waters of the capital, the murkier, the better. Perhaps this is our only opportunity." With that, she ceased further conversation, her figure flickering like a white crane soaring through the air, vanishing into the depths of the night as though she had never existed. Xiao Jin stood still, clutching the jade pendant that still bore a hint of warmth, his gaze flickering. Did Yun Zhao tacitly approve and support his intentions to inflict more extreme destruction and frame others? Had she even pointed him toward the principal target, the Guard General Lu Ming of Zizaman? Indeed, in the face of impending peril, this seemingly frigid daughter of the Yun family exhibited a resolve and madness surpassing that of anyone else. He slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the brightly lit mansions to the east of the city, the last vestiges of hesitation dissipating entirely, leaving only a chilling murderous intent and unwavering determination. If that were the case, then let this storm arrive with greater ferocity. His figure melded into the darkness, akin to a lethal virus, silently darting toward the preordained targets. This night was destined to be sleepless. Blood would flow in the capital. Chapter 20. Blood stains the capital and return to the nest as the hour approached midnight. The capital lay in utter turmoil. A heavy, oppressive sense of foreboding hung over the entire city, as if the very air had solidified, carrying a rust-like chill with each breath. The bustling streets of the day were now deserted, with every household tightly shuttered. Only the watchman, hunched over, struck his clapper, the rhythmic sound echoing through the desolate streets, its tempo erratic, imbued with an almost imperceptible tremor, as if he were not striking wood, but rather the anxious heartbeat within his own breast. Even the stray dogs sensed the unease, curled up in alleyways, emitting low whimpers. The moon was shrouded in clouds, stars concealed, save for a few flickering lanterns hanging before the grand residences, swaying in the night breeze, casting dim and distorted shadows that not only failed to dispel the darkness, but instead added an air of the uncanny. In the Eastern District, the residence of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Zhang Xian, stood in stark contrast to the silence outside. The mansion, with its imposing red gates and stone lions, was brightly lit within, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafting out, intermingled with the raucous laughter of men and women and the clinking of wine cups. This deputy minister, a loyal confidant of Xiao Hongyuan, was avaricious and licentious, employing ruthless methods to advance his interests, thriving through his unwavering allegiance to the regent and handling numerous clandestine dealings. Should tomorrow's coup against the tyrannical court succeed, he would undoubtedly secure a position at the center of power among the foremost ministers. This night, he celebrated in advance, surrounded by his trusted allies and sycophants amidst a raucous scene of excess and revelry. They remained oblivious, or rather chose to ignore the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the city. The intoxication of power could render one blind. A shadow of deep gray, nearly indistinguishable from the dense, inky night, glided silently past the walls of the courtyard, slipping into the depths of the garden's shadows. Moving with the grace of a specter, it stirred not even a single fallen leaf. 2 guards, lanterns in hand, ambled lazily beneath the eaves. One, sensing a sudden chill at the back of his neck, instinctively raised a hand to touch it, only to find his arm too heavy to lift. His vision began to blur and swirl, ultimately settling upon the equally horrified expression of his companion, eyes wide with terror, and the fine, hair-like line of crimson that swiftly expanded across their throats. They fell to the ground without uttering a sound, the lantern rolling aside, the candle flame igniting the silk cover, only to extinguish swiftly, leaving behind a wisp of blue smoke and a burnt odor, quickly dissipated by the night breeze. Xiao Jin emerged from the shadows with an expressionless countenance, not casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground. In his mind, the translucent battle power leaderboard hovered quietly, sweeping across the entire mansion, its faint glow flickering as it swiftly filtered out the irrelevant information. Inside the banquet hall, a corpulent figure, with a round face and protruding ears, whose name was absent from the leaderboard, presumably a 6th-grade martial artist, was jovially embracing a songstress, indulging in wine and jest. Standing out like a torch in the darkness, this was his target, Zhang Xian. Target locked, Zhang Xian. Threat level, low. No leaderboard ranking. Environmental scan, 27 guards, 3 of whom are of the 7th grade. The rest are inconsequential. 19 guests, all without cultivation. Optimal assassination path calculated. The data stream passed through his consciousness coldly, yet Xiao Jin's gaze remained unwavering. For him, slaughter was akin to breathing, particularly when it involved parasites that clung to enemies, feasting on the people's resources. He chose not to resort to stealthy assassination, as it did not align with the bold and ferocious style of the Northern Yin assassins. This night, what he sought was intimidation, panic, and to drive the venomous dagger of suspicion deep into the heart of Xiao Hongyuan's camp. With a swift motion, he ceased to conceal himself. Like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped in a chilling intent to kill, he charged directly into the raucous banquet hall. Boom! The tightly shut Nanmu doors shattered as if made of paper, splintering into a rain of wood chips. The seductive melodies within abruptly ceased. Who is it? Ah, an assassin. An assassin. Following a brief silence, screams, gasps, the sound of shattered cups and plates, and overturned tables erupted, instantly shattering the previous revelry. The song and dance maiden, in a state of panic, hid in a corner, while the guests turned pale, some diving under tables, others attempting to flee towards the back hall. Zhang Xian, who had been groping as songstress, was jolted back to reality by this sudden upheaval. Pushing the soft figure away from him, his plump face drained of color, desperately attempting to flee towards the back hall, his steps unsteady, nearly tripping over the lavish hem of his robe. But Xiao Jin was swifter. He disregarded the shrieking, chaotic crowd, as well as the few 7th-grade guards who struggled to draw their swords and charged at him. His form flickered within the hall, like a specter traversing through, avoiding all obstacles and futile attacks with precision, and in an instant, he had closed in on Zhang Xian from behind. The corpulent figure trembled violently in fear, filled with a ridiculous sense of despair. With fingers like hooks, enveloped in the most refined innate vigor, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, he reached directly for the oiled, sweaty nape of the deputy minister. Spare me, good sir, spare me. I have wealth. So much wealth. Jewels. Women. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. Zhang Xian's soul nearly fled his body, feeling the chilling intent to kill that seemed to freeze his very spirit, desperately pleading for mercy, his voice cracking from sheer terror. Xiao Jin's gaze was as cold as ice, the crimson energy within him subtly exhaling. Crack. A crisp, bone-chilling crack resonated, piercing through the cacophony of sounds. Zhang Xian's pleas for mercy, his terror, and his insatiable lust for power abruptly ceased. his corpulent form, as if stripped of all its bones, crumpled to the ground like a soft mass of clay, crashing heavily onto the floor. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils still reflecting the utmost terror and disbelief. As if he could not comprehend why, at the pinnacle of his ambitions, he faced such a grim fate. Xiao Jin did not cast a second glance at the corpse rapidly losing its warmth. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the ornate dagger, encrusted with jewels and more akin to a trinket than a weapon, that hung at Zhang Xian's waist. In a flash of cold steel, the blade precisely sliced through the opulent brocade robe, carving a grotesque and twisted totem of the Northern Yen wolf tribe into his hefty chest. Blood gushed forth, staining the carpet in crimson. Having completed this grim task, he pivoted sharply to confront the horrified, trembling guards and guests who dared not approach. The sight before him rendered them as if plunged into an icy abyss, retreating in dread. In a deliberately imitated, harshly cold dialect of the Great Yin, laced with a distinct foreign accent, he rasped a low growl, the words not loud, yet piercing like a venomous ice pick into the eardrums and marrow of all present. Those who obstruct the Northern Yen shall perish. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he glided through the shattered hall doors like a specter, seamlessly melding into the thick shroud of night, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the profound silence. The pungent scent of blood, the charred remnants of lanterns, overturned delicacies, and the body marked with the wolf totem, its eyes wide open in eternal shock. Panic spread like an invisible plague, fueled by the wails, shrieks, and incoherent accounts of the fortunate survivors, rapidly proliferating within the elite circles of the capital. Northern Yen. It was the assassins of Northern Yen. They had initiated the purge on the eve of the ruler's inspection. Minister Zhang was a man of Prince Xiao. What were their intentions? Could it be that Prince Xiao and Northern Yen were not as united as presumed? Or was it a matter of silencing witnesses? Quick! Strengthen the guards. Secure the gates. No one is to enter or leave. Seeds of suspicion, fear, and distrust were sown that night by Xiao Jin in the most brutally direct manner. Those officials already wavering or feigning loyalty to Xiao Hongyuan were now gripped by terror, fervently reassessing their loyalties amid the approaching tempest. Even within Xiao Hongyuan's camp, subtle unease and doubt regarding the prince's alliance with Northern Yen began to surface. Just how far had their collaboration progressed? Why would Northern Yen choose this moment to eliminate their own? Xiao Jin stood atop the roof of his final target, a residence belonging to an official within the Ministry of War, coldly surveying the flickering lights and the ensuing commotion below, ignited by his slaughter. The night breeze rustled the hem of his deep gray cloak, which bore stains of dried blood, now congealed into dark brown spots. Devour command confirmed. He effortlessly drained the energy from a martial official of the 7th rank who had rushed to intercept him, rendering the man lifeless without uttering a word. Acquired trace energy. The system's energy reserves have been enhanced. He felt the tumultuous forces still surging within him, yearning for more battles and the power to consume. Alongside the palpable wave of panic that gradually spread from a specific area within the vast city. The flames had been ignited, burning fiercely and chaotically. It was time to return. The true storm was about to unfold at the heir's residence. He directed his gaze toward the southwestern direction of the imperial city, to the familiar estate of the heir. From the surface, it remained shrouded in silence and darkness, seemingly oblivious to the bloodshed occurring outside, like a silent coffin. Yet he understood that Xiao Hongyuan must have received the news by now, likely filled with both fear and rage, rife with suspicion. On one hand, he would intensify the surveillance and encirclement of the heiress residence. On the other, he would undoubtedly be frantically speculating about the true intentions behind Bai Yan's actions. This was precisely what he desired, confusion, for it would allow him to navigate through the murky waters. In a swift motion, he resembled a bat returning from the night, darting along the shadowed paths that had been meticulously planned to avoid the main patrol routes, racing toward the estate. Along the way, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere in the city had reached a peak of tension. The number of patrolling soldiers and officials had surged, with squads of torches moving like flowing flames through the streets, their footsteps hurried and chaotic. Several powerful auras of spiritual consciousness, at least of the 8th rank, with one nearing the 9th, crisscrossed the night sky, akin to invisible searchlights, scanning the city in a frantic search for the audacious Bai Yan assassins. Yet, Xiao Jin, relying on his innate keen perception and the system's assistance in calculating the perfect concealed route, deftly evaded danger. Soon, the familiar yet foreign estate came into view. Compared to when he had departed, the guards had more than doubled. They were stationed every 5 paces, every 10 paces. Armed sentinels held blades and torches, while hidden archers readied their crossbows, creating a dense barricade that encircled the estate like an impenetrable fortress. The air was thick with a stifling atmosphere of hostility. and the eyes of all the guards were sharp as eagles, vigilantly monitoring any sign of disturbance. Clearly, although Xiao Honyuan was in disarray due to the external Beiyin assassins, he had not relaxed his surveillance of the critically injured heir, Xiao Jin. In fact, the external turmoil likely heightened his vigilance. Hiding in the shadows of a nearby alley, Xiao Jin's lips curled into a cold smirk. No matter how stringent the guards, what could it matter? In the face of absolute strength and a significant information advantage, this so-called fortress was merely a paper prison. He chose not to breach the front gate or the walls, which would immediately trigger alarms and alert the guards. Instead, he circled to a secluded, long-abandoned corner at the back of the estate, where a dry well lay half-concealed by rubble and weeds. Clearing the obstacles, he slipped into the well like a weightless specter, silently descending into the narrow passage below, just wide enough for a single person. This secret tunnel had been discovered by the original owner in childhood and secretly modified. Even Xiao Honyuan remained unaware of its existence. The passage was still damp and dark, filled with the scent of earth and decaying wood. However, he has now made significant progress in his cultivation, perceiving the darkness as if it were daylight, moving through it with the ease of walking on level ground. Soon, he returned to the exit beneath his bedchamber. His spiritual awareness, akin to intangible tendrils, carefully probed through the crevice, meticulously scanning to confirm that the chamber was devoid of any presence. Most of the guards' attention was diverted by external reinforcements and potential threats, allowing for a slight relaxation in their direct surveillance of this discarded heir. Only then did he slowly activate the mechanism. The floorboard slid open soundlessly, and he glided out like a specter, landing without a sound. The chamber, nearly identical to when he had left, still bore the faint scent of blood and medicine. The patch of dried, darkened blood and the shattered bed remained unchanged, as if he had been lying here in a state of perilous unconsciousness all along, never having departed. He swiftly shed the deep gray robe, stained with night dew and a hint of blood, rolling it tightly and concealing it in the deepest recess of the bed's underbelly. He then retrieved a spare, clean attire befitting a young lord from another hidden compartment and reclined amidst the disarray, regulating his breath and heartbeat, perfectly restoring the appearance of a feeble, lifeless figure on the brink of death, even controlling the color of his lips to a pallid hue. Just as he completed this transformation, still processing the subtle surge of energy and the evolving situation from the night's assassination attempts, a thunderous roar erupted from afar, far more immense than any preceding noise. The ground trembled slightly, and even the window frames in the chamber rattled. Following this, as if a long-simmering volcano had finally erupted, a cacophony of battle cries surged forth. Like a cataclysmic tidal wave, it swept in from the western direction of the imperial city, instantly engulfing all silence. The piercing sounds of clashing weapons, the shouts of charging soldiers, the anguished cries of the dying, and the crackling of flames consuming wood and stone intertwined to form a grand, bloody symphony of war. The time of the hour had arrived. The cleansing of the court had officially commenced. From the direction of the west gate, brilliant flames suddenly leaped into the sky, faintly illuminating a portion of the horizon. Thick smoke billowed upward. Xiao Jin abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any lingering weakness or confusion, replaced instead with a chilling intent for slaughter. Akin to the coldness of ancient iron, alongside a flicker of madness that burned with near ecstasy. The blood and energy within him seemed to resonate with the murderous aura from the outside world, beginning to surge and simmer within him. He gradually sat up, straining to listen to the increasingly intense and frenzied music that heralded his entrance, the corners of his mouth curling into a broader smile, ultimately manifesting a silent, yet heart-stopping expression of madness. The grand performance was finally about to unfold. His gaze pierced through the palace walls, focusing outward. According to the original plan, derived from fragmented memories of Zhao Wuyo that he had consumed, the newly appointed deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, another loyal hound of Xiao Honyuan, would soon arrive, leading a contingent of elite soldiers, tasked with either protecting or, more likely, completely controlling and perhaps executing this heir who had lost his utility and could potentially become a nuisance. According to Zhao Wuyo's recollections, due to the time constraints, the newly appointed deputy commander was clad in the very ceremonial black robe and heavy armor of the Imperial Guard that had just been retrieved from storage, originally belonging to Zhao Wuyo. He had only taken a spare, ordinary black robe when he infiltrated the secret chamber. What a considerate gift it was. Xiao Jin licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with the ravenous excitement of a ferocious beast spotting a delectable prey. The final feast, the piece de resistance, was finally at his doorstep. He required a guest of considerable stature, one whose life and identity would serve to conclude his mad yet perfect night with a bloody punctuation. and prepare the most crucial attire for his impending performance as the North Yan's premier assassin, stirring the winds and clouds. He waited silently, regulating his breath, condensing all his murderous intent and power to the utmost, like a primordial beast lurking in the abyss, flawlessly masquerading as a gravely wounded prey, anticipating the true quarry to step into this hall of death. Outside the hall, the thunderous sounds of battle, the soaring flames, and the pervasive smoke seemed to herald his grand entrance as a magnificent overture. As night deepened, the slaughter continued unabated. The cacophony of battle outside, the crackling flames, the wails of the dying, resonated like a frenzied symphony, growing ever closer, ever clearer. The air was thick with the faint scent of charred flesh and blood, discernible even through the heavy palace doors. Yet, the prince's chamber appeared to be a singularly eerie calm within this chaotic vortex. Xiao Jin maintained his pretense of near death. Yet all his senses and awareness had been heightened to their zenith, akin to the most intricate of instruments, monitoring everything around him. Footsteps, heavy and hurried, accompanied by the clanging of armor, were rapidly approaching the chamber. There were no fewer than 20 individuals, their breaths fierce and robust, all elite warriors, led by one with an advanced cultivation of the 8th rank. They had arrived. In the depths of Xiao Jin's gaze, a chilling murderous intent crystallized. Bang! The chamber door was brutally kicked open. A middle-aged general, clad in the ceremonial black robe of the Imperial Guard, with a stern countenance and an air of arrogance and cruelty, stormed in with a pack of fierce black-armored guards. He was none other than Wang Zhun, the newly appointed deputy commander succeeding Zhao Wuyo, a loyal hound of Xiao Hanyuan. By the order of the Lord, Wang Zhun's gaze swept over the disarray within the chamber and the barely alive Xiao Jin, a cruel smile curling his lips. The traitors have rebelled against the crown, attacking the Wang residence. To ensure the prince's safety, we must escort him to a secure location. Although he spoke of a request, a mere gesture from him prompted 2 guards to pounce towards the bed with ferocious intent, clearly intending to forcibly remove him, with the destination all too evident. The flames outside distorted the guards' shadows against the walls, akin to a dance of demons. Just as the hands of the 2 guards were about to touch Xiao Jin, an unexpected turn transpired. The seemingly lifeless figure on the bed, who appeared ready to breathe his last, abruptly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Deep as a frigid pool, sharp as a falcon, within burns not foolishness and chaos, but a tempest of hatred accumulated over 3 long years, a chilling intent to kill, and a trace of heart-stopping madness. The 2 guards, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, were paralyzed with fear. Wang Zhun's pupils constricted, his heart ringing alarms, instinctively retreating a half-step, and he shouted, "You haven't even spoken a word." Xiao Jin moved. Like a long-dormant beast of prey, he erupted with astonishing speed, surpassing the visual acuity of everyone present. He employed no elaborate martial techniques. Rather, he unleashed the simplest, most direct, and ferocious force. His hands shot out like lightning, precisely seizing the heads of the 2 guards who stood frozen in place, and then collided them with a violent crash. Bang! Like 2 ripe watermelons colliding fiercely, red and white splattered in an instant. The headless corpses slumped to the ground. Devouring command confirmed. Xiao Jin coldly commanded within, his spiritual awareness instantly locking onto the dissipating energy of the 2 guards. Though faint, it was better than nothing. Acquired trace energy. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only when the 2 headless bodies hit the ground that Wang Zhun and the remaining guards seemed to awaken from a nightmare. You haven't lost your ability. You were pretending. Wang Zhun's face drained of color, his voice shrill and high-pitched, immense fear and disbelief engulfing him in an instant. He abruptly drew his sword, his voice trembling with rage. "Subdue him. Quickly, apprehend this traitor." Despite their terror, the remaining guards were elite warriors. Upon hearing his command, they immediately formed a formation, drawing their swords, glinting coldly, and encircling Xiao Jin. "Traitor?" Xiao Jin slowly straightened, flexing his neck with a series of soft cracks. He disregarded the guards closing in, his gaze like a chilling blade, piercing through Wang Zhun. "Who, truly, is the traitor? You who conspire against the throne, collude with foreign enemies, and disrupt the realm's peace." His voice no longer hoarse and weak, but imbued with a cold, suffocating majesty and power. No sooner had his words fallen than his figure abruptly flickered. Innate chi erupted. A thin yet remarkably resilient invisible shield manifested around his body. He neither dodged nor evaded, but directly charged into the guard's formation of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of metal colliding erupted. The guard's sharp sword struck against the chi shield as though they were hacking at the toughest of steel, sparks flying, yet they were all repelled. unable to inflict even a scratch. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's fists were like the sides of death. Each punch unleashed a terrifying sonic boom accompanied by the crack of shattered bones. Every simple strike, elbow thrust, knee jab, contained the horror of innate Qi-S power. Not a single opponent stood a chance. The guards were like straw men swept away by a tempest, screaming as they were hurled backwards, crashing against walls and pillars, bones snapping, meeting instant death. The entire palace hall transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse in an instant. Devour, devour, devour. Xiao Jin moved like a walking Azura, mercilessly reaping lives in his wake, voraciously consuming energy. Although the energy provided by each guard was limited, the accumulation of small amounts still allowed the innate true Qi within him to surge and boil with fervor. Wang Zhen gazed upon the hellish scene, watching the figure amidst the crowd, rampaging and killing with the ferocity of a demonic god. Terror struck him to the core, shattering the last vestiges of his courage. With a frantic cry, he turned to flee. But now he wished to escape? It was too late. Xiao Bing's cold voice, like a creeping curse, resonated behind him. Wang Zhen felt a malevolent wind rush towards him from behind, sending his soul into disarray. Desperately, he channeled all his energy into his long blade and slashed backward. This was the culmination of his lifelong training. The blade's wind was fierce, producing a piercing sound through the air. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Xiao Jin effortlessly crushed the seemingly formidable edge, scattering shards in all directions. Then, that hand continued its relentless advance, akin to a vice, effortlessly breaching all of Wang Zhen's defenses and precisely seizing his throat. With a gasp, Wang Zhen was lifted off the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his eyes filled with endless fear and pleading, struggling in vain. You do not deserve to wear this garment. Xiao Jin observed him with an indifferent gaze, applying a slight pressure. Crack. The crisp sound of his throat being crushed marked the conclusion of this brief slaughter. The light in Wang Zhen's eyes dimmed instantly, and his struggles ceased. Devouring command confirmed. A surge of energy, far purer and more potent than that of the guards, flooded into his body. Though it still could not compare to Zhao Wuyo, it nevertheless fortified Xiao Jin's innate true Qi once more. Energy acquired. Innate true Qi continues to strengthen. He released his grip, and Wang Zhen's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Xiao Jin did not even glance at the corpse, but instead focused on the black robe of the guard commander that adorned Wang Zhen. Unlike the spare robe he had previously taken, this one was a formal uniform, exuding greater authority. Swiftly, he stripped off the black robe and changed out of his blood-soaked nightclothes. Draped in the expansive black robe, the hood fell low, concealing most of his features, revealing only a stern jawline and eyes that burned with a cold, unfathomable flame. A palpable, suffocating aura of malevolence emanated from him. He slowly raised his head, listening to the increasingly close sounds of battle outside the hall, where the guards of the palace were valiantly attempting to fend off the rebels. It was time. Approaching the hall's entrance, he beheld the chaotic scene of the palace engulfed in flames, and the loyal guards still fighting against the insurgents, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Then, taking a deep breath, he summoned his innate true Qi, his voice resonating like thunder, overpowering the clamor and echoing throughout a significant portion of the palace. Northern Yin scoundrels, how dare you invade my palace? Kill. As his words faded, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, targeting those rebels engaged in combat with the palace guards. Clad in a hodgepodge of attire, some were diehard warriors of the second prince's residence, while others feigned being Northern Yin soldiers. He plunged into the fray like a true primordial beast, ferociously crashing into the tumult of battle. The black robe swirled, invincible in its might. There was no need for any intricate techniques. Merely the fists and feet enveloped by innate vital energy unleashed torrents of blood and the anguished cries of shattered bones with every swing. Wherever he advanced, the rebels fell like wheat before the scythe. Whether of the 7th or 8th rank, none could withstand even a single strike from him. A true tiger among sheep. A relentless massacre. Devour, devour, devour. The system interface flickered frantically in the corner of his vision, the conversion of combat power continuously accumulating innate essence. Though each increment was modest, the sheer volume was overwhelming. His aura transformed at a visibly terrifying and unfathomable pace. The royal guards, struggling to hold their ground, stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they beheld the figure in black, akin to a deity of destruction, slaughtering the rebels with an incomprehensible ferocity, momentarily forgetting their own actions. Is that His Highness the young master? Someone recognized the black robe, seemingly belonging to the former commander, yet disbelief clouded their minds. No, that is not Commander Wang. Who is it? Did he just call the Northern Yin traitors? Is he aiding us in exterminating the rebels? Amidst the chaos, Xiao Jin offered no respite for contemplation. He continued his frenzied slaughter, deliberately drawing the battle towards the periphery of the royal estate, all the while bellowing slogans like "Death to Northern Yin" in a theatrical display of the Northern Yin assassins attacking the royal residence. Increasing numbers of rebels were lured to him, flocking like moths to a flame, only to fall in droves. The battlefield in front of the royal estate's courtyard became increasingly chaotic and sanguinary due to his sudden intervention. He perfectly embodied the role of a mysterious black-robed master, appearing out of nowhere to assist the royal estate against the invasion of Northern Yin. Just as he was caught up in the thrill of the slaughter, his innate true energy surging to the brink of breaking through to a higher realm. A sharp beam of sword light, like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, suddenly cleaved toward him from the side. The sword's aura was piercingly pure, imbued with a chilling fury, aimed directly at his vital points. Cunning rat, come and meet your demise. A tremor coursed through Xiao Jin's heart. His innate spiritual awareness had already issued a warning. He abruptly halted, narrowly evading the fierce sword energy. Raising his gaze, he beheld a white silhouette, ethereal and enchanting. Alighting upon a nearby shattered rock formation, wielding a cold jade sword, her countenance frosted, her icy gaze locking onto him, none other than Yun Zhao. She had evidently rushed back from the direction of the west gate, perhaps alerted by the commotion at the royal estate, or for other reasons unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing this figure clad in the black robe of the Imperial Guard, slaughtering with abandon, albeit the rebels, her instincts naturally categorized him as an enemy. Particularly, she sensed an unsettling familiarity emanating from him, yet the overwhelming aura of malevolence deterred her from confirming it. Observing Yun Zhao's cold demeanor, as if executing divine justice, Xiao Jin couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, yet a peculiar warmth stirred within him. However, he had no intention of revealing his identity at that moment. Lowering his hood, he altered his voice to emit a gravelly, deep chuckle. Humph. Does the little girl from Kunlun think to obstruct my path? As the words left his lips, he took the initiative to strike, his figure flickering and transforming into a dark streak, lunging towards Yun Zhao. With the innate essence of his palm coalescing, he unleashed a seemingly fierce blow, though he had subtly restrained much of his strength. Yun Zhao's delicate brows furrowed, her sword light flaring anew, resembling a tempest of ice and snow, charging forth to meet him. Clang! The collision of fist and sword erupted in a deafening roar. The shockwave surged, dimming the surrounding flames. The two figures separated instantaneously. Yun Zhao staggered back a half-step, her sword hand tingling slightly. A flicker of astonishment in her eyes as she realized the depth of her opponent's strength far exceeded her expectations. Yet, it seemed that blow had not been delivered with full force. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin, harnessing the recoil, let out a boisterous laugh, his figure soaring backward like a great bird, heading directly towards the outer wall of the royal residence. The young lady's swordsmanship is commendable. I have pressing matters to attend to today. I shall take your life another day. His arrogant words echoed in the air as he leapt and vanished into the chaotic streets beyond the palace walls. Yun Zhao stood firm with her sword, refraining from pursuit. She gazed in the direction of his disappearance, then glanced at the corpses of the rebel soldiers strewn across the ground and the still-shaken palace guards. Her exquisite brows knitted tightly, her cold, clear eyes brimming with confusion and uncertainty. Who was this person? Were they friend or foe? At this very moment, having successfully extricated himself and orchestrated the chaotic scene at the royal residence, Xiao Jin stood in a deserted alley, reveling in the immense power surging within him, a power that had finally broken through the last barrier due to relentless consumption. Breakthrough, innate martial artist, great accomplishment, significant enhancement in total innate energy and purity. Spiritual awareness expanded to 200 meters. Strength of innate essence increased. Power, an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of strength coursed through his entire being. Beneath the black robe, the corner of Xiao Jin's mouth finally curled into a wild, exhilarating, and icy smile. The warm-up was complete. Next, under the guise of the foremost assassin of Beiyan, it was time to venture into the true enemy camp and savor the main course of the evening. His gaze turned toward the direction of the second prince's residence, where, no doubt, a jubilant atmosphere of impending victory prevailed at that very moment. Excellent. He would go there to deliver them an eternal surprise. With a flicker of movement, he melded into the night once more, a lethal shadow, advancing toward his next hunting ground. The turmoil of the capital intensified, all due to him. Chapter 22, Framing the Debt and Plunder. At this moment, the second prince's residence was less a palace and more a barracks ignited by fervor and ambition. The gates stood wide open, torches blazing like dragons, illuminating the scene as bright as day. Armored rebel soldiers streamed in, their faces a blend of tension, excitement, and greed. Officials, advisors, and various figures from the underworld flocked to the second prince, Xiao Yan, a motley assembly of sycophants and opportunists, creating a cacophony of revelry. With the air thick with the scent of alcohol, sweat, and a morbid exhilaration over the imminent grasp of power. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was even more festive, filled with music and dance, a scene of jubilant celebration. The second prince, Xiao Yan, donned in military attire with a resplendent yellow robe draped over him, a clear breach of decorum, sat high in the main seat, satisfaction radiating from him as he accepted the flattery and toasts from those below. Surrounding him were several advisors of notable strength and hired martial artists, presenting the visage of a new ruler taking the throne. Congratulations, Your Highness. Best wishes, Your Highness. A corpulent official raised his cup with a sycophantic grin, proclaiming that the defenses at Zizaman had fallen, the imperial guards were leaderless, and the imperial city was poised to succumb. The vast territory of the Great Een was already within His Highness's grasp. Ha. Well said. Xiao Yan laughed with arrogance, draining his cup in one gulp, his tone brimming with hubris. Did that old fox, Xiao Hanyuan, still think he could manipulate me? Once I ascend the throne, he shall be the first to face my wrath. And that mad prince, come tomorrow, I shall send him to join his deceased father. The crowd below echoed his sentiments, their flattery flowing like a tidal wave. Yet, amidst this apparent revelry, a barely perceptible chill slithered in, akin to a venomous serpent. High above, a figure clad in black, like a specter melding into the night, coldly surveyed the tumult below. Beneath the broad hood, Xiao Jin's lips curled into a cruel arc. A feast, you say? Perfect, indeed, as a farewell banquet to send you on your way. He wisely refrained from a frontal assault. That would be folly. His senses, akin to an invisible web, had already mapped the entire layout of the second prince's residence, revealing both open watchtowers and hidden sentries, as well as the distribution of formidable adversaries. Within the estate, approximately 300 elite soldiers resided, most at the 6th to 7th rank, with 6 8th rank experts scattered throughout. Among the 3 beside Xiao Yan, 2 were at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, while one bore a murky aura, seemingly newly crossed into innate thresholds, yet his unstable realm indicated he was a mere waste, enhanced by potions. With such meager strength, they dared to rebel? A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Jin's eyes. In a swift movement, he glided from the shadows like a wraith, deftly evading several patrols, and arrived near a storeroom at the estate's flank. Here lay a substantial stock of logistical supplies, a point of relative weakness for the traders. Drawing a deep breath, he let the profound innate energy within him circulate quietly, pressing his palms against the ground. Innate essence, earthly transformation. A torrent of potent energy surged violently beneath the storeroom. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the earth. The entire storeroom shook violently, walls cracked, and the roof caved in. The stored oil and provisions ignited instantly, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Boom! A towering inferno shot skyward, the colossal blast sound eclipsing all revelry. Alarmed cries erupted. The storeroom has exploded. Waters breached. Quickly, extinguish the flames. Enemy attack. An enemy assault. Instantly, chaos reigned within the estate. Those rushing to douse the flames, rescue the wounded, and seek out the enemy found the once orderly ranks of the traders thrown into disarray. Confusion is the finest cover. At the moment when every gaze was drawn to the explosion, Xiao Jin moved. He darted forth like a streak of black lightning, following the path his senses had previously mapped to the hall, charging irresolutely. Who goes there? Stop him. The traitorous soldiers along his path barely registered a blur before a shadow swept past, followed by the terrifying force of impact, sending them hurtling backward with cries of agony and broken bones. No one could halt his advance. His speed was so blinding that many soldiers had yet to react before he had surged through their ranks. Inside the hall, the festivities had long been interrupted by the explosion and ensuing chaos. Xiao Yan stood up, uncertainty etched upon his face, as he gazed outside amidst the throng of his guards. What has happened? No sooner had he spoken, then, bang! The imposing copper-inlaid wooden door of the hall, seemingly fragile as paper, was suddenly shattered by a violent force from the outside. Amidst the flying splinters, a figure cloaked in black, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, stepped through the flames and smoke, advancing with deliberate strides. The broad hood concealed the face, revealing only a pair of eyes ablaze with an icy fire, surveying the scene from the shadows, instilling an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathless. Protect His Highness! Protect His Highness! Cried Xiao Yan, his face ashen with fear. Immediately, 3 formidable figures at his side stepped forward, Two peak 8th tier experts positioned themselves on either side of him, while an elder with forcibly enhanced innate strength coldly snorted and took a step forward, unleashing an aura characteristic of the innate realm, albeit feeble, in an attempt to intimidate the newcomer. Rodents that skulk in the shadows. How dare you disturb His Highness? The elder bellowed, striking out with a palm, the gust carrying a foul stench, clearly indicative of some toxic technique. Xiao Jin did not even glance at the elder's flawed technique, merely waving his hand nonchalantly. Innate true qi, manifest. The air crackled with palpable energy. A sharp sound reverberated like a crisp slap. The elder had not even comprehended how the attack was executed before he felt an irresistible force strike his face. His protective true energy shattered like fragile bubbles, and a torrent of blood mixed with teeth erupted from his mouth as he was sent spiraling back, crashing against a pillar and collapsing, lifeless. One slap. One innate master sent flying, though a false one. The arena fell into an immediate silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present were paralyzed with terror at this horrifying spectacle. The two peak 8th tier masters were drenched in cold sweat, their hands trembling around their weapons. What manner of monster is this? Xiao Jin's gaze swept past the stunned crowd, locking onto the pale and trembling figure of the second prince, Xiao Yan. He spoke in a deliberately mimicked, hoarse, and chilling tone, heavily accented with the dialect of Beiyin, slowly articulating. His voice soft yet resonating like thunder in every ear. Your Highness, the second prince, I, from Beiyin, assist you in your endeavors. Yet you wish to dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Xiao Yan, as if struck by lightning, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. You are the Beiyin envoy, referring to Xiao Honyuan, sent to inquire of you. Xiao Jin interrupted him, his tone growing even more frigid. When do you intend to hand over the maps and alliance documents for the 3 cities and 5 passes promised to Beiyin? Or do you intend to hoard them for yourself? These words pierced through the ears of Xiao Yan and all present like venomous needles. 3 cities and 5 passes. Maps and alliance documents. Hoard for oneself. This was an absolute national secret, a confidential transaction between Xiao Honyuan and Beiyin. At that moment, it was audaciously uttered by a Beiyin envoy in plain sight. Xiao Yan was utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of any maps or alliance documents. Xiao Honyuan had never mentioned this to him. Instinctively, he screamed in protest, You lie. I have never. It seems your highness intends to renege. Xiao Jin's voice suddenly turned perilously dangerous and disheartened. If so, we of Beiyin will have to retrieve it ourselves. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared right before Xiao Yan. The 2 pinnacle 8th grade masters, with grim determination, unleashed their fury, swinging their blades towards him. Yet, Xiao Jin did not flinch. With both hands, he struck first, precisely seizing their wrists and twisting forcefully. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed. The 2 masters emitted heart-wrenching cries as their wrists were shattered, their weapons clattering to the ground. In an instant, Xiao Jin's hands moved like lightning, gripping their throats and lifting them off the ground as if they were mere chicks. Devouring command confirmed. The ferocious power of absorption erupted instantaneously. The 2 pinnacle 8th grade masters were rendered incapable of struggle, their bodies visibly shriveling, their vitality dimming rapidly. Absorption successful. Gained substantial energy. His innate true qi surged, advancing towards an even greater pinnacle. With a resounding thud, the 2 lifeless corpses were carelessly discarded to the ground, akin to discarded refuse. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, the 3 strongest bodyguards beside the second prince had suffered 2 fatalities and 1 grievous injury. Xiao Yan, confronted by the ominous figure in black robes, resembling a demon, and the sight of the terrifying corpses on the ground, felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground as fear overwhelmed him, his trousers dampening with an acrid stench. He cried out incoherently for mercy, his mind unraveling completely. It was too late. Xiao Jin coldly uttered 2 words, his fingers aligning into a blade, thrusting directly towards Xiao Yan's heart. He intended to execute this puppet prince before all, elevating the spectacle to its zenith. However, just as his hand was about to pierce Xiao Yan's chest, an unforeseen change occurred. A subtle yet razor-sharp sword aura, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, struck without warning from the shadows, aiming directly for Xiao Jin's temple. The speed was blinding, the angle cunning, and the timing ruthlessly precise. This strike was not something the mere riffraff in the hall could muster. A formidable expert lay in ambush. A warning blared in Xiao Jin's mind. His innate spiritual awareness went into a frenzy. Should he neglect to defend himself, he could indeed eliminate Xiao Yan. but he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury or even death from this incoming attack. In that electrifying moment, Xiao Jin made the most astute choice. He retracted his hand, which was aimed at Xiao Yan, and retreated like a specter, while simultaneously flicking his fingers. Clang! A thread of highly compressed innate chi accurately struck the spine of the ambushing dagger. Sparks flew. The dagger was deflected slightly, grazing past Xiao Jin's hood and severing a few strands of hair. A slight, dark figure stumbled out from the shadows, eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly unprepared for such a swift and potent reaction from the opponent. Scan. Target. Realm. Innate martial artist, early pinnacle. Status. Concealed. Exceptionally skilled in assassination, with a venomous technique, suspected to be from the Shadow Pavilion or a similar organization. Another innate expert. Moreover, a professional assassin. Certainly not one of Xiao Yan's subordinates. Was this an observer sent by Xiao Honyuan to monitor or eliminate him at a crucial moment? Or had a pursuer from the Shadow Pavilion arrived ahead of time? The situation had abruptly turned exceedingly perilous. Xiao Jin, without a hint of hesitation, utilized the momentum of his retreat to fiercely kick over a nearby burning brazier. The blazing coals and timbers soared into the air like celestial blossoms, raining down upon the crowd and the drapes of the hall. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted instantaneously. Ah, it's on fire. Help! The hall descended into utter chaos and panic. Without a glance back, Xiao Jin propelled himself like a cannonball through the shattered window, plunging into the even more tumultuous courtyard outside. The innate assassin, with a sharp glint in his eyes, followed suit without hesitation, his movements ghost-like and relentless. The two engaged in a heart-stopping chase and brief skirmish within the tumultuous confines of the second prince's residence, where the air was thick with sword energy and palm winds, claiming the lives of several unfortunate rebels in the process. Xiao Jin fought while retreating, avoiding direct confrontation, cleverly using the terrain and the disarray of the rebel forces as cover while igniting chaos throughout the estate. He had nearly achieved his objective, to create massive turmoil, eliminate a key guard of Xiao Yan, publicly unveil treasonous secrets, severely undermine the morale of the rebels, and firmly place the blame on the Northern Yan assassins. It was time to escape. His gaze swept across the surroundings, quickly honing in on a direction, an entrance to a secret passage leading to the city's outskirts. Gleaned from fragments of Xiao Yan's memories, he accelerated, unleashing waves of vital energy to repel his pursuers and the innate assassin, slipping like a fish into the narrow alleyway. The assassin followed closely, only to witness the cloaked figure at the end of the passage casting a scornful smile, before suddenly sinking downward and vanishing from sight. The assassin hastily pursued, but found the ground sealing shut with a heavy stone slab, seamlessly closing off an exceedingly concealed entrance to the secret passage. Attempting to force it open, he discovered the slab was immensely heavy and seemingly rigged with mechanisms, impervious to his efforts in the short term. Damn it! Furious, the assassin pounded the wall, leaving cracks in its surface. Glancing back at the ever-growing flames and the utterly disintegrating rebel forces, he realized the futility of his pursuit. Gritting his teeth, he quickly disappeared into the shadows, retreating to report this astonishing turn of events to his master. Within the secret passage, Xiao Jin swiftly navigated the deep, damp corridor, sensing no pursuing presence behind him, and gradually exhaled in relief. He removed his hood, revealing a face slightly flushed from the fierce battle and the frenzied consumption of energy, though his eyes remained as cold as iron. Tonight's mission had been largely successful. The second prince's estate was effectively ruined. The collusion between Xiao Honyuan and Northern Yan had been publicly exposed. The blame was perfectly cast. Additionally, he had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of innate perfection. The only unforeseen variable was the sudden appearance of the innate assassin. Was the Shadow Pavilion still Xiao Hongyuan's trump card? As Xiao Jin continued his swift advance, he pondered, realizing that the final confrontation would not be so easily won. However, this prospect only fueled his excitement further. He quickened his pace towards the exit at the other end of the passage. Outside the city, a grand gift awaited him. The Northern Yan rendezvous point, Haifenju. The corners of his mouth curled once more into a chilling and frenzied arc. Chapter 23. The burial of Northern Yan at Haifenju. The secret passage's exit lay 3 miles outside the city, at a forsaken graveyard. The ground was littered with neglected tombs, exposed bones, and the night owls emitted their mournful cries, while the air was thick with the stench of decay and death. This place represented the darkest and most sordid corners beneath the resplendent facade of the great Yin capital. Xiao Jin emerged silently from a dilapidated tomb concealed by withered vines, his black robe smeared with dirt and cobwebs. He inhaled the cold and liberating air outside the city, allowing the turbulent innate energy within him to gradually settle. Suppressing the remnants of agitation brought on by the recent battle and devouring, his spiritual awareness spread outwards like a tide, instantly enveloping a radius of 200 meters. There were no ambushes, no pursuers. Only a few startled wild dogs, tails between their legs, whined as they retreated into the deeper shadows. It appeared that the innate assassin had not followed him or had become momentarily ensnared by the intricate mechanisms of the secret passage. Excellent. His gaze shifted towards the southeast. Based on the fragments of memories devoured from the Bloodwolf Guards and Zhao Wui, the Northern Yin rendezvous point was located 30 miles away at Haifinju. It was a perilous valley, easily defensible yet difficult to attack, making it an ideal location for covert transactions and ambushes. The reinforcements dispatched by Northern Yin were undoubtedly formidable, perhaps with even greater prey at stake. A glimmer of hunter-like excitement flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. The chaos within the capital had already brewed. It was now time to reap the fruits outside the city. He moved swiftly, avoiding the main road and instead gliding into the nearby dense forest like a specter. Fully exerting his innate mastery, he became a mere blur, darting between the trees with the ease of walking on level ground. 30 miles, for him now, was but the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Soon, a treacherous valley, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, came into view. The valley's mouth was narrow, filled with jagged rocks, and the night wind howled through, producing sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails, thus earning the name Haifinju. Xiao Jin halted atop a high cliff outside the valley, extending his spiritual awareness inward. Indeed, there was an ambush. Approximately 50 cavalrymen, clad in Northern Yin leather jackets and exuding a fierce aura, lay concealed behind rocks and shrubs. Each was armed with bows and knives, their gazes sharp. Clearly the elite of Northern Yin. Leading them was a one-eyed giant, whose cultivation had evidently reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, accompanied by 2 7th-rank lieutenants. At the deepest part of the valley, on a relatively flat expanse, a small tent was pitched, emanating an extremely faint yet chilling aura that even pricked Xiao Jin's spiritual sense. There was a master present, at least of innate caliber. Moreover, this individual excelled in concealment, likely possessing strength that surpassed both Shadow 7 and that assassin he encountered earlier. Scanning. Target, Tuoba Yi, Northern Yin 1000-man commander. Realm, 8th rank martial artist. Pinnacle. Status, ambush. Alert, slightly anxious, awaiting timeout. Target. Inside the tent. Realm, innate martial artist. Mid-stage. Status, concealed, cultivating, cold art. Unstable aura, seemingly with old injuries. Innate mid-stage. There exists an individual at the mid-level of innate power, bearing old wounds. In an instant, Xiao Jin comprehended the situation. This person was likely the true leader behind Bai Yin's current rescue operation, with the cavalry and Tuoba Yi merely serving as a facade. This individual was deeply concealed. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his spiritual awareness, he might have remained oblivious. A wounded mid-level innate warrior presented an opportunity too enticing to resist. The risks were considerable, yet the potential rewards were immeasurable. Should he manage to absorb the essence of a mid-level innate being, even in a compromised state, the energy obtained would far surpass that of an early-stage warrior, possibly enabling him to ascend to the pinnacle of innate power in a single stroke. Determined, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. He refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead adopting the patience of a seasoned hunter, meticulously observing the valley's terrain, the enemy's defenses, and the position of the tent. Moments later, a plan began to crystallize. He silently descended the steep cliff, maneuvering to the opposite side of the valley where the terrain was even more precipitous and the guards relatively sparse. He retrieved several smoke bombs and flares, procured from the residence of the second prince, intended to create chaos. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his innate true energy, slamming his hands onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently on the opposite side of the valley, near the entrance. Massive boulders seemed to be propelled by an unseen force, crashing down toward the Baiyin cavalry below. Enemy attack. Beware of falling rocks. The Baiyin cavalry erupted into a frenzy, scrambling to avoid the tumbling stones, causing a disturbance in their formation. At that very moment, as all attention was drawn to the falling debris, Xiao Jin sprang into action, like a bolt of black lightning. He plunged down the sheer cliff, not targeting the soldiers or the tent, but rather the concentrated mass of cavalry and their steeds. Before he even arrived, several ignited smoke bombs shot like meteors into the herd of horses. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke bombs detonated, releasing a pungent cloud that swiftly enveloped the area, infused with an irritant powder. The war horses, unaccustomed to such turmoil, became startled, rearing up in fright, kicking and thrashing about in a desperate bid to escape their restraints. The cavalry was thrown into disarray. Control the horses. What the hell is happening? The Bayan cavalry was instantaneously thrown into chaos. Struggling to regain control over their panicked mounts, their formation utterly shattered. Amidst this extreme confusion and the cover of thick smoke, Xiao Jin's figure, akin to a specter, silently navigated through the tumultuous mass of horses and soldiers, heading straight for the seemingly tranquil tent. His speed was unparalleled. With a singular focus, to capture the leader before vanquishing the lesser foes. With a resounding crash, he burst through the tent, his fist enveloped in innate energy, striking directly at the figure seated cross-legged within, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The mid-level innate master inside the tent suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing pupils akin to those of a venomous serpent, filled with shock and fury. Clearly, he did not anticipate such a precise and swift assault, nor such ferocity in the attack. In a hasty reaction, he unleashed a palm strike, the frigid wind of his attack colliding violently with Xiao Jin's formidable punch. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the tent, instantly tearing it into countless fragments by the ferocious force. Dust mingled with ice shards scattered in all directions. Xiao Jin staggered back a step, his arm tingling slightly. The opponent's hasty palm strike was still thick and venomous, proving the prowess of a mid-stage innate master. The Northern Yin innate practitioner let out a groan, his body swaying violently, a trickle of black blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Evidently affected by an old injury, suffering a minor setback. "Who are you? How dare you?" the Northern Yin innate practitioner exclaimed, astonished and furious. Yet, Xiao Jin offered no opportunity for idle talk. Seizing the initiative, he launched a relentless assault, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. Fists, palms, fingers, and legs transformed into a tempest of strikes, each imbued with the overwhelming vigor of a fully realized innate power and a terrifying will to consume all. He did not defend himself, engaging in a mad strategy of trading injuries for injuries, life for life, relying on the characteristics of his copper skin and innate vigor. He withstood some of the opponent's attacks, while every blow he delivered targeted the opponent's old wounds and vital points. The Northern Yin innate practitioner grew increasingly alarmed. Though his opponent's power seemed slightly inferior, the ferocity of his life-or-death struggle and that eerie ability, he could sense his own true energy being continuously siphoned, rendered him helpless. His old injury throbbed painfully, and his breath became increasingly chaotic. Outside the tent, the Northern Yin cavalry, hearing the commotion, sought to rush in to assist, but were repelled by the terrifying shockwaves generated by the clash, rendering them unable to approach. An occasional surge of innate energy swept past, ensuring that any who ventured close would meet with certain death or injury. Finally, Xiao Jin bore the brunt of a chilling palm strike, his shoulder black robe torn, a thin layer of ice forming upon his skin. Yet, his finger sword, imbued with the principle of vital blood crit, accurately struck the chest where the Northern Yin innate practitioner's old injury resided. The Northern Yin innate practitioner let out a piercing scream as his old wound erupted, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly diminishing by half. Now was the moment. Devour command confirmed. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes as his spiritual sense locked onto the target. Target locked. Helian Taishu, disciple of the Northern Yin National Master. Status: old injury erupted, combat power drastically reduced, mind in disarray. Devour command confirmed. A surge of innate essence, far grander and purer than that of Shadow 7 and all previous opponents, imbued with extreme cold properties, surged into Xiao Jin's body like a deluge breaking free from its dam. Devour successful. Acquired. Vast innate essence, cold attribute. Warning: energy excessively massive and cold. Urgent refinement required. Current status: innate true chi, great achievement. Innate true chi, peak. Critical point: power. An unimaginable force instantaneously filled every meridian. The innate true chi within his dantian swelled, compressed, and underwent a qualitative transformation, its hue deepening as though it contained endless black holes of stars. Just a single opportunity remained before he could break through to the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals. Although the cold attribute energy brought intense pain and a chilling sensation, it was forcibly suppressed by the system, gradually transforming into the purest essence. In the depths of despair, Helian Tieshu's eyes brimmed with boundless fear and reluctance. His body quickly withering as if drained of life, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Acquired memory fragment. Defensive map of the Northern Yin border. The State Master's secluded efforts to challenge terrestrial immortals and prolonged correspondence with a prominent figure within the Great Yin dynasty, encrypted. An unexpected gain. Xiao Jin, battling the almost explosive energy within him and the excruciating agony of intertwining ice and fire, cast a glance at the northern Yin cavalry. Now utterly terrified and attempting to flee. With a cold snort, he darted forth like lightning, akin to a tiger amongst sheep. Moments later, the entire Haifeng Gorge fell silent, leaving only the stench of blood and a carpet of corpses. Standing amidst the mountain of bodies and the sea of blood, Xiao Jin's black robes soaked in crimson. His aura fluctuated, now surging like the ocean, now chilling like an abyss, as he diligently refined the immense cold essence within him. He raised his gaze towards the capital, where the flames and sounds of battle seemed to wane slightly, but had yet to cease. It was time to return. The final stage awaited him. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he flickered, transforming once more into a bolt of black lightning, racing back towards the still burning and bleeding Imperial City. His reckoning had only just begun. Chapter 24. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Imperial City, the capital had been utterly transformed into a hellscape. Flames painted half the sky crimson. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring stars and moon alike. The streets were strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. The rebels and the loyal Imperial forces engaged in fierce urban warfare, the cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and dying wails echoing through the once thriving metropolis. Now reduced to mere slaughter and ruin, Xiao Jin moved through the burning streets like a reaper risen from the sea of blood. The dense aura of bloodlust surrounding him, coupled with the terrifying pressure of his innate peak, compelled both sides of the conflict to tremble and retreat involuntarily, creating an eerie vacuum in his wake. Inside him, the vast cold essence devoured from Lien Taishu continued to clash violently, the agony of ice and fire relentlessly assaulting his veins and consciousness. Yet all were forcibly subdued and refined by his indomitable will and system. With each fragment of essence refined, his strength solidified, drawing him ever closer to the elusive realm of terrestrial immortality. His objective was clear: the Imperial City. According to the fragmented memories gleaned from several rebel leaders he had consumed along the way, Xiao Honyuan had long departed the royal residence, personally leading the most elite forces towards the heart of the Imperial City, intent on executing the final act of regicide and treachery. As for Yun Zhao, she had previously headed towards the Shiji Gate. Her circumstances remained uncertain. The mere thought of her stirred a minute ripple within Xiao Jin's frigid heart. He instinctively touched the jade pendant in his embrace, feeling its coolness, yet sensing a faint, almost imperceptible connection. At that moment, a violent surge of energy and a familiar, icy sword intent erupted from the street ahead. It was Yun Zhao. She was engaged in combat, and her opponent was formidable. Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he accelerated, shooting forth like a streak of black light. The scene at the street corner was gruesome. Dozens of Imperial guards and dark-clothed figures lay fallen, clearly having endured a fierce battle. In the heart of the central realm, Yun Zhao stood, his white attire stained with blood, gripping the cold jade sword. The blade's radiance remained sharp, yet his breath grew labored. A trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth as he faced off against a middle-aged man clad in a dark purple python robe, his countenance malevolent. Xiao Honyuan. He had finally taken matters into his own hands. At this moment, the usual elegance and pretense of Xiao Honyuan had vanished, replaced by a formidable aura that surged around him, revealing that he too had reached the innate realm. Furthermore, the refinement of his true energy surpassed that of the previous Lien Taishu, exhibiting a steadiness and cunning that was even more pronounced. In his grasp, he wielded a uniquely shaped serpent-like sword, its tip exuding a sinister green venom, clearly imbued with deadly poison. Young lady of the Yun family. Xiao Hongyuan's voice dripped with coldness and malice. I have repeatedly shown leniency, due to your family's contributions. Do you truly wish to remain obstinate and accompany this crumbling edifice to its grave? Yun Zhao, bracing his sword against the ground, fought to suppress the tumultuous blood surging within him, his voice resolute and chilling. Xiao Honyuan, you conspired with Bai Yin, betrayed your country for personal gain, and committed regicide. Your heinous deeds have incited the wrath of both gods and men. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. Acting in the name of justice? How laughable. Xiao Honyuan sneered. The victors write history, as has been the case since time immemorial. Once I ascend to the throne, the annals will bear my narrative. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. With a flick of his serpent sword, the venomous radiance surged forth, resembling a viper striking from its lair. Aimed directly at Yun Zhao's heart, the speed and precision far surpassed all his previous adversaries. Yun Zhao summoned his true energy. The cold jade sword blossoming with a flurry of sword flowers in an attempt to block the attack. However, he was evidently injured, his movements slightly delayed. As the poison blade was about to pierce him, a chilling and hoarse voice, laced with boundless killing intent and authority, resonated as if from the depths of the abyss. Your opponent is I. Simultaneously, a shadow darted like a specter between the two. The figure in black, swirling with an air of menace, extended a hand enveloped in refined innate energy, striking precisely upon the spine of Xiao Hongyuan's serpent sword. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated through the air. An unimaginable force surged forth, causing Xiao Hongyuan's arm to tremble violently, as the serpent's sword was forced aside. The blade's venomous glow dimming considerably. He staggered back, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the newcomer. Yun Zhao too was taken aback, staring at the familiar silhouette clad in black, feeling an aura far more terrifying than before, akin to an abyss. His cold eyes brimmed with a complex array of emotions, shock, confusion, and perhaps an almost imperceptible sense of relief. Xiao Hongyuan's gaze fixated intensely on the figure in black, particularly at the familiar attire of the elite military commander. His pupils constricting in realization. It is you? The one who killed Zhao Wuyo and Wang Zhan, impersonating a Beiyan assassin to wreak havoc in the capital. It is you. Xiao Jin slowly lifted his head. Beneath the hood, his eyes burned with a cold flame, piercing like a blade into Xiao Hongyuan. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight to shatter all. Uncle, it has been 3 years. I trust you have been well. The poisoned wine you gifted me remains etched in my memory. Today, I have come to settle the score. The final 2 words thundered like a lightning strike, laden with 3 years of pent-up hatred and overwhelming murderous intent. Xiao Hongyuan felt as if struck by lightning, his face paling instantly, genuine terror flickering in his eyes for the first time. You are Xiao Jin? Impossible. He could hardly believe it. His nephew, whom he had personally rendered a fool 3 years ago, not only regained his sanity, but also possessed an astonishing power that surpassed his own. Such an impossible occurrence was not unique. As Xiao Jin advanced step by step, his aura intensified with each stride. The chilling essence he was refining seemed to be stirred by his murderous intent, causing the air around him to grow icy and piercing, as if to say, "You shall perish here today, you little beast. Even if you have recovered, so what? I can incapacitate you once. I can do it again." Xiao Hongyuan, a true tyrant, after a moment of shock, felt a fierce determination wash over his face. He unleashed his innate true energy without reservation. The serpent-like sword gleaming ominously with renewed vigor. "Altogether, kill him," he commanded, and from the surrounding shadows emerged 4 figures, each a peak expert of the 8th rank. Clearly, Xiao Hongyuan's final trump card. 5 men surrounded him, radiating lethal intent. Yun Zhao, despite his injuries, gripped his sword, ready to assist. "Step back," Xiao Jin replied without turning, his voice resolute. "Leave the trifles to me." No sooner had he spoken than he moved. Confronted by the 5, he chose the most ferocious and direct approach, charging at Xiao Hongyuan. Innate vital energy, fully unleashed. Blood Fury Strike. He fused the principle of his innate vital energy into his attack, transforming into a human cannonball. Propelled by overwhelming power, he barreled forward. The 4 peak experts attempted to obstruct him, their blades striking Xiao Jin's protective energy. Yet it was like ants attempting to shake a tree. They were sent reeling, spitting blood, utterly powerless. Xiao Hongyuan's pupils constricted as he gritted his teeth, channeling all his might into the serpent sword, the toxic brilliance swelling as if it were tangible and thrusting forth. The ghostly green sword energy tore through the air, reeking of blood, aimed straight at Xiao Jin's chest. This was the culmination of his life's efforts, bolstered by the sword's unique venom. Confident that even those of the same realm would hesitate to meet it head-on. "Child's play," Xiao Jin scoffed, unfazed, his right hand forming a fist. The essence of the refined Hellion iron tree surged forth, imbued with an extreme chill of innate vital energy, and he unleashed a punch. The clash of fist and sword erupted. A thunderous explosion resonated, generating shockwaves that sent debris from the surrounding ruins flying. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed. In Xiao Hongyuan's incredulous gaze, his precious poisoned sword began to splinter from the tip, the ghostly green venom meeting an insurmountable foe, shattered and dispersed by the icy might of Xiao Jin's punch. In an instant, that terrifying force coursed through the broken sword, crashing into his body. Uft! Xiao Hongyuan spewed blood, his chest visibly caving in, and he was flung back like a ragdoll, crashing into a distant crumbling wall, which collapsed, burying him beneath its weight. One punch. A devastating blow to the innate realm of Xiao Hongyuan. Devour command confirmed. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin's consciousness locked onto the buried, rapidly fading aura of Xiao Hongyuan. However, just as the power of devouring was about to be unleashed, a faint yet inexplicably potent voice suddenly resonated from the direction of the imperial city. Xiao Jin's movements abruptly faltered. At that moment, he felt the jade pendant in his embrace suddenly become scorching hot. Yun Zhao, too, seemed to sense something, quickly casting his gaze towards the imperial city. There, atop the highest point of the imperial city, on the roof of the Golden Throne Hall, which symbolizes the supreme authority of the Great Een, an indistinct figure had inexplicably materialized. This person appeared to be entwined with the very fate of the imperial city, emanating an indescribable, awe-inspiring majesty that compelled one to bow in reverence, though the visage remained obscured. The pressure emanating from deep within the bloodline allowed Xiao Jin to instantly ascertain the identity of the figure, none other than the reigning emperor, his father. He had remained conscious all along. Perhaps he had been observing everything from the shadows. The emperor's gaze seemed to pierce through the vast distance, landing squarely on Xiao Jin, filled with complex and inscrutable emotions, consolation, guilt, scrutiny, and a profound weariness. Leave his life. I have further inquiries for the emperor. His voice faltered yet bore an undeniable weight. Xiao Jin's brow furrowed deeply. Leave Xiao Hongyuan's life? That old fox deserved to die 1,000 deaths. But with the emperor himself speaking, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, a new anomaly emerged. A subtle yet razor-sharp invisible sword energy, without warning, shot forth from the shadows of another direction, targeting not Xiao Jin nor Yun Zhao, but rather the buried Xiao Hongyuan. This strike was swift, ruthless, precise, and cunning. The timing was impeccably executed, seizing the opportunity created by the emperor's distraction during Xiao Jin's moment of doubt. With a soft thud, the sword energy accurately penetrated the ruins. Xiao Hongyuan's already waning breath vanished instantaneously. An execution. Someone sought to silence Xiao Hongyuan. Both Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao's expressions shifted simultaneously. Who? Xiao Jin bellowed, his consciousness and gaze instantly locking onto the source of the sword energy. There, atop a distant tower, a shadowy figure flickered and vanished, moving with astonishing speed and evading detection, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Was it that innate assassin again? Or a person from the emperor's side? Or perhaps someone from Yun Zhao's father's faction? Xiao Jin yearned to pursue, but the opponent's movements were enigmatic, and the emperor's presence in the imperial city had suddenly fixed its attention upon him, seemingly imbued with a warning. He sharply turned towards the imperial city, only to find the emperor's figure had already dissipated, as though he had never appeared at all. All that remained were the ruins in the center of the street, within which lay the utterly extinguished Xiao Hongyuan, amidst the debris and the dazed Yun Zhao. Target deceased, devouring interrupted. The system's cold notification echoed sharply. Xiao Jin stood frozen in place, his dark robe billowing in the night wind, his heart seething with unbridled fury, yet with no outlet for his wrath. Ultimately, he had failed to personally end Xiao Hongyuan's life, nor had he been able to absorb his power. The unseen hand had, after all, been a step ahead. Slowly, he approached the ruins, gazing at the lifeless body of Xiao Hongyuan, whose eyes remained wide open in shock and resentment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly brought his foot down with a resounding stomp. Bang! Xiao Hongyuan's head exploded like a watermelon. Your life was not spared by me, yet your fate shall be determined by my hand. His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any tremor. After executing his deed, he lifted his gaze towards the imperial city, his eyes deep and contemplative. The seemingly ailing emperor, his father, the shadow lurking deeper within, and the influential figure colluding with Beiyin. The fog of mystery began to lift, revealing an even darker and more formidable shadow. Had his vengeance reached its conclusion? Or was it merely in its nascent stage? He turned to face Yun Zhao, who was also gazing at him, a complex expression in his eyes, the sword in his hand hanging low. Their eyes met, and the flames danced between them, as if separated by an invisible chasm, yet bound by an unseen connection. At that moment, the system interface in the corner of Xiao Jin's vision flickered with unprecedented intensity, emitting extraordinary notifications. Massive causal energy and national fortune fluctuations detected. Conditions met. Commencing absorption, analyzing. Unlocking hidden advancement information. Land immortal realm, pseudo. Note: to truly break through, one must condense the dynasty's luck or consume specific celestial treasures. Land immortal? Pseudo realm? Xiao Jin abruptly raised his head, gazing at the majestic imperial city shrouded in flames and blood, a frenzied and fervent light igniting anew in his eyes. Chapter 25. The smoldering embers. The dawn of a new journey. The darkness before dawn is the most profound, yet it heralds the imminent arrival of light. The sounds of battle within the capital gradually subsided. Although flames stubbornly burned in some corners, they had lost their frenzied momentum, leaving behind only wisps of smoke mingled with the heavy stench of blood and charred remnants, silently narrating the harrowing upheaval of the previous night. The rebel forces, bereft of their leader, the second prince, terrified, had retreated to his residence after Xiao Hongyuan's demise, faced betrayal from Beiyin assassins and an unexpected counterattack from the royal forces, leading to a complete collapse of morale. Either surrendering or fleeing, the scattered resistance was swiftly extinguished. Under the command of a few surviving veteran generals and the sudden appearance of adept warriors from deep within the imperial city, the imperial guards began the arduous task of restoring order, assessing losses, extinguishing residual flames, gathering surrendered troops, and aiding the wounded. The entire city resembled a wounded giant, having just undergone a brutal surgical procedure, slowly awakening amidst its agonized groans. Xiao Jin stood at the intersection, now a desolate ruin, his black robe stained with blood that was gradually congealing, darkening, and hardening. The vast reservoir of chilling primordial energy within him had been initially suppressed. Though it was not entirely refined, the surging sense of power filled his limbs and body, firmly establishing his peak innate realm. However, the door to the legendary land immortal realm, though revealed by the system, remained firmly closed, requiring the so-called dynasty's fortune or celestial treasures as a key, an endeavor far from simple. His gaze shifted from the headless corpse of Xiao Hongyuan to the still magnificent imperial city, which now seemed shrouded in even deeper shadows. That figure, that voice, his father. Had he truly been gravely ill? Or had all of this unfolded under his cold scrutiny, or even tacit approval? He ultimately refrained from taking the life of Xiao Hongyuan. Was it truly for the sake of interrogation, or merely to create an opportunity for that shadowy figure behind the scenes? Countless uncertainties swirled within Xiao Jin, leaving him devoid of any sense of belonging to that palace, a symbol of supreme power, instead filling him with deeper vigilance and estrangement. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, light and tinged with hesitation. Xiao Jin did not turn, as his spiritual awareness had already informed him of the visitor's identity. Yun Zhao halted a few steps behind him, the bloodstains on her white attire blooming like crimson plum blossoms in the snow, glaring and arresting. She gazed at the solitary yet imposing figure of Xiao Jin clad in black, her cold eyes reflecting a complex and indistinct array of emotions. She opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for how to initiate her inquiries. Should she ask him how he had recovered? Inquire about the source of his terrifying prowess? Question his subsequent intentions? Ultimately, she merely uttered softly, "The West G gate has been secured. Lu Meng is dead." Xiao Jin slowly turned, his gaze calm as it fell upon her face from beneath his hood. "I know," he replied. He had consumed the memories of those rebel leaders, which included fragments of the prolonged siege at the West G gate, as well as the image of Lu Meng being silenced by a sword thrust from a suddenly appearing woman in white. As their eyes met once more, a silence enveloped the air, thick with an indescribable tension. After sharing the harrowing experience of life and death the previous night, though each had fought separately towards a shared goal, their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. The icy barrier remained, yet it was now intertwined with an undeniable bond and curiosity. "Are you going to the palace?" Yun Zhao averted her gaze towards the imperial city. "His Majesty should wish to see you." "See me?" Xiao Jin's tone was neutral, betraying no hint of emotion. "And then what?" "To receive accolades and play the role of a wayward son returning to righteousness, the loyal and filial heir for the nation's service?" Yun Zhao paused for a moment in silence, then shook her head. "That is not you." "Oh." Xiao Jin arched an eyebrow. "Do you know me so well?" "I know the you from 3 years ago and the you from last night." Yun Zhao raised her head, her gaze becoming clear and resolute once more. "But whichever version of you it may be, you would not willingly remain trapped in that gilded cage." At her words, Xiao Jin chuckled softly, a hint of derision laced within his laughter, its target unknown. "You are correct." He subdued his smile, his expression deepening once again. "The matters here are temporarily resolved. However, some accounts remain unsettled." He referred to the individual behind the scenes orchestrating silencing, to the powerful figures in the court colluding with Beiyin, to Yun Zhao's father, Yun Ye's past grievances, and to the system prompt indicating that a breakthrough required the fortune of the dynasty. All these matters could not be resolved by simply remaining in the capital as a mere heir. He needed power, information, to transcend this game board, and perhaps even to become the one orchestrating the moves. "Are you leaving?" Yun Zhao appeared unsurprised. "Otherwise," Xiao Jin retorted, "should I stay and wait to be sacrificed, only to be plotted against once more by the venomous serpents lurking in the shadows?" He paused, his gaze sharpening as it fixed on Yun Zhao. And you? The young lady of the Kunlun Yun family. Will you return to Kunlun next, continuing as the imprisoned heir of the sword path? Yun Zhao's body stiffened slightly, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening. Xiao Jin's words had struck precisely at the deepest wounds and struggles within her. I do not know. She rarely exhibited a hint of confusion, yet it was swiftly encased in ice once more. However, the matters concerning the Yun family must ultimately reach a resolution, especially before my father plunges into the abyss. The two fell into silence again, yet it seemed they had reached a tacit understanding. They would both depart from the capital, embarking on their individual paths, which might converge again in some distant future. At that moment, a contingent of royal guards, resplendent in their armor and exuding an air of solemnity, approached through the ruins, led by a pale, beardless eunuch with piercing eyes. Your Highness, the young master, Miss Yun. The eunuch announced, stopping 10 paces away. He bowed respectfully, his voice sharp yet unmistakable. By the Emperor's decree, His Majesty summons you to the palace forthwith. The Emperor is unwell and cannot greet you personally. Please forgive this inconvenience. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Xiao Jin exchanged a glance with Yun Zhao. I understand. Xiao Jin replied nonchalantly, making no move to advance. Instead, he directed his gaze at the eunuch. Please inform His Majesty that the aura of bloodshed around me is rather intense and may inadvertently disturb His Majesty's peace. After I have bathed and changed, and attended to the affairs of my household, I shall present myself to the palace to express my contrition. The eunuch's brow furrowed slightly, perhaps taken aback by Xiao Jin's refusal to meet the Emperor immediately, and his demeanor was so calm and distant, lacking the excitement and gratitude expected of a favored minister. Yet, being well acquainted with the palace's intricacies, he understood the formidable power displayed by the young master the previous night and the Emperor's delicate stance, thus dared not press further. Then, I shall convey this to His Majesty. The eunuch conceded, bowing slightly. His Majesty also wishes to convey a message to you, young master. He said, Jiner, you have suffered over the years. In this capital, in the young master's residence, you may stay as you wish or depart as you please. Just remember, you are ultimately a descendant of the Xiao family. These words, seemingly caring, were laden with deeper implications. Was it a gesture of comfort, a warning, or perhaps a mere concession? Xiao Jin's gaze flickered, and he nodded. Xiao Jin shall remember my father's teachings. The eunuch refrained from further discourse, bowing once more before leading the guards away. It appears your father is more generous than one might have imagined, Yun Zhao remarked softly from the side. He is not generous, he is shrewd. Xiao Jin retorted with a cold smile. A son who is uncontrollable, powerful, and harbors resentment is a liability when kept close. It is wiser to release him, perhaps even allowing him to eliminate a few potential adversaries. He perceives the situation with clarity. The Emperor's actions are merely the result of weighing pros and cons, simultaneously demonstrating paternal affection verbally while avoiding immediate conflict and directing this sharp blade towards enemies beyond the court. However, it suits his purposes, Xiao Jin mused. When do you plan to depart? Yun Zhao inquired. Very soon, Xiao Jin replied, gazing at the ravaged capital. Yet before that, there are some debts to settle. His eyes turned toward the officials' residences, those who had reveled in last night's rebellion and were now gripped by fear. The Emperor may have said that one could stay or leave at will, but he did not prohibit settling old scores before departing. Those who had once humiliated the mad young master actively participated in the rebellion and were even implicated in the matter of stripping him of his powers, their fortunes, their secrets, and their very lives could potentially provide him with ample resources and sustenance for the journey ahead. Yun Zhao seemed to have discerned his thoughts, her brow slightly furrowed. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Instead, she retrieved a small jade vial from her bosom and tossed it to Xiao Jin. The Qingling pill from Kunlun may aid you in dispelling some of the chilling malevolence within you, she remarked with her characteristic coolness. Lest you become ensnared in madness along the way, meeting an untimely and obscure end. Xiao Jin caught the jade vial, its surface warm and smooth, and he could sense the pure medicinal essence contained within. He cast a deep glance at Yun Zhao before stowing the vial away. Thank you. No need for gratitude, she replied, turning away with her white robes billowing in the morning breeze as she took her leave. I hope that when we meet again, you have not truly become a demon lord consumed by the thirst for bloodshed. Before her words faded, she had already taken to the air, like a startled swan flitting through the shadows, disappearing into the gradually brightening dawn without a backward glance. Xiao Jin clutched the still warm jade vial, gazing in the direction of her vanishing form, standing still for a considerable time. It was not until the sky was fully illuminated, casting light upon the scarred imperial capital, that he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, the final flicker of emotion in his eyes extinguished, returning to a cold and resolute demeanor. He turned on his heel, striding towards the marred residents of the air, still reeking of blood. The reckoning was set to commence, and a new journey was on the brink of unfolding. The martial world, the court, Baiyan, and Kunlun, those unfinished grievances, hidden secrets, and the path to greatness lay ahead, awaiting his decisive steps to shatter them one by one. Volume 2, Blood and Fire Tempering the Blade Initiation. Chapter 26. A solitary shadow heads north. The ruins of the heir's residence appeared particularly desolate in the morning light. Charred beams, shattered tiles, and congealed dark red blood silently recounted the assault that had targeted this place, which had been utterly crushed instead. Xiao Jin stood before the estate's entrance, clad in black robes, seemingly merging with the ruins, becoming the most chilling and unsettling aspect of the scene. The former servants and guards had long since fled, leaving only a few bolder old retainers who watched from a distance, their eyes filled with awe and apprehension. He paid no heed to their gazes, his spiritual awareness sweeping over the entire area like a finely tuned comb, meticulously probing for any hidden chambers or secret compartments that might exist within the memories of the original owner. Indeed, deep beneath what had once been the study, he sensed a faint energy barrier. Had it not been for the substantial enhancement of his spiritual awareness, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Approaching that area, he exerted a slight force with his foot, allowing his innate vital energy to penetrate. With a crack, the ground fissured, creating an opening barely large enough for a single person to pass through, a musty atmosphere rushing forth, yet devoid of mildew, instead imbued with a subtle herbal fragrance and metallic undertones. Leaping down, he found himself in a modest secret chamber. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, only a few boxes crafted from cold jade and a locked cabinet made of mysterious iron. Opening the jade boxes, he discovered a handful of pills, their colors smooth and vibrant, their potency far surpassing those he had consumed previously. Clearly, these were the genuine life-preserving artifacts left behind by the original owner's father, which even Xiao Hanyuan had failed to uncover. Scan, 9-turn resurrection pill, exceptional, X3, capable of reviving the dead, infused with abundant life essence. Scan, dragon elephant body refining pill, supreme, X1, embodying utmost strength and vitality, remarkably effective in refining body and soul, and breaking through boundary barriers. Excellent treasures. Precisely what he urgently needed. The dragon elephant body refining pill proved immensely beneficial for his cultivation of the Yin-Cold essence, propelling him towards higher realms. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the dark iron cabinet. Upon placing his palm upon it, the innate vital energy surged forth, forcefully shattering the internal mechanisms. The cabinet door swung open. Inside, he found not a manual, but a neatly stacked, dimly hued dark golden inner armor, along with a fragment of a tiger talisman. The inner armor felt icy to the touch, yet was remarkably supple, its surface inscribed with ancient runes, seemingly capable of autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Scan, starry soft armored shell, incomplete, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite and stardust, capable of self-repair through absorption of spiritual energy, resistant to innate vital attacks, and possesses a degree of resilience against spiritual assaults. Another life-preserving artifact. As for the half-tiger talisman, when Xiao Jin picked it up, a chill ran through his fingertips. This talisman was once the emblem of authority wielded by the protagonist's father during his command of the northern border troops. Though years had passed and the talisman was now fragmented, it might still hold a semblance of influence among the old guards of the northern border. With the elixir, inner armor, and talisman carefully stowed away, Xiao Jin departed from the hidden chamber. These were unexpected gains, yet what lay ahead was the true feast. His figure, akin to a specter of death, reappeared outside the opulent residences of the capital's aristocracy. The first target, the residence of the Deputy Minister of Personnel. It had been the first place visited by the Northern Yen assassins the previous night. The estate was draped in white mourning cloth, filled with wails of despair. The sudden demise of the Deputy Minister and the public marking with the Northern Yen totem had plunged the entire family into profound fear and chaos. The guards had heightened their vigilance significantly, yet against Xiao Jin's innate perception and absolute prowess, they were as insubstantial as air. He moved as if in an uninhabited realm, directly locating the treasury. Gold, silver, and jewels, mundane possessions. He took only a portion of the easily transportable hard currency. His true goal lay within the hidden compartments of the study, where several family legacy cultivation manuals and a piece of warm jade, said to nurture the spirit, awaited. Consumption command confirmed. He held little interest in the manuals themselves, yet the spiritual imprints and martial truths left by the ancestors within were worthy morsels. Gained a minor amount of spiritual energy, slight enhancement of perception. Acquired the technique Thick Earth Decision, Earth Grade, Low Tier, has been recorded and archived. The warm jade felt soothing in his hand. Scan, Soul Nurturing Jade, Medium Grade, capable of nurturing the spirit and accelerating mental recovery. An admirable little artifact. The second target was the Treasury Steward of the Ministry of War. This individual was one of Xia Hongjuan's financial henchmen and had been complicit in the embezzlement of military funds from the northern border, indirectly leading to the protagonist's father's isolated foray. Upon Xiao Jin's arrival, the steward was in a state of panic, instructing his family to pack valuables in preparation for fleeing the capital. Without uttering a word, Xiao Jin swiftly subdued him. After devouring his meager cultivation, he forcefully infiltrated the steward's consciousness, rummaging through his memories. Acquired memory fragments. Locations of hidden ledgers related to smuggling arms with Northern Yen, location of Xia Hongjuan's secret vault, now emptied, several clandestine contact points. Once he had extracted the value, he sent the steward to reunite with his superior, the deputy minister. In passing, he swept away a substantial amount of gold notes and a small chest of spirit crystals hidden within the partition walls, which he had no time to take. Spirit crystals, containing pure spiritual energy, useful for cultivation, array crafting, and powering magical artifacts. In a single night, he had visited 7 residences in succession. In the tumultuous aftermath of last night's rebellion, it was the officials who had danced with exuberance, perhaps harboring grievances with the original owner, who now found themselves ensnared. Xiao Jin, akin to an insatiable beast, traversed the land, consuming not only the lives and powers of his adversaries, but also stripping their families of accumulated martial arts, spiritual artifacts, wealth, and clandestine information. The efficiency and ruthlessness of his actions were nothing short of shocking. As dawn broke, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the haze enveloping the capital, Xiao Jin returned to the ruins of the heir's mansion. He shed his iconic black robe for a simple azure attire, donning the star-soft armor beneath. All the spoils, elixirs, talismans, soul-nurturing jades, gold notes, spiritual crystals, and jade slips recording martial techniques, were meticulously organized. Standing atop the highest point of the ruins, he cast a final glance at the city still shrouded in sorrow and chaos. At the imposing imperial palace, here was the genesis of his rebirth, as well as the temporary culmination of his quest for vengeance. But by no means was it his terminus. The vastness of the martial world and the expanse of the realm held countless secrets yet to be unveiled, and innumerable peaks awaited his ascent. The national master of Beiyan, the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion, the grievances with the Kunlun Yun family, the influential figures concealed within the court, and the elusive realm of terrestrial immortals all lay ahead of him. Unbeknownst to anyone, he paid no heed to his inscrutable imperial father within the palace. Xiao Jin's figure melded with the shadows, silently exiting the already guarded city gates. On the official road, he forewent the purchase of a steed, relying solely on his own feet. With the cultivation of a pinnacle innate warrior unleashed, his speed surpassed that of the finest horse. Yet he raised not a speck of dust, soaring like ethereal smoke towards the north. His first destination was clear. On one hand, the northern frontier troops had once been the foundation of the original owner's father, and that half-talisman might prove useful. On the other, Beiyan was a declared enemy. Its national master ranked second on the battle strength chart, perhaps holding intelligence regarding spiritual treasures or breakthrough opportunities at the border. Additionally, he yearned to encounter the so-called shadow assassin from the Shadow Pavilion. Alone on the journey, the road ahead was long and fraught with peril. Yet within Xiao Jin's heart burned a fervent spirit of battle and a chilling anticipation. He caressed the cool soul-nurturing jade in his possession, recalling the serene silhouette of Yun Zhao as he departed. When they next crossed paths in the martial world, what sights would unfold? Increasing his pace, his figure gradually faded beyond the horizon at the end of the official road. Chapter 27. The shadow of a stranger having left the capital region, the official road narrowed. The air, once filled with dust, now mingled with earthy aromas, the scent of livestock, and the unique essence of wandering warriors. The landscape no longer featured orderly fields but rather untamed wilds overgrown with grass, dark and imposing forests, and roadside taverns sporting tattered banners, yet brimming with rugged vitality. Dressed in a simple blue shirt and carrying a modest bundle, Xiao Jin's strides appeared leisurely, yet each step seemed to compress the distance. Leaving swathes of hurried merchants and escort teams in his wake, he repressed the majority of his presence, appearing as an ordinary traveler. Save for the occasional glint of brilliance in his profound eyes and an almost innate, subtle aura of pressure that instinctively deterred seasoned bodyguards from gazing too intently. Days passed as he journeyed northward, and he had finally entered the realm of Hebei. This area boasted a flourishing system of waterways. interwoven canals that fostered the emergence of numerous factions reliant on the water for their livelihoods, the most formidable of which was the Songgang, with a multitude of disciples, well-informed and straddling the line between righteousness and villainy. On this particular afternoon, the sky loomed overcast, oppressive, and still. Xiao Jin arrived at a small town by the canal known as Sancha Post. Bustling despite its modest size due to its strategic position at the intersection of land and water, grain-laden barges, passenger boats, and trading rafts crowded the not-so-wide river. While porters shouted their wares and merchants haggled, their voices mingling with the raucous banter of wandering heroes. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of river water, sweat, and the scent of meat and wine, vividly painting a tableau of the riverine marketplace. Xiao Jin sought refuge in a riverside tavern that appeared relatively clean, settling into a corner where he ordered a pot of coarse tea and a few simple dishes. While ostensibly resting, his senses spread like quicksilver, quietly absorbing the information flowing from all directions. Have you heard? A monumental event occurred in the capital a few days ago. It seems a prince has rebelled. Hush! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? Is this something we can discuss? What is there to fear? The heavens are high and the emperor distant. I also heard about a fearsome assassin from Beiyin who stormed through the capital, killing left and right. Ridiculous. That must be a tale spun by storytellers. The hushed conversation of several merchants at the adjacent table reached Xiao Jin's ears distinctly, revealing how swiftly news traveled, albeit with embellishments. The local clamor overshadowed the gravity of the situation. Damn it, the water fees have risen again this month. Is there no end to this? Lamented a boat owner, his face etched with worry. Just endure it. After all, this is the domain of the Songgang. I hear their new branch leader, Jiang Xiong, is quite unscrupulous. A companion advised in a low voice. Humph, does the Songgang think there might exempt them from rules? They will inevitably provoke someone formidable. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the dock, intermingled with the cries of a woman and the shouts of a man. Xiao Jin glanced up to see a group of burly men clad in Songgang attire surrounding a modest passenger boat. At the bow stood an elderly man in simple garb, pleading desperately, while a young girl, no more than 18, clutched his sleeve, her face drained of color. The leader of the gang, a stout fellow with a brutish visage, leered as he reached toward the girl's face. Old man, how much is this cargo worth? Why not offer me this girl for my amusement, and I shall waive the water fees for you this month? Though onlookers gathered, most dared not voice their discontent. For the Songgang reigned here like local emperors. Xiao Jin had no intention of meddling. The ways of the river folk were their own, where the survival of the fittest was the norm. However, as the gang leader's hand neared the girl, an image of Yun Zhao's cold and proud demeanor flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow, albeit imperceptibly. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Stop!" A figure leaped from a nearby black canopy boat, landing on the bow of the passenger vessel. The newcomer, a young man in his early 20s clad in faded blue attire, bore a long sword on his back, his features radiating a blend of youthful righteousness and determination. His cultivation level around the 7th tier. In broad daylight, the brazen act of forcibly seizing a maiden left one to ponder the existence of justice. The young man clad in blue positioned himself protectively in front of the elderly man and the young girl, glaring fiercely at the members of the gang. The small leader of the gang was initially taken aback, but upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a junior of the 7th rank, he immediately broke into a sinister grin. "Oh, where did this fledgling come from, daring to meddle in my affairs? State your name, for I do not slay nameless specters under my blade." "I am Li Mubai, the Azure Cloud Sword," the young man declared loudly, flicking his wrist to unsheath his sword by half an inch, its cold gleam reflecting a hint of menace. "The Azure Cloud Sword? Never heard of it." The small leader spat, turning to his comrades. "Brothers, incapacitate this brat and return the young lady to our branch." Instantly, 7 or 8 ruffians from the gang charged forward with a cacophony of shouts, armed with blades and clubs. Although these thugs lacked sophisticated martial skills, their sheer numbers emboldened them, making them reckless in their assault. Li Mubai, evidently inexperienced in actual combat, displayed a semblance of technique, yet his movements appeared tentative and unrefined. He found himself in a perilous situation, struggling to defend himself and the two behind him. Observing from the tavern, Xiao Jin leisurely sipped his coarse tea. The Azure Cloud's sword has potential, but he is far too green. Engaging in such brawls, one would hardly survive 3 days in the martial world. Just as Li Mubai was about to be struck in the back, Xiao Jin flicked a finger, sending a peanut soaring like a bolt of lightning, silently striking the pressure point on the wrist of the assailant. Ouch! The thug felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, causing his blade to clatter to the ground. Although Li Mubai was unaware of his benefactor, He seized the opportunity to push back another assailant, gasping for breath. The small leader of the gang, sensing something amiss, cast a fierce glance around. Who dares to ambush me? Step forward. Sighing, Xiao Jin set down his teacup, lamenting the loss of tranquility. Rising slowly, he exuded no discernible aura, merely strolling toward the dock. His presence instantly captured the attention of all. The unremarkable demeanor he projected was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. Was it you who orchestrated this? The small leader squinted at Xiao Jin, unable to gauge his depth, yet still maintaining his arrogance due to the numbers on his side. Disregarding him, Xiao Jin directed his gaze towards the somewhat smug Li Mubai and said coolly, "Your swordplay is too slow." The azure cloud's layered brilliance relies on the first 3 inches of balance, channeling vital energy through the lesser yang meridian, enabling it to unfurl like clouds and mist, thwarting the enemy from all directions. Your execution resembles that of an elderly woman with a cane. Li Mubai was taken aback, as the stranger's casual remarks pinpointed the core principles of his swordplay and even highlighted his misapplication of energy. Who was this person? Furious at being ignored, the small leader bellowed, "Damn it, another fool seeking death. Attack together and slay him." The gang members surged forward once more, this time including Xiao Jin as their target. Yet, Xiao Jin did not even resort to employing any innate energy. With a slight shift in his steps, he navigated through the flurry of blades and clubs as if strolling leisurely in a garden. With each flick of his fingers, a gang member would groan and collapse, either disarmed or immobilized, losing all combat effectiveness in an instant. His movements were effortlessly graceful, as if he were not fighting but rather guiding his juniors through their training. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing gang members lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in discomfort. The little chief stood in stunned silence, cold sweat instantly trickling down his brow. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Such effortless skill must be at least at the pinnacle of the 8th rank or even higher. "Who exactly are you to dare offend our Qiaobang?" the little chief exclaimed, his demeanor betraying his inner trepidation. Xiao Jin merely cast a glance in his direction, his voice flat. "Leave. Inform your leader that I shall ensure the safety of this vessel. If he disputes this, let him come to me." He refrained from revealing his name, for it was unnecessary. In this realm, sometimes, mystery instills greater apprehension than a mere title. The little chief felt as if he had received a reprieve from death, hastily retreating with a group of battered remnants, not daring to utter even a harsh word. Li Mubai promptly sheathed his sword and respectfully bowed to Xiao Jin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance. I am Li Mubai of the Qingyan Sword. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I merely acted out of a sense of justice. There is no need for acknowledgement," Xiao Jin interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the elderly man and the young girl. "This is not a place to linger. You must depart swiftly." Having finished, he ceased further conversation and turned to leave. "Senior, please wait," Li Mubai exclaimed anxiously. "Your martial prowess is truly admirable. May I ask where you are headed? If it aligns with my path, might I accompany you?" It was evident he wished to forge a connection and travel together. Yet, Xiao Jin's steps did not falter, his voice carried by the wind. "The journey in this world is long. Take care of yourselves." In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished amidst the bustling crowd at the dock, as though he had never existed. Li Mubai remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction in which Xiao Jin had disappeared, his face a mix of admiration and regret. He silently noted the effortless demeanor and the unintentional enlightenment bestowed upon him regarding swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin had exited the small town, continuing his northward journey. The recent incident had scarcely stirred his emotions. Such is the nature of the martial world, filled with injustices and opportunities alike. Whether to intervene or not lay solely upon his whims, not for the sake of reputation. However, he sensed that the matter concerning the Qiaobang would not conclude here. The notorious Jiang Xiong, known as the Tidal Dragon, did not seem like someone who would easily relent. Very well, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He had been pondering how the northern route felt overly tranquil. If some fool were to present themselves, it would provide an excellent opportunity to test his newly refined abilities, as well as the quality of the starry soft hedgehog armor. The road ahead remained long, and the winds of the martial world had already begun to stir the edges of his garments. Chapter 28. The fury of the Tidal Dragon. After departing from the Sancha post for half a day's journey, the canal gradually narrowed, with rising hills and lush forests lining both banks, creating an air of depth and mystery. The sky grew increasingly overcast, heavy gray clouds hanging low, making it difficult to breathe, as if a summer deluge could descend at any moment. Xiao Jin continued his leisurely pace, the innate true energy within him circulating autonomously, continuously refining the chilling essence derived from the Hellion Iron Tree while also deeply contemplating the somewhat naive yet spirited sword technique of Li Mubai. At his level of mastery, understanding one technique often illuminated the essence of countless others. Observing the moves of lower-tier warriors sometimes revealed the most fundamental traces of martial arts, allowing him to discern profound truths in the minutiae. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered slightly. Through his keen perception, he sensed a myriad of presences concealed within the dense thicket at the bend of the river ahead. The atmosphere was thick with a mixed aura, revealing no fewer than several dozen individuals, each brimming with vitality, exuding the scent of water and a hint of malevolence, clearly seasoned members of the transport gang. Among them, one aura stood out, robust and domineering, akin to a malevolent dragon lurking in a deep pool, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, but merely a step away from the innate realm. Surely, he was the notorious Jiang Xiong of the gang. They arrived with remarkable swiftness. Xiao Jin's expression remained unchanged, his pace unaltered, as he ambled forward with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the impending confrontation. Just as he approached the bend of the river, 2 or 3 dozen men suddenly sprang forth from the woods on either side, wielding various unconventional weapons such as fish spears and cleavers, swiftly blocking all avenues of escape and encircling him. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, brimming with murderous intent. Following this, a remarkably tall and burly man emerged from the trees, clad in a brocade robe that hung open, revealing a thick mat of chest hair and a vicious scar across his face. He bore a heavy mountain-cutting knife that resembled a door panel, advancing step by step toward Xiao Jin. His expression was grim, and his gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Xiao Jin. This was none other than Jiang Xiong, the branch leader. "It is you who injured me, and yet you dare to utter such bold words, summoning me, Jiang Xiong, to find you?" Jiang Xiong's voice rumbled like thunder, laden with palpable menace. Xiao Jin glanced up at him, then surveyed the tense and hostile members surrounding him, and replied coolly, "It appears you comprehend the meaning of leave, yet you seem to have missed the latter part of that phrase." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiong, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. "Well, what a bold rogue. In this stretch of the Kanglan River, none have dared to speak to me in such a manner. State your name, for I do not slay nameless ghosts under my blade." "My name is one you are unworthy to know," Xiao Jin replied with unwavering calmness. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Take your men and depart." Seeking death, Jiang Xiong, thoroughly incensed, bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy as his 8th rank prowess erupted without reservation. The heavy mountain-cutting knife sliced through the air with a piercing sound, descending upon him with the force of a landslide. The wind from the strike was so fierce that it lifted the dust from the ground high into the air. This blow, evidently infused with decades of skill, was extraordinarily fierce. A typical 8th rank warrior would never dare to confront it head-on. His followers let out a collective shout, brandishing their weapons from all directions to assault Xiao Jin, creating a chaotic display of blades and shadows, sealing off all paths of retreat for him. Faced with this onslaught, Xiao Jin finally made his move. He refrained from utilizing innate energy. Instead, he deftly shifted his footwork, his figure gliding like a wraith, narrowly evading the crushing blow of the mountain-cutting knife. Jiang Xiong was taken aback as his target seemed to vanish before his eyes. The full force of his strike slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit and sending dirt flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's form had already slipped seamlessly into the throng of gang members. He wielded no weapons, employing only his hands, pointing, striking, and pressing. His movements appeared unhurried, yet he consistently navigated through the gaps between countless weapons with precision, ensuring that each strike resulted in one of the transport gang members collapsing to the ground. Some were struck at vital points, rendered immobile. Others were swept aside by the force of his palm, suffering broken bones, or with just a gentle press. They were sent reeling, bloodied, and gasping. Wherever he passed, chaos ensued, as cries of anguish filled the air. The seemingly impenetrable onslaught before him appeared as mere childish play, riddled with flaws. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, Xiao Jin focused his spiritual perception on the fallen henchmen. Though their energy was faint as a firefly, cumulatively, it could slightly accelerate the refinement of his essence. Jiang Xiong, witnessing this, felt his eyes widen in fury as he bellowed and charged again with his blade. His technique unfurled like a tempest, unleashing waves of lethal energy, creating a terrifying spectacle. His swordsmanship indeed possessed unique qualities, powerful and relentless, infused with the intricate, binding strength characteristic of water warfare. Yet, under the scrutiny of Xiao Jin's spiritual awareness, every move he made was strikingly clear, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Xiao Jin hardly regarded him. merely sidestepping and stepping forward to casually point with a finger. This seemingly nonchalant gesture struck precisely at the delicate moment when Jiang Xiong's previous energy had waned and new strength had yet to emerge, a pivotal juncture in his blade's momentum. With a sudden jolt, Jiang Xiong felt an odd, penetrating force surge through his wrist, instantly disrupting the tumultuous flow of his internal energy. Letting out a muffled grunt, his massive form staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before he barely steadied himself, his grip on the sword trembling, his expression filled with horror. What manner of technique is this? The opponent had not even exerted true force, yet effortlessly shattered his blade's momentum. Little did he know, this was the result of Xiao Jin's innate spiritual insight, employing a martial prowess that far surpassed his own to deliver a dimensional strike. With such limited abilities, how dare he claim to be a tumultuous dragon of the Jiang River? At last, Xiao Jin fixed his gaze upon him, a hint of mockery in his tone, suggesting that there were no formidable dragons left in this vast river. You. Jiang Xiong's face flushed crimson with rage and humiliation. But he was not entirely the brainless brute he appeared to be. He quickly comprehended that this seemingly ordinary figure in a blue robe was an entity he could not provoke, his strength unfathomable. He had truly struck an iron plate. A searing hot one at that. A sense of retreat blossomed in his heart, yet faced with so many subordinates, he could not afford to lose face. Just then, Xiao Jin seemed to lose patience, stepping forward to bridge the several paces that lay between them in an instant. Jiang Xiong, taken aback, instinctively raised his sword in defense. Xiao Jin's fingers, poised like a blade, emanated a faint yet soul-chilling sharpness, gently tapping upon the surface of the thick, mountain-slicing sword. Clang! A clear, resonant sound of metal on metal rang out. Jiang Xiong felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanate from the blade, as though his finely forged steel sword were made of paper, fracturing at the point of impact into a web of cracks. Crack! Bang! The entire mountain-slicing sword disintegrated, shattering into countless fragments that erupted in all directions. Jiang Xiong's grip faltered, blood streaming from his severed palm, standing there as if struck dumb, his eyes filled solely with boundless terror. What sort of inner strength is this? What level of cultivation? A master? A grandmaster? The surrounding members of the Qiao gang were also rendered speechless. As if paralyzed, their gazes toward Xiao Jin filled with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Xiao Jin withdrew his finger, not even glancing at the scattered debris, and calmly addressed Jiang Xiong. Now may you depart? Jiang Xiong, jolted from an abyss of terror, cast aside all notions of dignity and prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead striking the earth repeatedly. I beg you to spare me. I am but a foolish junior, who has offended a venerable senior. I will leave immediately. I shall take my leave at once. From this moment forth, this waterway shall be yours to traverse freely. Nay, the entire domain of the Qiao gang shall be open to you, he babbled in desperation, seeking to preserve his life. Xiao Jin frowned, growing weary of this display. Take your people and vanish. Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy. Jiang Xiong felt as if a great reprieve had been bestowed upon him. He scrambled to his feet, rallying his remaining subordinates, assisting the injured, and fled into the woods like a frightened dog, not daring to look back. In the blink of an eye, the once tumultuous riverbank was left with only Xiao Jin, surrounded by scattered shards of weaponry and splattered blood. Thus, the tempest subsided. Xiao Jin shook his head, reflecting on the nature of the martial world, where strength reigns supreme. He resumed his journey northward. However, after taking only a few steps, the jade pendant nestled in his bosom, which had remained dormant, suddenly began to emit a faint warmth without warning. Simultaneously, the system interface flickered in the corner of his vision. Warning, high-intensity concealed tracking signature detected, persistent effect. Source, Shadow Pavilion's secret art, originating from the previously eliminated signature. Now enhanced. Inference, a hunting squad from the Shadow Pavilion is approaching, possibly equipped with specialized tracking methods. Xiao Jin did not falter in his stride, yet his expression tightened slightly. Indeed, the agents of the Shadow Pavilion had pursued him. Moreover, their tracking methods were now more discreet and formidable, capable of operating effectively, eluding even his innate peak perception. It seemed the road northward would not be tranquil. He touched the now warm jade pendant, pondering where Yun Zhao might be at this moment. Did this anomaly signify that she was facing some peril? With the unknown northern expanse ahead and the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion behind, coupled with this enigmatic pendant by his side, a more intriguing smile crept across Xiao Jin's lips. Now, this was becoming interesting. He quickened his pace, his figure vanishing into the gradually falling rain. Chapter 29. The murderous intent of a rainy night. The summer storm descended abruptly, with no forewarning, pouring from the leaden clouds. Large raindrops hammered the ground, leaves, and river surface, creating a cacophony that enveloped the world in a shroud of mist. The rain washed away the bloodstains left by the earlier battle, forming rivulets of pale crimson that mingled with the murky canal waters. The scent of blood and dust was subdued by the rain, replaced by the earthy aroma of wet soil and the freshness of vegetation, yet it could not mask the encroaching, serpentine chill of murderous intent. Xiao Jin's azure robe became instantly soaked, clinging to his form and accentuating his defined physique. He did not seek shelter from the rain. Instead, he paused, standing resolutely as the water cascaded down his face, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the forest shrouded in the curtain of rain. The awareness, akin to the most sophisticated radar, remained steadfast in identifying the subtle, yet ominous presences that approach like a malignant growth amidst the torrential rain. For figures, all at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, share a common aura and move in unison, gliding through the deluge like phantoms. Their movement silent and adept at executing concealed assaults. They surpass the previous rabble of the Chao Gang by several magnitudes. Further afield lies another presence, akin to an iceberg veiled in dense fog, profound and perilous, radiating a chilling, emotionless intent for slaughter, fixating on him from a distance. A practitioner at the mid-stage of the innate realm. The Shadow Kill. The hunting squad of the Shadow Pavilion has finally revealed its fangs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air is muffled by the downpour, as 4 dark projectiles, like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, strike towards Xiao Jin from 4 exceptionally cunning angles. These are poisoned crossbow bolts, their tips shimmering ominously, clearly of no ordinary caliber. Simultaneously, the 4 figures meld into the shadows of the rain-soaked night, wielding uniquely shaped daggers, their movements enigmatic and unpredictable, launching a simultaneous assault from all directions. Their attacks are ferocious and precise, seamlessly coordinated, instantly sealing off all avenues for Xiao Jin's evasion. A quintessential tactic of the Shadow Pavilion, one strike to kill. Devoid of superfluous dialogue, a glint of cold light flashes in Xiao Jin's eyes. He does not retreat, but advances. With a slight tilt of his body, he narrowly dodges 2 of the crossbow bolts, while his hands shoot forth like lightning, expertly pinching the shafts of the remaining 2 bolts between his fingers. The swiftness of his actions leaves only an ephemeral afterimage. Before the 4 can close in, he flicks his wrist, sending the 2 poisoned bolts hurtling back at an even swifter pace. Thud, thud. The muted sounds of impact are swallowed by the rain. As the 2 foremost assassins from the Shadow Pavilion stagger, incredulously gazing down at the bolts protruding from their chests, their eyes dimming rapidly before they collapse. Devouring command confirmed. A thought crosses Xiao Jin's mind, and his awareness swiftly envelopes the dissipating energy of the deceased. Energy acquired, in cold attribute. 2. The remaining 2 assassins, witnessing this, feel their pupils constrict, yet show no sign of fear. Instead, their assault intensifies. The daggers tear through the curtain of rain, generating chilling gusts aimed directly at Xiao Jin's throat and lower regions. Xiao Jin snorts coldly, disregarding the seemingly lethal strikes, and simply unleashes a straightforward punch. Striking after the initial assault, this blow is devoid of embellishment, yet it harbors the terrifying might of a peak innate practitioner and an impeccable sense of timing. It collides directly with one assassin's wrist. Crack! The sound of shattering bone is unmistakable. The assassin lets out a pained scream as the dagger slips from his grasp, his arm contorting grotesquely at an unnatural angle. The other assassin's dagger, poised to strike at Xiao Jin's lower regions, finds its mark thwarted as Xiao Jin's body twists in an uncanny manner, allowing the blade to graze past his clothing. Simultaneously, his left foot strikes out like a scorpion's tail, silently connecting with the side of the assassin's knee. Bang! Another sickening sound of bone fracturing rings out. The assassin grunts, collapsing to one knee, his face instantly drained of color. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 4 peak 8th tier assassins lie dead or gravely injured. Xiao Jin, merciless in his assault, raises his fingers like swords, poised to eliminate the remaining 2. At that moment, an unsettling sense of impending doom suddenly descended. It felt as though a primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon him, freezing his very soul. The shadow assassin, who had been lurking in the distance, finally made his move. Instead of charging directly, he unleashed an attack from afar. A nearly transparent, air-distorting palm strike silently pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, instantaneously materializing behind Xiao Jin. The chilling gust of the palm strike was so frigid that even the falling raindrops were crystallized into fine ice shards. This strike was executed with impeccable timing, precisely when Xiao Jin's old strength had been exhausted, and his new power had yet to emerge. While his attention was momentarily diverted to the two severely injured assassins ahead, there was no escape. Xiao Jin's pupils constricted slightly, his innate spiritual awareness sounding a frantic alarm. He took a deep breath, unleashing the nearly perfected innate true energy within him. Innate vitality. Fully activated. Stellar soft quill armor. Engaged. Simultaneously, he forcibly twisted his body, concentrating most of his protective energy on his back. Boom. That translucent palm imprint slammed fiercely against the center of Xiao Jin's back. A dull thud akin to the striking of leather erupted. The protective energy surrounding Xiao Jin surged violently, and the runes on the surface of the stellar soft quill armor illuminated instantaneously, shimmering like stars, dissipating a significant portion of the terrifying cold power and penetrating force contained within the palm strike. Yet, he still staggered uncontrollably forward for 3 or 4 steps, a coppery taste filling his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His internal vitality churned, the not yet fully refined cold essence stirred restlessly. Such domineering palm power, such pure cold true energy. This shadow assassin is indeed far superior to Helion Taishu, who relied on potions for enhancement. Almost simultaneously with enduring the impact of the palm strike, Xiao Jin, harnessing the momentum of his forward lunge, extended his fingers like a sword, unleashing innate sword energy that mercilessly sliced through the throats of the two gravely wounded assassins. Devour command confirmed. Energy acquired, cold attribute. 2. In an instant. He absorbed the energy of the two, slightly replenishing his expenditure. He swiftly turned, wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze now icy as he directed it towards the source of the palm strike. Through the rain, a lean, upright shadow approached, resembling a specter emerging from the water. He was enveloped in a peculiar black cloak, from which raindrops slid off effortlessly without leaving a trace. His face was concealed behind a featureless black mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes, as cold as ancient ice. It was the shadow assassin. He surveyed the corpses of his 4 subordinates on the ground, then glanced at Xiao Jin, who appeared only lightly injured. For the first time, a minute ripple of surprise and inquiry flickered in his icy gaze. To withstand my mysterious cold palm and remain alive, then instantly retaliate against my 4 shadow guards. You are indeed not as simple as the intelligence suggested. Xiao Jin, or should I refer to you as the mysterious individual ranked first on the power leaderboard? He had indeed connected the dots between the Northern Yin assassin in the capital and the enigmatic figure at the top of the power rankings. The intelligence network of the Shadow Pavilion is truly formidable. Xiao Jin felt a chill in his heart, yet his expression remained unperturbed. The dogs of the Shadow Pavilion have keen noses and sharp tongues. Shadow Killer did not express anger. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. His palm was thin and pale, yet the tips of his fingers shimmered with a ghostly azure light. Surrender the secret that allows you to consume the power of others, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you shall regret your existence in this world, for the methods of the Shadow Pavilion are relentless. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure abruptly blurred, vanishing as if by teleportation. In the next instant, he appeared at Xiao Jin's left side, silently pointing a finger towards Xiao Jin's temple. As the chilling wind of his fingertip approached, the skin surrounding Xiao Jin's temple prickled with goosebumps from the bone-chilling aura. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of Helion Taishu. Anticipating the attack, Xiao Jin fully activated his spiritual awareness, causing this spiritual barrier to slightly distort the opponent's mental lock. With an esoteric step, he narrowly evaded the deadly fingertip. In a swift counter, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Shadow Killer's ribs, the force of his fist imbued with a burning vitality, attempting to dispel the frigid presence of his foe. Shadow Killer floated back as if weightless, effortlessly evading the punch, while his other hand, fingers curled like claws, unleashed 5 fierce gusts of azure wind, targeting Xiao Jin's face. On the rain-soaked mountain path, the two engaged in a flurry of over 10 exchanges in an instant. Their silhouettes danced like phantoms, colliding at high speed amidst the curtain of rain, fists, palms, and claws clashing, producing thunderous bursts of energy. The rain was violently scattered by the explosive force, creating pockets of vacuum around them. Shadow Killer's movements were unpredictable, his attacks cunning and vicious, specifically designed to breach defensive energies. His chilling true energy sought to infiltrate Xiao Jin's meridians, while Xiao Jin, relying on his innate peak foundation, powerful foresight, and the defensive prowess of the Starsoft armor, barely managed to hold his ground, though he was clearly at a disadvantage, defending more than attacking. The disparity in realms was indeed challenging to bridge, especially against a professional assassin like Shadow Killer, who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. His combat experience was unparalleled. A prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. After a direct clash, Xiao Jin was once again shaken, his vitality surging, forcing him to retreat several steps. Shadow Killer, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a relentless assault, his eyes alight with cold fury. Both palms thrust forward, releasing a torrent of profound dark energy that transformed into two colossal ghostly blue claws, descending upon Xiao Jin and severing all avenues of escape. Profound ghost claws. Die. Xiao Jin's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying might of the strike, unwilling to hold back any longer. He bit his tongue, blood surging forth, igniting a portion of his vitality. Vitality critical hit, overloading his power. Simultaneously, he forcibly drew upon a portion of the immense chilling essence that originated from Hellion Taishu, blending it with his own searing innate energy, converging it upon his right fist. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed forces, formed an unstable yet devastatingly powerful equilibrium upon his fist. With a single, unadorned punch, he unleashed a raw, chaotic, and violent force. Boom! Fist and claw collided violently, echoing like thunder in the stillness. The terrifying explosion drowned out all sounds of rain, as dazzling blue and red lights intertwined, annihilated, and erupted with cataclysmic fury. The furious gusts of wind spiraled outward with wild intensity, instantaneously evaporating the rain within a Tinjong radius. The ground was ruthlessly stripped of its surface. Trees nearby were snapped in half as if caught in a tempest. Yingsha let out a muffled groan, his form trembling violently, involuntarily sliding backward for over 10 steps before barely regaining his balance. His complexion paled slightly beneath the mask, disbelief filling his eyes. How could the opponent unleash such a chaotic yet formidable strike? It seemed to even subtly suppress his Xianming true qi. Xiao Jin fared even worse, his body soaring back like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the trunk of a splintered tree. A sweet taste surged in his throat as he violently coughed up blood, some of which was mingled with fragments of internal organs. In this clash, he ultimately suffered a significant setback. Yet, in that very moment when he was hurled away and Yingsha was forced to retreat, a flicker of madness and determination ignited in Xiao Jin's eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain, he seized the jade pendant from his bosom, which had been radiating warmth, and fervently infused it with all the remaining mental energy he could muster. Yin Zhao, aid me. He was uncertain if the pendant could indeed send a message, whether Yin Zhao would receive it, or if assistance would arrive in time. But this was his instinctive gamble in a moment of desperation. The pendant erupted with a dazzling ice-blue radiance. A pure and vast sword intent surged upward, instantly tearing through the thick curtain of rain and the oppressive clouds. As if transmitting a signal to a distant realm, Yingsha's expression shifted dramatically. A messaging pendant? This is bad. Without hesitation, he suppressed the surging blood within him, transforming into a shadow once more, darting toward the injured Xiao Jin like an arrow released from a bow. A more refined cerulean sword formed in his hand, aimed directly at Xiao Jin's brow. He sought to take advantage of the situation and claim his life. He must not allow him to summon reinforcements. Before the sword could reach its target, the cold aura of death already pricked at Xiao Jin's skin. The shadow of death loomed heavier than ever. As Xiao Jin gazed upon the rapidly enlarging sword in his vision, he felt no fear. Instead, a fervent and nearly frenzied flame ignited within him. He raised his hand, not to block, but to grasp Yingsha's wrist. At the same time, he opened his mouth to devour, targeting Yingsha, even if he could only consume a fragment, even if it meant his own demise. In that critical moment, a sound resonated as if it hailed from the heavens, a crystalline note like an icy spring flowing, yet imbued with unmatched sharpness, suddenly pierced the air. A pure, flawless sword aura, seemingly forged from the essence of extreme cold, emerged like a celestial being descending from the skies, precisely cleaving through Yingsha's lethal sword. The crisp sound of collision rang out. Yingsha's seemingly indestructible Xianming sword was instantaneously frozen by this sudden surge of cold sword aura, shattering into countless pieces. A surge of cold, pure sword intent far surpassing Yingsha's erupted forth, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, astonishment reflecting in his eyes for the first time. Amidst the torrential downpour, a white figure, like a startled swan, quietly appeared before Xiao Jin, wielding a frost jade longsword, robes billowing, face shrouded in frost, with eyes as cold as millennia-old ice. Gazing intently at the astonished Yingsha. Who, if not Yin Zhao, could it be? Ultimately, she has arrived. Chapter 30. The resonance of swords. The torrential rain continued to pour, crashing down upon the broken branches, splattering countless droplets. Yet, the atmosphere in the arena felt as though it had frozen, more piercing than the frigid rain. Yun Zhao stood with her sword, her white garments swirling in the rain, yet untouched by dirt, as if an invisible aura of sword intent shielded her from the downpour. The cold jade sword in her hand emitted a chilling radiance. Its tip pointed directly at Shadow Kill, the pure and icy sword intent materializing in opposition to the sinister killing aura emanating from him, even subtly suppressing it. Xiao Jin leaned against a fractured tree trunk, gasping heavily, each breath sending waves of pain through his insides. He gazed at the cool silhouette standing before him, a peculiar emotion flickering within him. Was it relief or an indescribable sense of security? He quickly suppressed this fleeting thought and focused all his energy on circulating his innate true qi to stifle his injuries, refining the restless, cold essence within him. Beneath the mask, Shadow Kill's gaze remained fixated on Yun Zhao, his eyes, cold as millennia-old ice, finally displaying discernible fluctuations of shock, wariness, and disbelief. The Kunlun sword intent. Are you of the Yun family? His voice grew increasingly hoarse. Does the Yun family also wish to intervene in the affairs of my Shadow Pavilion? Yun Zhao's eyes glimmered with a frigid clarity, her voice slicing through the air like a blade across ice. The Shadow Pavilion has extended its reach too far. This person, I shall protect. Her words were succinct, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. After a brief silence, Shadow Kill seemed to weigh the pros and cons. A target capable of enduring his dark void palm unscathed, coupled with an enigmatic individual of immeasurable depth and a troublesome background from the Kunlun Yun family. Today's events had undoubtedly exceeded expectations. Yet, the missions of the Shadow Pavilion had never known failure. Moreover, the potential secret of devouring power within the target was of immense value. The urge to kill once again overshadowed his caution. With that, Shadow Kill slowly assumed a peculiar stance, his surrounding dark void, true qi surging like boiling water. The temperature in the air plummeting, causing the descending raindrops to crystallize into fine ice shards. Then let us leave together. Before his words could settle, his figure abruptly exploded, transforming into 7 or 8 indistinguishable afterimages, simultaneously lunging towards Yun Zhao from various directions. Each afterimage contained deadly strikes, ethereal blue fingers, venomous palm winds, and phantasmal leg shadows, all converging upon Yun Zhao like a tempest. The Shadow Pavilion's ultimate technique, the Phantom Killing Array. Yun Zhao's brows knitted slightly, yet she remained composed. With a flick of her wrist, the cold jade sword emitted a long, clear chime, its light bursting forth, transforming into a brilliant sphere of icy radiance that enveloped her completely. The sound of clashing reverberated like rain striking banana leaves. The sword light clashed fiercely with the blue-hued strikes, sparks flying as the cold and sinister energies eroded and annihilated one another, creating a chaotic storm of energy. Yun Zhao's swordsmanship was exquisite, flawlessly defending against Shadow Kill's tempestuous onslaught. However, it was evident that she was thoroughly suppressed, unable to counterattack. Shadow Kill's combat experience and elusive movements proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Leaning against the tree, Xiao Jin's gaze was sharp, his spiritual sense in full operation, firmly locking onto the true form of Shadow Killer. Despite his grievous wounds, his sight and awareness remained intact. Left 3, a mere illusion. To the right and rear, a faint attack. The true form is above. He spoke suddenly, his voice hoarse yet strikingly accurate, revealing the essence and subsequent transformations of each of Shadow Killer's assaults. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao subtly adjusted her sword posture, sometimes blocking, sometimes evading, and at times preemptively striking, effectively diffusing much of Shadow Killer's enigmatic onslaught, alleviating the pressure significantly. Occasionally, she even managed to launch a couple of fierce counterattacks, forcing Shadow Killer to retreat defensively. Though it was their first collaboration, they exhibited an innate synergy, one discerning the opportunity and articulating guidance, the other, with a clear sword heart, intuitively understanding the directives. Shadow Killer grew increasingly alarmed. How could his illusionary killing formation be so effortlessly seen through? What manner of creature was that young man? He retained such keen insight, even in a severely injured state. And that girl, Yun Zhao, her swordsmanship was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. As his prolonged assault yielded no success, a growing agitation stirred within Shadow Killer. He let out a fierce howl, causing all illusions to converge, both palms thrusting forth as he unleashed his true energy without reservation, transforming it into an enormous, ethereal blue claw, imbued with the chilling essence capable of freezing souls, and lunged fiercely at Yun Zhao. He abandoned all pretense of restraint, intent on clashing with absolute power. Be cautious. It's the deadly move of the Ghost Claw. Xiao Jin warned urgently. Yun Zhao's gaze sharpened. She sensed the impending terror of the strike. Taking a deep breath, She abruptly concentrated her sword energy, condensing it entirely at the tip of her cold jade sword, where an exquisite chill radiated. The blade quivered, emitting a resonant hum, as if straining under the weight of such concentrated power. Just as the massive ghostly claw was about to reach her, Yun Zhao sprang into action. Instead of meeting it head-on, she merged with her sword, transforming into a slender yet brilliantly icy blue thread, akin to a needle in the hands of an embroiderer. Piercing with astonishing precision and speed into the most vulnerable core of the colossal claw's power. With a point, she shattered the surface. The Kunlun ultimate technique. The Breaking Yuan sword. A sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed. The seemingly invincible ghost claw was unexpectedly penetrated by the delicate blue sword thread. Instantly, its structure collapsed. Energy spiraled out of control, and it erupted explosively, scattering into a tempest of chilling, ethereal blue energy. With his ultimate technique undone, Shadow Killer faced a backlash. Grunting as his form swayed, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. In that fleeting moment, as he found himself drained of power yet unrefreshed, a gap in his focus emerging from the disruption of his ultimate technique, Xiao Jin, who had been poised to strike, suddenly ignited with terrifying brilliance. Now, he summoned his last reserves of strength, disregarding the excruciating pain of torn meridians, his body springing forth like a taut bowstring. With fingers poised like a sword, he gathered all the primal energy he could muster, the remnants of his vitality, even the restless essence of cold darkness. Condensing it at his fingertips. The target was not the vital points of Shadow Killer, but rather his disrupted breath and diminished defenses at the Dantian Energy Sea. Devour, targeting Shadow Killer, a vast reservoir of primal essence from the mid-stage of the innate realm. This strike was swift, accurate, lethal, consolidating all of Xiao Jin's will and strength. He seized the fleeting yet exceptional opportunity crafted by Yun Zhao. The pupils of Shadow Killer suddenly constricted to pinpoints. He yearned to evade, to block. Yet his body lagged by a fraction due to the backlash. His mind momentarily blanked in shock. Helplessly, he could only watch as the finger imbued with terrifying suction pointed towards his Dantian. With a soft sound, the fingertip effortlessly pierced through his hastily gathered protective true energy, striking the acupoint of his Dantian. Devouring command confirmed. Maximum power. Shadow Killer let out a heart-wrenching, inhuman wail. He felt as if the profound energy, painstakingly cultivated over decades, surged forth uncontrollably like a breached dam, greedily devoured by the other's finger. The sensation of being forcibly stripped of that power was a torment far exceeding 1,000 cuts. His body visibly shrank, skin losing its luster, hair turning gray, and the spark in his eyes swiftly dimmed, leaving only boundless fear and despair. Devouring successful. Acquired vast amounts of innate primordial essence, Xianming attribute. Warning. Energy is excessively vast, pure, and extreme in nature. Highly dangerous. Immediate guidance and refinement required. Current status, severely injured, energy overload, on the brink of collapse. Xiao Jin felt an indescribable, frigid energy torrent, immense and overwhelming, surging violently into his body. It nearly threatened to rupture his meridians and completely freeze him. His consciousness teetered on the edge of dissolution amidst the excruciating pain and cold. He abruptly withdrew his finger, staggering backward, his complexion instantly turning as pale as paper. His body trembling violently, a thin layer of frost forming on his surface. Meanwhile, Shadow Killer lay crumpled on the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. His eyes vacant, breath shallow, exhaling without inhaling, clearly at the end of his rope. The once feared innate assassin of the Shadow Pavilion, known to instill dread across the martial realm, had met such a fate. Yun Zhao sheathed her sword, observing the horrifying scene before her, gazing at the rapidly aging Shadow Killer on the ground, then at Xiao Jin, who stood encased in frost, racked with suffering and seemingly on the verge of exploding. A complex astonishment flickered in her icy gaze. To absorb another S power was indeed an exceedingly domineering and sinister technique. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the hilt. Yet, witnessing Xiao Jin's agony, she ultimately refrained from taking that step forward. The torrential rain had gradually ceased, leaving only the soft patter of residual droplets. As if the heavens too mourned this brutal clash, the forest lay in a profound silence. Only the heavy breaths of Xiao Jin, barely restrained by excruciating pain, and the faint yet disquieting hum of conflicting energy within him could be heard. Chapter 31. Rebirth through refinement in the stillness of the forest. Only the rhythmic sound of raindrops sliding from the leaves and Xiao Jin's labored breaths, stifled by immense agony, filled the air. He curled up on the ground, his body trembling violently, the frost on his skin thickening with each passing moment. His complexion was a disturbing mix of ashen blue, and his meridians felt as if they were being pierced by countless icy needles, while a torrent of frenzied energy seemed poised to tear him apart inch by inch. His consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, struggling in a desperate battle. The overwhelming essence of the abyssal darkness, sourced from Shadowkill, was pure and extreme, surpassing any energy he had previously absorbed. At this moment, it rampaged through his body like a wild stallion, clashing ferociously with his own power and the frigid essence of Hellion Taishu, threatening to completely rend, freeze, and obliterate him. Yun Zhao stood nearby, her cool gaze fluctuating intensely. The cold jade sword in her hand hung slightly, its tip still directed at Xiao Jin, revealing her profound inner turmoil and vigilance. The act of devouring another's strength was akin to the path of darkness, a stark contradiction to the teachings of righteousness she had received since childhood. Was the figure before her truly the vengeful heir, or had he already descended into the abyss of evil? Rationality urged her to flee immediately, perhaps even to eradicate the monster. Yet, witnessing Xiao Jin's excruciating struggle, his determination to remain conscious despite his grievous injuries, and recalling his desperate call for her assistance, "Yun Zhao, help me," echoing in her ears, she inhaled the cold air that followed the rain, a flicker of resolution flashing in her eyes. Regardless of the peril, he had just saved her. Had he not exposed the illusion, she might not have been able to withstand the lethal strike of Shadowkill. She had also pledged to repay her debts. A disciple of Kunlun, she understood the significance of clear-cut debts and grievances. She sheathed her sword and swiftly approached Xiao Jin's side, her delicate fingers rapidly pressing on several crucial acupoints around him, attempting to temporarily seal the nearly collapsing meridians with the pure essence of Kunlun's true qi. However, as soon as her energy entered Xiao Jin's body, it was instantly scattered by the chaotic, violent icy energy, even provoking a stronger backlash. Coughing violently, Xiao Jin expelled a mouthful of blood laced with ice shards, his breath growing even weaker. What a domineering force! Yun Zhao's face paled slightly. Despite her high cultivation, she found herself unable to suppress the tumultuous currents within Xiao Jin. There was no time for hesitation. Observing the gradual dissipation of clarity in Xiao Jin's eyes, she bit her silver teeth, seemingly resolved to make a monumental decision. She helped him to sit cross-legged, positioning herself opposite him. Slowly, she raised her hands, her fingertips radiating a soft yet exquisitely pure icy blue light. A unique aura of tranquility and profound chill emanating from her. Unlike the venomous stillness of the Shadowkill's energy, Yun Zhao's qi was pure and frigid, imbued with a sense of purification and protection, characteristic of the Kunlun cold jade technique. Xiao Jin, hold on to the last fragment of clarity in your spirit. Channel your energy and guide the flow. Yun Zhao's cool voice carried a barely perceptible urgency, penetrating Xiao Jin's nearly chaotic consciousness. Simultaneously, her hand gestures transformed, the icy blue light growing ever more resplendent as she pressed it against his chest, targeting the Dantian and Qi Hai acupoints. Kunlun's secret technique, Ice Heart Locking Jade. With her commanding whisper, a vast, pure, and icy gentle force surged into Xiao Jin's almost bursting meridians like a sweet spring. This force does not impose itself with brute strength. Rather, it resembles the most skillful artisan, swiftly enveloping, guiding, and separating the tumultuous currents of energy. It is frigid yet devoid of any destructive tendencies, paradoxically soothing the agitation of energy and gently steering it toward its rightful path. More importantly, within Yun Zhao's true qi seems to lie a unique purifying essence, capable of neutralizing the most venomous and violent impurities found within the primal sources of Xianming true qi and Hellion Taishu, leaving only the most pristine essence of energy. Xiao Jin, on the verge of fading consciousness, sensed this foreign yet vibrant force, much like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. Instinctively following Yun Zhao's guidance and striving to operate the most innate refining method bestowed by the system, the internal and external powers swiftly achieved a delicate balance and resonance. Detected infusion of external pure cold attribute essence, imbued with purifying and guiding characteristics. Initiating fusion guidance. Energy overload crisis alleviated. Refining efficiency significantly enhanced. The system's prompt seemed to resonate with newfound clarity. The chaotic battlefield within Xiao Jin's body began its transition from disorder to order. The ferocious torrents of energy were gradually tamed, flowing gently along the meridians and converging into the Dantian. The vast, pure essence originating from the mid-stage of innate power began to be genuinely absorbed and transformed. The process remained painful, yet it no longer bore the weight of annihilation. Instead, It evolved into a process of destruction followed by the birth of new life. His meridians grew broader and more resilient through the cycles of shattering and reconstruction. His bones shimmered with a jade-like luster under the cleansing energy, while his internal organs were nourished repeatedly by this pure energy, radiating with vibrant vitality. Even the hidden injuries left by the previous forced combustion of blood and the violent impact of the shadow-killing palm were swiftly mended. Yun Zhao's complexion, however, gradually paled, beads of fine sweat forming at her brow. The execution of this ice heart-locking jade secret technique demanded immense energy and required utmost concentration, allowing for no errors. She carefully manipulated her true qi, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, guiding that terrifying energy with unwavering diligence. Time flowed slowly in the tranquil forest. The dying rays of the sun pierced through the receding clouds, casting a warm golden hue upon the two seated opposite each other, starkly contrasting with the chaotic remnants of battle surrounding them. It was unclear how long had passed, but the frost enveloping Xiao Jin's body finally melted away, the trembling ceased. His complexion regained its rosy hue, and his breathing became long and steady, radiating an aura of profound strength and resilience. He slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze lay a spark of divine light, profound as the sea of stars. The madness and hostility that occasionally surfaced in the past had been thoroughly settled, replaced by an absolute confidence and tranquility in mastering oneself. It was as though, through this trial of life and death, his spirit and will had undergone a sublime transformation. He felt within him a relentless torrent, fluid as mercury, a power more formidable than ever before. The pinnacle of innate mastery not only solidified utterly, but also took a significant stride forward. It seemed that the elusive realm of celestial beings was now merely a thin veil away. All of this is owed to his gaze, which fell upon the pale, yet still exquisitely beautiful face across from him. Upon noticing his awakening, Yun Zhao gradually withdrew her energy, the icy blue radiance dissipating. She slightly gasped for breath, unable to conceal the fatigue etched upon her brow, yet she maintained a facade of cold composure and remarked lightly, "It seems you are not destined to die." Xiao Jin regarded her pallid complexion, feeling the lingering, pure chill of her energy within him, and a complex array of emotions surged within his heart. After a brief silence, he spoke earnestly, "Thank you. This time, I owe you." Yun Zhao turned her head, avoiding his gaze. "There's no need. It is merely the favor of returning the debt for blocking the sword." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of warning. "However, your devouring sorcery is ultimately not the righteous path. It will inevitably rebound upon you. Take care." Xiao Jin did not retort, but inquired, "Is your secret technique greatly taxing?" "None of your concern." Yun Zhao stood, her figure slightly swaying before she quickly steadied herself. The Shadow Pavilion would not let the matter rest after losing a mid-stage innate assassin. "This place is no longer safe, now that you are unharmed. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart, her back straight, yet unable to conceal a trace of weakness. "Wait." Xiao Jin suddenly spoke, retrieving a cold jade vial containing the 9-turned soul-returning pill from his bosom. He poured out a single, radiant pill, its medicinal fragrance wafting through the air, flicking it towards Yun Zhao. "This pill may be of use to you." Yun Zhao instinctively reached out to catch it. Feeling the overwhelming essence of life contained within the pill, her eyes flashing with surprise. Such a grade of elixir would be considered precious even in Kunlun. She glanced at the pill and then at Xiao Jin, not indulging in any pretense, and simply pocketed it, saying lightly, "Take care." In a fleeting moment, she vanished into the forest like a startled phoenix, swiftly disappearing from sight. Xiao Jin watched the direction of her departure, rendered speechless for a long while. He touched the jade pendant in his embrace, now restored to its icy coolness, and sensed the immense power within him along with the residual chill from Yun Zhao. The path of the rivers and lakes is long, intertwined with enmities and affections. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within, his gaze sharpening and resolute once more. It was time to continue northward. The pursuit from the Shadow Pavilion would not cease. The road ahead remained fraught with thorns. Yet at this moment, he felt no fear. With a swift motion, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, racing northward at an even greater speed than before. Through the trials of life and death on this stormy night, a blade sharper than ever had already been forged, ready to stir new waves in the grand tapestry of the rivers and lakes. Chapter 32. The spirit of the border town. The journey northward grew increasingly desolate. The terrain gradually ascended, and the climate turned dry and frigid. The vast plains were replaced by rolling hills and desolate wastelands. The wind swept across exposed rocks and withered grasses, producing a mournful howl, imbued with the unique chill and solitude of the borderlands. Days later, A formidable city loomed on the horizon, resembling a sprawling beast lying low. The city walls, high and thick, bore the scars of time, marked by cleaved stone and soot from fires, silently narrating the brutality of the frontier. Flags fluttered atop the battlements. Yet they were not the dragon banner of the Great Een, but a tattered Lin character flag, alongside several other insignias representing different factions. Here lies the formidable Northern Pass, the first stronghold of the North. Beyond the gates, the military presence is not as orderly as one might expect. Rather, it appears somewhat disheveled. A throng of ragged, emaciated refugees congregates outside the gates, while weary border soldiers in tattered armor struggle to maintain a semblance of order, allowing them to enter at a sluggish pace. The air is thick with despair, fear, and a palpable tension. Xiao Jin slowed his pace, blending into the flow of those entering the gates. He concealed his aura, appearing as an ordinary wandering warrior, yet his profound eyes meticulously observed everything around him. The border soldiers at the city gate, though worn and weary, retained a sharpness in their gaze, thoroughly inspecting each passerby with the vigilance and ferocity characteristic of seasoned veterans. This stood in stark contrast to the soldiers of the capital. "Quick, hurry up, the rear ranks are falling behind," shouted a scarred officer, his voice hoarse as he urged the refugees forward. "Please, good sir, allow the child to enter first. He is gravely ill," a frail old woman pleaded, cradling a barely conscious child. The officer's face flickered with a moment of compassion. Yet he hardened his heart, insisting, "Rules cannot be broken. One at a time. Rest assured, once inside, there will be porridge available." Xiao Jin's gaze swept over the pallet. Vacant-eyed refugees outside the gates before shifting to the seemingly scarce supplies within. His brow furrowed slightly. The situation in the north was worse than he had anticipated. The pressure from northern Yen appeared immense, and the lives of the border soldiers were far from easy. He passed through the inspection without incident. The scene inside the gates became clearer. The streets were populated not only by hurried border soldiers, but also by numerous refugees huddled in corners, lacking shelter. Most shops were shuttered, and those few that remained open offered scant provisions at exorbitant prices. A sense of desolation and tension loomed under the shadow of war. Xiao Jin found a relatively intact inn to stay in, its crooked sign reading "Welcome Guests," yet it had few patrons. The proprietor, an elderly man with one arm, had murky eyes and slow movements. After requesting a room and ordering a simple meal, Xiao Jin casually inquired, "Old sir, which general currently oversees the Northern Pass?" Noticing the multitude of refugees outside and the apparent scarcity of resources within, he felt a sense of unease. The one-armed proprietor sighed, wiping the already clean counter. "The one in charge is naturally the son of General Lin, the young General Lin Xiao. After the old general was gravely injured earlier this year, it has fallen to the young general to bear the banner. Alas, it has not been easy. The court's provisions and supplies have not arrived in 3 months. And those wolf cubs from northern Yen are constantly prowling outside, committing acts of arson and plunder. The security of this pass relies solely on the grit of the young general and his brothers." Lin Xiao? A flicker of recognition stirred in Xiao Jin's memory. He recalled this young leader, once elevated by his father, known for his bravery and tenacity. He wondered if the half of the Tiger Talisman still held any significance for this individual. Just as Xiao Jin was about to inquire further about the court, the innkeeper cast him a wary glance, shaking his head, indicating he wished to say no more, clearly harboring reservations. Understanding, Xiao Jin refrained from pressing further. The internal strife and misappropriation within the court were likely the root causes of the border soldiers' plight. At that moment, a sudden clamor of urgent hoofbeats and startled cries erupted outside the inn. "The Yen wolves are back. Quick, shut the city gates. It's the cavalry. They are few in number." Xiao Jin's figure flickered and appeared at the window of the inn on the second floor. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a small detachment of approximately 20 to 30 northern Yen cavalrymen charged towards the refugee convoy that had yet to fully enter the pass. Resembling a whirlwind, clearly, they sought to take advantage of the chaos to wreak havoc, instill panic, and pillage lives and resources. These northern Yen riders, skilled in horsemanship, donned light armor, wielded gleaming curved sabers, and wore cruel, sinister smiles, rushing towards the defenseless refugees as if they were prey. "Defend! Spearmen advance!" A hoarse command echoed from the city walls, and a few stray arrows rained down, yet they could hardly impede the rapid advance of the cavalry. The border troops outside the pass attempted to form a defensive line, but their numbers were too few, and their formation was immediately shattered by the onslaught of riders. The air was soon filled with screams and cries of despair, heralding an impending massacre. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. He was no saint, but the scene before him evoked certain unpleasant memories. Moreover, the northern Yen were his sworn enemies. Just as one of the Northern Yin cavalrymen swung his blade at a paralyzed child, a sharp sound pierced the air. A common copper coin, propelled by unparalleled force, struck the cavalryman's saber with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding clang, the cavalryman felt an irresistible force surging through his weapon, causing his grip to shatter. And the saber flew from his hand. He nearly lost his balance and fell from his horse. Alarmed, he scanned his surroundings but found no sign of the assailant. The other Northern Yin riders also noted this strange occurrence, their momentum momentarily faltering. In that instant of hesitation, whoosh, 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 several more sharp sounds rang out. A number of copper coins, seemingly guided by an unseen force, accurately struck the wrists and horse legs of the foremost riders. In an instant, chaos erupted. With horses rearing and screams piercing the air, the cavalry's formation disintegrated in an instant. There's a master among us. Retreat. The leading Northern Yin centurion, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, immediately issued a sharp whistle, reining in his steed and casting a wary glance at the city walls of the Northern Pass, mistakenly believing the unseen assailant to be a hidden master from within. The remaining Northern Yin cavalry hastily assisted their injured comrades, retreating in disarray like a receding tide, swift in arrival and equally swift in departure. Outside the pass, the refugees, having narrowly escaped disaster, hurriedly surged towards the gates. The border troops breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining order while casting curious glances towards the interior, speculating which elusive master had come to their aid. At the inn's window, Xiao Jin expressionlessly retracted his fingers, as if nothing had transpired. He had not employed innate true energy. Rather, he had simply utilized sheer strength and skill to flick the copper coins, sufficient to deter these ordinary cavalrymen without overly revealing his prowess. The one-armed innkeeper stared blankly out the window, then glanced at the vague figure in the blue robe above, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity passing through his murky eyes. After this commotion, Xiao Jin lost his inclination to remain idle. He returned to his room, secured the doors and windows, and sat cross-legged. His consciousness spread out like mercury, quietly extending towards the core area of the Northern Pass, where the General's residence lay. He needed to gather more information regarding Lin Xiao, the current state of the northern frontier, the movements of Beiyin, and the potential of that half-piece of the Hufu. What else might it yield? The defenses of the general's residence are far more formidable than those outside, with visible sentries and concealed checkpoints spread throughout, and even a faint aura of a rudimentary formation can be sensed. However, to Xiao Jin's spiritual perception, they remain utterly ineffective. Soon, he beheld the scene within the council chamber of the residence. A young general clad in worn armor, his face resolute, yet marked by profound fatigue and concern, was vehemently berating several subordinate officers. It was none other than the Major General Lin Xiao. The court's provisions have yet to arrive. What am I to feed my troops with? How am I to defend the borders? Shall I send my brothers to battle the iron cavalry of Beiyin on empty stomachs? General, please temper your anger. Perhaps there have been delays on the road. Nonsense. It's been 3 months. Are there delays every time? I suspect those parasites in the court never intended to send the provisions. They would be delighted to see the northern frontier fall, providing them with an excuse to seek peace and tribute from the Yans. General, exercise caution in your words. Caution. I am on the brink of starvation. And you speak of caution? His voice resonated with fury, helplessness, and a profound sense of impotence. Xiao Jin withdrew his spiritual perception, already understanding the dire circumstances. Indeed, the border troops had been largely abandoned by the court, finding themselves in a precarious situation. Just as he prepared to further investigate other areas within the fortress, the system interface in the corner of his vision suddenly flickered, detected faint energy fluctuations of the same origin, similar to the starry soft porcupine armor and Hufu. Source: deep underground of the general's residence, suspected secret chamber. Status: sealed and isolated same origin energy? Could it be that the depths of the general's residence conceal something related to the original owner's father? A spark of interest flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. It appeared that this northern pass was more intriguing than he had initially surmised. As night descended, the chill and silence of the border's night deepened, broken only by the heavy footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the distant, eerie howls of wolves carried by the wind. A figure clad in a blue robe, akin to a bat merging with the night, stealthily departed from the inn, making its way toward the general's residence. He sought to uncover the nature of the sealed, same-origin energy. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a procession composed entirely of black steeds, as silent as phantoms, advanced steadily along the official road towards the northern pass. At the forefront was a figure donning a bronze ghost mask, exuding an aura akin to an abyss. The next wave of pursuit from the Shadow Pavilion was drawing near. Chapter 33. dragon and elephant body refinement, the clamor of the border town faded into the distance, replaced by the increasingly desolate and majestic northern landscape. The sky stretched high, with thin clouds and sunlight pierced down, imbued with a crisp chill. The earth transitioned from yellow clay to black soil, gradually acquiring a mottled frost hue. In the distance, the undulating contours of mountains became discernible, resembling an ancient behemoth lying prostrate at the end of the earth, silent yet imposing. This was the northern frontier, once navigated with finesse by the original owner's father. And now the front line where the great Yin confronted Beiyin. Xiao Jin halted in a sheltered valley, shielded from the wind. This secluded spot, strewn with jagged rocks, was the perfect location for seclusion and meditation. After parting ways with Yun Zhao, he journeyed northward, deliberately avoiding unnecessary conflicts. However, the flawless and harmonious aura emanating from his innate peak state exuded an unmistakable sense of danger, compelling all perceptive wanderers and beasts along his path to steer clear in trepidation. He sought refuge in a dry stone cave and sat cross-legged, not immediately commencing his cultivation. Instead, he extended his spiritual awareness to the utmost, enveloping the surrounding area for miles like an invisible net. The sounds of the wind, rustling grass, chirping insects, and even the distant drips of melting snow from afar became vividly apparent to his perception. Only after confirming absolute safety did he cautiously retrieve the cold jade vial from his bosom. The instant the vial was uncorked, a powerful, scorching aroma, rich in life energy, erupted, dispersing the chill within the cave. The dragon elephant body refinement pill shimmered a golden hue, with ethereal images of dragons and elephants swirling upon its surface, embodying a force that could instill dread in the heart. Item: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Pill, Supreme Quality. Effect: refines the body and soul, facilitates marrow tempering, significantly enhances physical strength and blood capacity, greatly improves the absorption and refining efficiency of foreign energies, and proves remarkably effective when breaking through realm barriers. Warning: the potency is exceedingly domineering. Only those with a robust physical foundation may consume it, and the process is extraordinarily painful, with a risk of bodily rupture. The system's notification was as succinct and impassive as ever. Xiao Jin's gaze burned with intensity, devoid of fear. His physique, having undergone multiple devourings and the repetitive refining of innate true qi, had long surpassed the norm for his level. Furthermore, protected by the Starlight's soft armored shell, he was more than qualified to withstand the onslaught of this supreme pill. Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the dragon elephant body refinement pill whole. The pill dissolved instantaneously, as if he had ingested a miniature sun. The searing and turbulent medicinal power erupted violently, akin to countless rampaging dragons and elephants surging through his limbs and bones, infiltrating every inch of his meridians and acupoints. Despite Xiao Jin's formidable will, he could not suppress a muffled groan. Veins bulged on his forehead, his skin flushed crimson, and thick white vapor emanated from his pores, making him appear as though he would ignite. Pain, an indescribable agony. It felt as if every bone were being crushed, every muscle torn apart, only to be forcibly remolded by the overwhelming medicinal force. His blood surged like lava, his meridians expanding uncontrollably, emitting groans under the unbearable strain. More terrifying was the fact that this medicinal power directly assaulted his consciousness, as if countless dragons and elephants were trampling through his sea of awareness, threatening to scatter his very essence. Yet, amidst this excruciating torment, Xiao Jin gritted his teeth, fiercely clinging to the last vestige of clarity in his spirit platform. He fervently circulated his cultivation technique, guiding the ferocious medicinal energy along the optimized route delineated by the system, conducting the deepest level of refinement. The remnants of the icy, sinister essence from the Hellion iron tree and shadow kill within him, which had yet to be completely refined, were rapidly transformed, purified, and absorbed under the onslaught of this supreme yang and unyielding dragon elephant medicinal power, akin to snow melting in the blazing sun. No longer able to pose any hindrance or conflict, his body was undergoing a metamorphosis of profound proportions. The density of his bones surged dramatically, taking on a faint dark golden hue, as resilient as the finest steel. The muscle fibers have transformed into a more resilient and compact form, harboring explosive power. The internal organs have been repeatedly cleansed by the medicinal essence, growing stronger and more vibrant. The meridians have expanded several times, becoming more robust, capable of accommodating a torrent of immense energy. Even his mental acuity has become more refined and sharp under the tempering of the dragon's roar. Refinement in progress. Physical strength 15, blood limit 20, Meridian Resilience 25. Soul Strength 10. Exotic Energy Refinement Efficiency increased by 50. Innate Vigor Strength enhanced. The data on the system interface flickered rapidly, showcasing his astonishing improvements in all aspects. The entire process lasted a full day and night. When the last trace of the dragon's medicinal power was completely absorbed, Xiao Jin slowly opened his eyes. His gaze radiated brilliance, akin to harboring two miniature stars. With each blink, a dazzling light emanated forth, only to be completely reined in, becoming unfathomably deep. He gradually clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him surge like the mighty Yangtze River, yet intimately under his control. A sense of unprecedented strength filled his being. At this moment, his physical prowess alone could rival that of an innate master specializing in external arts. His vitality surged like a furnace, rendering ordinary sinister energies incapable of approaching him. The width and resilience of his meridians could withstand even more violent energy impacts. His mental acuity was so sharp that he could sense the slightest movement within several miles, all at his command. More importantly, his mastery over the internal power had reached an entirely new realm, harmonious and flawless, responsive to his heart's intent. Realm, innate peak, great perfection. Status, physical refinement complete, soul stabilized. Energy pure, having reached the pinnacle of this state. Hint, to break through to the realm of earthly immortals, one must condense the laws of heaven and earth or devour an equivalent source, while invoking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the soul. Earthly immortal, a true divide between the celestial and the mundane. The required laws of heaven and earth or equivalent source are evidently not easily obtained. Yet, Xiao Jin's heart brimmed with confidence. The path was clear, he merely needed to tread it step by step. He rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and a series of crisp sounds akin to popping beans resonated from his body, exuding a sense of strength. It was time to delve deeper into the Northern Territory. That half-tiger talisman might yield some unexpected clues. However, just as he prepared to leave the cave, his mental acuity suddenly detected a faint yet familiar cold energy fluctuation from afar, swiftly retreating northward, seemingly towards the Northern Territory. It was the people of the Shadow Pavilion. Moreover, their strength seemed to be even more elusive than that of Yingsha. Were they moving towards the Northern Territory for him, or did they have another mission? A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. It appeared that the Shadow Pavilion's retaliation had not ceased with Yingsha's demise, but rather dispatched even more formidable figures. Meanwhile, in a secret valley 1,000 miles away from Xiao Jin, within a peculiar palace perpetually shrouded in gray-black mist, an elder clad in a dark purple robe, his face obscured by shadow, was listening to a report from a black-clad assassin below. The elder's aura was as unfathomable as an abyss, revealing him to be a true powerhouse of the earthly immortal realm, one of the deputy leaders of the Shadow Pavilion. Yingsha has failed. The voice of the elder, hoarse and deep, betrayed no emotion, yet it sent a shiver through the assassins below. It was the deputy pavilion master. The soul lantern had extinguished, and based on the sporadic images and information relayed back, the target appeared to possess a peculiar ability of devouring power, rapidly increasing in strength, and was suspected to be colluding with members of the Kunlunyan family. The assassins prostrated themselves, their voices trembling. The elder lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers, producing a disquieting rhythm. Interesting, he mused. It seems the secrets surrounding this young heir are far more abundant than we had anticipated. He paused for a moment before slowly stating, "Relay the order to Yu Ying," instructing him to cease pursuit for now and avoid direct confrontation. The assassin hesitated. "Deputy Pavilion Master, what about the grudge against Lord Yingsha? Revenge is, of course, necessary." The elder interrupted coldly, "But more crucial is the secret he harbors. Inform all our operatives within Beiyin to closely monitor this individual's movements. Additionally, subtly convey the news of the devouring technique to the National Master's residence in Beiyin." A glimmer of understanding flashed in the assassin's eyes. "Deputy Pavilion Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. The National Master is currently at a pivotal moment in his assault on the pass. If he learns of such a remarkable skill, it will surely lead to a conflict where the fisherman benefits." The elder replied nonchalantly, "Let our esteemed National Master first test the caliber of this young heir. Moreover, it might also stir up some trouble for that old fox Yunya. I have heard that his precious daughter shares a close relationship with this heir." "Understood. I shall take my leave at once." The assassin, comprehending the implications, respectfully withdrew. Within the grand hall, only the deputy pavilion master remained. He gazed towards the north, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Jin, Yun Zhao, Yunya, and that national master. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. A storm was quietly gathering in the northern realms. At that moment, Xiao Jin remained oblivious, braving the northern winds and frost, step by step approaching a future that was both grander and fraught with peril. Chapter 34. The ruins of the ancient city. The winds of the northern lands were akin to icy blades, cutting painfully against the skin. The colors of the world grew monotonous and bleak. The sky was a dull gray, the ground a dark brown, and on the distant mountain peaks, eternal snow lay unmelted. As one traveled further north, human habitation became increasingly sparse, often walking all day without encountering a single village. Occasionally, one might come across a caravan laden with furs heading south or patrolling scouts of the northern border, each bearing the marks of harsh weather and vigilance in their eyes. Xiao Jin concealed his presence, masquerading as an ordinary traveler, attracting little attention. He had previously shown a fragment of the Tiger Talisman to a squad of border scouts entangled in a fierce skirmish with a small band of horse thieves. Though they were initially uncertain, they respectfully allowed him passage after he deftly resolved their predicament, subtly guiding him toward a garrison where remnants of old forces might still exist. One day, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. The leaden clouds seemed almost within reach, pressing down heavily as a fierce wind whipped up sand and snowflakes from the ground. Howling like a banshee, a black storm was imminent. An experienced elder of the caravan, observing the sky, turned pale and hurriedly beckoned his companions to seek shelter in a windbreak. Xiao Jin looked up at the heavens. Within his perception, the spiritual energy of the world became violently chaotic, a natural force of destruction gathering rapidly. This is the fearsome black storm of the northern lands, said to be capable of rending apart cattle and sheep, burying caravans, and even leading innate martial artists astray, ultimately exhausting them to death. Unlike the caravan, which hurriedly sought refuge, he stood his ground, savoring the might of heaven and earth. His innate consciousness attempted to reach out and comprehend the chaotic currents of spiritual energy, and in the faintest of moments, it seemed to brush against the traces of the laws governing the cosmos, yet remained elusive. In an instant, the storm descended. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light, as if the entire world had been plunged into ink. The howling winds roared, whipping up a tempest of sand, ice, and snow, forming towering black tornadoes that ferociously tore at everything in their path. Visibility plummeted, and even his consciousness was greatly disturbed in this extreme chaos, barely covering a radius of a few yards. Xiao Jin circulated his innate vital energy, forming a stable barrier around him, preventing the rampaging sand and wind from breaching his defenses. He stood firm like a rock amidst the furious sea, meticulously observing the storm's trajectory and the flow of energy. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. Amidst the cacophony of the tempest, he discerned a faint yet peculiar humming sound, distinct from the roar of the wind, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth. This hum carried an ancient, weathered rhythm that resonated in peculiar harmony with the black storm. Intrigued, he followed the faint sound, braving the winds capable of shattering boulders, advancing step by arduous step toward the source he sensed. The storm appeared endless, each movement draining considerable vital energy. Had he not recently undergone tempering, his energy far exceeding that of others at the same level, he would have struggled to persist against such celestial might. After about half an hour, the subterranean humming grew increasingly clear, and the ground beneath him began to vibrate in an unusual manner. Suddenly, he felt a void beneath his feet. It was not a collapse, but rather as if he had passed through an invisible barrier. The cataclysmic roar of the surrounding storm diminished significantly. Although he could still feel the residual fury of the winds, it no longer possessed the terrifying force to rend everything asunder. It was as if he had entered a relatively tranquil zone within the eye of the storm. Before him, the scene opened up, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. In a vast basin half obscured by wind and sand, stood the remnants of an ancient city, battered yet still hinting at its former grandeur. Massive stone structures, worn by the elements, had collapsed in part, with broken columns jutting towards the dim sky, and the mottled walls displaying faint, ancient murals and runes. The entire ruin was shrouded in an eerie silence and desolation, starkly contrasting with the ferocity of the black storm outside. The peculiar humming that resonated with the storm emanated from a trapezoidal pyramid-like structure at the heart of the ruins, which had not completely collapsed. Could this be the relics of the ancient desert kingdom that predated the founding of Northern Yin? Xiao Jin sifted through the fragments of the original owner's memories. It was said that a powerful desert kingdom had once thrived in the northern realm long ago, only to mysteriously vanish, with most of its remnants buried beneath the sands. Rarely known to anyone, little did he expect that this black storm would momentarily unveil its hidden secrets. A stirring sensation coursed through him as he stepped toward the central pyramid of the ruins. The closer he approached the structure, the more peculiar the energy fluctuations in the air became. The humming sound resonated not only with the storm, but seemed to draw upon the chaotic essence of the natural world within the tempest, transforming it into a dense, ancient energy imbued with an eerie stillness, sustaining the delicate equilibrium of this region. Ascending the crumbling stone steps to the pinnacle of the pyramid, he discovered a vast platform. In the center of the platform, instead of the anticipated altar or palace, there lay a bottomless vertical pit, approximately a yard in diameter. The strange humming emanated from the depths of this chasm. The edges of the pit were inscribed with a profusion of intricate, archaic runes, far more complex than the murals below. These runes emitted a faint, pulsating light in the darkness, as if operating some ancient formation that sealed away whatever lay within the pit. Standing at the brink, he gazed down, feeling a chilling, ancient presence, even a trace of something heart-stopping rising from the abyss. His spiritual awareness attempted to delve deeper, only to be distorted and weakened by a formidable force field, rendering it impossible to penetrate further. Warning: high-intensity unknown energy field and spatial fluctuations detected. Ancient ceiling formation detected, severely damaged. Risk level high. Recommended to keep distance. The system issued a frantic alert. Yet, his gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the pit. There, half buried in dust, lay a fragmented black stele, composed of an unfamiliar material, neither metal nor stone, inscribed with several incomplete symbols in an exceedingly ancient script. This writing was unknown to him. Yet inexplicably, as his eyes fell upon those symbols, the dormant system interface in his mind flickered back to life, swiftly beginning to analyze. Identification of ancient cloud pattern fragment in progress. Information restoration, grave taboo. Do not disturb. Associated information matches records related to the Heavenly Law Seal. The mention of the Heavenly Law Seal sent a jolt through him. Was it possible that he had stumbled upon a clue to the key item required to transcend the earthly realm? While he was wholly absorbed in deciphering the inscriptions on the stele, he remained oblivious to the indistinct shadow lurking in the depths of a collapsed city wall nearby. Merging almost seamlessly with the darkness, its emotionless eyes fixated intently on his every move. It was the shadowy assassin, Ghost Shadow, from the Shadow Pavilion, whose presence he had sensed earlier, more elusive than any specter. Having discovered this ruin brought forth by the storm before him, Ghost Shadow had been lying in wait, intending to investigate, but now found the target unwittingly ensnared. The assassin's gaze swept over the pit and the stele, then turned toward the unsuspecting figure of Xiao Jin, a cruel, icy smile curling beneath the mask. A fortuitous opportunity indeed. He slowly raised his hand, producing a slender, gossamer-like dart, imbued with a ghostly blue sheen. A uniquely crafted weapon designed to pierce through protective auras. He retracted his presence to the utmost degree, akin to the most patient of serpents, biding his time for the perfect moment. At the very moment when Xiao Jin's mind wavered upon deciphering the information related to the Heavenly Law Seal, the shadowy figure moved. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the piercing needle silently tore through the air, its velocity reaching an extraordinary peak. It curved along a mysterious arc, deftly evading the blind spot of Xiao Jin's perception, and shot directly toward the vital point at his back. Simultaneously, the figure lunged forth like a specter, wielding two short blades that gleamed with a chilling light, targeting Xiao Jin's neck and dantian. The ambush was executed with flawless timing, angle, and speed, truly worthy of its name, Shadow. However, just as the piercing needle was about to make contact with Xiao Jin's body, he, seemingly oblivious until that moment, abruptly turned around. His eyes held no surprise, only a cold mockery and fierce battle intent. I have awaited this moment for long. Chapter 35. The Anomaly of the Underground Cavern. I have awaited this moment for long. Xiao Jin's cold shout resounded like thunder, shattering the relative silence of the ruins. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, as, at the very instant the toxic needle was about to reach him, he slightly tilted his body at an unimaginable angle. Swoosh! The needle grazed the corner of his clothing beneath his ribs, crashing into the ground behind him and instantly corroding a small pit into the hard stone, emitting hissing white smoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin pointed his fingers like a sword, striking first with astonishing precision toward the blade aimed at his dantian. The innate energy gathered at his fingertips was highly compressed, producing a piercing shriek. Clang! A sound of pure, crisp metal clashing echoed. The shadowy figure felt an unimaginable force emanating from the short blade, causing his wrist to tingle, nearly making him lose grip of the weapon. Shocked, he realized that the opponent's reaction speed and strength far exceeded what the intelligence had reported. Yet, being a top-tier assassin superior to the shadow kill, he adapted swiftly. The trajectory of his other blade remained unchanged, still viciously slashing toward Xiao Jin's throat, while his form twisted in a bizarre, boneless manner, attempting to disengage and create distance to vanish again. Trying to escape? A chilling light burst forth from Xiao Jin's eyes. Relentless in his pursuit, he granted no opportunity for the figure to conceal himself again, employing profound footwork to remain glued to his opponent. With both fists unleashed, the force of his strikes was ferocious and violent, yet imbued with a precision that foresaw the opponent's intentions, instantly sealing off all possible escape routes for the shadowy figure. Fists, palms, fingers, legs. Xiao Jin exhibited the peak of his innate cultivation with vivid clarity, his offensive like a tempest, yet containing an essence of martial philosophy. Each strike targeting the weaknesses in the shadow's techniques and movements. The shadowy figure grew increasingly alarmed. He felt as if ensnared in an invisible net, where all his lethal moves and evasion techniques were laid bare under the terrifying insight of his opponent. With every clash, he sensed a slight drain on his true energy. Though minute, it was ceaseless and cumulative, gradually instilling within him a sense of helplessness. The devouring power was indeed uncanny. Panic and fury surged within the shadow's heart. He understood that he could not continue in this manner. With a fierce bite of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. A flash of black light enveloping him, and his speed surged by a third, forcefully breaking free from Xiao Jin's entanglement, retreating rapidly. Simultaneously, he waved his hands, launching a barrage of poisoned flying needles and blades towards Xiao Jin, attempting to hinder his pursuit. Xiao Jin let out a cold snort, standing his ground as a surge of innate vital energy erupted around him, forming a solid wall of force. The sound of clashing echoed as all the hidden weapons were effortlessly deflected by this energy barrier. However, in that brief moment of delay, the shadowy figure had already retreated to the edge of the underground chamber. A flicker of madness and resolve flashed in his eyes. He ceased his attempts to attack Xiao Jin and instead delivered a powerful strike towards the ancient, flickering runes at the chamber's edge. If I cannot possess it, then let us destroy it together, he bellowed, intent on shattering the incomplete sealing array to unleash the unknown horrors that lay within the depths of the chamber. You dare. Xiao Jin's expression shifted as he surged forward, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The shadow's full-powered strike had already landed upon the runes. A resounding hum, far more intense and piercing than before, erupted from the depths of the chamber. The entire pyramid platform trembled violently as the already fragmented ancient runes flickered erratically, their light wavering, teetering on the brink of collapse. From the depths of the chamber, an aura of desolation, antiquity, and death surged forth like a volcanic eruption, intertwined with a chaotic and maddening will that sent chills through the very soul. Cracks began to appear at the edge of the platform. The shadowy figure, witnessing this, let out a triumphant cackle, intending to slip away amidst the chaos. Leave him, Xiao Jin shouted in fury, launching a powerful punch from a distance. The overwhelming force of his fist tore through the air, aimed directly at the shadow's back. Feeling the terrifying power behind him, the shadow's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly turned to block. The punch landed with a resounding impact against his dual blades, sending him reeling back. Blood spurting from his mouth, his body retreating like a kite with severed strings, perfectly aligning with the ominously vibrating entrance to the underground chamber. At that moment, the runes at the chamber's edge could no longer withstand the dual pressures from within and without, dimming abruptly. The invisible barrier dissipated in an instant, and an indescribable, terrifying force of suction surged forth from the depths of the chamber, as if an invisible giant hand sought to drag everything at the edge into its abyss. No. The shadow was the first to succumb, emitting a scream of terror and despair as he was unable to resist the dreadful pull, instantly drawn into the unfathomable depths. His cries swallowed by the darkness. Xiao Jin's expression also changed as the ground beneath him began to collapse. He too felt the gravitational force attempting to drag him into the abyss. With a fierce shout, he unleashed all his innate vital energy, anchoring his feet firmly to the crumbling ground, resisting the terrifying pull with all his might. His gaze remained fixed on the depths of the chamber, which had momentarily cleared amidst the chaos, revealing a faint, yet profoundly ancient and majestic light, as if it contained the very principles of heaven and earth. The shape of this light appeared to be a fragmented, ever-changing, ethereal imprint. Warning! Warning! High concentrations of chaotic energy and unknown fragments of law detected. Residual projection of the heavenly law seal detected, extremely fragmented. Recording law fluctuations. Risk extremely high. Immediate evacuation advised. The system's warning flashed madly. The projection of the heavenly earth seal, although it was merely an extremely fragmented glimpse, It allowed him to truly catch sight of a corner of the realm he had long desired. Yet at that moment, he had no time to savor it. The suction from the abyss grew increasingly powerful, and the entire platform began to collapse at an accelerating pace. If he did not leave soon, he would indeed be swallowed whole. He forcefully steadied his mind, resisting the pull, his gaze sweeping over the fragment of the stone tablet inscribed with cloud patterns. And he suddenly reached out with a grasp. A surge of force pulled the stone tablet fragment into his hand. Without time for further inspection, he stomped his foot, using the recoil to propel himself like a fish swimming against the current, forcibly breaking free from the abyss's grasp, darting swiftly toward the base of the pyramid. Behind him, the entire platform of the pyramid crumbled, countless boulders tumbling into the unfathomable depths of the abyss. The terrifying suction and chaotic energy fluctuations persisted for a moment before gradually subsiding, leaving behind an even more expansive, bottomless pit, emanating a chilling aura. Xiao Jin landed on a relatively intact section of ruins in the distance, glancing back at the dreadful pit, his heart still racing. That had truly been a perilous escape. He opened his palm, gazing at the cold black stone tablet fragment, the ancient cloud patterns seemingly containing boundless mysteries. Acquired item, fragment of the Desert Kingdom Ruins stone tablet, contains partial ancient cloud patterns and information related to the heavenly earth seal. Deep analysis requires time, though the process was fraught with danger, nearly leading to his demise. The rewards were monumental. Not only had he resolved the issue with the Shadow Phantom, but more crucially, he had truly witnessed the projection of the heavenly earth seal and obtained this fragment that likely contained even more information. It pointed him toward a clearer direction for breaking through to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Just as he was about to study the fragment in detail, he suddenly sensed a disturbance, detecting several formidable presences swiftly approaching from afar, seemingly attracted by the earlier commotion. This was not a place to linger. Xiao Jin stowed the fragment away, casting one last deep glance at the abyss that had swallowed the Shadow Phantom and countless secrets, his figure flickering before swiftly vanishing into the vast northern sands. He must urgently find a safe place to decipher the secrets of this stone tablet. As for the peculiarities of the Desert Kingdom ruins and the abyss, perhaps those seasoned veterans in the Northern Army, who had lived long enough, might have some insights. His gaze turned toward the faint outline of the border garrison fortress visible in the distance. Chapter 36. The iron-walled fortress. The sands of the northern region seemed endless, battering against the solitary fortress standing at the junction of the plains and mountains. The fortress walls were constructed from enormous dark brown stones. Weathered by the elements and the ravages of war, their surfaces marred by the scars of blades and arrows, resembling a silent, weary giant crouching upon this desolate land, silently guarding the territory behind it. The iron-walled fortress. For characters, faded yet still exuding an iron-blooded aura, were inscribed above the weather-beaten gates. This had once been the stronghold established by the original lord's father, the prince revered as the god of war of the Great Een, one of the earliest and most vital bastions during his governance of the northern frontier. Even after the passage of many years, through the changes of court and the fall of the commander, this fortress remained steadfastly anchored, unwavering as a nail. The figure of Xiao Jin appeared upon a hillside several hundred paces from the fortress, hesitating to advance. He observed this familiar yet foreign bastion from a distance. Upon the fortress walls, sentinels vigilantly patrolled. Although their armor bore the marks of age, their postures were erect, and their gazes sharp, clearly indicating seasoned veterans. Within the fortress, the faint sounds of drills and the clash of metal resonated, echoing an air of order, devoid of any signs of despondency. His consciousness, like an invisible breeze, gently swept over the fortress, discerning the essence within. Most of the soldiers radiated an aura between the 6th and 7th rank, interspersed with a few 8th rank presences, suggesting the presence of mid-level commanders. At the very heart of the fortress, within a stone tower, one particular aura was notably robust and dense, reaching the innate stage. Though merely in its early phase, its foundation was solid, imbued with a distinctive martial ferocity. It appeared that the foundation left by his father had yet to completely decay. Xiao Jin adjusted his somewhat travel-worn azure attire and slowly approached the fortress gate. Halt! Who goes there? A sharp cry rang out from atop the walls. Mere strides from the gate, as several strong bows were drawn, their arrows glinting with cold light in the dim twilight. The vigilance was exceedingly stringent. Xiao Jin paused and called out clearly, "As a descendant of an old friend, I passed through this land with the intent to pay my respects to General Li Jun." Li Jun, as recalled from the original owner's memories, was one of his father's most loyal lieutenants and the current commander of this ironclad fortress. The innate aura emanating from the stone tower must belong to him. There was a moment of silence atop the walls, seemingly engaged in silent communication. Soon, a deep voice resonated. "Who are you?" General Li is not someone you can see at will. Xiao Jin refrained from further words. Retrieving a half-piece of a dark golden tiger talisman from his bosom, channeling a hint of true energy, he held it in his palm. In the dusky light, the talisman shimmered faintly, exuding an air of unique authority. Present this to General Li, and he will understand. The walls fell silent once more, evidently signaling for someone to relay the message. Approximately a stick of incense later, the heavy fortress gate emitted a creaking sound as it opened a narrow gap just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A stern-faced man clad in the attire of a centurion emerged, his gaze sharp as a blade as he appraised Xiao Jin from head to toe, ultimately settling on the half-talisman, his expression tightening slightly. "Please follow me. The general requests your presence." His tone, while still tinged with caution, bore an added measure of courtesy. Xiao Jin nodded and followed the centurion into the fortress. The interior was even more foreboding than the exterior. The streets were tidy, yet devoid of idle souls. Only squads of armored soldiers patrolled silently, their scrutinizing gazes filled with wariness as they passed by the unfamiliar figure of Xiao Jin. The air was thick with a faint scent of rust, leather, and sweat, the unmistakable aroma of a true military camp. In silence, they proceeded directly to the central stone tower. The interior was simply yet robustly furnished, adorned with a map of the northern territories and worn weapons, evoking a profound sense of solemnity. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged general dressed in plain attire, yet his formidable presence was unmistakable. His visage was sharply defined, his complexion a deep bronze, and a short beard adorned his chin. His piercing eyes, like those of a tiger, gleamed with intensity. This was General Li Jun, a practitioner of innate cultivation at the early stage. He was currently caressing a fragment of a tiger talisman, his gaze complex. Upon noticing Xiao Jin's entrance, his keen eyes instantly fixed upon him, as if attempting to see through him entirely. "Where did you acquire this talisman?" Li Jun's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Xiao Jin met his gaze calmly, stating, "It is a family heirloom." Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. "A family heirloom? As far as I am aware, this item should have belonged to the prince. Though the prince has passed, the heir remains." Xiao Jin interjected, his tone unremarkable, yet resonating like a stone cast into still waters. The hall fell into an immediate silence. The centurion guiding them instinctively placed a hand on his sword hilt, the atmosphere abruptly turning perilous. Li Jun's posture stiffened, his eyes ablaze with astonishment as he fixated on Xiao Jin. "You are His Highness the heir." "Impossible." The news from the capital had indicated that the heir had long been. His unuttered words hung in the air, implying that the heir had been deemed unfit, foolish, and perhaps even perished in the previous insurrection. Xiao Jin smiled faintly, offering no explanation, instead gradually circulating the innate vital energy within him. A force, though restrained, surged forth, eclipsing even Li Jun's formidable presence, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, filling the stone hall with its overwhelming aura. Simultaneously, his facial muscles subtly twitched, and the faint sound of bones shifting echoed as his appearance gradually reverted to its former contours, particularly the prominent scar on his left cheek, now vividly apparent. Is this the essence of innate energy? Li Jun felt his heart race as he observed the face, strikingly reminiscent of the late prince, bearing the same distinctive scar. His eyes widened in utter shock and disbelief. He abruptly rose, hastening to Xiao Jin's side for a closer examination, his voice trembling slightly. You have truly returned. And your cultivation." The centurion behind him stood dumbfounded, involuntarily releasing his grip on his sword. "Having narrowly escaped death, I have been fortunate to survive and have gained some insights," Xiao Jin replied, suppressing his aura, rendering his appearance once more ordinary. "Generally, do you believe me now?" Li Jun stared at Xiao Jin for a prolonged moment before suddenly dropping to one knee, clasping his fists and declaring in a deep voice, "I am Li Jun, paying my respects to His Highness the heir. I have always believed that the bloodline of the prince shall not be allowed to languish." His voice trembled with emotion. Seeing this, the centurion hurriedly knelt as well. "General Li, please rise. Everyone, rise." Xiao Jin gestured to assist them. "In these extraordinary times, there is no need for excessive formality." As Li Jun stood, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He waved his hand, dismissing the centurion to stand guard at the entrance. Then eagerly inquired, "Your Highness, I have heard of the matters in the capital. The rumors are strange and bewildering." "They are merely some means of self-preservation and retaliation," Xiao Jin replied dismissively, shifting the focus back to pressing matters. "General Li, what is the situation in the northern frontier?" Upon addressing the urgent matter, Li Jun's expression grew solemn. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. In response to your highness, the situation in the northern frontier is far from optimistic. After the prince's demise, the court repeatedly curtailed the border subsidies, and the dispatch commanders were often ineffectual. The soldiers struggled to make ends meet. Many of the prince's former subordinates had been reassigned, some marginalized, while others, disheartened, returned to their fields. He spoke gravely. Currently, the only ones who can clearly respond to this half of the Tiger Talisman summons are my 3,000 brothers at the Iron Wall garrison. Surrounding us, there are perhaps 4 or 5 other garrisons and passes, collectively amounting to over 10,000 troops, all of whom have received the prince's great favor and are loyal and dependable comrades. However, we are severely lacking in provisions and armaments. 10,000 troops may not seem substantial, but in the context of the Northern Border Army being continually infiltrated and diluted, it constitutes a formidable force of loyalty. Xiao Jin nodded, finding the situation slightly better than he had anticipated. I will devise a way to procure provisions and arms. For now, there is a matter on which I seek the general's counsel. Your Highness, please proceed. General, are you aware of the ancient city ruins of the Mo Kingdom beyond the northern Black Storm? Xiao Jin inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Zhan's expression subtly shifted. Your Highness has encountered the Black Storm and witnessed those cursed ruins? A flicker of awe and apprehension crossed his eyes. That place is notoriously sinister. It is said that the Mo Kingdom perished after meddling with something they ought not to have. The ruins occasionally reveal themselves in the wake of the Black Storm, yet few who enter emerge alive. Tales abound of flesh-eating demons and curses within. The military has issued strict orders against approaching that area. I ventured inside and emerged unscathed, Xiao Jin replied nonchalantly. While there, I encountered certain phenomena seemingly related to an ancient imprint of heaven and earth. An imprint of heaven and earth? Li Zhan displayed a look of puzzlement, clearly unfamiliar with the term. However, after a moment's contemplation, he seemed to recall something. If your highness speaks of ancient markings, I am reminded of an incident. During the late prince's lifetime, he secretly dispatched individuals to seek out ancient stone tablets passed down from the Mo Kingdom, inscribed with strange symbols. The prince placed great importance on these, but after his incident, those tablets vanished without a trace. Ancient stone tablets? A spark of realization ignited within Xiao Jin. Could they be related to the fragment of a stele he had obtained? Do you know the possible whereabouts of those tablets? Li Zhan furrowed his brow in deep thought before uncertainly responding. The affairs of the prince at that time were exceedingly confidential, and I am not privy to specifics. However, the prince's most trusted aide, the steward Fu Bo, might possess knowledge on the matter. After the prince's misfortune, Fu Bo, disheartened and sidelined, reportedly returned to his hometown in the northern region, residing in Luya town, 300 miles from here. Fu Bo. The benevolent visage of an elder emerged in the depths of the original owner's memories. He was the absolute confidant of the father, privy to countless secrets. This was undoubtedly a crucial lead. Just as Xiao Jin contemplated this, a messenger hurried into the hall, reporting to the general. A patrol outside the fortress has discovered traces of a small contingent of Northern Yen cavalry, approximately 20 riders, lingering just outside our defensive line. Li Zhan's brow furrowed. These Yen curs are at it again. Like flies, they're a nuisance. Increase the watch and maintain close surveillance. If they dare to trespass, let them be met with crossbow bolts. Yes, the messenger promptly complied. The Northern Yen cavalry had become active near the garrison. It seemed the developments within Northern Yen were indeed complex. The schemes of the deputy head of the Shadow Pavilion were likely beginning to take root. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Jin's eyes. Generally, prepare a set of standard armor and a warhorse for me. His tone was calm, yet laced with an icy killing intent. I shall meet these Northern Yen guests and collect some interest along the way. Li Zhan was taken aback, but quickly grasped Xiao Jin's intention. He hastily responded, Your Highness, your status is far too noble to put yourself in danger. Allow me to dispatch a team of elite cavalry to handle this matter instead. There's no need for that. Xiao Jin waved his hand dismissively. It's a good opportunity to stretch my limbs. I wish to see what the Northern Yen cavalry has become. He needed real combat to thoroughly familiarize himself with the surge of power he had acquired. And it was essential for the old troops to witness that their loyal heir was not a weakling in need of protection, but rather a blade capable of leading them through thorns. Li Zhan gazed into Xiao Jin's unfathomable eyes and undeniable aura, ultimately clasping his fists and solemnly declaring, I shall obey your command. Your Highness, please exercise caution. A moment later, a knight clad in ordinary black armor and wearing a face-concealing helmet galloped forth from the side gate of the Iron Wall fortress, like an arrow released from its bow, merging into the vast northern plains, heading straight for the group of Northern Yen cavalry. The hunt had begun. Chapter 37. The hunt on the plains in the boundless expanse of the northern plains. The sky was high and the earth wide, with withered grass stretching endlessly. The cold wind whipped up snowflakes, swirling across the land with a wailing sound. A troop of around 20 Northern Yin cavalry ambled lazily on horseback. Clad in bulky leather coats and simple leather armor, their saddles bore bows and curved sabers, their faces adorned with habitual arrogance and cruelty, resembling wolves patrolling their hunting grounds. At the forefront was a scar-faced centurion, his gaze sharp as an eagle, constantly scanning the distant outline of the iron wall fortress while muttering curses. Damn it! Those Yin's dogs are hiding tight, not daring to make a sound. Boss, I hear they're so poor they can barely afford trousers. They're probably afraid we might charge in. Unable to gather decent weapons. Huh. Enough chatter. Everyone, stay alert. The State Master has issued a strict order to keep a close watch on these Yin's military fortresses, especially this iron wall fortress. Report any unusual activity immediately. The scar-faced centurion barked, though a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Such border skirmishes were routine, and the Yin soldiers typically remained holed up. He perceived little risk in this assignment. However, just as his words fell, a black flash erupted unexpectedly from behind a low earthen mound. The speed surpassed the reaction limits of all present. The hooves thundered against the frozen ground, producing a sound as deep as thunder. A knight in black armor charged forth like a grim reaper unleashed from hell, leveraging the momentum of his steed. Wielding what appeared to be an ordinary standard lance, yet emanating an overwhelming aura of deathly intent, aimed directly at the scar-faced centurion. Enemy attack. The scar-faced centurion, being a seasoned veteran, possessed a keen sense of danger. In shock, he could only let out a desperate roar, instinctively reaching for his blade to parry. But it was too late. The lance loomed larger in his vision, seemingly disregarding the distance entirely. At the tip of the spear, there was no discernible gleam. Only an intense aura of death, concentrated to a singular point. With a soft thud, the chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The long spear flawlessly traversed the gap of the scarred centurion's hastily raised curved sword, directly puncturing his throat. The spear emerged from the back of his neck, releasing a warm spray of blood. The scarred centurion's eyes bulged in disbelief, filled with horror, and after a few gasps, he toppled from his steed, lifeless. Devour command confirmed. Xiao Jin coldly commanded within, his consciousness swiftly enveloping the dissipating energy and fragmented memories of the scarred centurion. Acquired energy, weak, acquired memory fragments. Recent orders from the Northern Yin National Master's Office. Intensify border provocations. Gather intelligence on the Yin Army's defenses and experts. In the blink of an eye, the leader fell. The remaining Northern Yin cavalry finally awoke from their stupor, unleashing a cacophony of enraged shouts as they drew their blades and strung their bows. Kill him. Avenge the centurion. Surround him. Don't let him escape. These Northern Yin riders were indeed valiant, undeterred by fear, and promptly spread out on horseback, attempting to encircle Xiao Jin. While bowstrings twanged and numerous arrows whistled through the air. Having struck decisively, Xiao Jin did not linger. With a sharp pull, he withdrew the long spear. Trailing a line of blood, he paid no heed to the incoming arrows, allowing his innate vigor to flow slightly within. Clang, clang. The arrows struck his armor, akin to hitting an iron plate, bouncing off without leaving a mark. With a squeeze of his legs against the horse's belly, the steed reared up as if possessed, letting out a resounding neigh, then landed heavily, narrowly evading two curved swords that came slashing down. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin transformed the long spear into a swirling black tempest, sweeping through the ranks. The military spear technique, simple in nature, became extraordinary in his hands. The spear, imbued with terrifying power and speed, swept forth. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds accompanied the sound of shattering bones. 3 Northern Yin cavalrymen, attempting to rush in from the side, were struck down as if by a stampeding giant, sent flying along with their horses. In midair, their bones shattered, blood gushing forth, and upon landing, it was evident they would not survive. Devour, devour, devour. Xiao Jin's thoughts surged, akin to a voracious beast, greedily absorbing the meager energy. Even the tiniest morsel contributes to the whole. Unceasingly, he maneuvered, thrusting, sweeping, and pricking with the long spear. Each strike assuredly sent a Northern Yin cavalryman screaming to the ground. Not a single foe could withstand him. He embodied the Reaper upon the battlefield, charging through the Northern Yin cavalry as if the ground were uninhabited. Wherever he passed, chaos erupted, and blood flowed like rivers. The initial anger of the Northern Yin cavalry swiftly transformed into boundless terror. They realized that this Yin army knight was not a force they could contend with. That power, That speed, that mastery of timing. It was as though he were a devil. A devil. He is a devil. Run. Return to report. Ultimately, the remaining 7 or 8 riders completely crumbled, letting out a shout as they turned to flee. Now you wish to escape? Too late. Xiao Jin scoffed coldly, planting the long spear into the ground, and swiftly retrieved the black iron bow from the saddle, knocking 3 armor-piercing arrows. The bowstring drew back like a full moon. The arrows flew like shooting stars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dark streaks tore through the air, emitting a chilling shriek. The fleeing cavalry of Beiyin fell in response. Toppling from their mounts like dumplings dropped into boiling water, each one marked by a transparent hole in their backs. In the blink of an eye, 20 Beiyin scouts were utterly annihilated. The wilderness once again fell into silence, leaving only the howling wind and the heavy scent of blood. Xiao Jin rode slowly among the corpses, his spiritual sense sweeping through to confirm there were no survivors. He silently cultivated his technique, thoroughly refining the scattered energy he had just consumed. Though meager, it was better than nothing. From the body of a scarred-faced centurion, he retrieved a token from the Beiyin army and a small pouch of crude spirit crystals. Additionally, from the corpse of what appeared to be a minor leader, he extracted a sealed letter, waxed shut. Upon opening the letter, he found it contained routine patrol reports written in the Beiyin script, of little value. Yet, Xiao Jin's fingertips gently traced the back of the paper, his spiritual sense probing carefully. Indeed, there were faint remnants of energy and a highly concealed, encrypted mark. This was the dual encryption technique commonly employed by the Shadow Pavilion. Focusing his mind, he followed the method outlined by the system, slowly infusing a strand of innate true qi into the mark. Gradually, several lines of small text, also in Beiyin script, emerged on the blank side of the paper. The target is suspected to appear in the northern border. The devouring ability is confirmed to be extremely dangerous. The National Master is very interested in this. Attempt to guide contact with the National Master-S forces, which may be utilized against the Yin dynasty. Indeed, the Shadow Pavilion's scheme to divert trouble has already begun to unfold. The Beiyin National Master-S office had taken notice of him and regarded him as an intriguing target. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes as he reduced the letter to dust. Want to use me? We shall see if you possess the means to do so. After scouring the battlefield for usable arrows and provisions, he mounted his horse and glanced at the distant, vaguely discernible garrison. Not returning immediately, but instead steering his steed towards another direction, towards Luya town. Uncle Fu, the former steward of the royal residence, trusted confidant of his father, might possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the stone slabs from the desert kingdom that contained clues to the heavenly seals. He must find him swiftly. However, approximately half an hour after his departure, a contingent of Beiyin cavalry, distinct from the previous scouts and equipped with superior gear, arrived at the bloody battlefield. At the forefront was a sinister-looking centurion, who surveyed the ground littered with corpses, particularly the headless body of the scarred centurion, which Xiao Jin had decapitated before his departure. His expression darkening considerably, he meticulously examined the traces of battle, growing increasingly alarmed. What ruthless methods! What formidable strength! It was almost a one-sided massacre. He crouched down, gazing at a body whose bones had been shattered by tremendous force, his expression grave. This was not something the ordinary Yin army could achieve. When did Iron Wall Fort acquire such a master? My lord, look at this. A soldier presented a fragment of shattered armor, stained with an almost imperceptible trace of blood, distinct from that of the northern Yin people. It bore the marks of the Imperial Army's standard issue armor, now broken. The centurion took the armor shard, acutely sensing the faint yet extraordinarily potent residual energy within it, his expression abruptly shifting. This energy surged like a furnace, far exceeding that of an early innate stage. Could it be that the old rogue Li Jun has broken through? No, something feels amiss. He rose suddenly, commanding sharply, immediately dispatch a message back to the Master-S residence via the Swift Hawk. Report the situation here. An unidentified top-tier expert has emerged at the Iron Wall Fortress, suspected to be at the late innate stage or even its pinnacle. This may be connected to the recent border disturbances. Requesting instructions. Yes. A messenger promptly produced a compact mechanical pigeon, inscribing the information before releasing it into the sky. The centurion gazed towards the Iron Wall Fortress, then glanced in the direction of Falling Leaf Town, a flicker of doubt and unease crossing his eyes. The storm appeared to be arriving more swiftly and fiercely than anticipated. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin had already galloped dozens of miles away, facing the increasingly piercing northern wind, heading towards the small town that might harbor crucial clues. He remained ignorant of the tumult and speculation his casual act of violence had incited among the northern Yin forces. His journey to the northern borders was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 38. Silent Falling Leaf Town, as its name suggests, is a small settlement typical of the northern borders, established around a modest oasis and frequented by passing caravans. The town is unassuming, with low, earthen structures, and streets paved with well-trodden yellow earth, stirring up clouds of dust with every gust of wind. The townsfolk, mostly of a dark complexion, embody the rugged simplicity and resilience characteristic of the northern people, their eyes betraying a habitual wariness towards unfamiliar visitors. Xiao Jin entrusted his warhorse to the only livery stable at the town's entrance, paying the full amount for fodder without attracting undue attention. He donned a more ordinary gray cotton robe, pulled on a conical hat to shield himself from the wind, lowering the brim to resemble an ordinary traveler as he strolled into the town. His spiritual awareness spread like an invisible tide, emanating from him and gradually enveloping the town. The layout of the settlement, the idle chatter of its residents, even the quantity of frozen goods stored in the cellar, all vividly registered in his perception. His aim was clear: a modest earthen house with a small courtyard beside the largest, leafless locust tree at the western end of the town. According to the vague information provided by Li Jun, Uncle Fu should reside there. As he approached the courtyard, Xiao Jin's brow furrowed slightly. The area around the courtyard was unnaturally pristine, not in the literal sense of cleanliness, but in terms of energy. The nearby alleys, which should have been alive with children's laughter and women's chatter, were eerily quiet. A few men, seemingly basking in the sun or mending tools at their doorsteps, exuded a calm demeanor, their gazes sharp. They appeared casual, yet strategically occupied all vantage points for observing the courtyard, forming an invisible net of surveillance. Moreover, the manner in which these individuals channeled their energy bore distinct characteristics of the Northern Yin military, their efforts at concealment failing to escape Xiao Jin's keen perception. Northern Yin spies. Have they already infiltrated this far? Is it due to Uncle Fu's past identity? Or are they here for me? Has the information from the Shadow Pavilion leaked so swiftly? Xiao Jin felt a chill in his heart, yet his footsteps did not falter. Instead, he approached the small courtyard with an air of naturalness, as if he were merely a traveler inquiring for directions. Excuse me, good sir. Could you kindly inform me where the well in town is? I am in need of a bowl of water. He addressed a man who was feigning repairs on a saddle, his tone casual. The man lifted his head, revealing a weathered face that bore the marks of time, yet concealed a fierce spirit within. After sizing up Xiao Jin, he gestured brusquely in another direction. Over there. Just around the corner. His tone was curt, laced with an imperceptible hint of dismissal. Thank you. Xiao Jin nodded, seemingly oblivious to the man's demeanor, and turned to follow the indicated path. However, at the moment of turning, his spiritual sense, as delicate as the finest spider's thread, silently infiltrated the earthen walls of the courtyard. Inside, an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped figure sat upon a stone bench, carefully polishing a long sword that, though rusted, still bore the marks of its original craftsmanship in the dim light. The old man's visage was aged, etched with deep wrinkles, his eyes clouded, and his movements sluggish, resembling an ordinary elder from the northern regions. Yet, Xiao Jin's spiritual sense keenly detected the faint traces of vitality coursing beneath the old man's seemingly lethargic gestures, as well as a glimmer of sharpness and concern, incongruent with his years, that occasionally flickered in the depths of his murky gaze. It was Uncle Fu. Though aged considerably, his features remained unchanged. Moreover, he indeed possessed martial prowess, albeit seemingly diminished by a grave injury, likely reducing his cultivation to below the 7th rank. Uncle Fu appeared oblivious to the probing spiritual sense beyond the wall, remaining engrossed in polishing the sword as if it were an unparalleled treasure. He worked slowly and meticulously, mumbling to himself in a low voice. Xiao Jin concentrated his spiritual awareness, barely catching fragmented words. The prince, this old servant, is useless. Unable to protect the stone tablet, they are after the young lady. The stone tablet? The young lady? Referring to Yun Zhao. A stirring in Xiao Jin's heart compelled him to listen intently. Hey, what are you dawdling for back there? The impatient voice of the saddle repairman broke through from behind, accompanied by the watchful gazes of 2 other observers from different directions. It was time to leave. Xiao Jin suppressed his urgency, quickening his pace as he turned into another alley, swiftly evading the line of sight of the watchers. He did not venture far, but instead meandered through the town, appearing casual as he circled a few times, purchasing some provisions and a water pouch, diligently confirming the positions and numbers of all 8 observers dispersed around the courtyard. The highest among them was at mid-8th rank, while the lowest was at peak 6th rank. It seemed that the Northern Yin placed considerable importance on Uncle Fu, yet they had not dispatched any true experts. Perhaps this was merely routine surveillance, or they were still in the testing phase. As darkness descended, The northern nights arrived particularly early, accompanied by a chilling wind. Xiao Jin sought refuge in a dilapidated earthen house, hiding within like the most patient of leopards, quietly awaiting his moment. He was waiting for an opportunity. The fleeting moment when all watchers were most fatigued and lax, during the darkest hours just before dawn. Time flowed slowly. By midnight, the town had succumbed to deep slumber, save for the howling cold wind. Though the watchers remained dutiful, the prolonged and monotonous waiting inevitably led to moments of complacency. Some began to doze off, while others sheltered in the windbreak, taking brief naps. Xiao Jin, like a phantom, melded into the night, silently departed from the dilapidated house, evading all possible lines of sight, and circled to the rear of the small courtyard. The back wall was low, and with a slight shift of his form, he floated into the yard like a feather, making not a whisper. He stilled his breath, drawing near to the window of the main house like a specter. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Yet he could perceive a slow, elongated breath emanating from within. Just as he prepared to poke his finger through the window paper to glimpse inside, that lengthy breath abruptly ceased. An elderly voice, tinged with vigilance, resonated softly. "Who might you be outside the window, in the dead of night, visiting this old man? You must have taken a wrong turn." Such keen perception. Uncle Fu was indeed not as simple as he appeared. A flicker of surprise coursed through Xiao Jin's mind, and he promptly lowered his voice, employing a particular rhythm of coded language occasionally used between father and son, gently tapping on the window frame. Instantly, the room sank into a profound silence. After a moment, the sound of rustling clothing and hurried footsteps could be heard. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing Uncle Fu's aged, astonished face behind it, his murky eyes straining to discern Xiao Jin's features in the darkness. Xiao Jin slowly raised his head, allowing a sliver of moonlight to illuminate much of his face, particularly the scar. "Uncle Fu, it is I?" His voice was subdued yet unmistakably clear. Uncle Fu's body jolted, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment, disbelief, and unrestrained joy. He reached out his hand, as if to touch Xiao Jin to confirm his existence, then abruptly withdrew, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Young master, is it truly you? How did you?" "It is a long story. Please, let us enter," Xiao Jin whispered, sidestepping to slip into the house, swiftly closing the door behind him. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing a bed, a table, and a chair, and the air was thick with a faint aroma of herbs mingled with the scent of age. Uncle Fu, overwhelmed with emotion, wept freely, nearly dropping to his knees, only to be caught by Xiao Jin. "Uncle Fu, no need for such formalities. Time is of the essence. Let us be succinct." Xiao Jin assisted him to sit. Speaking rapidly, "I am aware of my father's search for the Desert Kingdom's stone tablets. This matter is of great significance. Do you know their whereabouts? Furthermore, what is the situation with those spies from Beiyin outside?" Uncle Fu wiped his tears with his sleeve, struggling to contain his emotion, his voice still trembling. "Young master, you have indeed grown and attained such cultivation. The old servant could die in peace now." He took a breath, his expression turning grave. The prince was indeed secretly searching for the stone tablets of the Desert Kingdom. It is said that the contents inscribed upon those tablets pertain to the secrets of immortality and powers capable of overturning the world. The prince regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, even casting a glance outside, lowering his voice further, and it led to a divergence with Lord Yunyan. Yunyan, the father of Yun Zhao. Indeed, he is involved. Later, an unfortunate incident befell the prince. The old servant risked his life to salvage a portion of the research notes and a crucial stone tablet rubbing, initially intending to hand them over to His Majesty. The sudden upheaval in the capital left the old servant unable to ensure his own safety, forcing him to flee back to his hometown in the northern borders to hide. A flicker of pain and guilt crossed Fu Bo's eyes, as he remarked that the ravenous hounds of Yin had only recently appeared in the past 6 months. Initially, they merely conducted occasional reconnaissance, but in the last month, their surveillance had intensified, as if they were searching for something or awaiting someone. The old servant suspected they might have caught wind of certain information, perhaps targeting the rubbing in his possession, or, he glanced at Xiao Jin, indicating that they might be after him. "Where is the rubbing now?" Xiao Jin inquired promptly. Fu Bo struggled to rise, moving to the bedside, where he began to rummage beneath the floorboards. He retrieved a flat object, tightly wrapped in oilcloth, and solemnly presented it to Xiao Jin. "Young master, this is the most important rubbing. According to the prince, it records a method of condensation known as the Mountain River Seal." The prince speculated it could be one of the legendary heavenly and earthly seals. Heavenly and earthly seal. Mountain River Seal. A jolt of shock surged through Xiao Jin's heart. As he accepted the oilcloth bundle, it felt heavy in his hands, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. detected high concentrations of Earth attribute law fluctuations and residual ancient information. Information type: incomplete method of heavenly and earthly seal, mountain river seal. Commencing analysis requires considerable time and assistance from Earth attribute spiritual objects. The system's prompt validated Fu Bo's claims. At that moment, a faint sound resembling the hoot of an owl echoed from outside the courtyard. Fu Bo's complexion changed abruptly. Not good. It's their signal. They seem to have detected something unusual, almost simultaneously with the sounding of the signal. Xiao Jin's spiritual awareness perceived that 8 North Yin scouts were swiftly encircling the courtyard from all directions, moving silently with swift and professional finesse, clearly well-trained. Young master, you must flee. Take the rubbing and go. This old bone of mine can still hold them off for a moment. Fu Bo forcefully pushed Xiao Jin away, his eyes flashing with determination as he reached for the rusted broadsword. Xiao Jin firmly grasped his hand, his gaze cold and composed. Fu Bo, there is no need. They are merely a bunch of rabble. He slowly rose, carefully tucking the oilcloth bundle into his bosom. It is fitting that we celebrate our reunion with their blood. Let the North Yan's master know that he has merely sent fodder to their demise. Before his words could fully settle, he vanished like a specter into the courtyard. Under the cover of night, 8 shadows leaped over the walls like hungry leopards, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. The specter of slaughter loomed once more over this small northern town. Chapter 39. Instant execution within the courtyard. The air thickened with the scent of impending violence. The 8 shadows, akin to ravenous wolves, simultaneously surged through the walls, rooftops, and cracks in the doors. Blades glimmered, fierce winds howled, sealing off every avenue of escape within the courtyard. Their coordinated movements betrayed their elite training, distinguishing them as no ordinary scouts, but rather as the cream of the North Yin military. The leader, a man in the mid-8th rank, bore a cruel and exhilarated glint in his eyes as he aimed his curved knife directly at Fu Bo's seemingly frail throat. Seize the thief by capturing the king first. Moreover, this old fellow is the primary target. Although Uncle Fu's cultivation has significantly declined, he is still a battle-hardened veteran who once faced the blood-soaked fields of war. In a moment of crisis, he let out a roar, advancing rather than retreating, brandishing his rusted saber in a desperate attempt to buy time for Xiao Jin. Young master, flee. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Yet, before he could raise his blade, he felt a gentle yet irresistible force pressing upon his shoulder, nudging him back. At the same time, a calm yet chilling voice whispered in his ear, Uncle Fu, rest. Just observe. In the next instant, Uncle Fu felt as though a blur had passed before his eyes. That gray figure appeared to vanish into thin air. No, it was not a disappearance, but rather a speed that surpassed the limits of his naked eye. Under the cover of night, a shadowy gray form darted like a specter among the 8 formidable warriors of Beiyin, weaving through them with astonishing swiftness. There were no earth-shattering collisions, no dazzling displays of martial prowess. Only the fleeting sound of 8 soft thuds, almost simultaneous, echoed through the stillness. Puff, 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 like ripe fruit falling to the ground, or a sharp blade slicing through leather. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The 8 warriors, poised in mid-attack, suddenly stood as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. The ferocity, cruelty, and excitement etched on their faces became frozen, while the spark in their eyes dimmed and extinguished in an instant. At the center of their brows, tiny red dots appeared almost simultaneously, as a fine thread of sword energy had pierced their skulls, obliterating all vitality. A true instant kill. No one had even glimpsed how Xiao Jin had struck or what weapon he had wielded. It was as if he merely passed through them. And death followed like a shadow. Devour command confirmed. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Jin's consciousness, like invisible tendrils, swept over the 8 bodies that were about to collapse. Gained energy, weak, 8 energy mixed. Automatically filtered and refined. Gained memory fragments. Repeated secret orders from the Beiyin National Master S office. Monitor the old man. Wait for suspicious individuals. Capture or kill if necessary. Indeed, they were after both me and Uncle Fu. The movements of the Beiyin National Master S office were even swifter than anticipated. The 8 corpses fell limply to the ground with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The rich scent of blood began to permeate the cool night breeze. Within the courtyard, an eerie silence prevailed. Uncle Fu leaned on his saber, mouth agape, his murky old eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He looked at Xiao Jin, who stood nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and then glanced down at the 8 lifeless bodies that had perished in an instant. These were 8 individuals of at least the 6th pinnacle rank, among whom was a mid-8th rank master. Even during the peak of the princess power, Such a feat would have been unimaginable. What terrifying realm has the young master attained? Xiao Jin slowly turned to face the utterly astonished Uncle Fu, his tone still calm. Handle this. It is not prudent to linger here. Uncle Fu, jolted back to reality, quelled the tumultuous waves within his heart and quickly nodded. Yes. Yes, young master. He gazed at Xiao Jin with an overwhelming sense of reverence and fervor. The two swiftly dragged the corpse into a corner of the room, hastily concealing the bloodstains. Xiao Jin flicked his fingers, releasing a strand of innate true fire to thoroughly incinerate and purify the blood and aura, so as to avoid attracting further trouble. Uncle Fu, do you know where in the Northern Territory the Earth attribute spiritual energy is most abundant and formidable? Ideally, it should be at a convergence of ley lines. Xiao Jin inquired while attending to the task at hand. The system analyzed the mountain and river imprint, indicating that Earth attribute spiritual objects and environmental assistance were required. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. There is a place 200 miles west of here called the Wenyo Mountain Range. It is said to be the tail of an important tributary of the Northern Territory's Dragon Vein. Deep within the mountains lies a Guyuan Valley, perpetually shrouded in earthy yellow spiritual energy, and it is rumored that there are high-quality Guyuan stones at the valley's base. The prince once considered sending someone to investigate, but due to the treacherous terrain and the presence of exotic beasts, it never came to fruition. Guyuan Valley. Guyuan stones. It sounds precisely like the place we need. Xiao Jin affirmed. Very well. Uncle Fu, prepare yourself immediately. I shall escort you to the Iron Wall Fortress where General Li Jun is stationed. He will ensure your safety. It is far more secure than here. However, Uncle Fu shook his head, a gentle yet resolute smile gracing his face. Young master, you have important matters to attend to. There is no need to concern yourself with an old servant like me. I have resided in this lay town for over a decade and have my own means of hiding. You may proceed with peace of mind. I shall await your good news. Xiao Jin observed the determination in Uncle Fu's eyes, understanding that the elder did not wish to be a burden. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased his insistence and retrieved several gold notes along with a pouch of spirit crystals he had collected from the Northern Yin cavalry, handing them to Uncle Fu. Take these for any unforeseen needs. Exercise caution. If anything arises, you may seek out General Li Jun at the Iron Wall Fortress. Uncle Fu did not decline, accepting the items with a firm nod. Take care of yourself, young master. Without further delay, Xiao Jin cast a final glance at Uncle Fu before vanishing into the night, moving swiftly westward. His destination, Wenyo Mountain Range, Guyuan Valley. He must enhance his strength before the Northern Yan's master sorcerer dispatched more formidable adversaries. This mountain and river imprint would be the key. The 200 miles posed no challenge for Xiao Jin, now capable of traversing the distance in merely half an hour. As he approached the Wenyo Mountain Range, the earth attribute spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly rich and vibrant, as if a profound force flowed slowly beneath the ground. The mountain's silhouette resembled a sprawling giant bull, imparting an unparalleled sense of stability and vastness. Guided by Uncle Fu's description and the aura's indications, Xiao Jin swiftly located the Guyuan Valley. The valley's entrance was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible, earthy yellow spiritual mist, rendering visibility extremely low. When his spiritual sense penetrated within, it encountered significant suppression and interference. A low, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, reverberated within the valley, inducing a sense of trepidation. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin stepped into the spiritual mist. Instantly, an oppressive weight akin to mountains bore down upon him from all directions, as if the very earth were rejecting the presence of an outsider. Meanwhile, the rich earth energy fervently attempted to infiltrate his meridians. Should one's cultivation be inadequate or one's attributes incompatible, one would be swiftly assimilated and petrified. However, Xiao Jin merely exerted a slight effort in his cultivation, revealing a hint of his innate perfection, which countered the pressure. Simultaneously, the system automatically activated, functioning like the most intricate of filters, absorbing only the purest earth energy for the analysis of the imprint, while repelling all other impurities. He gradually advanced into the valley. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, and the earth energy grew increasingly pure and dense, even coalescing on the ground into a thin layer of crystalline, earthy yellow granules, fragments of the earth source stone. At the center of the valley's floor lay a vast expanse, measuring several tens of zhang, where the ground transformed from mere soil into a colossal, complete earth source stone, radiating a gentle yellow light. This place seemed to serve as a conduit for the earth's spiritual energy, saturated to the point of near immutability. Environmental detection, ultra-high concentration of earth attribute spiritual energy. meeting the minimum requirements for the analysis and cultivation of the mountain and river seal, initiating in-depth analysis of the mountain and river seal imprint, guiding the Earth's spiritual energy for assistance. The system interface shimmered with light, commencing its full operation. Xiao Jin sat cross-legged atop the immense Earth Source stone, retrieving the ancient imprint wrapped in oilcloth and laying it upon his knees. Upon encountering such a dense Earth energy, the ancient imprint emitted a faint glow. The mysterious cloud patterns upon it appeared to animate, flowing gently and emanating deeper waves of law. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness within, synchronizing with the system's analysis as he began to comprehend the heavenly law seal known as the mountain and river seal. In an instant, his awareness seemed to detach from his body, merging with the earth beneath him, extending infinitely along the earth veins. He beheld the undulating mountain ranges for miles, heard the profound pulse of the earth, and felt the surging magma beneath the surface and the nurturing of mineral veins. A weighty essence, imbued with sustenance and boundless strength, gradually flowed through his heart, coalescing as time appeared to lose its significance. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps several days, when he finally opened his eyes, it seemed as if the shadows of mountains and rivers danced within his gaze, the intricate veins of the earth ebbing and flowing. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, as the vast, refined innate true chi within him, mingled with the diverse origins he had absorbed, began to draw upon the infinite earth attribute spiritual energy surrounding him, converging towards his palm along a profoundly intricate trajectory. Gradually, a vague, ethereal, yet weighty, ancient, and majestic earthy yellow imprint began to materialize in his palm. Although merely a nascent form, not even a true entity, it had already evoked a resonance with the surrounding earth vein energies, causing the entire Earth Source Valley to tremble ever so slightly. The mountain and river seal was taking its first shape. Chapter 40. The Earth Vein Imprint within the Earth Source Valley. The tremors continued for the duration of approximately an incense stick before gradually subsiding. The earthy yellow mountain and river seal imprint in Xiao Jin's palm, though still indistinct, no longer flickered erratically but instead floated steadily, exuding a weighty aura that harmonized entirely with the surrounding earth veins. The rich, earthy spiritual energy within the valley, as if drawn by 1,000 rivers converging into the sea, was gradually absorbed by the diminutive phantom of the seal, causing its outline to appear subtly more defined. The system interface delivered a cold, impersonal notification, yet Xiao Jin could distinctly perceive the formidable power encapsulated within the phantom resting in his palm. This was not the true energy he had cultivated. Rather, it was the Earth's primal force, summoned from the very fabric of the world. Although still in its nascent stage, its potency likely rivaled that of many ordinary innate martial techniques. More importantly, its potential was boundless, intricately linked to the Earth's veins, seemingly flowing ceaselessly. If such a phantom exuded such might, what grandeur would manifest should the seal solidify entirely, or should his cultivation reach new heights? Unleashing the true essence of this seal and shaking the mountains and rivers? A ripple of anticipation surged within Xiao Jin, intensifying his eagerness for this ancient seal. He gathered his focus, refusing to cease his cultivation. This place was a once-in-a-millennium treasure trove. How could he enter a mountain of riches and return empty-handed? He closed his eyes once more, continuing to circulate his energy, solidifying the nascent phantom of the seal, while delving deeper into the Earth's laws it embodied. Simultaneously, he lifted the system's absorption restrictions, beginning to fervently draw in the exceptionally pure earthy spiritual energy of this locale. Although much of this energy nourished the phantom of the seal, the excess, along with the refined energy from the system, flowed into his limbs and bones like a gentle stream, steadily and resolutely enhancing his cultivation. The barrier of the innate great perfection realm seemed to waver slightly under the onslaught of such pure energy. Time flew swiftly as he practiced. In the valley, devoid of sun and moon, he lost track of how long had passed. Suddenly, Xiao Jin opened his eyes wide, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. Like lightning slicing through the night, he was not disturbed by the outside world. Rather, his spiritual sense detected that beneath his feet, at the core of the massive earth element stone, there flowed an even purer, more concentrated source of earth energy, nearly liquefied. Earth vein essence? A term flashed through his mind, one recorded in the system's database regarding treasures of the earth. Only in the heart of a supreme earth element stone vein, shaped over countless eons, could such a thing be produced. It was the ultimate treasure for cultivating earth-based divine abilities and refining the body. Fortune. Great fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jin extended his finger like a sword, channeling his innate true energy, mingled with the nascent power of the seal to coalesce at his fingertip. Becoming extraordinarily sharp and heavy, he swiftly slashed at the massive earth element stone beneath him. The seemingly indestructible stone yielded effortlessly to his strike, parting as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving a deep gash several feet long. Suddenly, an indescribable, profound, warm, and magnificent aura emanated from the incision, enveloping the surroundings. Merely inhaling a breath of it brought an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if one were more intimately connected to the very earth beneath their feet. Deep within the incision, a droplet of earthy yellow liquid, brilliant as the sun and pure as amber, quietly floated and slowly rotated. With each turn, it stirred the spiritual essence of the entire Earth's core valley, manifesting the essence of the Earth vein. Xiao Jin's heart stirred. He promptly activated the system. Detected extremely high concentration of Earth-type primordial energy from the Earth vein essence. Do you wish to absorb? Warning: energy is excessively vast. Guidance and refinement are required. Absorb. Simultaneously assist in refinement, prioritizing the enhancement of the mountain river seal and the physical body. Xiao Jin immediately issued the command. The system interface radiated with brilliance, and an invisible force enveloped the droplet of Earth vein essence. Buzz. The essence quivered slightly, seemingly resisting. Yet how could it contend with the might of the system? In an instant, it was forcibly extracted, transforming into a solid stream of earthy yellow light that surged into Xiao Jin's body. Boom! Like cold water splashing into hot oil, Xiao Jin's body erupted instantaneously. The unimaginably vast primordial earth energy surged wildly, causing his meridians to emit groans under the unbearable strain. Had it not been for his body being tempered multiple times, far surpassing others of the same tier, and the system intervening instantaneously to buffer and guide the energy, this surge could have easily overwhelmed him. Guiding Earth vein essence energy. 35 energy injected into the mountain river seal's phantom. 35 energy used to refine the physical body. 30 energy transformed into pure cultivation. The system efficiently allocated this immense energy. The phantom of the mountain river seal in Xiao Jin's palm solidified at a visible pace. The previously vague contours rapidly became distinct, and the profound cloud patterns appeared vividly, even revealing miniature images of mountains and rivers flowing across the seal's surface. A more imposing, heavy, and magnificent aura radiated outward, expanding the area of the Earth vein's spiritual essence several-fold. The entire Wonia mountain range seemed to tremble gently. Simultaneously, a thick layer of earthy yellow luminosity enveloped his body, as his muscles, bones, and internal organs fervently absorbed the essence energy, undergoing a deeper refinement, becoming more resilient and powerful, as if every gesture could shake the mountains. The total amount of innate true energy within him also surged continuously, relentlessly impacting the invisible barrier of realms. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, the energy of the Earth vein essence was completely absorbed. Xiao Jin exhaled a long, heavy breath, which struck the ground with such force that it created a small dent in the rock. He opened his palm to reveal a square seal, approximately the size of an infant's fist, exuding a dark golden hue, ancient and unadorned, yet as weighty as a mountain, quietly hovering above. Upon the seal, the landscape of mountains and rivers was faintly discernible, imbued with ineffable powers of law. Analysis completion rate, 63, mountain river seal, actual initially solidified. Capable of invoking a small range of earth vein energy to form a gravitational domain to suppress opponents, or manifest as a mountain phantom for attack and defense. Power increases with the infusion of true energy and the expansion of the earth vein range. It is complete, though still far from perfection. It has already crystallized into a tangible form. Through this immense energy, his cultivation has shattered the barriers of innate consummation, officially entering the exalted realm of the master. He ascends steadily, stabilizing at the peak of the initial stage of mastery. His strength has surged by more than tenfold. More importantly, his physical body, tempered by the essence of the Earth's veins, possesses a resilience comparable to that of late-stage masters specializing in physical cultivation, with vitality akin to that of a dragon and boundless energy. Just as he revels in his transformative power, the system interface suddenly materializes, the leaderboard flickering subtly. Warning: multiple high-energy responses detected rapidly approaching the Earth Yuan Valley. Based on energy wave analysis, they are suspected to be the Earth Fiends under the North Yin Master S estate, with 2 individuals ranked 89th and 87th on the power leaderboard. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes, yet his lips curled into a chilling arc. Their arrival is timely. Just as he has perfected the mountain and river seal, he is in need of resilient test stones. He gradually rises, his aura retracting. As the dark golden mountain and river seal silently vanishes into his palm, his gaze sweeps towards the valley entrance, as if he could penetrate the dense spiritual mist and glimpse the uninvited guests cautiously infiltrating. The slaughter is about to commence anew. Chapter 41. A preliminary test of might. The spiritual mist at the entrance of the Earth Yuan Valley surged violently, as if parted by an invisible hand. A dozen figures clad in dark yellow battle attire, their faces obscured by menacing ghostly masks, stealthily infiltrated the valley. Their movements were swift and orderly, their auras subtly interconnected, forming a rudimentary formation of combined strikes, constituting the elite Earth Fiends of the North Yin Master S estate. The two leaders exuded particularly formidable presences. Having reached the Master Realm, they were none other than Feng Kuan, ranked 89th on the global power leaderboard with his earth-shattering blade, and Zheng Tong, ranked 87th with his rock-crushing palm. The others were also capable fighters of the 7th and 8th ranks, sufficient to serve as deputy generals in any army. What a rich aura of earth spirit. Zheng Tong inhaled deeply, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes beneath the mask. The object sought by the master undoubtedly lies deep within this valley. Feng Kuan, however, remained vigilant, gripping the hilt of his curved blade tightly, his gaze scanning the mist-covered valley like a hawk. Be cautious. Several waves of scouts dispatched earlier have lost contact here, and Commander Zhao Wuyo is also missing. There may be something amiss in this place. The target could be nearby. Something amiss? Zheng Tong scoffed, his tone laced with a hint of dismissive caution towards his colleague. Brother Feng is overly concerned. It is merely a remnant of the fallen Ing dynasty, who has lucked into some opportunities and is now hiding. According to the intelligence, he possesses at most innate cultivation, relying on some bizarre methods to launch sneak attacks. Both of us are masters. Together, we have few rivals within the Master Realm. Not to mention the numerous Earth Fiends forming a formation. What is there to fear? We must quickly locate that old fellow and any suspicious individuals. Take their heads back to report to the Master. Their orders remained focused on tracking down the old soldier Fu Bo from Luya Town and any suspicious individuals he might have encountered, without directly linking the target to the infamous Mad Scion known throughout the world. Though the North Yin Master S estate sensed something unusual, they could never have anticipated that Xiao Jin would personally venture to the Northern Territory, nor could they fathom that his cultivation had not only recovered but surpassed his previous limits. Underestimated, the remnant of the Ing dynasty, with innate cultivation, is hiding. Reward power value 1500. In the depths of his thoughts, a silent prompt flashed through his mind. Xiao Jin concealed himself behind a massive earth elemental stone, a cold smirk curving at the corners of his lips. Indeed, disdain is the finest nourishment. Feng Kuan furrowed his brow, intending to speak, but Zheng Tong, already impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Spread out and search. If the target is found, eliminate without mercy. The Earth Fiends responded promptly, dissolving into the ethereal mist like specters. Yet, at that very moment of dispersion, a calm voice, devoid of even a trace of turbulence, reverberated throughout the Earth Elemental Valley, as if emanating from all directions and yet resonating deep within the hearts of each Earth Fiend. Who? Feng Kuan and Zheng Tong's expressions shifted simultaneously, their voices sharp as they bellowed, their vital energies surging forth, the Master Realm unfurling suddenly as they scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The remaining Earth Fiends swiftly regrouped, forming a defensive formation back-to-back. As the mist swirled, a gray figure emerged slowly from the depths of the valley, moving with a peculiar rhythm, each step resonating with the valley and the earth beneath. The newcomer bore an unremarkable visage, his aura restrained, appearing rather ordinary, save for a pair of eyes, deep and cold as a frigid pool, gazing at them with indifference. Are you the one who killed our comrades? Feng Kuan's gaze sharpened, locking onto Xiao Jin. He did not sense a formidable surge of vital energy from his opponent, yet an invisible pressure set off alarm bells in his master-level instincts. Zheng Tong, however, held no such reservations. Sensing the absence of a distinct Master Realm aura from Xiao Jin, he sneered, pretending to be a spirit. A mere innate warrior dares to act so brazenly here. Die. His violent disposition and eagerness for merit propelled him to act before Feng Kuan could respond. He shot forward, his right palm transforming to an inky blackness, swelling several times in size, unleashing a terrifying gale that shattered rocks as he aimed a mighty strike at Xiao Jin's crown. Indeed, his signature technique, the shattering rock palm. The force of his palm pushed aside even the dense mist, carving a deep trench into the ground. This strike could reduce an ordinary pinnacle innate warrior to mere pulp. Feng Kuan, realizing he could not intervene in time, cursed under his breath, unsheathing his blade. the razor-sharp intent locking onto Xiao Jin as he sought to support Jing Tong. Yet, before this ferocious palm, Xiao Jin did not even flinch. Only when the massive hand loomed overhead did he slowly raise his right hand, palm facing upward, gently lifting it. There was no grand spectacle, no dazzling brilliance. Merely a dark golden, unadorned tiny seal flickered in his palm and vanished in an instant. Buzz! An indescribable weighty force abruptly descended, centered around Xiao Jin. In that moment, Jing Tong, who had surged into the air, felt as though the very air around him had transformed into ancient iron, an unimaginable pressure compressing him from all sides. His reckless charge came to an abrupt halt. The palm wind that could shatter rock and split earth was ensnared within this invisible force field, its speed drastically reduced. Its power diminished to nearly nothing. Not only Jing Tong, but all the dispersed earth fiends, including Feng Kuan, felt their bodies suddenly become leaden, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly settled upon their shoulders. The martial artists of the 7th and 8th ranks, whose skills were somewhat lacking, found their legs giving way, collapsing helplessly to the ground with a resounding thud. Their bones groaned under the unbearable weight, rendering them unable to move even a finger. The gravitational domain, the initial manifestation of the mountain and river seal. What? The power of the domain. You are a master? Jing Tong was struck with indescribable terror. Desperately channeling his true energy to resist the terrifying pressure, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could his opponent, who had not even unleashed the Master-S domain, exert such a bizarre and dreadful gravitational force? Feng Kuan also felt an overwhelming shock. The momentum of his blade faltered, as the heavy force made his curved knife feel 100 times heavier, making it exceedingly difficult to wield. A master? Xiao Jin finally raised his eyes, gazing at Jing Tong, whose face was flushed and body contorted under the weight, and coldly shook his head. To slay you, there is no need for the master realm. No sooner had he spoken than he gently clenched his right hand. The shadow of the dark golden mountain and river seal re-emerged, and then forcefully pressed downward. Boom! The entire Guyuan Valley seemed to sink in response. Jing Tong, being the first to bear the brunt of the gravitational domain, did not even have time to scream. He was crushed into the ground like a fly under an invisible giant hand, crashing into the earth. Dust and spiritual mist soared into the sky. A remarkably clear, human-shaped indentation appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, Jing Tong's bones were shattered, his flesh a gruesome mess, and he had already drawn his last breath. Chapter 42. The national teacher presses down. The iron wall garrison stood majestically at the crucial northern throat, its gray-black walls marred by scars of blade and weather, silently narrating the vicissitudes of the frontier. At this moment, the atmosphere within the garrison was tense. On the city walls, the border soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their sharp gazes fixed upon the distant dust clouds. There, the vanguard cavalry of Beiyin prowled like hyenas sensing blood. Li Jun, the garrison commander, clad in dusty dark armor, furrowed his brow as he stood behind the battlements. He had just received military reports indicating frequent movements from the Beiyin army, with small elite units attempting infiltration, all of which had been repelled. Yet, an intense sense of unease lingered in his heart, far surpassing the anxiety of facing ordinary enemies. This was not merely due to the formidable enemy forces, but also because he had recently hosted an elderly man named Fu Bo from Lie Town in secret. Although Fu Bo had not explicitly stated anything, Li Jun sensed that the appearance of this old prince's former guard heralded that the turbulent undercurrents in the northern border, and indeed all of Dayan, were on the verge of eruption. General, a scout brings word that a person of high status has seemingly arrived at the Beiyin camp. Judging by their retinue, it is likely the national teacher of Beiyin has come in person. A deputy commander hurried forward, whispering in a voice tinged with undeniable fear. The national teacher of Beiyin. That was an almost invincible existence, second only to legendary land immortals, a figure of terrifying prowess on the combat ranking. If he were to arrive, how could this iron wall garrison withstand such might? Li Jun's heart sank, his fists tightening, knuckles turning pale. The national teacher's arrival was certainly not for the sake of a mere garrison. His true objective was likely directed at the young prince, or perhaps at someone the prince had tasked him to protect. At that moment, a gray figure appeared abruptly, like a phantom, on the city wall beside Li Jun, as if it had been there all along. Generally, it is good to see you well. A calm voice resonated, startling the vice-general, who nearly drew his sword. However, Li Jun was taken aback, abruptly turning his head. Upon beholding that unremarkable yet profoundly starry visage, his eyes ignited with disbelief and swiftly transformed into deep concern. Why you have come? Li Jun lowered his voice, hastily signaling the vice-general to withdraw and secure the surroundings. He never anticipated that His Highness would personally visit this perilous frontier at such a critical moment. Xiao Jin cast his gaze towards the faintly discernible flags of the Beiyin army beyond the city. I heard there were unwelcome guests, so I came to investigate. He stated nonchalantly. Your Highness, Li Zhan exclaimed urgently, the national master of Beiyin is likely across from us. This place is far too dangerous. Your esteemed identity must not be compromised. I would lay down my life to ensure Old Fu's safety. Please. Xiao Jin waved his hand, interrupting him. Is Old Fu settled? He has been arranged in the most concealed part of the fortress, completely secure. Very well, Xiao Jin nodded. His gaze sweeping across the desolate expanse as if piercing through the tents, locking onto a presence as profound as an abyss. The national master's target is me. Or rather, the possibility of my presence here. There is no escaping this fate. Li Zhan wished to persuade him further, but Xiao Jin suddenly inquired, Generally, if I were to tell you that 3 years ago, it was my treacherous uncle Xiao Honyuan who crippled my cultivation, harmed my father, and colluded with Beiyin, how would you respond? Li Zhan felt as though struck by lightning. His tiger-like eyes turned crimson. A torrent of uncontrolled murderous intent surging forth as he growled in a hoarse, deep voice akin to an injured beast. Indeed, it is that traitor? I vow to follow your highness to the death, to cleanse the court and avenge this blood feud. Though he had harbored suspicions, hearing the confirmation from Xiao Jin himself filled him with intense rage and sorrow. Loyalty assessment. Li Zhan, loyalty max, steadfast support, available for use. A line of small text flashed across the system interface. Good, Xiao Jin replied with a slight nod. Then today, let us collect a bit of interest. As soon as he finished speaking, a low horn sounded suddenly from the Beiyin military camp outside the city. Immediately, the gates swung open, and approximately 1,000 elite foot soldiers from Beiyin, led by an elderly figure clad in black robes and exuding a chilling aura, formed a military formation. Slowly advancing towards the watchtower, the elder, brandishing a skeletal banner, was enveloped in an ominous mist, unmistakably a formidable practitioner of dark arts. Likely nearing the mid-stage of a master, he was the elder of witchcraft under the national master. Li Zhan's expression shifted. Were they merely testing the waters? Or were they truly planning a forceful assault? Xiao Jin's gaze fell upon the elder, and the system interface automatically displayed information. Target detected. Elder Viper Exine. A trusted aide of the national master of Beiyin, ranked 71st in combat strength, previously 73rd, recently improved, skilled in witchcraft and poison curses, capable of controlling corpse puppets. Ranked 71st, slightly stronger than those previous 2 useless individuals. He would serve as a suitable test. Xiao Jin's tone was flat, almost as if appraising an object. At that moment, Elder Viper Xian had led his troops into crossbow range, raising the skeletal banner as he ominously proclaimed, those within the fortress, listen. Surrender the old soldiers of the Yinqiao who infiltrated a few days ago, or when the fortress falls, not a single soul shall remain. Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Jin's figure had already vanished from the city wall. In the next moment, he appeared as if by teleportation. Standing on an open ground less than 100 paces in front of the Northern Yin army, his hands clasped behind his back, the gray robe fluttering gently in the border winds. Both armies were momentarily taken aback. The elder Viperkson, positioned at the forefront of the Northern Yin forces, narrowed his eyes and barked, Who goes there? State your name. He had not seen how the figure had materialized before him. Xiao Jin offered no response, merely raising his right hand slowly. The shadow of the dark golden mountain and river seal flickered in his palm before vanishing. Suddenly, a more formidable gravitational field than that at the Earth Yuan Valley descended with a resounding hum. This time, Xiao Jin held nothing back, channeling the overwhelming true energy of a mid-level master to its fullest extent through the mountain and river seal. Centered around him, the ground within a radius of several hundred feet abruptly sank downward. The elite infantry of the Northern Yin, who had formed ranks, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, toppling in an instant. The air was filled with screams and the sound of shattering bones. The 1,000-strong formation collapsed under the terrifying weight of this gravitational force in mere moments. Only a handful of higher-ranking officers struggled to maintain their footing, yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. The elder Viperkson was the first to bear the brunt, his complexion paling as he felt the air around him thicken, as if he were plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Even the act of wielding his skeletal banner became an arduous task. He desperately invoked his sinister arts, dark energy swirling around him, striving to resist this bizarre gravity, his eyes wide with dread. A domain. You are a grandmaster. No. This power emanates from the Earth's veins. Who exactly are you? Xiao Jin remained silent, merely extending a hand towards him from afar. It was not a complicated maneuver. but rather the simplest press. Yet, with this gesture, the shadow of the dark golden mountain and river seal suddenly expanded, drawing upon the surrounding Earth's energy, transforming into an imposing Tinjong High mountain phantom, exuding a crushing momentum as it descended upon Elder Viperkson. With a cry of desperation, Elder Viperkson bit his tongue, unleashing a mouthful of vital blood onto the skeletal banner, causing the dark energy upon it to surge dramatically. Countless tormented souls erupted forth, coalescing into a thick black barrier before him. However, before the mountain phantom imbued with the Earth's power, this sinister barrier was as fragile as paper. Boom! The mountain phantom descended without impediment. The barrier of vengeful spirits shattered instantly, the skeletal banner fracturing piece by piece. Elder Viperkson, unable even to emit a scream, was utterly crushed into a puddle of flesh, along with dozens of struggling Northern Yin officers around him, all obliterated. Upon the earth, only a massive, bottomless imprint remained. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. Whether it was the guards atop the city ramparts or those observing from the distant Northern Yin encampment, all stood frozen, as though turned to stone. Was it truly possible for a 1,000-strong elite army, alongside an elder nearing mid-level mastery in dark arts, to simply vanish? Reduced to dust by a single individual, with a solitary strike? Defeated the 71st ranked Viperkson, absorbing his combat power. The fragment of understanding regarding the witchcraft has merged into the arsenal. Warning. Energy contains impurities of resentment, which have been automatically purified. Underestimated. Mysterious powerhouse S. Earth Vein Power, rewarded with 1,800 combat power. Xiao Jin slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing like twin bolts of cold lightning, directed towards the depths of the Northern Yin camp, where a presence loomed like a primordial beast. Tua Ba, you old dog. Have you been watching for so long without showing yourself? His voice, though not loud, resonated across the battlefield, laced with unabashed provocation and murderous intent. Deep within the Northern Yin camp, the abyssal aura surged in response, a tremendous pressure sweeping forth like a tempest, enveloping the entire Iron Wall fortress. The sky seemed to dim slightly. An ancient voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, rolled forth like thunder from within the camp. Good. A young one who stirs the Earth's veins. I must admit my oversight. When did the Ying dynasty produce someone like you? State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals. The national master, Tua Ba He, had finally been thoroughly roused. A chilling and manic smile curled at the corner of Xiao Jin's lips as he proclaimed, "The one who seeks your death is Xiao Jin." As his words fell, his aura surged dramatically, casting aside any semblance of concealment. The fierce and arrogant essence unique to the crown prince of the great Ying surged skyward. Chapter 43. Fist against the celestial python. Xiao Jin's declaration resounded like thunder above the Iron Wall fortress, echoing within the hearts of all who heard his name. The crown prince of the great Ying, Xiao Jin, the one rumored to have his powers stripped, deemed foolish and mad. The genius who, 3 years prior, was renowned for slaying a Yuanying at just 17, only to swiftly descend into obscurity? How could he appear on the northern front? How was it possible for him to wield such terrifying strength, capable of subduing thousands with a mere gesture, crushing masters with ease? On the city walls, Li Zhan, though he had long suspected, trembled with excitement upon hearing the prince's own admission, tears brimming in his tiger-like eyes. It was a release of ecstatic joy after endless suppression. He had known that the royal bloodline would never simply fade away. Meanwhile, from the heart of the Northern Yin camp, amidst the overwhelming pressure, a brief silence shattered into a cacophonous roar of laughter. Ha ha, Xiao Jin. Excellent. Truly, what a fortunate discovery. The voice of National Master Tua Ba He rang out, sharp as metal clashing, imbued with a chilling greed. I had thought you a mere shell of a man, yet here you stand, having regained your powers and mastered the manipulation of the Earth's veins. It seems that the upheaval 3 years ago has birthed your fortune. Today, let me witness how much of your former prowess remains since your rebirth. Even as his words faded, the heavens above the Northern Yin camp shifted dramatically. A dense, dark mystical light shot skyward, transforming into an enormous serpent-like apparition, adorned with a single horn, its scales formidable, and its cold, unyielding eyes fixed upon Xiao Jin, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers through the soul. This was the manifestation of Tua Ba He's renowned technique, the celestial python swallowing the heavens, its might nearing that of divine powers. The serpent's manifestation let out a spine-chilling roar, the sound waves rippling like tangible tides, causing the walls of the Iron Wall fortress to tremble. Weaker soldiers bled from their ears and noses, their faces contorted in agony. Your Highness, be cautious. Li Jin exclaimed, ready to order the activation of the fortress's defensive formation. Unnecessary, Xiao Jin replied calmly, his voice cutting through the serpent's wail with clarity. He stood his ground, devoid of any ostentatious brilliance, only a faint, almost ethereal dark golden radiance coursing beneath his skin. A manifestation of the profound bond between the power of the mountain and river seal and his corporeal form. In the face of the colossal manifestation of the Xian Python, he did not flinch. Instead, his eyes ignited with a fervent combat spirit akin to molten lava. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. The more he was ridiculed, the more formidable he grew. This was a battle instinct etched into his very bones. Toba, your ramblings are even more grating than your serpent's hiss. Xiao Jin grinned, a smile tinged with a hint of madness and disdain. He forcefully stamped his right foot upon the ground. Boom! The earth resonated as if a colossal drum had been struck. From the point where his foot met the ground, thick, earthy veins of energy surged forth like a great dragon, encircling him. The ethereal image of the mountain and river seal materialized above his head, though not as vast as the Xian Python. It exuded an undeniable solidity, invoking a resonance from the earth's veins spanning dozens of miles, emanating an imposing pressure that was equally profound. The power of the earth's veins stood in defiance against the Xian Python's ferocity. Impudent youth, witness as I devour you like the earthworm you are, Toba roared. As the cavernous maw of the Xian Python manifestation opened wide, akin to a black hole consuming light, exuding an aura of annihilation as it lunged toward Xiao Jin and the energy of the earth's veins he had summoned. This strike transcended the realm of ordinary masters and brushed against the very edges of the laws. Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with intensity. He neither flinched nor evaded, but instead met the oncoming maw with a single, powerful punch. This blow was devoid of embellishment, strikingly simple and direct. It was the culmination of all his strength, including the vast true energy of an early-stage master, the terrifying physical power refined through the essence of the earth's veins, and the immense energy summoned by the mountain and river seal, all concentrated upon the tip of his fist. As the fist struck out, it was not accompanied by the roars of dragons or tigers, but rather a heavy, thunderous rumble akin to the earth itself shattering. The wind from the punch distorted the space around it, tracing a dark golden arc as if bearing the weight of the entire land. Boom! The fist collided with the python's head. It was as if two meteors collided, unleashing an unimaginable tempest of energy. Blinding light instantly consumed everything, and violent shockwaves radiated outward in a circular frenzy, uprooting soil and stones to depths of several feet, obscuring the sky. The defensive barrier of the iron fortress flickered violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. As the brilliance began to dissipate, the formidable Xian Python manifestation was seen reeling backward, its head thrust upward violently, its illusory form oscillating wildly, emitting a pained shriek. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was propelled backward by the recoil, sliding over 10 paces, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, a trickle of golden blood escaping the corner of his mouth. In this contest of strength, he had evidently suffered a minor setback. After all, the disparity in realms was apparent. Tuoba was a renowned half-step earth immortal, with mastery over power and comprehension of the laws far beyond that of the nascent master Xiao Jin. Relying solely on the power of the earth's veins to act recklessly. A firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Tuoba's voice dripped with pride and an intensified murderous intent. Next strike, I shall take your life. The Xian Python manifestation stabilized its form, the icy coldness in its vertical pupils intensifying as dark energy gathered around it, evidently brewing a more terrifying assault. Xiao Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and instead of succumbing to despair, the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed even brighter. Injured? To him, it was merely a catalyst to stimulate the system and unleash his latent potential. Subject to a powerful attack, vitality surges. Minor physical damage is rapidly repairing, analyzing opponent's energy attributes, cold, devouring, corrosive, in conflict with the power of the earth, underestimated, relying on the earth's might. A reward of 2,500 battle points. Suggestion: utilize the mountain river seal for earth affinity, neutralize the devouring characteristic, engage in close combat, and leverage physical advantages. The system's prompts flashed rapidly, presenting the optimal combat strategy. Reckless? Xiao Jin chuckled softly. Old dog, you know nothing of power. In the instant that Tuoba he manipulated the Xian Python avatar to pounce once more, Xiao Jin moved. No longer did he stand his ground, but instead, his figure flickered and vanished like a wraith. In the next moment, he materialized directly atop the massive form of the Xian Python avatar. With his feet planted upon the serpent's body, it felt as if he walked on solid ground. The power of the mountain river seal connected him to the breath of the earth, allowing him to draw upon a semblance of stability even atop the energy body of the avatar. Seeking death, Tuoba-Hi's will surged, causing the Xian Python avatar to writhe violently, attempting to throw Xiao Jin off, while its scales bristled, transforming into countless sharp energy blades, slicing toward Xiao Jin. Mountain river suppression, Xiao Jin shouted, the dark golden aura swirling beneath his feet, anchoring him firmly to the serpent's body, as if taking root. The energy blades struck against him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving only faint white marks, unable to pierce his formidable physique, comparable to that of a late-stage master. Simultaneously, he unleashed his fists, no longer seeking grandiose displays, but instead condensing his power to the utmost, resembling two colossal hammers that ruthlessly hammered upon the same node of the Xian Python avatar. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sounds of impact resonated like the beating of drums, each punch containing the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. The Xian Python avatar trembled violently, the targeted node dimming with black light, even developing faint cracks. You insolent brat, dare to harm my avatar. Tuoba-Hi was both astonished and enraged, never imagining that Xiao Jin's physique could be so formidable and his combat style so shrewd and ruthless. He hastily summoned his magical power, attempting to repair the avatar and channel more of the law's force for suppression. But Xiao Jin would not grant him the opportunity. Like a parasite, he clung to the avatar, transforming every part of his body, fists, elbows, knees, legs, into the most fearsome weapons, unleashing a torrent of savage power. His combat style fully exhibited the essence of modern close-quarters combat. Ruthless, decisive, and efficient. In an instant, a surreal scene unfolded in the sky. The colossal Xian Python avatar thrashed wildly, its roars echoing, while a diminutive figure maneuvered across its back, striking with such vigor that it caused the avatar's radiance to flicker erratically. Vitality strike. Seizing an opportunity, Xiao Jin silently chanted within, and the talent unlocked by the system instantly activated. The next punch he delivered saw his vitality surge exponentially, a faint golden flame even flickering upon his fist. Crack! A clear sound of shattering resonated. The node of the Xian Python avatar, which had endured continuous bombardment, could finally withstand no more, as this blow of vitality forcefully pierced through, creating a gaping hole. Countless pure, chilling energies erupted from the breach. With a deep groan, Tuoba-Hi felt the backlash, clearly suffering some form of retribution. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The system within Xiao Jin seemed to sense the pure energy emanating from the second strongest on the battle ranking, and it trembled slightly, exuding a subtle pulling force. Detected high-purity, unclaimed energy dispersing, meeting absorption criteria, attempting to guide absorption. A faint yet palpable force radiated from Xiao Jin's acupuncture points, resembling numerous tiny whirlpools, actively capturing and devouring the chilling energies escaping from the breach in the Xianyuan Python's manifestation. Although the absorption rate was slow and the quantity meager, far less exhilarating than directly defeating an opponent, this marked an unprecedented phenomenon. The system could actively consume the energy released by the adversary during combat. Xiao Jin's heart trembled, swiftly overtaken by elation. This indicated that his path to growth had gained a new avenue, especially when confronting such formidable foes that were difficult to dispatch swiftly. He could now gradually consume and injure the opponent, allowing for a slow yet steady energy absorption, a mutual depletion. Tuoba-Hi instantly sensed something amiss. He felt the energy of his manifestation being siphoned in a peculiar manner by his opponent. Though the amount was minimal, the act itself filled him with immense humiliation and an inexplicable chill. Absorptive power. What kind of sinister technique is this? Tuoba-Hi was astonished and enraged, his voice tinged with incredulity. Having traversed the world for many years, he had witnessed various extraordinary techniques, but this method of directly devouring another's manifestation energy was unheard of. Sinister technique? While continuing his relentless assault, Xiao Jin felt the subtle enhancements brought by the energy entering his body and scoffed. What can kill you is a good technique. Intensifying his onslaught, he focused on exploiting the vulnerabilities and energy nodes of the manifestation, aiming to inflict greater damage and release more energy for the system to consume. Tuoba-Hi, both astonished and furious, exerted all his might to control his manifestation in retaliation, yet a sense of retreat began to burgeon within him. Xiao Jin's strength far surpassed his estimations, and his methods were inscrutable. Should the battle continue, even if he could attain victory, it would likely come at a grievous cost, especially if other forces were to seize the opportunity. In the midst of his internal deliberation, Xiao Jin seized a flaw. The shadow of the mountain river seal suddenly pressed down, momentarily immobilizing the manifestation. Following this, a powerful kick infused with martial insight struck fiercely at the vital point of the Xianyuan python. Roar! The Xianyuan python's manifestation emitted a wretched howl, its massive form growing significantly ethereal. Tuoba he could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His manifestation was injured, and he suffered severe damage to his true form. Xiao Jin, the humiliation of today shall be remembered. I shall repay it 100-fold in the future. With a fierce declaration, Tuoba he decisively commanded the Xianyuan python's manifestation to retract sharply, transforming into a bolt of black light that enveloped his true self. Fleeing towards the depths of the northern Yin camp like a frightened dog, he even abandoned the remnants of his army. The national master Tuoba he, in retreat, although it was not a complete defeat, being forced to flee with his manifestation injured and bloodied by Xiao Jin was a monumental event that would reverberate through the ages. The battlefield lay enveloped in an eerie silence. All gazes were fixed upon the solitary gray figure, aglow with a dim golden light, gradually receding into the wilderness. Reminiscent of a deity who had just vanquished a malevolent dragon, Xiao Jin refrained from pursuing. Instead, he coldly observed the retreating direction of Tuoba he. He understood that, with his current capabilities, he could not detain someone as resolute in their escape as Tuoba he. Yet, the objective of this confrontation had been accomplished. Slowly, he turned and made his way toward the Iron Wall fortress. With each step, his imposing aura diminished, and by the time he reached the base of the city wall, he had once again assumed the guise of an ordinary warrior. He raised his gaze to Li Jun, who remained in a state of shock atop the city wall, and calmly instructed, clear the battlefield and reinforce the city defenses. Additionally, relay a message to the capital. His gaze seemed to traverse mountains and rivers. Landing upon the bustling yet perilous imperial city, inform them that the Northern Yan's national master, Tuoba he, has been driven away by me. Let all who need to know be informed. Li Jun abruptly regained his composure, kneeling with fervor, his voice resounding. This subordinate obeys. Your Highness's might is unparalleled. Xiao Jin nodded, his form flickering before vanishing from the battlements. He sought a tranquil place to properly assimilate the energy he had just absorbed and contemplate his next course of action. The news of the Northern Yin national master's retreat would undoubtedly spread across the land with great swiftness. It was time to thoroughly stir the waters of this realm. Meanwhile, in a frozen cavern atop the Kunlun Mountains, a woman clad in white, as pure as snow, seemed to sense something, slowly opening her frost-like beautiful eyes and gazing northward. Parting her crimson lips, she murmured softly to herself, the madman's commotion is indeed quite substantial. Chapter 44. The winds stir in the capital. The aftermath of the battle at the Iron Wall fortress spread more rapidly and fervently than Xiao Jin had anticipated. The news of the Northern Yin national master Tuoba he's defeat soared like a wildfire, swiftly ignited by the scattered Northern Yin cavalry and various faction spies. Racing through the entire northern territory and astonishingly advancing toward the heart of the Great Yin, particularly the imperial city, the epicenter of power. Initially, disbelief reigned. The foolish and deranged young master had repelled the Northern Yan's national master, ranked second on the martial prowess list, a half-step to becoming a terrestrial immortal. Such a notion seemed more absurd than tales spun by storytellers. However, as more details emerged, of suppressing thousands with a mere wave, manipulating the Earth's veins to summon mountains, and clashing against the avatar of the mysterious python, compelling Tuoba he's avatar to retreat in bloodied shame, especially following the formal military report, guaranteed by the fortress's commander, Li Jun, the truth became undeniable. In an instant, the world erupted in uproar. The martial world trembled, and the major sects began to reevaluate the once quiet young master of the Great Yin. The court was shaken, with the delicate balance upended by this sudden upheaval. And in the shadows, those entangled with Xiao Hanyuan and Northern Yin felt akin to cats whose tails had been stepped on, gripped by fear and anxiety, unable to find peace. In the capital, within the regent's palace, late at night, the study was illuminated by flickering candlelight, casting shadows upon Xiao Hanyuan's seemingly benevolent, yet presently darkened face, which could drip with malice. He clutched a secret letter, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The letter meticulously detailed the course of the Battle of Iron Wall Fortress. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the information conveyed through the written words sent chills coursing through his veins. Xiao Jin. He squeezed those two words through gritted teeth, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. How audacious of you, you wretched wolf cub, to feign madness to such an extent. Not only has he restored his cultivation, but he has also obtained such a prodigious opportunity. He had initially presumed that even if Xiao Jin were alive, he would be but a shadow of his former self, unable to stir significant waves. 3 years ago, that bone-gnawing, soul-shattering powder, combined with his direct intervention to cripple his meridians, should have guaranteed failure. Yet now, this wolf cub not only thrived, but possessed the strength to repel Tuobahi. This had entirely surpassed his control. My lord, this matter is of great consequence. From the shadows emerged a figure akin to a specter, their voice hoarse. The power exhibited by the heir apparent now poses a threat to our plans. Over in Beiyan, Tuobahi has been injured and may express dissatisfaction, even retaliate. Xiao Hongyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury and astonishment within him, restoring his facade of feigned calmness. What is there to panic about? It is merely a transient gain or loss. Just because he can repel Tuoba, he does not guarantee he can overcome the contingencies I have arranged. Moreover, the more ostentatiously he behaves, the swifter his demise. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Issue a command to activate the hidden pieces. Additionally, convey a message to the palace, stating that the heir apparent has achieved great merit in the northern frontier and should be generously rewarded. Request the emperor to summon him back to the capital for his accolades. The shadow paused momentarily. Summon him back to the capital? My lord, is this not inviting the wolf into the fold? Xiao Hongyuan sneered. The royal palace is my chessboard. If he remains hidden in the northern territory, relying on military achievements and that band of ruffians led by Li Zhan, it becomes exceedingly difficult to act. As soon as he dares to return to the capital, I possess myriad methods to transform him into the true mad heir, or even ensure his silent disappearance. Understood. The shadow acknowledged the command and quietly withdrew. Xiao Hongyuan sat alone in his study, his gaze profound. He picked up a confidential report regarding the recent movements of Miss Yun Zhao from the Yun family, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table. Perhaps it is time for Yun Zhao Kunlun to make her move. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in a cool, secluded hall, the ailing emperor of Da'in coughed violently upon his dragon bed, an abnormal flush spreading across his pale visage. A trusted old eunuch attended to the medicinal concoction with utmost care. Cough, cough. Has the news been confirmed? The emperor gasped, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light, a mixture of hope, guilt, and intricate schemes. Your Majesty, General Li Zhan's military reports align with our intelligence. The heir apparent has truly succeeded. The old eunuch's voice trembled with excitement, choked with emotion. Good. Jiner, my Jiner, the emperor murmured, tears streaming down his muddied eyes. I have wronged him, wronged my royal brother. Moments later, he suddenly grasped the old eunuch's hand with astonishing force. Draft an edict. No, not yet. We cannot openly reward him at this time. Hongyuan has surely already taken action. Inform our contacts in the court to remain still and secretly protect Jiner. Additionally, find a way to reach out to those in Kunlun. I must ascertain the Yun family's stance. The old servant obeys. The emperor wearily closed his eyes, his heart tumultuous with a storm of emotions. The rise of Xiao Jin was akin to a transformative light piercing through the stagnant waters of the court. This frail emperor, perhaps, could still accomplish something for his realm before his demise. In the northern frontier, at the Iron Wall Fortress, after repelling the forces of Beiyan, Xiao Jin did not linger for long. He understood well that a fleeting victory, while invigorating, merely heralded the onset of a far greater tempest. Within a secluded chamber of the fortress, he meticulously contemplated the insights gained from his battle with Tuobahi, particularly the system's newly discovered ability to absorb dissipated energy. Analysis of Tuobahi's energy attributes, Xianmeng swallowing heaven technique, containing fragments of the laws of coldness, devouring, and corrosion, partially conflicting with the host's existing power system. Yet some aspects may be instructive. Attempt to simulate energy trajectory. Simulation level 1 requires more samples or higher permissions. Absorbed energy has been initially refined, stabilizing cultivation at the peak of the early master stage, with a slight enhancement in physical strength. Samples? Higher permissions? Xiao Jin pondered, realizing that this system harbored even greater potential waiting to be tapped. Defeating stronger opponents or absorbing more unique energies might be the key. He collected his thoughts, redirecting his focus to the present. Li Zhan had managed the affairs of the fortress with remarkable efficiency, and the morale of the troops soared to unprecedented heights. Old Master Fu had also been adequately settled. Upon learning of the prince's formidable prowess, the elderly man was moved to tears, overwhelmed with excitement. On this day, as Xiao Jin was examining the map of the northern frontier, contemplating his next course of action, Li Zhan hurriedly approached with news. Your Highness, a message has arrived from the capital. Li Zhan's expression was grave as he handed over a sealed letter, which had been riskily delivered by our clandestine contacts in the capital. Xiao Jin took the letter, swiftly scanning its contents. a cold smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The message was succinct. The regent, Xiao Hongyuan, had proactively sought merit for him in the court, suggesting that His Majesty issue an edict summoning him back to the capital for rewards. Meanwhile, there were ominous currents swirling both inside and outside the capital, indicating that multiple factions were probing into his true circumstances and whereabouts. Furthermore, a noteworthy piece of information indicated that the Kunlun sect seemed to be in motion. As the young lady Yun Zhao had departed from Kunlun Mountain days prior, her whereabouts currently unknown. Summon me back to the capital? Huh. My dear uncle cannot wait to set a banquet of treachery for me, Xiao Jin remarked, igniting a wisp of true fire at his fingertips, reducing the letter to ashes. Your Highness, the capital is a den of dragons and tigers. Xiao Hongyuan has been scheming for years. You must not venture into danger lightly, Li Zhen urged with urgency. A den of dragons and tigers? Xiao Jin rose and walked to the window, gazing towards the south. To me, every place is a den of dragons and tigers. The northern frontier is, and so is the capital. Since he has summoned me, I shall meet him. It is high time to settle some scores face to face. His gaze was sharp as a blade. However, before returning, I must first clear up the remnants of the northern frontier and await someone. Await someone? Li Zhen queried, perplexed. Xiao Jin offered no explanation, merely stating, increase vigilance, especially at the checkpoints leading towards Kunlun. If a woman in white arrives wielding a sword, do not obstruct her. Report to me immediately. Li Zhen's heart stirred. He seemed to grasp something and respectfully responded, this subordinate understands. Xiao Jin waved his hand, and Li Zhen withdrew. In the quiet chamber, Xiao Jin slowly caressed the solidified dark golden seal of mountains and rivers in his palm. Returning to the capital was an inevitable course. He must engage in the intricate game of the court. However, before that, he needed to ensure the relative stability of the northern frontier and also to meet the young lady of the Yun family, who professed to be unworthy of association yet consistently shielded him from harm and secrecy. He had a foreboding that Yun Zhao's sudden departure from Kunlun was undoubtedly linked to him. Moreover, the unusual occurrences in Kunlun seemed to entangle deeper secrets regarding the original owner's diminished cultivation. Whispering the name Yun Zhao softly, he envisioned the figure clad in pure, snow-white robes, with those seemingly cold yet intricately complex eyes. This time, would it be you seeking me, or shall I seek you? Outside the window, the winds of the northern frontier howled, swirling up heaps of snow, heralding a brewing tempest of greater magnitude. Chapter 45. The sword comes on a snowy night. The night in the northern frontier arrived early and bore an exceptional chill. The biting north wind carried fine flakes of snow, striking against the gray-black walls of the fortress with a rustling sound, reminiscent of countless whispers. Within and outside the fortress, the lights burned brightly. The patrolling soldiers, clad in cold armor, maintained vigilant gazes. Following the recent cataclysmic battle, none dared exhibit even a semblance of laxity. Inside the quiet chamber, Xiao Jin sat cross-legged, not in meditation but rather replaying and analyzing the details of his battle with Tuoba He alongside the system, especially focusing on the newly discovered devouring trait. A faint yet pure cold energy was being meticulously extracted and refined from his body at an exceedingly slow pace. This residue stemmed from Tuoba He's mystical python form. Although minimal in quantity, its quality was exceptional, greatly aiding his comprehension of the principles of devouring and the attributes of coldness. Energy analysis reveals fragments of the devouring principle, incomplete, with partial homogeneity to the system's origin. Attempting reverse deduction. Progress 001. Warning. High-priority energy entity detected approaching at high speed. Velocity exceedingly rapid. Has breached the outer perimeter. Energy characteristic analysis. Matching degree 997. Kunlun sword path, Yun Zhao. The system's alarm suddenly intensified. Xiao Jin abruptly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible ripple passing through his gaze. It had come, even swifter than he had anticipated. Almost concurrently with the system's warning, a piercing sword intent, akin to the icy winds that sweep across the summit of a snowbound mountain, silently penetrated the fortress's defenses, precisely enveloping the quiet chamber where he resided. This sword intent, devoid of murderous intent, resembled more of a declaration, a chilling inquiry. Xiao Jin remained still, his surroundings exuding a natural dark golden glow that subtly illuminated, isolating the formless sword intent. The air emitted a faint sizzling sound, akin to ice meeting a hot iron. A barely discernible smile graced the corner of his mouth before he returned to his neutral demeanor. There was no panic, no wariness. Only a sense of understanding as if it were expected. He did not rise to greet the presence nor made any movements. Instead, he simply closed his eyes once more. seemingly oblivious to the formidable sword intent that would prompt ordinary masters to take heed, resuming his cultivation. Yet, his aura grew increasingly reclusive, akin to a deep, ancient well. Outside the quiet chamber, atop the highest watchtower of the fortress, a figure in white stood silently, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone, their garments billowing in the wind and snow, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. It was none other than Yun Zhao. Her countenance remained as frosty as the unmelting snow atop Kunlun Mountain, her gaze colder than the frigid winds of the north, quietly observing the silent chamber below. Though her sword remained sheathed, an intangible sword intent emanated from her, more disquieting than the sharpest blade drawn. After a few breaths had passed, the stillness of the chamber persisted. Yun Zhao's slender brows furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. She had traversed countless mountains and rivers, sensing the surging power of the earth and a familiar yet alien madness. Only to encounter this? Not even a glimpse? Humph. A barely audible, icy huff escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Her jade-like fingers curled slightly, directing a gentle flick towards the chamber. Clang. A remarkably refined, nearly transparent stream of sword energy sliced through the air, silent yet swift as lightning, aimed directly at the window of the chamber. This strike was not intended to harm, but rather akin to a mischievous child tossing a pebble, meant to stir. However, just as the sword energy reached the window, it seemed to collide with an invisible, yet immensely thick wall, producing a muffled thud, before vanishing silently, leaving the window paper undisturbed. The earth's power remained unmoving as a mountain. Within the chamber, silence reigned. A flicker of astonishment finally crossed Yun Zhao's cold gaze. She perceived that her opponent did not merely resist with overwhelming true energy, but had adeptly invoked the surrounding earth's power, forming a natural barrier that silently dissipated her sword energy. Such mastery over power had reached an effortless, innate level. Feigning mystery, she murmured, her lips parting to utter 3 chilling words, her form flickering as she vanished from the tower's pinnacle. In the next instant, she descended like a snowflake, gracefully landing just outside the chamber's door. She did not push the door open but stood there, her sword intent contained yet palpable, rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen. Xiaojin, come forth. Her voice, though not loud, pierced through the door with an undeniable authoritative tone, retaining that familiar, disdainful cadence. Inside the chamber, Xiaojin finally opened his eyes slowly. He understood that if he continued to feign, this young lady would indeed cleave the room in two with her sword. Rising, he adjusted his unembellished gray robe, his expression neutral, and approached the door, withdrawing the bolt. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and the gust of wind and snow rushed in, bringing with it a crisp fragrance akin to a snow lotus. The two stood just a door apart, their gazes locking. Outside stood the Kunlun sword immortal, clad in white, her beauty unparalleled yet as frigid as ice. Inside was the reborn heir, clad in simple gray, his appearance unremarkable yet profound as an abyss. The wind and snow swirled between them, and time seemed to slow at that moment. Yun Zhao's gaze, like 2 ice-forged blades, scrutinized Xiaojin up and down, seemingly searching for the secret hidden beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior that could repel the tyrant Tuoba. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon his calm, unruffled eyes, and she coldly remarked, creating such a commotion, "Are you afraid others might not know you haven't fully perished?" Xiaojin gazed upon her exquisitely beautiful yet tense countenance, and suddenly a smile broke upon his lips, infused with a hint of his characteristic languor and jest. Miss Yun has traversed countless miles, braving the starry night, merely to ascertain whether I am truly dead? Such concern is indeed a delightful surprise. Who is concerned for you? Yun Zhao retorted, her demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, her eyes growing 3 degrees colder in an instant. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. I am merely following the orders of my sect, here to investigate the unusual movements in the northern borders. I happened to pass by and sensed a familiar air of madness. Thus I came to witness how you are courting disaster. Underestimated. The aura of madness. Reward of battle prowess 1000. The system's notification chimed in timely fashion. Xiaojin's smile deepened, and he stepped aside to allow her entry. The wind and snow outside are fierce. If Miss Yun is merely passing through, why not come in for a cup of hot tea? Though the garrison is rudimentary, it is far preferable to standing at the door in the cold. Yun Zhao cast him a sidelong glance, surveying the room's simple furnishings, and with a cold huff, she did not refuse but stepped inside, her movements remaining graceful, as if she were entering a celestial palace atop Kunlun rather than a humble outpost. Xiaojin closed the door behind them, shutting out the howling wind and snow. Within the room, only the two of them remained, accompanied by the faint, lingering scent of cold. He approached the table, poured a cup of long cold water from a coarse clay teapot, and slid it across to her. Conditions are limited. This is all I have. Yun Zhao did not even glance at the cup of water, but walked straight to the window, gazing at the night enveloped in snow and wind. Her back turned to Xiao Jin, her voice devoid of emotion. What enabled you to repulse Tuoba He? Do not tell me it is the ancestral martial arts of the Xiao family. Xiao Jin took a sip of the cold water, unperturbed, and replied nonchalantly. Fortune smiled upon me. I chanced upon an ancient tome that fortuitously allows me to harness the power of the earth's veins. An ancient tome? Yun Zhao whirled around suddenly, her eyes sharp as she fixed him with an intense gaze. What tome could possibly allow you to rise from a mere invalid to a master in 3 years, capable of contending with a half-step terrestrial immortal? Xiao Jin, do you take me for a mere child? Miss Yun is certainly not a mere child. Xiao Jin set down his cup, meeting her gaze with calm assurance. So, if I claim it as a tome, would you believe me? Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his audacious demeanor, her chest rising and falling slightly as her agitation became evident. She scrutinized Xiao Jin, seemingly seeking a flaw in his eyes. But they were as inscrutable as an ancient well, revealing nothing. After a pause, she inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her anger, her tone shifting to one of complexity, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Xiao Jin, I do not care what fortuitous encounters you have had, nor do I concern myself with your intentions. I have but one question for you. She paused, her gaze locking onto Xiao Jin's. Do you realize that the commotion you have stirred has already attracted my father's attention? He may very well be descending the mountain himself. Xiao Jin's expression sharpened slightly. The master of Yunya's sect? Indeed. Yun Zhao's voice grew somber, imbued with a gravity Xiao Jin had never before encountered. My father has changed significantly over the years. He is exceedingly concerned about you, or rather, about what you may possess. Your current prominence is certainly not a good omen. The quiet room fell into a brief silence, the only sound discernible being the faint wail of the wind and snow outside. Xiao Jin observed the rare trace of concern etched upon Yun Zhao's cold profile, stirring a subtle sensation within him. Was she attempting to remind him, or perhaps to caution him? He suddenly recalled the documentation regarding Yunya, father to Yun Zhao, the clandestine leader of the witchcraft sect, ranked first in combat prowess, concealed, and governed by extreme rationality, willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness to achieve his ends. Miss Yun, Xiao Jin spoke slowly, breaking the silence. Did you truly come this time solely on the orders of your master? Just passing by? Yun Zhao's body stiffened imperceptibly. She did not turn back, merely responding with a cold hardness. What else could it be? Did you expect me to come specifically to shield you from danger? Xiao Jin gazed at her taut silhouette and suddenly chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Yun Zhao snapped, turning in irritation. Xiao Jin halted his laughter, his gaze resting on her right hand, tightly gripping the hilt of her sword, the knuckles paling from the exertion. He leisurely replied, I find it amusing, Miss Yun, that you remain as you were, saying one thing while meaning another. He paused, meeting her nearly murderous glare, and added, however, this cup of incidental tea is rather delightful. Chapter 46. The dark tidings of the capital. Yun Zhao departed, as abruptly as her arrival, leaving behind a lingering, ethereal fragrance and the remnants of a frustrated delusion dissipating into the air. The cup of cold water remained untouched by her lips. Xiao Jin stood by the window, gazing out at the relentless fury of the wind and snow, his expression inscrutable, his gaze profound. His fingertips seemed to retain a trace of the chilling touch from the icy jade pendant, and a faint, unusual resonance that echoed with the essence of the mountains and rivers. Detection of residual special energy, Kunlun cold jade, containing a secret sword intent imprint and bloodline restraint. There exists a faint symbiotic response with the aura of the mountains and rivers. Analysis. Potential evidence of a twin contract or entangled fate. The system's cold analysis revealed an extraordinary connection. Bloodline restraint, twin contract. Xiao Jin murmured these two terms, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. The document mentioned that 20 years prior, Yun Zhao had intercepted a witchcraft attack for the young Xiao Jin, sustaining a matching sword wound to her heart. This jade pendant was likely more than a mere token. It was probably intertwined with that incident and the obscure fate binding the two. Yun Zhao's reaction further substantiated this notion. Her anger was not merely a result of her thoughts being pierced. It seemed to touch upon a memory or truth she was reluctant to confront, perhaps even sealed away. What role did her father, Yunya, play in this? Yunya, the leader of the witchcraft sect. Xiao Jin's gaze turned cold. It appeared that the journey to Kunlun was far more pressing than he had anticipated. However, the immediate priority was to resolve the lingering issues in the Northern Territory, and then return to the capital. That grander stage would serve as the ultimate battleground for reckoning. In the following days, Xiao Jin did not leave the Iron Wall garrison. He fortified his mastery and familiarized himself with the various applications of the mountains and rivers imprint. While methodically clearing the remnants of the Northern Yin spies and the hidden agents planted by Xiao Hanyuan through Li Jun, with the war god, who had repelled the national master, stationed there, Li Jun acted with decisive authority, employing ruthless methods. Several secret strongholds of the Northern Yin have been uprooted, and several military leaders in collusion with Xiao Hanyuan have been swiftly apprehended. The atmosphere in the northern borders has become tense, resembling a snowfield swept by a cold wind, outwardly serene, yet internally transformed. During this time, Xiao Jin took a moment to visit old Fu. The elder appeared much rejuvenated. Upon seeing Xiao Jin, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he reminisced about many old tales, including those of Xiao Jin's father and the iron cavalry of the northern borders. Xiao Jin listened quietly, piecing together more fragments of information about the past and potential adversaries. On this day, while Xiao Jin was in the quiet chamber contemplating the subtle shifts in the earth's veins induced by the mountain river seal, Li Jun hurried in, his face marked by a grave yet somewhat excited expression. "Your Highness, we have received another secret missive from the capital. It was perilously delivered by someone close to the emperor." Li Jun presented a small bamboo tube sealed with red wax. Xiao Jin took it, crushed the wax, and extracted the delicate silk scroll within. The handwriting was elegant, yet contained a hint of fragility, clearly penned by a court lady or eunuch. The contents were alarming. "To the esteemed son of the world, Hanyuan has allied with certain court officials, advocating for your return to the capital under the pretext of national glory following a great victory in the northern borders. His intentions are dubious, and it may be a trap akin to the feast at Hongmen. Although the emperor intends to protect you, his frail health may render him incapable of doing so. Furthermore, the third prince, Xiao Yan, has been increasingly active of late, seemingly in contact with Hanyuan and harboring ulterior motives. The currents in the capital are turbulent. Should you return, please exercise utmost caution. The palace is also in unrest, and the empress, sister of Xiao Hanyuan, frequently accompanies the emperor. We must guard against the whispers of the pillow." The closing was marked only by a blurred ink blot, clearly for the sake of secrecy. After reading, Xiao Jin ignited a flicker of flame at his fingertip, reducing the silk to ashes. A wry smile crept onto his face. "My uncle is rather impatient. How intriguing that the third prince is also involved." Li Jun voiced his concern. "Your Highness, the capital is evidently a den of danger. Xiao Hanyuan has surely laid an intricate web. You must break through to capture the bigger fish." Xiao Jin interrupted him, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Moreover, some plays must be performed face-to-face to achieve true grandeur." He approached the map of the northern borders, placing his finger on a specific location. "The situation has stabilized for now, with you and several loyal generals here. Both Northern Yin and Xiao Hanyuan will find it difficult to make significant moves in the short term. Once I depart, the northern borders will be entrusted to you. Remember, prioritize stability, secretly amass strength, and act opportunistically when necessary. I vow to defend the northern borders with my life, awaiting your return." Li Jun knelt on one knee, his voice resolute. Xiao Jin helped him up, patting his shoulder, not merely to wait, but to support. "When I stir the winds and clouds in the capital, I may require your assistance to stage an even grander performance." A glint of understanding shone in Li Jun's eyes as he nodded emphatically. "I understand." With arrangements for the northern borders in place, Xiao Jin no longer lingered. He donned the garb of an ordinary merchant traveler, concealing all traces of his presence, appearing as an unremarkable wayfarer. Before departing, he returned to the window of the quiet chamber, gazing towards the distant Kunlun Mountains. The snow and wind had ceased. The sky a deep blue, yet that majestic snow-capped peak remained shrouded in mysterious clouds. Yun Zhao murmured softly to himself, "Will you come to this game in the capital?" This time, there was no response from the sword intent, only the desolate winds of the northern frontier. He turned away, no longer looking back, his figure blending into the sparse crowd outside the garrison, heading southward towards the imperial city, a nexus of power and intrigue. He understood that his journey to the capital would no longer be one of feigned madness and quiet endurance. Instead, he would charge boldly into the eye of the storm, striking at the powerful and kicking against imperial authority. And Yun Zhao, the enigmatic Kunlun sword immortal, whether she wished it or not, had long been swept into the tempest he had conjured. Their fates, entwined since that fateful sword strike 20 years ago, were now inextricably linked. At this moment, thousands of miles away, within an abandoned mountain shrine, Yun Zhao sat cross-legged on a dusty mat, her attire as white as snow. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, Yet the slight tremor of her eyelashes revealed that her heart was far from tranquil. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the jade pendant inscribed with the character Jin hidden in her sleeve, while her mind echoed with Xiao Jin's words of contradictory intent and the increasingly cold and austere visage of her father. As her eyes gradually opened, a complex and inscrutable light flickered within, resembling the undercurrents beneath an icy surface. Xiao Jin, if you truly shatter the heavens, how shall I find my own way? She stood, brushing away non-existent dust from her garments, her gaze fixed southward as if resolving to make a momentous decision. With a swift motion, she transformed into a wisp of sword light, vanishing beyond the dilapidated shrine, her trajectory aimed directly towards the capital. A storm was on the brink of making landfall. Chapter 47. Farewell to Shaoyin, the great imperial city, the fulcrum of the realm. Towering walls loomed like a colossal dragon, basking in the warm glow of late spring, while glazed tiles reflected a dazzling radiance that proclaimed unmatched imperial authority. The city gates bustled with a torrent of carriages, and merchants thronged in a cacophony of activity, portraying a scene of prosperity. Yet beneath this veneer of grandeur, the perceptive could sense an invisible undercurrent stirring, particularly following the recent sensational news of the Northern Heir's breathtaking battle, which had stirred the deep waters into a tumult of uncertainty. Xiao Jin chose not to make a grand entrance into the city. Clad in simple merchant attire, he suppressed his aura to its utmost, blending seamlessly with the throng of newcomers, remaining utterly inconspicuous. He refrained from utilizing the secretive channels arranged by Li Zhan, instead opting to undergo the straightforward scrutiny of the city guards and paying the entrance tax like a genuine traveling merchant before stepping into this city, both familiar and foreign. 3 years prior, he had been the favored son of heaven, a prince surrounded by adoration. 3 years later, he had become a foolish madman, scorned and derided, and now he emerged as a vengeful revenant, a clandestine player stirring the winds of fate. His identity had shifted multiple times, and his mindset was now entirely transformed. He did not hasten to the estate of the heir, now irrevocably altered, nor did he reach out to any former associates. Based on intelligence and personal judgment, he surmised that the heir's residence had likely been infiltrated by Xiao Honyuan, rendering it akin to a sieve. Returning recklessly would be tantamount to walking into a trap. After wandering through the city a few times to ensure he was not being followed, he turned into an inconspicuous back alley and entered an antiquarian bookstore named Mo Yunjai. The bookstore's proprietor was a frail, white-haired old man, dozing at the counter, indifferent to the entrance of customers. Xiao Jin approached the counter, curling his fingers to gently tap the surface in a specific rhythm. The old man, bleary-eyed, lifted his head and adjusted his glasses. Upon seeing Xiao Jin's visage, a fleeting spark of clarity flickered in his murky eyes, only to be replaced by his usual languid demeanor as he mumbled, "What book does the esteemed guest wish to purchase? We have historical texts, literary collections, and miscellaneous tales, though the prices are rather steep." "I seek a solitary edition of Shan He, replied Xiao Jin calmly, which served as a covert signal for his clandestine communication with the emperor. The old man's demeanor shifted, scrutinizing Xiao Jin intently before slowly rising. "The solitary edition is in the courtyard. Please follow me." Navigating through a narrow passageway crowded with books, they arrived at a secluded chamber in the courtyard. The old man closed the door, and his previous languor vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of reverence and excitement. He lowered his voice, saying, "Old servant Mo Qi pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. His Majesty has long awaited your return." Xiao Jin nodded slightly. "There is no need for such formalities, old Mo. What is the current situation in the capital?" Mo Qi's expression turned grave as he reported swiftly, "Your Highness, the circumstances are dire. The regent now wields immense power, and the majority of ministers in the court follow his lead. He advocates for your return to the capital under the guise of showcasing the emperor's favor, while secretly laying a web of traps throughout the city. As I understand, several generals in the capital's garrison have already been bought or controlled by him. Additionally, he has recruited numerous martial experts and nefarious practitioners, including those of considerable prowess." "And what of the third prince, Xiaoyan?" Xiao Jin inquired, keenly interested in this variable. Mo Qi displayed a thoughtful expression, his demeanor still as gentle as jade, appearing uncontentious as he frequently hosted literary gatherings within his residence, mingling with esteemed scholars. However, beneath the surface, his advisors have indeed made contact with those aligned with Xiao Honyuan, though it seems their intentions are not entirely congruent. The old servant senses that the third prince is biding his time, perhaps hoping to take advantage of the conflict between your highness and the regent. A flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Jin's eyes. As documented, Xiao Yin was indeed a deeply calculating opportunist. And how fares His Majesty's health? Mo Chi's face took on a sorrowful hue. His Majesty is exhausted and fading, relying solely on a few elderly physicians and rare elixirs to sustain his life. Most of the time, he is in a state of slumber, and when awake, he struggles to govern. The Empress, Your Highness must exercise utmost caution regarding the inner palace. The situation is worse than anticipated. The Emperor is nearly sidelined, with Xiao Hanyuan controlling the court, and Xiao Yin poised to act. As the returning crown prince, it appears I am venturing alone into a den of wolves. I require a place of absolute safety. As I cannot reveal myself at this time, Xiao Jin stated. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have made arrangements, Mo Chi replied, producing an unassuming copper key and a simple map from his bosom. To the west of the city, Qingzhou Garden appears to be the retreat of a retired Hamlin scholar. Yet it is, in fact, one of the secret strongholds established by His Majesty in his earlier years. It contains hidden passages leading outside the city, ensuring absolute safety. Here are the key and the map. Xiao Jin accepted the key and map, memorizing the location before igniting them in a flash of true fire, reducing them to ash. Thank you, old Mo. I will rely on you for news from the capital. It is the duty of the old servant. Mo Chi bowed deeply. Departing from Mo Yunjai, Xiao Jin retraced his steps towards Qingzhou Garden in the west of the city, guided by his memory. He deliberately slowed his pace, his consciousness weaving like an invisible web, quietly spreading to perceive the subtle changes within the city, particularly those hidden breaths lurking in the shadows. Indeed, after traversing merely 2 streets, he sensed several obscure gazes resting upon him, their chilling aura tinged with scrutiny. Were they spies of Xiao Hanyuan or agents of other factions? It seemed that the news of his arrival in the city had not entirely evaded certain individuals. Xiao Jin remained impassive, continuing his journey as if oblivious to the attention. He found himself in need of certain individuals to gauge the depth of the waters in the capital. As he turned into a relatively secluded street, a sudden clamor erupted ahead. A group of lavishly dressed young rascals surrounded an elderly man selling calligraphy and paintings, mockingly deriding him as they overturned his stall, scattering his works across the ground. The old man, tattered and trembling, clutched his head in fear, too intimidated to resist. Old fool, you dare price your shabby paintings at 10 taels of silver? Do you even know who I am? Sneered the leader, a portly man with a face full of flesh, who stomped on a landscape painting with a cruel grin. Passers-by hurriedly avoided the scene, their anger stifled. Xiao Jin cast a glance, initially disinclined to intervene. Such displays of bullying were a daily occurrence in the capital. However, as his gaze lingered on the trampled landscape painting, his pupils flickered slightly. Though the brushwork appeared crude, the essence and intricacy of the depicted scenery bore a striking resemblance to the landscapes he had come to understand. While it was merely superficial, it was certainly no work of an ordinary artisan. This old man piqued his interest. Just as his thoughts shifted, a warm and gentle voice resonated from behind him. Young Master Wang, why trouble an old man? Shall I cover the 10 taels for him? Turning around, Xiao Jin beheld a young man clad in a moon-white brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt, approaching gracefully. His handsome visage was complemented by a smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, exuding a demeanor of refined elegance. None other than the 3rd prince, Xiao Yan. Accompanying him was an unremarkable gray-clad servant, seemingly discreet. However, Xiao Jin's system promptly issued a warning. High-energy entity detected. Gray-clad servant, ranked 55th on the power list, hidden. Aura repressed, high danger level. The appearance of Xiao Yan caused the young rascals to change countenance, especially the portly one, who quickly retracted his arrogance and smiled obsequiously. Ah, Your Highness. I was merely jesting with this old fellow. How could I trouble Your Highness with expenses? He promptly gestured for his companions to gather the scattered paintings. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, not insisting on the matter, his gaze sweeping over the fallen works before finally resting on Xiao Jin, curiosity and friendliness flickering in his eyes. This brother seems unfamiliar. Are you perhaps new to the capital? I am Xiao Yan, and I see in you a remarkable disposition. I would be honored to share a drink with you, if you would grace me with your company. He introduced himself right away, his demeanor humble, as if he were merely a kindred spirit encountering an acquaintance, warm and hospitable. Xiao Jin sneered internally. Indeed, Xiao Yan had come seeking him. Was this a mere coincidence, or had he already set his sights on him? Yet, he maintained a composed exterior, mimicking the anxious excitement of an ordinary merchant encountering a prince, and awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is indeed the 3rd prince. In the midst of the bustling Jiangnan merchant community, a humble trader named Mo Chun found himself in the illustrious city of Baodi, unaware of the intricate etiquette that governed its halls. Having inadvertently offended the royal presence, he sought forgiveness. Despite his lowly status, he hesitated to partake in the conviviality offered. Intentionally concealing his true prowess, he exhibited the shrewdness and humility characteristic of a merchant. Xiao Yan maintained his affable demeanor, stepping forward to gently pat Xiao Jin's shoulder, a subtle probe of latent energies, seeking to discern the latter's true capabilities. With a tone that was both warm and inviting, he remarked, "Why must you belittle yourself, Brother Imo? A hero's origins are inconsequential. I perceive that you are no ordinary figure. In due time, you shall soar to great heights." Not far ahead lay a fine establishment where Xiao Yan insisted on Imo Chun's presence. Yet, the probing energy dissipated silently into the depths of Xiao Jin's formidable essence, effortlessly neutralized by the profound force of the earth beneath him, causing not a ripple of disturbance. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, though his smile remained radiant. Xiao Jin understood that this gathering was inescapable, and he was curious to uncover the true intentions of the third prince. "Since it is so, I shall humbly comply," Xiao Jin replied, feigning astonishment. "Excellent. Brother Imo, please." Xiao Yan's laughter resonated, his gesture inviting. The two men walked side by side, accompanied silently by an elderly servant clad in gray, resembling a shadow. Meanwhile, the raucous young scions had long since departed, and the aged painter hastily gathered his belongings, as though the earlier altercation had never transpired. However, Xiao Jin sensed that the prying eyes lurking in the shadows had not vanished, but had intensified in scrutiny. It appeared that his identity as a Jiangnan merchant had attracted the attention of various factions. The game in the capital had commenced the moment he set foot within its confines. Simultaneously, atop the highest edifice in the capital, the stargazing pavilion, a figure clad in white stood against the wind, her icy gaze surveying the streets below where Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin walked in tandem. Her lips parted slightly, a hint of sardonic amusement evident as she mused. One feigns madness while the other conceals a dagger behind his smile. Indeed, this capital grows ever more intriguing. With a flick of her fingertip, a wisp of sword energy dispersed, before she turned and melded into the clouds. Chapter 40. A Feast Without Joy. The drunken Immortal Tower, one of the most renowned establishments in the capital, graced the riverbank with its opulent architecture and exquisite carvings. It was evident that the third prince, Xiao Yan, was a frequent patron, as the proprietor personally welcomed them, bowing respectfully as he guided the trio to a refined riverside pavilion on the top floor. Within, fragrant incense wafted through the air, while a musician behind a screen played a delicate melody. Dishes of sumptuous delicacies were swiftly served, rare treasures from the mountains and seas upon jade plates. "Brother Imo, please take a seat. There is no need for formality," Xiao Yan said with a warm smile, personally pouring a glass of amber-hued wine for Xiao Jin. "This is the cherished Jade du Spring, a tribute-grade vintage. Do give it a taste." Xiao Jin continued to embody the role of the astonished merchant, graciously accepting the wine with both hands, expressing gratitude profusely as he savored the exquisite flavor, portraying a perfect blend of aspiration for nobility and cautious humility. Xiao Yan appeared to relish this sense of control over the situation, engaging in light-hearted conversation that traversed the wonders of Jiangnan to the curiosities of the capital, all the while subtly probing into Xiao Jin's background, inquiring about his commercial ventures in Jiangnan, the nature of his goods, and the purpose of his visit to the capital. Xiao Jin had long been prepared, responding with poise, his fabricated identity and experiences impeccable. Occasionally, a hint of a shrewd merchant's calculation would surface, gradually dispelling the doubts in Xiao Yan's eyes, replaced instead by a sense of opportunity. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, the atmosphere appeared congenial. Suddenly, Xiao Yan set down his cup and, seemingly casually, lamented, "The capital, though it appears prosperous, conceals tumultuous undercurrents. Just recently, astonishing news has reached us from the northern borders. My cousin, the heir Xiao Jin, has actually repelled the northern Yan's master, Tuoba He. It is truly hard to believe. Brother Imo, having journeyed from the south, have you heard of this matter?" With this, he finally broached the main topic. Xiao Jin chuckled coldly within, yet feigned shock on his visage. "Is that so? As a humble commoner traveling here, I have only heard of conflicts in the northern regions, but know little of the details. If this is true, it would indeed be a blessing for our great dynasty." He adeptly portrayed an ordinary merchant's concern for state affairs and awe for a legendary figure. Xiao Yan scrutinized Xiao Jin's expression, seemingly searching for any trace of a flaw, yet ultimately only discerned genuine astonishment. He smiled knowingly and remarked, "Indeed, it is astonishing. My cousin, 3 years ago, faced a grave calamity. Who would have thought he could rise from the ashes, acquiring such remarkable prowess? The court and the populace are in an uproar." He paused, lowering his voice, with an air of sincerity. "To be frank with you, Brother Imo, My cousin's return has made some individuals quite restless. For instance, my regent uncle He. He left his statement hanging, granting Xiao Jin boundless space for imagination. Targeted probing, intending to sow discord and guide positions. Suggestion, act accordingly, feign weakness and observe. The system calmly analyzed Xiao Yan's intentions. Xiao Jin immediately displayed a look of alarm, repeatedly waving his hands. Your Highness, such matters of the royal family. How could a mere merchant like myself dare to comment? I merely seek to conduct my modest business and support my family. You are too humble, Brother Imo. Xiao Yan refilled his cup, stating, in chaotic times, heroes and great merchants alike emerge. Sometimes, being in the right position is more crucial than arduous toil. You are an astute individual. You must understand my meaning. The invitation in his words was already quite evident. At that moment, Xiao Jin's senses tingled. Detecting several exceedingly subtle auras outside the elegant pavilion, akin to venomous serpents in the dark night, silently locking onto the room. The chilling and sharp presence was starkly different from the spies sensed earlier on the street, exuding a blatant murderous intent. Furthermore, one of the auras emanated a faint yet palpable sense of threat. Was it from Xiao Hongyuan's faction? Had they discovered his interaction with Xiao Yan and could not resist taking action? Or was it a play orchestrated by Xiao Yan himself? Xiao Yan appeared oblivious, still smiling and coaxing drinks. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's thoughts raced, maintaining a composed facade as he continued to engage in pleasantries with Xiao Yan, while discreetly circulating his true energy. The power of the mountain river seal concealed in his palm, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Just then, a barely perceptible glimmer of cold light flickered outside the window, heralding the imminent onset of an attack. Whoosh! A sword's cry, as clear as a phoenix's song, suddenly shattered the silence of the sky, not from outside the window, but rather from the rooftop opposite the drunken immortal pavilion. A sword energy, exquisitely refined and pure as jade, cascaded down like the Milky Way from the heavens, striking with uncanny precision at the very heart of the concealed murderous intent outside. A soft thud followed by a brief scream echoed almost simultaneously, as the murderous presence outside extinguished like candles snuffed out. Only a lingering sharpness of sword intent in the air bore witness to the events that had just transpired. This all unfolded in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that even the gray-cloaked servant behind Xiao Yan could merely narrow his pupils, having just assumed a defensive stance before the crisis dissipated. Xiao Yan's smile froze momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure, yet the flicker of astonishment and fury in his eyes did not escape Xiao Jin's notice. He abruptly glanced outside, finding the rooftop across empty, only the gentle breeze rustling through. Within the elegant pavilion, the sound of the guqin had ceased, enveloping the space in a profound silence. Xiao Jin understood, it was Yun Zhao. She had indeed been shadowing him in secrecy, and had now intervened. This sword strike, rather than a mere act of salvation, felt more like a warning or a reprimand for someone's transgressions. He lifted his wine cup, taking a delicate sip as if nothing had transpired, and smiled at the visibly perturbed Xiao Yan, saying, Your Highness, the weather in the capital is truly unpredictable. Just moments ago it was calm, and now the wind has picked up. However, this wine grows warmer with each sip. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and managed to muster a smile. Brother Imo is right. The wind has indeed risen. It is time for us to return. He had come to realize that the enigmatic Imo Chun was far from ordinary, and that a formidable sword master was clandestinely safeguarding him. Tonight's probing and courting would likely have to be postponed. He rose to bid farewell, maintaining a courteous demeanor, yet lacking the previous enthusiasm, replaced instead by an air of scrutiny and wariness. The gray-cloaked servant cast a deep glance at Xiao Jin before following Xiao Yan out. Left alone in the elegant pavilion, Xiao Jin poured himself a drink. His spiritual awareness sensed Xiao Yan and his entourage swiftly departing, while the cool, white figure on the opposite rooftop had long since vanished. Potential threat neutralized. Attacker, Yun Zhao, top 3 on the combat power ranking. Sword energy analysis, Kunlun sword technique, surging swan style, leaving room for maneuver. The system provided an accurate report. The phrase leaving room for maneuver made Xiao Jin smile. It indicated that Yun Zhao did not deliver a lethal blow but merely drove off or heavily injured those assassins. This aligned well with her style. She wished to avoid escalating matters entirely while clearly expressing her stance. This brief encounter had yielded a wealth of information. Xiao Yan's attempts at alliance, Xiao Hongyuan's murderous intent, and Yun Zhao's unexpected protective intervention all rendered the political atmosphere in the capital increasingly intricate and intriguing. Approaching the window, he gazed at the bustling crowd below and the majestic palace in the distance, his expression growing cold. The feast at Hongmen? This was merely an appetizer. The true tempest lay ahead. Yun Zhao's sword strike seemed a signal, heralding that in this storm, he would not be the sole combatant. Yet, he pondered, when they next meet, what new excuse would this contradictory Miss Yun conjure to justify her timely intervention? Chapter 49. Nocturnal Conversations at Qingzhou Courtyard. Qingzhou Courtyard, nestled in the western part of the city, indeed resembles a tranquil and elegant retreat for retired officials, as Mo Qi described. The shadows of bamboo sway gracefully, and the surroundings are secluded. Utilizing a key in the map etched in his memory, Xiao Jin deftly evaded several inconspicuous security devices and infiltrated the premises. The interior, adorned with antiquated furnishings, was impeccably clean, suggesting regular maintenance by unseen hands, exuding an air of mystery. After scanning the area with his spiritual awareness and confirming its safety, Xiao Jin settled at the main hall, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table, reflecting on the events that transpired at Zuexian Lu. Xiao Yan's intentions to recruit were evident, yet they felt more like a test and exploitation, aiming to direct this suddenly emerging blade towards Xiao Hongyuan. In contrast, Xiao Hongyuan's response was brutally direct. Had it not been for Yun Zhao's intervention, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As for Yun Zhao, Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened. Her strike was impeccably timed, powerful, and precise, effectively resolving the crisis without completely severing ties, simultaneously conveying a subtle warning to both Xiao Yin and Xiao Hongyuan. This woman, seemingly aloof and solitary, possessed a remarkable acumen for the intricacies of the capital's dynamics. What was she truly scheming? Was it merely a matter of happenstance? Analyzing Yun Zhao's motivations. Possibility 1. Fulfilling her destined duty of protection. Possibility 2. Preventing premature chaos and safeguarding Kunlun's interests. Possibility 3. The involvement of personal emotions. Insufficient data for accurate judgment. The system's cold analysis resonated, but the mention of personal emotions caused Xiao Jin to raise an eyebrow. Just then, a faint hoot of an owl echoed from outside, a prearranged signal. Rising silently, Xiao Jin made his way to the rear courtyard. Under the moonlight, Mo Qi's silhouette emerged from the shadows of the bamboo, his expression graver than during the day. Your Highness, Mo Qi murmured, I have just received urgent news. It appears that Xiao Hongyuan is exceedingly enraged regarding the events at Zuexian Lu and has increased surveillance around Qingzhou Courtyard. Furthermore, news from the palace indicates that His Majesty briefly regained consciousness this afternoon, seemingly wishing to summon several elder ministers, but was intercepted by the Empress, who cited the need for His Majesty to rest. Xiao Jin was not surprised, a mere buffoon, all in vain. For now, there was no pressing demand from the Emperor. Is there any other news? Mo Qi hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice further. There is another matter that is rather peculiar. The informants I placed at the Astronomical Bureau reported that the secretive stargazing telescope has recently detected faint, anomalous energy fluctuations originating from the southern frontier, reminiscent of the power associated with witchcraft. However, the fluctuations are fleeting and elusive. Witchcraft? The southern frontier? A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. The documents explicitly mentioned Xiao Hongyuan's collusion with the southern witchcraft sect, and Yunya was the hidden leader of this sect. This was no mere coincidence. Is it possible to ascertain a specific location? Xiao Jin inquired. Mo Qi shook his head. The telescope can only capture general directions and broad energy movements, not pinpoint exact locations. However, it is certain that this force is formidable and appears to be deliberately concealed. Xiao Jin pondered for a moment. The emergence of witchcraft near the capital signified what? Was Xiao Hongyuan secretly orchestrating more sinister machinations? Or had Yunya already arrived? Continue the surveillance. Report immediately upon any developments, especially regarding the news from the southern frontier and the Kunlun Mountains, Xiao Jin commanded. The old servant understood. Mo Qi bowed, and then added, Your Highness, there is another matter. This afternoon, the third prince's residents secretly invited a physician to their estate, said to be for treating internal injuries. However, I have investigated, and this physician is not a renowned doctor from the capital, but rather appears to be a wandering practitioner, skilled in healing various ailments caused by sinister palm techniques or sorcery. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Xiao Jin. Internal injuries? A wandering physician? Connecting this to the assassins injured by the sword energy of Yun Zhao outside the drunken immortal pavilion. Could it be that Xiao Yan's subordinates were also involved in that attack and sustained injuries from Yun Zhao's sword energy? Yun Zhao's sword energy is cold and malevolent, difficult to remedy with ordinary medicine, requiring specialized methods. This is indeed intriguing. While Xiao Yan may be courting my favor, could he also be sending people to partake in an assault against me? Is he betting on both sides, or are his subordinates not entirely under his control? Understood. Keep a close watch on Xiao Yan's side as well. Xiao Jin sensed that the situation in the capital was akin to a net tightening gradually, with various clues intertwining amidst heavy fog. Mo Qi received the command and silently withdrew into the night. Xiao Jin stood alone beneath the cool moonlight, the shadows of bamboo dancing upon him. He slowly raised his hand, the shadow of the dark golden mountain and river seal materializing in his palm, exuding a steady and profound aura. His battle with Tuoba He and recent insights into the power of the earth veins had deepened his understanding of this ancient seal. With a subtle shift in thought, the power of the mountain and river seal quietly spread, not for offense or defense, but like quicksilver flowing across the ground, delicately sensing the earth beneath him and the movement of the earth's energy. The capital is the land of the dragon's rise, with the dragon veins intertwined underneath, abundant and complex in energy. Soon, he discerned several formidable presences distributed throughout the city like beacons. These should be the masters residing in the capital. Simultaneously, he also sensed the faint, probing energies akin to flies surrounding the Qingzhou courtyard, which belonged to Xiao Hongyuan's spies. However, when he extended his perception toward the southern frontier, as mentioned by Mo Qi, he encountered a highly elusive force, cold and viscous like a venomous snake, residing somewhere in the southwestern direction of the capital, discordant with the surrounding Earth's energy, permeated with decay and an eerie aura. The power of witchcraft. Although obscured by some force, the mountain and river seal's sensitivity to the Earth's essence still captured that discordant thread. I have found you. A cold smile curved at the corner of Xiao Jin's mouth. Though unable to pinpoint the exact location, the general direction was clear. This was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Just as he prepared to retract his perception, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Instinctively, he raised his gaze toward the southeast, the location of the imperial palace, where the original owner of this body was once deprived of their cultivation, and where his father had perished. A profound sorrow and hatred, deep as the sea, surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart, remnants of the original owner's lingering obsession. Do not worry, Xiao Jin silently vowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Your debts and my grievances shall be repaid in full, with interest. As if in response to his oath, the mountain and river seal in his palm radiated a slight warmth, resonating faintly with the dragon veins beneath his feet. As the night deepened, the Qingzhou courtyard returned to its tranquil stillness. Yet Xiao Jin was acutely aware that beneath this veil of tranquility lay the imminent eruption of tumultuous waves. The banquet hosted by Xiao Honyuan, the movements of Yun Zhao, the emergence of sorcery, and the schemes of Xiao Yan all pointed towards the eye of an impending storm. He would be at the heart of this tempest. Chapter 50. The rising turmoil the following day, before dawn. A series of urgent yet restrained knocks shattered the tranquility of Qingzhou courtyard. Mo Qi stood outside, cradling a roll of bright yellow satin, his expression solemn. Your Highness, an edict has arrived from the palace, personally delivered by the Grand Eunuch, close to Her Majesty, who awaits in the front hall. Xiao Jin had already risen, and at this announcement, his gaze flickered. The Empress? The younger sister of Xiao Honyuan? The timing of this decree surely related to the events of the previous day. He adjusted his robe, restoring the guise of an ordinary merchant, and followed Mo Qi to the front hall. Inside, a middle-aged eunuch, pale and beardless with a haughty demeanor, leisurely sipped tea. Upon seeing Xiao Jin emerge, he merely lifted his eyelids and, in a shrill voice, declared, You are Mo Chun? By the decree of Her Majesty. You are summoned to the palace for an audience. There were no pleasantries, no explanations. His tone was one of condescending authority. Xiao Jin suppressed a cold laugh within, feigning trepidation as he bowed. Commoner Mo Chun, accepting the decree. However, I am but a humble subject and do not understand the reason for Her Majesty's summons. I fear I may offend her royal presence. The eunuch, irritated, interrupted, The Empress's decree is not for a commoner like you to question. Hurry and prepare. We must not keep Her Majesty waiting. His tone left no room for dissent. Xiao Jin pretended to hesitate, but ultimately, under Mo Qi's worried gaze and the eunuch's insistence, he reluctantly acquiesced. He understood well that this so-called audience was merely a means for Xiao Honyuan and the Empress to ascertain his identity, or perhaps the onset of another banquet of schemes. Yet, he was troubled by the lack of suitable opportunities to enter the palace. This was, in fact, a fortuitous excuse presented to him. He climbed aboard an unremarkable green canopy carriage, which did not head towards the usual halls for receiving foreign officials, but rather twisted and turned through a series of palace gates, directly entering the inner court. Eventually, it halted before a side hall named Fengyi Hall. The atmosphere here was solemn, with guards composed of steady-breathing eunuchs, their gazes sharp. Wait here, the eunuch ordered before entering to report. Moments later, a languid yet commanding female voice echoed from within, Admit him. Xiao Jin lowered his gaze as he stepped into the hall. The air was thick with incense, and the decor was opulent. Seated in the main position was a woman clad in a phoenix robe, her beauty striking yet marred by a hint of harshness in her brow. Indeed, she was the reigning empress, sister of Xiao Hongyuan. A few palace maids and eunuchs stood nearby, poised in attendance. Commoner Imo Chun, I salute your majesty. May you live 1,000 years. Xiao Jin observed the customary formalities, kneeling and suppressing his presence as though he were a true mortal. The empress did not immediately bid him rise. Instead, she scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, as if evaluating a piece of merchandise. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Her voice tinged with feigned warmth. Lift your head, that I may behold you. Xiao Jin complied, raising his head but keeping his gaze lowered, unwilling to meet her eyes. The empress regarded him for a while, a flicker of doubt and disappointment crossing her countenance. Before me stands an individual of unremarkable appearance, with a feeble presence and an anxious demeanor, utterly contrasting with the renowned figure of Xiao Jin, who is said to have repelled the national master with but a wave of his hand. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Or perhaps the intelligence from the northern territories is erroneous. I have heard that you were in the Zue Xian Lu yesterday, engaging in lively conversation with the third prince. The empress shifted her tone, beginning her line of inquiry. Your Majesty, I am but a humble commoner. Xiao Jin replied, maintaining an impeccable composure. The third prince is benevolent and does not disdain my lowly status. He graciously offered me a cup of wine, for which I am profoundly grateful. How could I presume to engage in such delightful discourse? Oh, then why was there a surge of sword energy outside the Zue Xian Lu yesterday? As I recall, you and the third prince were the only ones present. The empress's tone grew increasingly cold, imbued with an air of oppression. Xiao Jin feigned ignorance. Sword energy? What sword energy? I merely drank with the third prince and noticed the wind was strong outside. I observed no anomalies. Perhaps a master passed by? He extricated himself from any implication. The empress frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Xiao Jin's response, yet unable to grasp any incriminating evidence. After a moment of contemplation, she donned a facade of kindness. Very well, perhaps I have misjudged. As you are a merchant from Jiangnan, I trust you possess considerable knowledge. I seek some rare overseas treasures to soothe the emperor's spirit and replenish his energy. Do you have any leads? This was evidently another test, aimed at uncovering his background. As Xiao Jin's thoughts raced, preparing a fabricated response, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Stop. His Majesty is resting. No one is permitted to intrude. Came the sharp rebuke from the gatekeeper. Step aside. I demand to see my father. How dare you, you wretched servants. An urgent and indignant female voice pierced through, accompanied by the sound of shoving. Xiao Jin's heart stirred. Could this voice belong to the spirited seventh princess, Xiao Yu, who had maintained a decent relationship with the original owner since childhood? The empress's expression darkened instantly, her voice rising in anger. What is all this commotion outside? One of the attendants stumbled in, breathless. Your Majesty, it is the seventh princess. She insists on entering to see His Majesty, and the servants cannot restrain her. Before he could finish, a flash of red rushed in. It was none other than the seventh princess, Xiao Yu, appearing around 16 or 17 years of age. Clad in riding attire, her spirited visage now marred by urgency and anger, her eyes red-rimmed as though she had recently wept. Empress, upon entering, Xiao Yu hastily performed a curtsy before her gaze fell upon the kneeling Xiao Jin. She paused momentarily, then, as if seizing a lifeline, exclaimed, Are you the merchant who has returned from the northern territories? Please tell me, is my royal brother, Xiao Jin, truly in the north? Is he well? Is someone plotting against him? Her barrage of questions tumbled forth like beans from a bamboo tube, brimming with unmasked concern and anxiety. The empress's face turned a shade of iron, and she reprimanded, Xiao Yu, impudent. Do you not see that I am in the midst of questioning? Withdraw at once. Yet Xiao Yu defiantly held her head high. I am inquiring about matters concerning the north, which pertain to my brother's safety. Why should I not ask? Your Majesty, why do you prevent me from seeing father? Her voice trembled, clearly having caught wind of troubling rumors. The atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. The empress's expression darkened. Xiao Yu was emotionally charged, and the kneeling Xiao Jin found himself at the center of this unexpected conflict. Xiao Jin lowered his head, yet within his heart, a tempest of emotions stirred. The unexpected arrival of the seventh princess, Xiao Yu, along with her evident concern for the original owner of this body, presented a variable he had not anticipated. This princess might indeed serve as a potential ally within the palace. At the very least, her presence disrupted the autocratic reign of the empress. He quietly channeled a fragment of his spiritual awareness to sense the depths of Fengyi Hall. Behind layers of curtains, He faintly perceived an exceedingly weak, flickering life force, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. It must belong to the ailing emperor. The frailty of that presence was verging on the brink of extinguishment. "Your Highness, the seventh princess," Xiao Jin interjected at an opportune moment. His voice tinged with apprehension and a touch of poignant sorrow. "The commoner has indeed just returned from the northern border. His Highness, the young master, displayed unparalleled bravery, driving back the northern Yin marauders and safeguarding our great Yin's borders. However, the harshness of the frontier has taken a toll on him." His words were deliberately ambiguous, affirming Xiao Jin's existence and achievements while subtly hinting at the hardships faced, effectively eliciting Xiao Yu's sympathy and concern. As anticipated, upon hearing this, tears streamed down Xiao Yu's face as she implored the Empress, "Your Majesty, did you hear? My elder brother is suffering in the north. I must see father and request that he summon my brother back to the capital." The Empress trembled with fury, pointing at Xiao Yu. "You, cease this nonsense. His Majesty requires tranquility. Guards, take the seventh princess back to her chambers." Several eunuchs advanced, attempting to seize Xiao Yu. "Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me," Xiao Yu exclaimed fiercely, brandishing an exquisite riding whip from her waist, her eyes blazing with defiance. Exuding the spirit of a battlefield commander, the atmosphere became momentarily tense. A standoff ensued. Xiao Jin knelt upon the ground, appearing humble, yet inwardly he scoffed. This royal palace indeed staged a splendid drama. The Empress's machinations, the seventh princess's bold intrusion, and the gravely ill emperor. This murky water ran deeper than he had imagined. This unexpected turmoil had drawn him into the very vortex of power. Henceforth, he would observe how this game would unfold. Chapter 51. The intrigue of Fengyi. The air within Fengyi Hall seemed to solidify. The seventh princess, Xiao Yu, wielded her whip, glaring at the approaching eunuchs like an irked young leopard, youthful, yet emanating an aura that demanded respect. The Empress sat regally upon her throne, her countenance ashen, her chest rising and falling slightly, evidently incensed by Xiao Yu's reckless defiance. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Jin became a subtle fulcrum in this conflict between the royal mother and daughter, albeit not by blood. He kept his head bowed, yet his spiritual awareness functioned like an intricate spider's web, quietly discerning the shifts in everyone's breath within the hall. Particularly the increasingly faint flicker of life from behind the curtains. The emperor, who seemed disturbed by the commotion outside, his presence exhibiting the slightest tremor. "Xiao Yu, do you not respect the palace rules, or acknowledge me as your mother?" The Empress finally suppressed her fury, her voice icy and piercing, reverberating throughout Fengyi Hall. "I see you have been spoiled beyond measure. Guards, detain the seventh princess and confine her to her chambers for 3 months. Without my imperial decree, she shall not set foot outside the palace." The eunuch who stepped forward this time clearly possessed higher cultivation, his demeanor steady, eyes glinting with restrained brilliance. Evidently a trusted expert nurtured by the Empress, leaving no room for Xiao Yu to resist. Xiao Yu bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes reddening as her grip on the riding whip turned pale from exertion. She realized that today she would likely not see her father, and instead, she had put herself in peril. Stubbornly, she glared at the Empress, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. In this tense moment, a voice as cold as a flowing spring suddenly resonated in Xiao Jin's mind, not carried through the air, but directly affecting his consciousness. In the southeast corner, the third maid conceals a heart-eating goo, and you are her target. The old eunuch beside the Empress possesses the bone transformation palm and has gathered energy in his right hand. It was Yun Zhao. She was so close. Moreover, she was using such a secretive method to warn him. This technique required not only an extraordinary level of cultivation, but also a subtle connection between their consciousnesses, perhaps related to that jade pendant. Xiao Jin was shaken to his core, yet his expression remained impassive. He immediately followed her instructions, extending his consciousness like an invisible tendril, quietly sweeping towards the demure maid in the southeast corner. Indeed, hidden within her voluminous sleeve was a beetle the size of a fingernail, exuding an almost imperceptible venomous aura. Originating from the same source as the witchcraft mentioned by Mo Qi, the heart-eating goo would not cause instant death, but it would gradually ensnare the victim's mind, rendering them dull-witted and ultimately a puppet of the caster. Such a vile scheme. Simultaneously, he sensed that the seemingly frail old eunuch beside the Empress, who had remained silent with bowed head, was gathering a chilling and malevolent energy in the palm of his right hand, poised to strike, with the target unmistakably being himself. The bone transformation palm would leave the victim's muscles and bones soft and pliable, appearing unharmed, yet internally reduced to mush. The Empress had prepared for both contingencies. If she could not test him, she would either use the goo to control him or directly incapacitate him. She had no intention of allowing him to leave the Fengyi Hall alive. What a poisonous woman. What a schemer, Xiao Hunyuan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin's mind raced. Should he confront them directly? In this deep palace, under the Empress's domain, surrounded by experts, that was far from the wisest strategy. Revealing his strength? An even worse course of action. He must utilize their own power against them. Just as the two skilled eunuchs were about to reach Xiao Yu, Xiao Jin suddenly cried out in terror, as if overwhelmed by the looming conflict, tumbling backward in a panicked retreat, landing precisely toward the maid hiding the heart-eating goo. "Ah, Your Highness, please calm down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I saw nothing," he shouted incoherently, flailing his arms in apparent chaos, yet deliberately brushing past the maid's sleeve. This subtle gesture contained an exquisitely refined pulse of energy. The force was not strong, but sufficient to startle the heart-eating goo hidden within the maid's sleeve. Buzz! A barely audible sound of wings fluttering arose. Startled, the pitch-black bug suddenly flew out of the maid's sleeve, darting like a dark spark straight towards the unsuspecting Empress. The turn of events was too swift. The maid was paralyzed with fear, her face turning pale. The Empress, caught off guard, watched as the dark spark approached. "Be careful, Your Majesty." The old eunuch reacted with lightning speed, instinctively unleashing his bone transformation palm, a chilling gust sweeping toward the bug. The heart-eating goo, though toxic, is inherently fragile. How could it withstand the might of a masteress palm? In an instant, it was reduced to mere powder by the force of the blow. However, the chilling aftermath of the bone transformation palm inevitably swept towards the queen's throne. Although the queen possessed her own cultivation, the sudden incident, coupled with the shock of the goo, left her with little time to react. She could only hastily sidestep, and the jewels from her crown were struck by the gust, producing a clattering sound. While she was uninjured, her regal demeanor was completely shattered, leaving her in utter disarray. "Dog servant, what are you doing?" the queen exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in her voice as she berated the old eunuch. The eunuch hurriedly knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "This old servant deserves death. I acted to protect you, Your Majesty." "Goo," the queen finally realized, abruptly turning her head, her gaze locking onto the palace maid who lay on the ground. Pale and trembling, a wretched creature. "How dare you conspire against me?" The maid shook uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin had already cowered behind a pillar, trembling as if the entire ordeal had nothing to do with him. The seventh princess, Xiao Yu, was also stunned by the sudden turn of events, forgetting to struggle. The hall was engulfed in chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Xiao Jin's mind echoed once more with Yun Zhao's cold voice, laced with a barely perceptible mockery, quick to respond. "The goo has been dealt with, the palm's power has dissipated, the rest is for you to handle." The voice then vanished as if it had never been there. Xiao Jin silently exhaled, gaining a deeper appreciation for Yun Zhao's elusive presence and precise control. It seemed she did not wish to intervene directly. Rather, she appeared to be observing the spectacle, perhaps ensuring that this drama would not conclude prematurely. The queen's attention was wholly absorbed by the maid and the blundering eunuch. To conspire against the queen is a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire family. She promptly ordered the maid to be dragged away for thorough interrogation and dismissed the eunuch. Still shaken, she had lost the inclination to continue questioning Xiao Jin. "Out. All of you out." The queen waved her sleeve in irritation. Xiao Jin felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly escaping the Phoenix Ritual Hall. The seventh princess, Xiao Yu, was also escorted out by the palace attendants. She glanced back at Xiao Jin with concern, seemingly wanting to say something, but was forcibly taken away. Standing outside the Phoenix Ritual Hall, gazing at the high walls and deep courtyards, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. Though today was fraught with peril, it was not without gain. At the very least, he had confirmed the Queen's, perhaps more accurately, Xiao Hunyuan's, malicious intent towards him and had gained a preliminary understanding of the palace's treachery and the insidious infiltration of witchcraft. More importantly, Yun Zhao's intervention, or rather, her words, indicated that she was still watching from the shadows, which could be construed as good news. He adjusted his robe, resuming the guise of a frightened merchant, and, under the watchful eyes of the guiding eunuch, proceeded towards the palace gates. However, as he passed a corner of the palace garden, his steps momentarily faltered, his gaze seemingly drifting towards a towering eve not far away. There, it was deserted, save for a faint, ethereal sword energy lingering in the air, delicate as snow. Barely perceptible, a subtle smile crept onto Xiao Jin's lips before he quickly returned to his usual demeanor, bowing his head and hastening his departure. The game within the palace had grown increasingly intriguing. The swordsman, who always seemed to pass by at critical moments, appeared resolute in placing her piece on this chessboard. Chapter 52. A night visit to Qingzhou. Upon returning to Qingzhou Garden, dusk had already descended. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the tranquil bamboo grove, yet they could not dispel the chill that lingered in Xiao Jin's brow. Although he had cleverly unraveled the machinations within Fengyi Hall, the sorcery had evidently infiltrated the queen's vicinity, indicating that Xiao Hongyuan's influence extended far deeper and more insidiously than anticipated. Moreover, Yun Zhao's elusive warnings sowed seeds of doubt in his mind. What role did she truly play within the palace? Mo Qi had long awaited his return in the garden, visibly relieved upon Xiao Jin's safe arrival. He then quietly reported, "Your Highness, since your entry into the palace, the number of watchers outside the garden has increased by 2 additional parties. In addition to Xiao Hongyuan's people, it appears there are also spies from the third prince's residence." Xiao Jin was not taken aback. The turmoil at Fengyi Hall would undoubtedly have spread. He had become the focal point of various interests. Let them be. Is the garden still peaceful? All is as usual, Mo Qi replied, hesitating for a moment before adding. However, just half an hour ago, I sensed a faint trace of sword energy flickering outside the garden. Almost imperceptible, I cannot be certain. Sword energy? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Xiao Jin. Was it Yun Zhao? Had she followed him here? Was she seeking to ascertain his safety, or did she harbor other intentions? He dismissed Mo Qi and entered his study alone. As he ignited the candle, a barely audible sound drifted in from outside, akin to a fallen leaf touching the ground. Without turning, Xiao Jin addressed the empty window. "Miss Yun, since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea? This time, perhaps it will be warm." After a moment of silence outside, a figure clad in white, as pure as moonlight, silently appeared within the study. It was the same unblemished attire, the same breathtakingly cold visage. Yun Zhao's gaze swept over Xiao Jin, finally settling on his unremarkable face. "Your art of disguise has certainly become more refined," she remarked flatly, devoid of praise or criticism. "Not as incomparable as Miss Yun's swordsmanship," Xiao Jin replied, turning to pour steaming water from the kettle into 2 cups of tea, sliding one across the table. "Thank you for your assistance at Fengyi Hall." Yun Zhao did not touch the offered tea, merely observing Xiao Jin. "What are you thanking me for? For meddling in your affairs?" "Thank you for your timely reminder," Xiao Jin replied, taking a sip of the hot tea. "Were it not for you, I might have struggled considerably to extricate myself today." His words were a blend of truth and artifice, conveying gratitude while subtly implying his own capabilities. Yun Zhao scoffed lightly. "You are rather confident. The heart-eating goo and the bone-melting palm. How much effort the queen is willing to expend to deal with you, a mere merchant." "She is not merely targeting a merchant." Xiao Jin raised his gaze, his eyes sharp. "She is preparing for the possible return of Xiao Jin." The atmosphere in the study thickened. Both were acutely aware that the fragile paper of the window had become perilously thin following the events in the northern region and the palace. "What are your intentions moving forward?" Yun Zhao suddenly inquired, her tone stripped of its usual sarcasm, replaced by a scrutinizing quality. "Will you continue to play the fool? Or are you ready to overturn the table?" Xiao Jin toyed with the coarse ceramic teacup in his hand. "The table must indeed be overturned, but not just yet. Xiao Hongyuan has prepared the stage. If I do not ascend to perform, would I not be betraying his goodwill? You dare to attend the banquet of Hongmin?" Yun Zhao raised an eyebrow. "What is there to fear?" A trace of madness curved the corner of Xiao Jin's lips, as he remarked. "While Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, the intent is aimed at the esteemed Lord Pei. But what if this Lord Pei is, in fact, the overlord himself?" Yun Zhao observed the arrogance and confidence that flickered in Xiao Jin's profound gaze, falling silent for a moment. The Xiao Jin before her was starkly different from the extraordinary young lord of 3 years ago, who had exuded youthful impulsiveness. He bore no resemblance to the rumored fool lost in madness. He was like an unfathomable abyss, calm on the surface, yet concealing a vortex capable of consuming all. Xiao Hongyuan is no Xiangyu. Yun Zhao doused the notion with a splash of cold reality. He is more treacherous and devoid of principles. Moreover, he likely has more than just Bei Yin backing him. There is also Kunlun, is there not? Xiao Jin interjected suddenly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao's delicate form stiffened imperceptibly, her eyes instantly glazing over with frost. "What do you know?" "I do not know much." Xiao Jin placed his teacup down, his voice steady yet laden with pressure. "Only that 20 years ago, someone exchanged a suit of battle armor for 100,000 iron cavalry of Bei Yin. I know that the master of Yunyan seems particularly interested in my resurrection. I also know that near the capital, forces of witchcraft that ought not to exist have surfaced." With each revelation, Yun Zhao's complexion paled further. As if the air around them was solidifying, the unsheathed sword intent yet unexpressed, yet fiercely imposing. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Yun Zhao's voice was as frigid as ice capable of shattering stone. I wish to convey. Xiao Jin rose and approached the window, gazing into the oppressive night, that our enemies may share overlapping interests. Miss Yun has repeatedly offered assistance along the way. It cannot solely be for the sake of my pleasing appearance, can it? Yun Zhao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her knuckles turning white. She regarded Xiao Jin's silhouette, her heart tumultuous. The transformation of her father, Yun Yin, the undercurrents within Kunlun, and the events from 2 decades ago that she has yet to fully comprehend, all of it formed an invisible net that ensnared her. Xiao Jin's return was akin to a boulder cast into stagnant waters, shattering the equilibrium. Xiao Jin, she inhaled deeply, her voice tinged with a complex emotion. Wading too deep in murky waters may lead one to drown. I have long dwelt in the abyss. Xiao Jin turned back, his gaze calm yet resolute. What fear do I have of murky waters? Miss Yun, if you wish merely to observe, it is not too late to depart now. But should you desire to take action, perhaps we can discuss terms. He was not beseeching cooperation, but rather proposing a potentiality, one based on shared interests and common foes. A fragile alliance. Yun Zhao stared intently at him, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul. The study was filled only with the soft crackling of candlelight and the unspoken tension between the two. After a lengthy silence, she unexpectedly released her grip on the sword, her fierce intent gradually receding. She moved to the table, lifted the now-cold teacup, and drained it in one swift motion, her demeanor exuding an indescribable resolve. Discuss terms? She placed the empty cup down with a crisp sound, a near-pitiful smile gracing her lips. Xiao Jin, you would do well to remember your words today. Should you dare to betray your words today in the future, she did not continue, yet the resolute gleam in her eyes possessed a power greater than any threat. Having spoken, she lingered no longer. Like a fleeting specter, she vanished into the night beyond the window, leaving behind a faint, chilling fragrance and the echo of her unfinished warning. Xiao Jin stood rooted in place, gazing intently in the direction of Yun Zhao's disappearance, his eyes deep with contemplation. He understood that this could not be deemed an alliance, but rather a tacit understanding built upon a foundation of trust as precarious as shifting sands. At the very least, she was no longer merely an observer. At that moment, Mo Chi's voice broke through from outside the door, tinged with urgency. Your Highness, news has just arrived. The Ministry of Rites has officially issued a proclamation. In 3 days, a banquet will be held in the palace to welcome home the valiant soldiers of the northern frontier and you, the esteemed heir, to wash away the dust of your journey. Invitations have been dispatched to all the households. A glint of sharp intelligence flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes. The stage had finally been set. The fragile and perilous partnership between him and Yun Zhao would soon face its first trial at this forthcoming banquet. Chapter 53. On the chessboard, the news of the palace banquet struck the calm of the capital like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the various factions. Ostensibly, it was a celebration for the great victory in the north and the return of the heir, yet, beneath the surface, it heralded the commencement of a battleground for the clash of power. In the depths of Qingzhou courtyard, the night was profound. Xiao Jin did not hasten to practice, but instead stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. The celestial energies above the capital seemed more chaotic than usual, particularly in the southwestern direction, where a chill and viscous power of witchcraft, though still obscured, appeared to have become more animated. Was this merely an illusion, or a portent of the storm to come? Detection of anomalous celestial energy disturbances, resonating with the witchcraft power. Analysis. There is likely a large-scale witchcraft formation or ritual being prepared or in operation. The system delivered its cold analysis. Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened at the mention of the witchcraft formation. Recalling the documents that referred to the southern wilderness's witchcraft array and the identity of the shadowy leader behind the Yun Cliff witchcraft sect, he recognized this was far from good news. What did Xiao Hongyuan and Yun Cliff intend to accomplish at this palace banquet? Was it merely directed at him, or did it involve a more grand conspiracy? Upon returning to his study, he found Mo Chi already waiting, bearing additional crucial yet seemingly trivial information: the seating arrangements for the banquet, the list of invitees, and the movements of the palace guards, among other details. Xiao Jin scrutinized the documents as if reviewing a battle report. Notably, the core figures of Xiao Hongyuan's faction were prominently featured, along with the third prince Xiao Yin and some of his supporters, and even a few seemingly neutral literati and elder members of the royal family. Most striking, however, was the addition of a name at the end of the guest list: the Kunlun Envoy. The Kunlun Envoy? Xiao Jin's fingertip rested on this name, pondering who it could be. Mo Chi shook his head. The Ministry of Rites official document only states Kunlun Envoy without specifying a name. However, this old servant suspects it is likely Miss Yun Zhao from the Yun family. Xiao Jin was not taken aback. Given that Yun Zhao had made an appearance yesterday, and today the Kunlun envoy was included in the list, it was evident that someone, most likely Xiao Hongyuan or the Empress, had orchestrated this to draw Kunlun into the murky waters, or perhaps to test the relationship between Yun Zhao and Xiao Jin. What changes had occurred among the palace guards? The outwardly visible guards remained under the command of the Imperial Forest Army, unchanged from the usual arrangements. In the shadows, the old servant discovered that numerous key junctures within the palace had been infiltrated by an unsettling number of cold-breathed eunuchs. Their cultivation methods bore little resemblance to the orthodox practices and were reminiscent of the old steward from the Phoenix Ceremony Hall. Mo Qi spoke with gravity. Xiao Jin sneered. It seemed that Xiao Hongyuan intended to transform the imperial palace into his own den of darkness. While open attacks are easily evaded, treacherous strikes from the shadows are far more challenging to defend against, particularly those venomous serpents lurking in the gloom. How many of our people can infiltrate? The covert agents arranged by His Majesty in earlier years still occupy crucial positions, yet their actions are constrained, rendering significant achievements improbable. However, today, Her Highness, the 7th Princess, discreetly sent a hand-drawn map of the banquet route, marking several locations she deemed suspicious with hidden chambers and secret passages. Mo Qi presented a delicate sketch. Xiao Jin took the sketch, observing the somewhat naive yet earnest handwriting, feeling a warmth in his heart. This 7th princess possesses a genuinely kind spirit. This map might prove invaluable. Inform the 7th princess that her intentions are acknowledged, but she must remain in her quarters and refrain from emerging, regardless of any disturbances she may hear, Xiao Jin instructed. He did not wish to embroil this innocent princess in the impending storm of bloodshed. Mo Qi complied and withdrew. Xiao Jin sat alone beneath the lamp, sifting through the myriad of information in his mind. Are the enemy in the open while we are concealed? No, currently. Both the enemy and we are shrouded in darkness. Xiao Hongyuan believes himself to be in control, unaware that this mad scion has already sharpened his claws and fangs. Yun Zhao's involvement introduces an immense variable. He closed his eyes, delving deep within himself. His initial mastery of the foundational stage was now firmly established. The mountain river seal had coalesced into a tangible form, and his connection to the earth's veins grew increasingly vivid. He attempted to attach a thread of spiritual consciousness to the energy of the earth's veins, like extending roots, quietly sensing the circumstances beneath the palace. Indeed, in the southwestern corner of the palace, precisely where he had previously sensed the presence of witchcraft, the energy of the earth's veins had been tainted and distorted by a sinister force, forming an obscure array node. Although he could not perceive its entirety, the nauseating aura emanating from it shared a source with the heart-eating goo, yet its power was amplified 100-fold. As he opened his eyes, a glint of icy resolve flashed within them. This array is likely the true lethal weapon of Xiao Hongyuan and Yunya. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the regent's palace, Xiao Hongyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a water mirror suspended before him, revealing the scene of the southwestern corner of the palace shrouded in black mist. Several black-robed sorcerers, their faces gaunt, encircled a massive blood-red altar, murmuring incantations. At the altar's center lay a fragmented, ancient armor exuding a potent aura of resentment, the war gear of his father, the Prince of De'in. How are preparations on the Grandmaster's side progressing? Xiao Hongyuan's voice was low, tinged with suppressed excitement. From the shadows, a voice replied, to the Grandmaster. Though Tooba he is injured, he has promised to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Additionally, the leader of Yunya has informed us that the array is 70% complete. On the day of the banquet, we can fully activate the heart-devouring array, rendering all within its confines mere puppets at our disposal. Excellent. Splendid. A greedy and sinister smile spread across Xiao Hongyuan's face. I shall see how you, this reborn scion, withstand the might of this ancient witchcraft array. Amidst the scheming of the cunning old fox, Yunya, I shall bide my time until I seize control of the situation, and then I will deal with you accordingly. In the study of the 3rd prince's residence, Xiao Yin was fervently painting, his brush crafting a grand and magnificent landscape of the boundless rivers and mountains. An elderly servant clad in gray appeared silently behind him. Your Highness, the palace banquet preparations are complete. Our people have mingled among the musicians and attendants. However, the sudden inclusion of the Kunlun envoy in the list may introduce unforeseen variables. Xiao Yin continued to paint without pausing, his voice calm. Variables? They need not be detrimental. The muddier the water, the easier it is to catch fish. If Yun Zhao arrives, her targets will undoubtedly be Xiao Jin and Yunya. We need only to observe the unfolding events and add fuel to the fire at the opportune moment. The landscape beneath his brush was already marred by ink. as if foreshadowing ominous tidings. In a concealed and within the capital, Yun Zhao stood by the window, clutching an embossed invitation that bore the glaring words Kunlun Envoy. Behind her, a Kunlun disciple whispered, "Senior sister, this is clearly a trap. Why must we proceed?" No need for further words, Yun Zhao interrupted, her gaze cold as she fixed her eyes upon the direction of the palace. Some games, even when known to be traps, must still be played. Prepare accordingly and act as planned. The disciple bowed and withdrew. Yun Zhao gently caressed the jade pendant hidden within her sleeve, a flicker of resolve glimmering in her eyes. "Father, this time I shall not allow you to err again. Xiaojin, I hope you will not disappoint me." As the night waned and dawn approached, the eve of the palace banquet enveloped the capital in a shroud of ominous clouds, the undercurrents transforming into a surging tide, waiting for a single opportunity to break the surface and engulf all. Every participant in this grand feast had already made their moves. On the chessboard of intrigue, peril lurked in every corner. Chapter 54. The palace banquet's unexpected turn. The 3-day deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. As night descended, the grand palace of Dayan was ablaze with lights, bright as day. Lanterns of the highest order adorned the eaves and corners of the halls, and the melodious sounds of ceremonial music echoed through the majestic palace. In the square paved with white marble, carriages and horses flowed incessantly, as nobles, high-ranking officials, and representatives from various factions, attired in ceremonial robes, entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony under the guidance of palace attendants. Inside the hall, resplendent with gold and jade, dragon columns soared high, and the imperial throne loomed grandly. At this moment, the throne remained unoccupied, as the emperor was gravely ill and unable to attend. Thus, the regent, Xiao Hanyuan, and the empress presided over the proceedings together. Seats were arranged according to rank, goblets clinked, laughter rang out, and a scene of joyous revelry unfolded. Yet beneath this facade of splendor, countless eyes, some overt, others hidden, scanned the room quietly, probing and waiting for something to unfold. Xiaojin, still clad in his unremarkable gray merchant's attire, sat near the entrance, at a relatively marginal position, head bowed as he quietly sampled the dishes before him, starkly contrasting with the surrounding officials engaged in animated discussions and toasting one another. He could acutely sense that from the moment he stepped into the grand hall, at least a dozen scrutinizing gazes filled with suspicion and even malice were directed at him. Among the most chilling were those from Xiao Hanyuan seated at the lower end of the throne, along with the few cold-breathed attendants standing behind him. Detected high-intensity malicious targeting. Source identified as Xiao Hanyuan and his surrounding guards. Detected subtle energy fluctuations, pervading the entire Hall of Supreme Harmony, originating from the power of witchcraft. With the formation in a semi-activated state, a high-energy individual has been detected approaching. Yun Zhao, the envoy of Kunlun, has arrived outside the hall. The system's alert served as a most faithful sentinel, conveying the surrounding environment to Xiaojin with clarity. He could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, Xiao Hanyuan was eager. This witchcraft formation, enveloping the entire hall, was likely his greatest reliance. At that moment, the chief eunuch outside the hall announced loudly, "The envoy of Kunlun has arrived." Instantly, a hush fell over the hall, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. In walked Yun Zhao, clad in white, as ethereal as fresh snow, moving with a graceful yet deliberate pace. She wore little adornment, save for the cold jade sword hanging at her waist. Her exquisite visage bore no expression, and her gaze, indifferent, swept across the assembly. For a fleeting moment, when her eyes met Xiaojin's, there was an imperceptible pause, barely a fraction of a second, before she averted her gaze, as if merely passing over an inconsequential stranger. She was led to a position of relative esteem near the imperial throne, a considerable distance from Xiaojin. Throughout the gathering, she remained silent, seated like the everlasting ice and snow atop Kunlun Mountain, starkly contrasting the surrounding clamor. Xiao Hanyuan donned a facade of insincerity, raising his goblet and proclaiming, "Today's banquet serves two purposes. Firstly, to celebrate our great victory in the Northern Territories, thereby asserting our nation's prestige. Secondly, to extend a warm welcome to the esteemed envoy, Miss Yun Zhao. Furthermore, I have delightful news." His gaze seemingly wandered to Xiaojin's direction. "It has come to my attention that my long-lost nephew, the heir Xiaojin, appears to have returned safely. A tremendous fortune for our Xiao royal family. Should the heir be present today, I would personally toast him." Upon this declaration, the hall erupted into a flurry of whispers. Many turned their gazes to Xiaojin once more, their expressions filled with curiosity, skepticism, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Xiao Hanyuan was clearly intent on subjecting Xiaojin to public scrutiny. Xiaojin smirked inwardly, yet his face revealed a mask of fear and confusion. as if overwhelmed by the sudden attention, unsure of how to respond. Yun Zhao, seated at the upper end of the hall, lifted her goblet, her fingertips pressing slightly. Her gaze growing colder still. Xiao Yin observed with a smile, as if watching an engrossing play that held no relevance to him, though his fingers discreetly caressed a smooth jade pendant concealed within his sleeve. Your Highness, an official allied with Xiao Hongyuan rose at an opportune moment, playing along with the charade. If the heir has indeed returned, it is a great joy for the nation. Why not invite him to present himself, allowing us to behold his grace, fulfilling the longing of the prince for his nephew? Indeed, indeed. Many echoed in agreement. Xiao Hongyuan feigned difficulty, stating, I have merely heard rumors and have yet to confirm. If we were to hastily acknowledge him, it may lead to misunderstandings. His words, though seemingly cautious, were laced with malice, directly casting the shadow of false identity upon Xiao Jin. The atmosphere in the hall grew delicate and tense. All eyes were fixed on the seemingly ordinary merchant seated in the corner, awaiting his response. Should he continue to feign ignorance, or reveal his true identity? Xiao Jin's mind raced with thoughts. At this moment, exposing his identity would play directly into Xiao Hongyuan's hands, granting him the pretext of verification or reunion to exert control or inflict harm. Yet, if he chose to endure, the stigma of false identity would solidify, rendering him increasingly vulnerable. Just as he weighed his options, the cool voice of Yun Zhao echoed within him, tinged with urgency. The core of the formation lies behind the screen at the imperial throne. The energy is escalating rapidly. Be cautious. Almost simultaneously with Yun Zhao's transmission, Xiao Jin, through the mountain river seal, sensed an exceedingly sinister and colossal force surging forth from behind the grand nine-dragon screen, as if a slumbering beast had finally awakened. The very ground of the Taiha Hall began to emanate a faint, yet disquieting, sweetish odor that sent chills down the spine. A low, resonant hum, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of the abyss, reverberated, not through the air, but directly affecting the souls of all present. Those with lesser cultivation felt an immediate wave of dizziness and disorientation. What is happening? Has the Earth Dragon turned? A chorus of uncertain voices arose within the hall. In that moment, a cunning glimmer flashed in Xiao Hongyuan's eyes, a triumphant smile born of a successful scheme. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of abject terror, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming fright. He shouted, "Protect the prince. There is an assassin." This cry resonated through the air like a clap of thunder, sending shockwaves through the crowd. His tone revealed a palpable panic, as if he genuinely faced an extremely perilous situation. Before his words could fully dissipate, the nine-dragon screen erupted with a dense, inky black light. This black light spread forth like a living entity, swiftly engulfing the entire ceiling of the Taiha Hall. Countless intricate, grotesque black runes materialized and writhed within the darkness. Simultaneously, crimson lines ignited upon the ground, forming a vast and malevolent array that enveloped all within the hall. The heart-eating array had been activated. Ah, my head. The pain is unbearable. What is biting me? The sounds of screams and gasps swiftly replaced the earlier clamor. Most of those present, save for a few with profound cultivation or protective treasures, clutched their heads in agony, dark patterns emerging upon their faces, their eyes glazing over with madness. Some even found tiny black worms crawling from their orifices. The power of the array could directly invoke and catalyze the latent poison within the human body, even conjuring worms from thin air. The malevolence of this array surpassed all imagination. Protect the prince and princess. Xiao Hongyuan's trusted experts and inner attendants quickly formed a protective circle around him, seemingly well-prepared and largely unaffected. The third prince, Xiao Yin, under the vigilant protection of his elderly servant clad in gray, swiftly retreated to a corner of the room like a ghost. His movements were light and agile, akin to a startled rabbit. Yet, his countenance bore no trace of panic, instead adorned with an enigmatic smile. That smile was like the warm sun of winter, both comforting and radiant, yet seemingly concealing boundless profundity. It compelled one to delve into the true meaning behind that smile. Yet it remained elusive. Xiao Yin stood quietly in the corner, his gaze not fixated on the chaotic scene before him, but rather seemingly transcending all, peering into a distant realm. His eyes were deep and piercing, akin to stars in the night sky, shimmering with a mysterious brilliance. At this moment, he seemed no longer to be the imperiled third prince, but rather an aloof observer, leisurely enjoying this magnificent spectacle. Yun Zhao scoffed coldly, an aura of sword energy erupting around her, forming an invisible barrier that repelled the encroaching dark light and venomous insects. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept toward the screen behind the throne, her jade hand already resting upon the hilt of her sword. Meanwhile, on the precipice of the storm, Xiao Jin felt a sinister, cold force attempting to invade his consciousness as the formation activated, causing his blood to surge backward and subtly stirring the remnants of the chilling energy within him from Toobahi, seemingly seeking to catalyze it into something even more malevolent. Infiltrated by the 10,000 insects devouring heart formation, mental attack resistance from the mountain river seal's earth vein protection has significantly mitigated the invasion. Detection of foreign energy within is provoked, attempting reverse devour, but failure due to excessive ferocity. Recommendation: forceful suppression or guided release. The system prompt rang out urgently. The glint of cold light surged in Xiao Jin's eyes. He could no longer maintain his guise. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Hongyuan, you treacherous rebel! How dare you conspire against the ministers and disrupt the palace? A voice, sharp and thunderous, echoed through the hall. It was none other than the seventh princess, Xiao Yu, who had appeared at the entrance, wielding a ceremonial long sword, though lacking in power. Her face radiated fearless fury as she pointed at Xiao Hongyuan. I have uncovered your collusion with the southern wilderness sorcerers, laying such a vile formation. Father's grave illness is also your doing. In this critical moment, disregarding her own safety, she had barged in to expose Xiao Hongyuan. Where? Cease your reckless words. Come here. The empress exclaimed, her face paling. The murderous intent in Xiao Hongyuan's eyes flared. The seventh princess has been bewitched by treacherous men and is in a daze. Seize her. Several trusted experts lunged toward Xiao Yu, seeking death. Observing the scene, Yun Zhao hesitated no longer. The icy jade sword was suddenly drawn. A beam of sword light, as clear as a frozen river, swept out, targeting the assailants. However, at the very moment Yun Zhao struck, the screen behind the throne erupted violently. A hunched figure, shrouded in thick black mist, emerged, clutching a twisted serpent-headed staff, none other than the master of the sorcerers. He cackled sinisterly, swinging his serpent staff, unleashing a tangible black venomous dragon that roared, not towards Yun Zhao, but directly at the struggling Xiao Jin, aiming to capture the king before the thief, or perhaps to test the mettle of this mouse. This strike was swift, fierce, and precise. The sorceress power contained within far exceeded that of the previous heart-eating insect, capable of instantaneously corroding the body and soul of a master practitioner. Yun Zhao's sword momentum was barely held back by Xiao Hongyuan's experts, and there was no time for rescue. Xiao Yan observed coldly from afar. The seventh princess gasped in horror. In that moment, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the seemingly frail, gray figure. Faced with this potentially lethal, terrifying strike, Xiao Jin slowly raised his head. The expression of panic and bewilderment vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an unparalleled calmness, beneath which simmered a wild battle intent akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He no longer suppressed his cultivation, and the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakening, erupting with a tremendous force. His gray robes billowed without wind, rustling fiercely. He neither dodged nor blocked, but simply raised his right hand. With his palm facing upwards, the ancient, unadorned mountain and river seal coalesced instantly, transforming from a mere illusion into an extraordinarily solid reality. Upon the seal, the mountains and rivers undulated, and the earth's veins coursed, exuding an immense power capable of suppressing the entire realm. Mountain and river suppression, he uttered with 3 words, his voice not loud, yet resonating as if in harmony with the entire imperial palace and the very earth beneath his feet. An indescribable, profoundly heavy golden-brown light radiated from the center of his palm, the mountain and river seal, rippling outward like waves upon water. Wherever the light passed, the roaring black goo dragon let out a mournful howl, disintegrating in an instant like ice and snow under the sun. The dense black light that enveloped the palace ceiling trembled violently, as if smoothed by an invisible hand, flickering erratically. The blood-red malevolent patterns on the ground crackled ominously, as if seared by a branding iron, their brilliance rapidly dimming. With the strength of a single individual and the might of one seal, he forcibly suppressed the entire operation of the myriad goo heart-devouring formation. The suffocating pressure within the hall lightened abruptly, and those officials who had been screaming in agony felt their suffering recede, their minds regaining clarity as they stared blankly at the figure in the center. Appearing as a deity descended to the mortal realm. Silence. A deathly silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed upon the gray-clad youth wielding the mountain and river seal, whose aura was as deep and towering as a mountain. Xiao Hongyuan's grim smile froze, transforming into sheer astonishment. The queen's wine cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Xiao Yan's smile finally vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Yun Zhao sheathed his sword, observing Xiao Jin's silhouette, a flicker of complex emotion, one she herself had not even noticed, passing through her cool gaze. The seventh princess, Xiao Yu, gasped, her eyes filled with shock and elation. Xiao Jin slowly retracted his palm, the mountain and river seal hovering before him, emanating a disquieting majesty. His calm gaze swept across the hall, ultimately landing on the ashen-faced Xiao Honyuan, as he spoke with a measured tone that echoed clearly throughout the grand hall. Uncle, after 3 years, your unique way of welcoming your nephew is truly remarkable. Chapter 55. The seal subdues the universe. Xiao Jin's voice, though not loud, reverberated like thunder in the stillness of the Taiha Hall. The word uncle, laden with 3 parts mockery and 7 parts coldness, shattered the last vestiges of feigned warmth. Xiao Hongyuan's facial muscles twitched violently. After the shock came boundless fury and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. He fixated on the floating dark golden square seal in Xiao Jin's palm, its overwhelming power radiating from the earth's veins, his eyes brimming with greed and disbelief. The mountain and river seal? The ancient and lost mountain and river seal. How could it possibly be in your hands? The figure of the witchcraft leader, shrouded in black mist, emitted a sharp shriek, filled with trepidation. He understood better than Xiao Honyuan the origins and terror of this seal, one of the supreme seals capable of subduing destiny and restraining all malevolent forces. Nothing is impossible. Xiao Jin's gaze was tranquil, as if he were merely stating an undeniable truth, reminiscent of 3 years ago when you believed that by incapacitating me and slaying my father, you could rest easy. He stepped forward, causing the mountain and river seal to shift, its earthy glow cascading like spilled mercury. Where it passed, the dim, blood-red patterns on the ground emitted their final mournful cries, obliterated entirely. The black runes that roamed the hall's ceiling dissipated like shadows banished by sunlight. The malevolent pressure that had enveloped the hall vanished in an instant, leaving only the weighty, majestic, and reassuring aura of the mountain and river seal. The officials, who had just recovered from the torment of poison, gazed at Xiao Jin's retreating figure with a complex mix of emotions, a sense of relief from having survived a disaster, reverence for the overwhelming power, and bewilderment at the radical shift in the situation. The crown prince, Xiao Jin, had truly returned, and he had done so in a manner so powerful it was almost terrifying. The seventh princess, Xiao Yu, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as she longed to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by an alert old matron beside her. Yun Zhao sheathed her sword, her white garments as pristine as snow, seemingly unaffected by the earlier cataclysmic strike. She stood quietly at a distance, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Jin and the mountain and river seal in his palm. A faint glimmer of relief and perhaps an unacknowledged pride flickering in the depths of her cold eyes. He had indeed not disappointed her. Protect the prince. Xiao Hongyuan's trusted experts, sensing a grave threat, drew their weapons and formed a protective formation around him and the queen, their unified presence imposing. The few inner court attendants skilled in the bone transformation technique glared at Xiao Jin with malevolent intent, poised to strike. The third prince, Xiao Yan, retreated to a more distant corner under the guard of his gray-clad servant, his earlier solemnity dissipated, returning to his usual warm and gentle smile, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty, betraying his scheming thoughts. Xiao Honyuan forced himself to regain composure, his voice harsh and filled with feigned authority. Even if you have restored your powers and gained some fortune, what of it? This is the Imperial Palace, and I am the current regent. You have intruded with deadly weapons, disrupted the order, attacked ministers, and entangled yourself with this vile sorcerer. I suspect you have already been possessed by evil spirits. And today I shall act on behalf of heaven to cleanse the court. His talent for distorting the truth was as ever, instantly framing Xiao Jin as a rebellious disruptor in collusion with heretical forces. Acting on behalf of heaven, cleansing the court? Xiao Jin seemed to hear the greatest of jokes. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the terrified officials before settling on Xiao Hongyuan's face, recounting the numerous treacheries, colluding with Beiyin, clandestinely communicating with sorcerers, deposing the heir, harming the prince, manipulating the court, and undermining imperial authority, each offense deserving of 1,000 cuts. How dare you speak of acting on behalf of heaven? With each word, his voice grew colder, and the murderous intent radiating from him intensified like a tangible chill, enveloping the entire hall and silencing the officials in dread. You slander me. Xiao Honyuan trembled with rage. Slander? Xiao Jin scoffed, raising a finger towards the sorcerer. Then what of him? What of the remnants of poison scattered throughout this hall? Were they perhaps invited by you, uncle, to perform tricks for the esteemed officials? You. Xiao Honyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the leader of the witchcraft cult suddenly emitted a piercing, eerie laugh. Xiao Jin, do not revel in your triumph. Though the seal of mountains and rivers is formidable, how much power can you truly summon? Today, allow me to unveil the true might of the witch god. He abruptly thrust his serpent-headed staff into the ground, forming an intricate and bizarre hand seal with both hands. Chanting incantations as dark energy surged around him like boiling water. A force of witchcraft, far more immense and pure than before, erupted from within him, resonating with the sinister power lurking deep within the imperial palace. With my blood, I summon the witch god. All insects returned to their source. He spat a mouthful of essence, scattering it upon the serpent-headed staff. The serpent's head at the staff's tip seemed to come alive, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. In an instant, a chilling sound echoed from outside the hall, reminiscent of countless insects surging forth. Simultaneously, the remnants of the purified insect corpses and the lingering toxins within the officials began to stir as if summoned by an unseen force. He intended to use himself as a conduit to forcibly summon and consolidate an even more potent tide of insects. Stubborn and unyielding, Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened, refusing to grant him another moment. With a thought, the seal of mountains and rivers blazed forth with brilliant light. Subdue. A low command resonated as the seal transformed into a streak of luminous energy, not directed at the witchcraft leader, but soaring upwards. Suspended beneath the apex of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the seal expanded with the wind, instantly growing to the size of a room, radiating a dark golden hue. With illusory mountains and rivers swirling upon it, the essence of the earth roaring beneath, a vast, heavy, and majestic yellow light cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping the core area of the hall. Beneath that radiance, the stirring insect corpses were instantly reduced to ashes, and the residual toxins within the officials were thoroughly purified. The disconcerting sounds outside ceased abruptly, as if halted by an invisible barrier. The witchcraft leader, at the forefront, felt as if the very earth had descended upon him. The boiling dark energy forced back into his body, his bizarre hand seal disintegrating in an instant, and the crimson glow of the serpent-headed staff began to dim. He let out a muffled groan, staggering back, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Under the absolute suppression of the seal of mountains and rivers, he could not even unleash 1/3 of his witchcraft. Impossible. How can your seal of mountains and rivers be so powerful? He shouted hoarsely, unable to comprehend how a mere novice could wield such ancient might. Little did he know, Xiao Jin's seal not only gathered the essence of the earth, but also perfectly blended with the vast, pure energy brought by his unique devouring system. Alongside a modern soul's profound understanding of the essence of power, far surpassing ordinary legacies. An ignorant frog at the bottom of the well dares to speculate on the might of the heavens? Xiao Jin's tone was indifferent as he pointed at the suppressed witchcraft leader with a finger like a sword. Break. The suspended giant seal trembled slightly, and a condensed dark golden beam of light, akin to a spear of divine retribution, surged forth, carrying the will to shatter mountains and rivers, crashing towards the witchcraft leader. No. The witchcraft leader let out a desperate roar, desperately channeling all his witchcraft power to form a heavy black bone shield before him. Boom! The collision of the light spear and the bone shield produced a deafening roar. The bone shield shattered instantaneously, as fragile as paper. The spear of light continued its relentless advance, piercing through the chest of the witchcraft sect's leader in an instant. His body stiffened abruptly, the dark aura enveloping him dissipating like smoke in the wind, revealing a gaunt, twisted visage adorned with eerie tattoos. He gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, edged with a dark golden halo, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound, ultimately collapsing to the ground, breathless. Though perhaps unlisted on the power rankings, a formidable master of witchcraft had fallen. Silence. An even deeper stillness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was rendered speechless, struck dumb by this overwhelming spectacle. With a mere gesture, the suppression formation was activated. With a snap of the fingers, a powerful foe was vanquished. Is this truly the rumored foolhardy heir? This was unmistakably a formidable young warrior returning with vengeance. Xiao Hongyuan's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. The witchcraft sect leader had been one of his greatest supports, and now he was dead. The guards around him displayed expressions of fear, their formation beginning to falter. The queen let out a terrified scream, nearly collapsing to the ground. The smile on Xiao Yan's face vanished entirely, replaced by a heavy gloom. The strength and decisiveness exhibited by Xiao Jin far surpassed his expectations. Yun Zhao regarded the proud figure and the mountain river seal hovering in the air, emanating an aura that suppressed all, exhaling softly. It seemed there was no need for her intervention, at least for the moment. Xiao Jin gradually withdrew his gaze, stepping forward toward the pale-faced Xiao Hongyuan. The mountain river seal diminished in size, returning to his palm, yet its overwhelming presence weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. "Uncle," he spoke in a flat tone imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment, "has your performance reached its conclusion?" Xiao Hongyuan's lips trembled, struggling to articulate a response. Yet under the oppressive weight of fear, he found it difficult to form even a coherent sentence. However, just as Xiao Jin was about to stand before Xiao Hongyuan, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yun Zhao, who had remained silently observing, suddenly moved. She did not advance toward Xiao Hongyuan. Instead, she flickered like a specter, appearing at Xiao Jin's side. The cold jade sword unsheathed slightly, its icy intent not directed at Xiao Jin, but rather locking onto a certain spot behind a coiled dragon pillar on one side of the great hall. "Have you not revealed yourself yet? Father! Father!" The utterance of those two words reverberated like a second thunderclap within the hall. Everyone followed Yun Zhao's pointed direction, and behind the massive coiled dragon pillar, the space distorted. A middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, with an ancient visage and eyes as profound as the starry sea, slowly stepped forth. No powerful aura emanated from him, appearing almost like an ordinary scholar, yet when his gaze swept across the room, even the mountain river seal in Xiao Jin's palm trembled slightly, as if encountering a presence of equal caliber. It was none other than the Lord of Kunlun, Yunya, the true mastermind behind the witchcraft sect, the hidden first on the power rankings. Yun Yi disregarded the tense atmosphere within the hall, first casting his gaze upon Yun Zhao, an expression of indescribable complexity flickering across his face, before shifting towards Xiao Jin, ultimately fixating on the river seal resting in his palm. A faint glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by indifference. "It seems the river seal has indeed found its way into your hands," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an intangible pressure. "Alas, a precious gem has fallen into the hands of the undeserving." He turned his gaze to Xiao Jin, his eyes scrutinizing as if assessing an object of little value. "Xiao Jin, relinquish the river seal and that other item upon your person. For the sake of Zhaoer, I could spare your life and grant you the chance of reincarnation." At these words, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. Yun Zhao's complexion paled instantly, her fingers gripping the sword turning white from the exertion. Xiao Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within them. A true formidable foe had finally revealed himself, and this royal banquet had reached its climactic moment of revelation. Chapter 56. The player revealed Yun Yi's arrival was akin to the sudden plunge of ice into a boiling pot of oil, instantly freezing the tumult and murderous intent within the Taiha Hall. Standing there, his dark robe billowed without wind, his gaze deep as the ancient starry sky. Despite exuding no overt aura of dominance, he instilled a profound tremor and pressure within the souls of all present, including Xiao Jin, who held the river seal. This was the might of the hidden champion on the battle rankings, the Lord of Kunlun, the mastermind behind the witchcraft sect. His earlier words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Not only did he directly demand the river seal, but he also indicated that Xiao Jin possessed another item. His tone was flat, yet exuded an overpowering authority, as though the very life and death of Xiao Jin, as well as the fate of the river seal, were already within his grasp. Xiao Jin's pupils constricted, his internal energy and the power of the river seal swirling rapidly, countering the invisible pressure. He fixed his gaze on Yun Yi, rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. Indeed, Yun Yi's target was the system and the river seal. He referred to the system as that item, clearly aware of its existence, and possibly even comprehending part of its essence. This was far more perilous and enigmatic than mere vendetta or power struggles. "Father." Yun Zhao's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her sword, her voice laced with suppressed fury and disbelief. "What exactly do you intend to do? The river seal is an ancient righteous seal. How dare you covet it? What do you truly know about him?" She could not fathom how the father she remembered, stern yet caring for the world, had transformed into this, secretly controlling a sinister sect and harboring such intense, almost obsessive murderous intent and greed toward Xiao Jin. Finally, Yun Yi's gaze shifted from the river seal to Yun Zhao, a fleeting, elusive complexity flashing in his profound eyes, quickly overshadowed by absolute rationality and coldness. "Zhaoer, you have ultimately positioned yourself against your father. Everything I do is for the sake of the world's populace, to ensure your survival. Some truths are still too early for you to grasp. For me?" Yun Zhao smiled sorrowfully, her beautiful eyes filled with anguish. "To harm others using witchcraft? Colluding with Beiyin? Is this what you deem to be for the sake of the world and for me? Father, when did you become so incomprehensible?" Silence. Yunya furrowed his brow slightly, an invisible force brushing past him, though it inflicted no harm. It struck Yun Zhao with the force of a heavy blow, causing him to stagger back several steps, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Clearly, he was reluctant to entangle himself further with his daughter. His gaze fell once more upon Xiao Jin, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and judgment. Xiao Jin, your very existence is a blunder, a vessel that ought never to have been awakened. 3 years ago, I spared your life out of pity for your ignorance, hoping you would drift through the remainder of your days in oblivion. Alas, you have not only awakened, but have also seized what was not meant for you, ascending to a position that was never yours to claim. A vessel? A blunder? An awakening that should not have occurred? These words pierced Xiao Jin's consciousness like icicles, resonating faintly with the fragmented and chaotic memories of the original owner, revealing the slow unfurling of a vast, fog-shrouded conspiracy. Yunya, the sect leader. Xiao Jin suppressed the tumult within, his voice as sharp as a blade. Why resort to cryptic rhetoric? If you desire the mountain and river seal, if you covet what lies within me, then seize it by your own merit. As for who I am, whether a vessel or a blunder, that is not for you to define. He stepped forward, the radiance of the mountain and river seal intensifying, standing defiantly against Yunya's intangible oppression, seemingly expanding the boundaries of his own domain. It is you, as the Lord of Kunlun, who secretly engages in witchcraft, schemes against the royal heir, and disrupts the state. Today, I shall demand justice for this realm. Justice? Yunya appeared to find the notion laughable, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. What absolute justice exists in this world? Only power and outcomes prevail. Do you presume that with your nascent mountain and river seal, and that yet-to-be fully awakened anomaly, you can contend with me? He slowly raised a hand, his elongated fingers seemingly imbued with the power to command the universe. Very well, let me grant you clarity in death, and allow Zhao to discern what manner of existence she has chosen to uphold. His gaze seemed to pierce through time itself, returning to that night 20 years ago. A night woven with blood and fire. 20 years prior, the northern front was in dire straits. The cavalry of Beiyin besieging the gates with the unstoppable remnants of ancient witchcraft. Your father, the so-called god of war, Prince Yin of the Yinqiao dynasty, held the line valiantly. He was indeed prodigious, unexpectedly establishing a connection with a thread of consciousness from beyond this world, lying dormant deep within the northern dragon vein. The consciousness from beyond. Xiao Jin's heart trembled. Was it a system? Yunya continued, his tone as neutral as one recounting an unrelated tale. This thread of consciousness harbored power and knowledge beyond this realm, yet it was exceedingly unstable, requiring a strong and pure vessel to nurture and contain it. Your father intended to become that vessel himself, to harness the power to repel the invaders, but alas, the rejection between his soul and that consciousness was too great. A forced fusion would lead to annihilation of both spirit and form. Thus, he chose you. Yunya's gaze bore into Xiao Jin, cold and all-seeing. At that time, you were still in swaddling clothes, your soul untainted, your bloodline connected to his, an ideal candidate for a vessel. With his own blood and half of his divine essence as a conduit, he forcibly sealed that thread of cosmic consciousness within your being. Xiao Jin felt as though struck by lightning, as if something had erupted within his mind. The fragmented memories of the original master, hazy yet warm, intertwined with an ineffable complexity of emotions, surged forth with fervor. It turned out that the system he had bound himself to upon traversing this realm did not materialize from thin air. It had long existed within this very body. It was the original master's father who had sealed this opportunity, or perhaps this curse, within his son. Was it a means to repel foes? A pursuit of power? Or was there an ulterior motive? Yet, he had underestimated the domineering nature of that consciousness. Yunya's voice pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts, warning that although his body had withstood the seal, the power of that consciousness was immense and uncanny, continuously eroding his spirit. If left unchecked, he would eventually face annihilation, utterly assimilated by that consciousness, becoming a mere husk driven solely by devouring and destruction. Thus, your actions to strip away my cultivation were not entirely for the sake of power? Xiao Jin hoarsely inquired, sensing that a monumental enigma, entwined for 2 decades, was gradually being unraveled. Power? Yunya scoffed. That was merely a convenient means to stabilize that consciousness. The poison chalice and the subsequent loss of power 3 years prior were ostensibly attributed to Xiao Honyuan, yet in truth, it was a lock imposed by this presence through him, at the cost of potent poison and the forfeiture of cultivation. It forcibly suppressed the nascent consciousness within you, plunging it into a deeper slumber, delaying its encroachment upon your spirit and preventing its premature awakening, which would invite greater calamity. This presence even went so far as to involve Zhao, ensuring that she was connected to your essence from a young age through the Kunlun secret arts. With her clear sword heart, She bore part of the backlash from the consciousness' erosion, which was the true origin of the wound on her heart that resonated with yours. Yun Zhao trembled violently, suddenly casting her gaze upon Xiao Jin, then towards her father. Her eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and the profound agony of having been deceived and exploited. It dawned on her that the demands for her to approach Xiao Jin since childhood, the so-called fate, the alleged calamity, were all part of her father's scheme. She was merely a tool to stabilize the vessel. Xiao Jin also came to a complete understanding. Why Yun Zhao's demeanor towards him was so complex and contradictory. Why she appeared at critical moments, and why there were scars on her heart linked to the original master. From the very beginning, this was a trap laid by Yunya, a trap designed to control the extraterrestrial consciousness, the system, extending over 20 years. And he, Xiao Jin, had always been but a pivotal piece on this chessboard, or rather, a meticulously selected and controlled vessel. Now, the time had come. Yunya's gaze grew fervent as he looked upon Xiao Jin, as if observing a nearly completed masterpiece. Xiao Honyuan, that fool, believed he could control everything. His ambition and the energy of the sorcery formation had inadvertently become the perfect catalyst for the initial awakening of that consciousness. And you, Xiao Jin, this vessel, had finally reached the brink of life and death, establishing a preliminary symbiosis with that consciousness. It was time for the essence to return to its rightful owner. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a jade pendant, similar to the one belonging to Yun Zhao, yet more ancient, with a drop of dark red blood embedded at its center, resonating subtly with the system within Xiao Jin. This heartlock was the true key to controlling that consciousness. Now, relinquish it and the seal of mountains and rivers to me. Yunya's voice resonated with an undeniable command, laced with a fervor that suggested the impending fulfillment of a long-held desire. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate you, this failed vessel, with my own hands. The truth is, indeed, brutal. The player has finally revealed himself, and as the pawn, Xiao Jin must decide. Will he willingly be consumed, or will he upend the chessboard? Chapter 57. My fate is mine alone. Yunya's words sliced through the air like a frigid scalpel, dissecting Xiao Jin's 20 years of existence, 3 years of folly, and the myriad encounters brought forth by his journey across realms, leaving a trail of blood. The terms, vessel, error, sealed celestial consciousness, and exploited tool, constructed a desolate prison, seeking to utterly negate the significance of his existence. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, silence reigned, broken only by the faintest sound of a falling pin. Everyone was shaken to the core by this earth-shattering revelation, their gazes towards Xiao Jin imbued with an indescribable complexity, compassion, fear, bewilderment, and an unsettling detachment as one might regard an inhuman anomaly. Xiao Jin stood rooted to the spot, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Only the slight tremor of his shoulders betrayed the turmoil within. Yun Zhao bit down on her lower lip, blood seeping from her lips unbeknownst to her. Her father's words were like the sharpest of swords, shattering the beliefs she had steadfastly held and her trust in him into fragments. As she beheld Xiao Jin's desolate figure, seemingly forsaken by the world, the scar on her heart, once healed, throbbed painfully, resonating with the anguish he now endured. After the initial shock, Xiao Hongyuan's face twisted into a grim satisfaction. So it was true. Xiao Jin was merely a manufactured monster. Therefore, his defeat at the hands of this creature seemed less unbearable. He regarded Yunya with eyes filled with awe and flattery, as if he had discovered a new master. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, rapidly calculating the implications of this sudden turn of events. The jade pendant in his hand seemed to tighten under his grasp. Now, do you comprehend? Yunya's voice shattered the silence, imbued with an air of detached authority. Your existence, your power, even your suffering, all stem from this. Surrender the seal of mountains and rivers and that consciousness. It is your sole value and your best refuge. The heart-shaped lock-shaped jade pendant in his palm emitted a faint glow, and a drop of dark crimson blood appeared to come alive, slowly writhing, exuding a force of attraction and suppression directed at the very essence of Xiao Jin's soul. At that moment, Xiao Jin slowly raised his head. The anticipated collapse, despair, or fury did not manifest on his face. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, a profound serenity forged through tumultuous storms, akin to eternal ice, beneath which surged flames capable of incinerating all. Value? Refuge? He spoke, his voice slightly hoarse yet extraordinarily lucid, each word forcefully extracted from the depths of his chest. Yunya, you are mistaken. He lifted his hand, pointing to his heart, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto Yunya's gaze. My father chose me, perhaps. As you say, it was for power, to repel foes. Or perhaps there were unavoidable grievances on his part. He has imprisoned this so-called extraterrestrial consciousness within me, granting me 3 years of foolishness and the strength to stand here now. 3 years ago, Xiao Honyuan and you, using his hand, crippled my cultivation in an attempt to suppress and control it. But I have awakened. Xiao Jin's voice gradually rose, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Not awakening as the controlled vessel within your plan, but as Xiao Jin himself. This cultivation is the result of my every punch and kick, obtained through the consumption of this foreign entity. This mountain and river seal is the essence I comprehended and condensed through my own will within the earth's veins. Every enemy I have slain, every step I have taken, and every decision I have made is a choice of my own, Xiao Jin. His aura began to boil, the gray robe billowing as the true energy of the master realm intertwined with the earth's power of the mountain and river seal, fiercely repelling the suppressive force of the heart lock. You claim I am a vessel? A mistake? A pawn? Xiao Jin stepped forward, the golden bricks beneath his feet quietly shattering, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Then I shall tell you today. He suddenly spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, or perhaps to issue a defiant challenge to an invisible fate. This vessel I shall claim. This mistake I shall acknowledge. This identity as a pawn I shall accept. But my life, how I live it, is determined solely by me. Boom. A far more violent and profound aura erupted from Xiao Jin's body, akin to an ancient ferocious beast awakening from its slumber. No longer was it merely true energy or the power of the earth, but a chilling, efficient force that seemed capable of devouring, dissecting, and evolving all things, signifying the system's full operation. High priority control directive, heart lock, conflict detected. Based on the host's supreme will, I refuse to execute. Initiating defense and countermeasure protocols. Analyzing the energy structure of the heart lock, containing bloodline seals, soul contracts, and witchcraft curses. Attempting reverse analysis. Insufficient energy. Forcibly activating hidden mechanism, deep devour. The system's interface flickered in Xiao Jin's mind at an unprecedented speed, refreshing. An insatiable thirst surged from the depths of his soul. No longer was it the mild sensation of devouring combat power or dissipating energy, but a primal desire to plunder, consume, and assimilate all tangible and intangible entities. Xiao Jin's eyes instantly glazed over with a cold, inhuman, pale, golden sheen. What? The previously unperturbed Yunya displayed a change in expression for the first time. He felt that his control over that extraterrestrial consciousness through the heart lock was being forcefully severed and repelled by an incomprehensibly ferocious power. That force even sought to reverse its course, attempting to devour his divine consciousness and power along the energy connection of the heart lock. Impossible. How could it break free from control? Yunya, astonished and furious, exerted all his strength to activate the heart lock, the drop of dark red blood glowing intensely, trying to re-establish control. However, at this moment, under the absolute will of Xiao Jin, driven by his declaration of autonomy, the system seemed to break free from some invisible shackles, revealing a more essential and terrifying aspect of the extraterrestrial consciousness. Devour. Roar. Xiao Jin emitted a low growl that scarcely resembled a human sound. It was not one of pain, but rather a manifestation of release and fervor for battle. He ceased to be on the defensive and took the initiative to strike. His form transformed into a blurred, gray shadow, directly charging toward Yunya. No longer relying on the suppression of the earth veins by the mountain river seal, he instead combined the system's devouring power with all of his own strength, coalescing it into his right fist. As his fist sliced through the air, the space around it subtly warped, as if light itself were being drawn in, leaving behind a fleeting trail of darkness. Arrogance. Yunya snorted coldly, remaining unperturbed. With his other empty hand, he casually struck out. That seemingly light blow concealed the terrifying power to shatter mountains and freeze souls. It was a force that transcended mastery, brushing against the realm of earthly immortals. As their fists and palms met, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled thrum, akin to two worlds colliding. From the epicenter of their clash, an invisible shockwave erupted. The sturdy, coiling dragon pillars within the Taiha Hall groaned under the immense pressure, while shards of glazed tiles rained down from the ceiling. Nearby officials and guards were struck as if by an unseen hammer, spewing blood and scent flying. Xiao Jin's body jolted violently. The fabric of his right sleeve disintegrated into powder, his veins bulged, and his skin cracked, seeping forth blood that bore a hint of golden hue. He let out a muffled grunt, retreating more than 10 steps, each footfall leaving a profound imprint on the golden bricks, as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, in terms of absolute power, he remained at a significant disadvantage to Yunya. However, Yunya's expression darkened further. he distinctly sensed that in the instant their fists met, nearly 30% of the lethal force he had unleashed, capable of annihilating an ordinary master, was forcibly drawn away and consumed by the peculiar devouring power emanating from his opponent's fist. It was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, his efforts thwarted. Moreover, that devouring force showed no signs of abating, like a festering wound. It sought to spread through the meridians of his arm and into his body. Is this truly its ability to consume? A chilling light surged in Yunya's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his profound techniques, dispelling the invading anomaly. Yet, when he gazed upon Xiao Jin, his perception had irrevocably changed. No longer did he see merely a vessel awaiting slaughter, but rather a genuine adversary, one imbued with threat. Indeed, you are an anomaly. Yunya's tone turned icy. The first true flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. There would be no mercy. He ceased to hold back, his dark robes billowed, and his aura surged like an expansive sea of stars, causing the entire Taiha Hall to tremble beneath his oppressive force. He formed hand seals, seamlessly merging the Kunlun secret arts with the sinister power of witchcraft, coalescing into a colossal manifestation shrouded in chaotic energy. Its might far surpassing that of the formidable Tuobahi. The true battle was only just beginning, and Xiao Jin, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, regarded the imposing Yunya with eyes aglow in a faint golden light, not a trace of fear present, but rather a smile that blended madness and exhilaration. Come on, just when I was feeling hungry. Chapter 58. The emergence of the abyss. Xiao Jin's utterance of hunger resonated with a chilling madness and unwavering certainty. As if he were not confronting a nearly divine being of unmatched power, but rather gazing upon a sumptuous feast. Yunya's eyes were as frigid as eons old ice, devoid of any semblance of restraint. The colossal Dharma form, shrouded in a chaotic aura, solidified completely. Its visage was indistinct, embodying the essence of the birth and demise of stars, the tranquility of all things returning to silence. It possessed both the ethereal vastness of Kunlun's mystical arts and the sinister, enigmatic power of witchcraft. The Dharma form raised its palm, not aimed at Xiao Jin, but rather pressing towards the void, chaos devouring the heavens. In an instant, centered around Yunya, the entire expanse of the Taiha Hall seemed to be engulfed by that Dharma form, as light, sound, and even the very essence of the world appeared to be consumed. The space thickened and darkened, as if ensnared in an absolute void. A terrifying force, transcending gravity and targeting the very essence of all things for disintegration and assimilation, erupted from the palm of that Dharma figure, directly aimed at Xiao Jin. This was no mere energy assault, but an incursion and consumption at the level of the laws. Yunya intended to retaliate with the very method employed against him, forcibly stripping away and seizing the system, extraterrestrial consciousness, and the mountain and river seal within Xiao Jin through a more advanced principle of consumption. In an instant, Xiao Jin felt a constriction enveloping him, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. The true qi within him, his vital essence, and even his consciousness began to uncontrollably dissipate outward, forcibly pulled away by that chaotic suction. Even the mountain and river seal in his palm emitted a mournful wail, its radiance flickering perilously, severing its connection to the earth's veins. Warning: subjected to a high-dimensional law-level consumption attack. Energy depletion accelerating. Stability of the soul declining. Connection to the mountain and river seal is about to be interrupted. Deep consumption mode overload. Unable to fully counteract the law's erosion. Emergency response plan. Attempt to guide the opponent's consuming power, reverse analyze its law structure. Extremely high risk. Potential exposure or collapse of the system core. The system's warnings cascaded through his mind like a flurry of snowflakes, and Xiao Jin sensed an unprecedented crisis. The level of Yunya's power indeed surpassed his current realm. This law-based assault could not be wholly addressed by mere energy consumption. He frantically channeled his techniques, striving to stabilize himself, but the chaotic suction felt like countless invisible tendrils, entwining and tearing at every ounce of his strength, even attempting to penetrate his sea of consciousness, directly reaching for the core of his system nestled deep within his soul, just as he was on the brink of being utterly suppressed and consumed. A piercing and resolute beam of sword light erupted, akin to the first ray of dawn slicing through eternal night. Father, halt! It was Yun Zhao. Unbeknownst to him, she had broken free from the previous pressure, her countenance now frosted, her beautiful eyes devoid of any hesitation or doubt, replaced solely by icy resolve. The cold jade sword burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance, and upon its blade, a dragon-shaped phantom could be faintly discerned, swirling and singing. She became one with her sword, transforming into a radiant streak that tore through the chaos, not aimed at the corporeal Yunya, but unflinchingly cleaving through the invisible field of consumption that lay between the chaotic Dharma form and Xiaojin, Kunlun's forbidden art, severing the connection. As the sword light passed, the viscous and obscure chaotic force field was forcibly cleaved open, creating a slender fissure. Though fleeting, it was sufficient to alleviate Xiaojin's pressure significantly. Zhao Er, you would resort to forbidden techniques, harming your own sword heart for him. Yunya was both astonished and furious. He never anticipated that his daughter would intervene at such a critical moment, risking everything and employing this taboo sword technique that would damage her very foundation. He is not merely a vessel. He is a living being. Blood trickled from the corner of Yun Zhao's mouth, her face pale as parchment. Yet her hand remained steady as a rock, standing resolutely between Xiaojin and the chaotic manifestation, locking eyes with her father. Her voice resonated with a sorrowful fury. And you, my father, are no longer the Kunlun master who once safeguarded all living beings in my memory. You have been ensnared by power, bewitched by the so-called shaman. Unyielding, Yunya's patience evaporated entirely, the last remnants of warmth in his gaze extinguished, leaving only an absolute coldness and murderous intent. If that is the case, then I shall suppress you as well. Once I have what I need, I will reconstruct your sword heart. The chaotic manifestation's power surged, the severed force field swiftly mending, becoming even more ferocious. A portion of the devouring force slithered forth like a venomous serpent, coiling toward Yun Zhao. She raised her sword to block, the clash of sword light against chaotic power emitting a piercing, rending sound. Having already injured her essence by employing forbidden techniques, she was now retreating step by step, her sword light dimming, on the verge of being consumed by that chaotic force. At that moment, Xiaojin, feeling a slight reduction in pressure, found his eyes flashing with a faint golden light. Seizing the opportunity during the brief standoff between him and Yunya, as Yun Zhao diverted some of his attention, the system executed a crucial yet fleeting analysis of that chaotic devouring force. Analysis completion 1. Captured key fragments of law, returned to the void, assimilation attempt simulation failed. Energy structure inadequate, triggered hidden mechanism, resonance of the mountain and river seal. Constructing a temporary domain of pseudo-return to the void based on the Earth's veins. Buzz. The mountain and river seal in Xiaojin's palm erupted with an unprecedented radiance. No longer a heavy earthy yellow, it now exhibited a profound, dark hue, seemingly capable of devouring all light. The spectral images of mountains and rivers upon the seal twisted and deformed, transforming into countless swirling mini black holes. He forcefully pressed the mountain and river seal against the ground. Through this earth vein, I shall transform it into my domain of return to the void. Boom. The entire palace, no, the entire capital's underground dragon vein, emitted a deep rumble at that moment. The vast and boundless energy of the earth's veins was forcibly drawn by the mountain and river seal, not for suppression or defense, but in an exceedingly violent, unreasonable manner, surging madly into the darkened seal, which then transmuted into a devouring force akin to Yunya's chaotic manifestation, yet more pure and domineering. A spherical domain, approximately 10 zhang in diameter, dark and devoid of light, suddenly unfolded around Xiaojin. Within the domain, light distorted, sound vanished, and spiritual energy ceased to exist, as if transformed into an absolute vacuum. Even the devouring force of the chaotic manifestation was drawn in, sinking like a stone into the sea, instantaneously assimilated and devoured by this newly born, more tyrannical domain. The pseudo-return to the void domain. This is a force simulated by the system, leveraging the powers of the mountains and rivers, representing a fragment of the devouring laws of the cloud cliff, though its range is limited and its duration inevitably brief. Imposing a tremendous burden on the Earth's veins and the mountain river seal, it has, at this moment, become the pivotal factor in breaking the deadlock. What? Yun Cliff's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched upon his face for the first time. You can actually simulate the power of the void. This is impossible, unless it pertains to the foundational essence of that consciousness. His words faltered, a flicker of profound trepidation, even fear, flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaojin swiftly grasped the faltering Yun Zhao, shielding her behind him. The two found themselves within the pseudo-void realm, temporarily severing the external devouring influence. Yun Zhao gazed at Xiaojin's resolute profile, emanating a devouring aura that, while originating from the same source as her father's, felt utterly different. Her eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. She whispered urgently, his core of power is not in the Dharma form, but in his chest. That heart lock is connected to his heart pulse and is the key to controlling the shamanic power. But the defenses there are formidable. Understood, Xiao Jin replied succinctly, his gaze firmly fixed on the glimmering jade pendant at Yuncliff's chest. He could sense the pseudo-void realm quaking violently, the earth's power depleting rapidly. Unable to sustain itself for long, a decisive strike was imperative, or at the very least, to severely wound its core. He concentrated all his remaining strength, along with the brief yet dominant devouring trait of the pseudo-void realm, into his left fist. What emerged was not a radiance of gold or vitality, but an abyssal darkness, as if he held a miniature black hole in his grasp. Yuncliff, Xiao Jin bellowed, merging his form with the realm, transforming into a dark streak that tore through space, hurtling toward Yuncliff's chest. This was the ultimate strike, embodying all his will, the system's computational prowess, the mountain river seal's essence, and the newly comprehended devouring laws. Yuncliff's countenance darkened to its utmost, retracting the chaotic Dharma form and summoning all his strength to protect himself, his palms overlapping as he coalesced his lifetime of cultivation to meet the oncoming dark streak. Just as the two were about to collide once more, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Hongyuan, who had remained hidden in the shadows as if forgotten, suddenly radiated intense malice and madness in his eyes. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was riveted on the duel, he produced a bone flute inscribed with bizarre runes and blew it fiercely. A piercing, soul-piercing sound erupted. This flute's note was not aimed at Xiao Jin or Yuncliff, but rather summoned a lingering will, long suppressed by Yuncliff, belonging to the true ancient shaman. Fool! Yuncliff's expression shifted dramatically, realizing it was too late to intervene. The flute sound acted as a key, unlocking a forbidden seal. An ancient, chaotic, and utterly destructive will, far more terrifying than Yuncliff's chaotic power, awoke like a slumbering primordial beast. In the southwestern corner of the palace, where shamanic forces had taken root, a chamber exploded violently. A dark red beam of light, composed entirely of countless vengeful spirits, cursed insects, and chaotic laws, surged skyward. Within this beam, a pair of enormous, infinitely mad and ravenous crimson eyes slowly opened, locking onto everyone within the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Chapter 59. Life and Death Together. A crimson beam of light pierced through the night sky above the imperial palace, resembling a bridge of tainted blood connecting heaven and earth. Within the beam, a pair of scarlet eyes turned slowly, and wherever their gaze fell, the very fabric of space twisted, the laws of existence shattered, suffused with primal chaos and insatiable hunger. It was not a being of flesh and blood, but rather an embodiment of a primordial concept of destruction, a manifestation of the frenzied will left behind by an ancient shamanic deity. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the confrontation between Xiao Jin and Yunya, the madness of Xiao Hongyuan, and the dread felt by the officials all paled into insignificance before this incomprehensible terror. It was an absolute, overwhelming force emanating from the very essence of life and the core of the soul. A deafening, intangible roar reverberated not through the air, but deep within the souls of all present. Those with weaker cultivation instantly bled from their 7 orifices, their spirits shaken, their gazes hollow, as if their very souls had been wrenched from them. Even powerful figures like Xiao Jin and Yunya felt their consciousness roiling, their vital energy surging uncontrollably, compelled to devote a significant portion of their mental strength to resist this spiritual onslaught. It was all over. The bone flute in Xiao Hongyuan's hand clattered to the ground as he collapsed, his face awash with tears and mucus, a mixture of fear at the calamity unleashed and a twisted, almost frenzied pride in his own madness. Yunya's face turned ashen as he beheld the towering crimson beam and the immense scarlet eyes, his expression laden with gravity and a hint of anger at his plans being thwarted. After years of scheming to control this force, he had not anticipated that the fool, Xiao Hongyuan, would hastily awaken it in such a reckless manner, and in a completely uncontrollable state. It must be stopped. Otherwise, the entire capital, and even the northern territories, would transform into a hunting ground for the shamanic deity, plunging all into silence. Gritting his teeth, Yunya temporarily set aside his grievances with Xiao Jin, turning the chaotic manifestation of his laws against the crimson beam, unleashing a silent roar in an attempt to restrain and control that frenzied will. However, how formidable was the awakened shamanic will? It seemed to recognize Yunya as the one attempting to subdue it, emitting an even more violent shriek. The crimson beam divided, morphing into an enormous hand that blotted out the sun, composed of countless vengeful souls and chaotic laws, crashing down towards Yunya and his manifestation. Boom! The clash between the chaotic manifestation and the shamanic giant's hand unleashed an indescribable tempest of energy. The dome of the Hall of Supreme Harmony could no longer withstand the force and collapsed in a thunderous cacophony. Debris rained down like a storm. Yunya grunted, his manifestation violently oscillating, as he was sent sprawling backward by the crushing blow, clearly outmatched in sheer power by the complete shamanic will. Yet, the primary target of this shamanic will did not seem to be Yunya alone. The pair of scarlet eyes shifted, swiftly locking onto two other entities exuding a delectable aura. Xiao Jin, who held the seal of mountains and rivers and the external consciousness of the system, and Yun Zhao, whose essence resonated in harmony with him, possessing a pure sword heart. A wave of even greater, more targeted chaos and hunger surged toward the two like a tsunami. Be careful, Xiao Jin exclaimed, pulling the injured Yun Zhao behind him, fully unleashing the pseudo-return to the void domain in an attempt to devour and withstand this mental assault. However, the spiritual erosion wrought by the will of the shaman far surpasses the devouring of the laws by the cloud cliff. It disregards energy defenses and directly impacts the soul. Xiao Jin's pseudo-void domain trembles violently, as if pierced by countless steel needles, the system's warning sounds faltering and intermittent, while the radiance of the mountain river seal flickers erratically. Yun Zhao, already burdened with a wounded heart, now appears as pale as gold leaf, blood continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth. Yet she stubbornly stands by Xiao Jin's side, wielding her sword in a desperate attempt to share the burden with her waning sword intent. This cannot continue. Xiao Jin feels a sense of urgency. The pseudo-void domain cannot be sustained much longer. The power of the earth vein is nearly depleted, while the will of the shaman seems inexhaustible. Detection of ultra-high-intensity chaotic consciousness erosion. System overload energy is about to be exhausted. Mountain River Seal's connection to the earth vein is on the verge of rupture. Warning. Host and associated individual, Yun Zhao, are on the brink of soul collapse. Triggering final emergency protocol. Conditions for fate correlation confirmed. Depth of emotional bond meets requirements. Unlocking hidden ultimate mechanism. Life and death together. Just as Xiao Jin felt his consciousness was about to be engulfed by the endless chaos and hunger, the system's prompt suddenly became remarkably clear and resolute. No longer a cold mechanical voice, but imbued with an indescribable determination and warmth. He sensed, deep within his soul, in that place always closely connected to the system's core. An unprecedented golden shackles burst apart with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, behind him, Yun Zhao's long silent sword wound, which had endured for 20 years, erupted with a searing brilliance. This light was not harm, but rather radiated warmth and resilience of life, resonating powerfully with the jade pendant inscribed with the character Jin nestled within her sleeve. Xiao Jin, struck by inspiration, spun around and grasped Yun Zhao's icy hand tightly. At the moment their hands clasped, a dazzling golden light, indescribable in words, erupted violently from the two of them. This golden light was neither the earthy yellow of the mountain river seal nor the pale gold of the system, but something more pure and primordial, as if it contained the very essence of life's initial stirrings and vows. Wherever the golden light flowed, the ferocious erosion of the shamans will melt it away like snow before the blazing sun, instantly dissipating. Even the dark red beams of light and the crimson giant eye faltered slightly under this golden radiance, as if confronted by some formidable nemesis. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao floated within the golden light, their breaths perfectly intertwining at that moment. Xiao Jin's devouring power became balanced and serene, imbued with a sense of inclusivity and protection. Yun Zhao's sword intent transformed from icy and piercing to a guardian sword that cleaves through all calamities. Their life force, spiritual strength, and even the essence of their souls were tightly bound through the mechanism of life and death together, flourishing with one another and suffering together. The system interface within Xiao Jin's mind transformed completely, no longer a cold list of data, but flowing like a golden river. Reflecting the myriad moments since his acquaintance with Yun Zhao, from initial disdain and probing to their shared struggles in the northern realm, the clandestine protection in the capital, and culminating in this moment of life and death together. Life and death together, binding fate individual Yun Zhao. Effect, the sharing of life, the resonance of power, the interdependence of souls. Together, they can unleash fusion techniques that transcend their limits. Side effects, if one lives, both survive. If one dies, both perish. This is the warmth that Yun Zhao feels in her palms, a power that merges perfectly with her own, indistinguishable from one another. She gazes at Xiao Jin's determined visage. Mere inches away, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of fateful acceptance. It turns out that the entangled fate her father spoke of ultimately leads to this. Xiao Jin firmly grasps her hand, his gaze sweeping over the temporarily repelled will of the witch deity, then towards the distant, struggling Yunya and the ravaged Taiha Hall, littered with the dead and wounded. A surge of heroic spirit and boundless responsibility wells up within him. Yun Zhao, his voice is deep, yet imbued with a stirring power. It seems we are destined to sever this damned sky together. Yun Zhao looks at him, a breathtaking smile gradually blooming on her pale face. Akin to a snow lotus blossoming upon an icy plain, cold, yet resplendent with unwavering resolve. Very well. She tightens her grip on his hand, pointing her sword towards the heavens. Her strength completely merging with Xiao Jin's, transforming into a golden sword light that spans the heavens and the earth, its might subtly rivaling that of the witch deity's will. Then let us unite. Chapter 60. United hearts of Jin and Zhao. Golden light pierces the sky. Their will is unyielding as steel. Standing hand in hand, Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao are enveloped not merely by pure vital energy or sword intent, but by a brilliant radiance that encompasses devouring, protection, the earth's essence, the heart of the sword, and their indomitable will. This brilliance weaves behind them into a grand, ethereal image, one side exhibiting dark golden currents, suppressing the chaotic world, while the other reveals the icy clarity of the ancient Kunlun sword, severing fate. The two elements, bound by the thread of shared life and death, merge seamlessly into one. The awakened will of the witch deity seems incensed by this sudden influx of golden light, imbued with order and the essence of life, its crimson eyes reflecting a frenzy. Dark red beams churn violently, drawing forth more vengeful souls and chaotic laws, coalescing into countless twisted, howling tendrils and fangs, crashing towards the golden core where the two stand like a tide of destruction. Wherever it passes, the space is corroded, leaving behind gaping black fissures that emit a jarring sound. Come. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao, in perfect harmony, step forward simultaneously, without the need for words. Their power flows naturally. Xiao Jin's palm cradles the energy, as the merged golden light suddenly condenses, transforming into a more refined dark golden square seal, adorned with intricate sword patterns, not merely a representation of mountains and rivers, but infused with Yun Zhao's supreme sword intent, the Jin Zhao seal. Yun Zhao extends her fingers like a sword, summoning the golden light. The Han Yu sword emits a melodious chime, its blade flowing with the heavy essence of the earth and the subtle glimmer of devouring laws. Her sword, too, transcends pure Kunlun swordsmanship, embodying the will and strength of Xiao Jin as the sword of the covenant, with the seal commanding the mountains and the sword shattering illusion. They confront the overwhelming tide of the witch deity. Xiao Jin boldly thrusts forth the Jin Zhao seal. The seal swells in the wind, expanding to a size of 100 feet, as if an ancient divine mountain had descended, bringing with it the overwhelming force to suppress all chaos and restore the order of heaven and earth. Boom. The seal collides fiercely with the witch deity's tumultuous wave. No explosive spectacle unfolded as anticipated. Instead, there was a fierce friction and annihilation at the level of laws. The golden light enveloped the twisted tendrils and razor-like fangs, which melted away like ice and snow cast into a furnace, rapidly dissolving and disintegrating. The sword patterns flowing upon the seal flickered, precisely severing the dissipating chaotic laws, stripping them away. Simultaneously, Yun Zhao moved. She, in concert with her sword, transformed into a golden flash of lightning, not charging directly at the witch deity as corporeal form, but rather piercing through the orderly passage opened by the Jin Zhao seal, aiming for a void between the dual scarlet giant eyes at the heart of the dark red beam. There lay the pivotal point of the witch deity's will manifesting in this realm, and the very source of its frenzied thoughts. With a decisive, slashing motion, the chilling voice harmonized with the edge of the sword. The sword of the covenant erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. This strike encapsulated her resolute guardianship, the tyrannical nature of Xiao Jun's devouring, and the supreme belief in their shared existence. As the sword light traversed, even the chaotic fabric of time and space seemed to be momentarily defined and pacified. A roar unlike any before, laden with anguish and fury, erupted from the witch deity's will. Where the sword pointed, the dark red beam contorted violently, and the crimson giant eyes suddenly contracted, as if genuinely wounded. Yun Zhao's strike had truly shaken its core. However, the will of the witch deity, being a remnant of ancient times, possessed strength beyond imagination. The inflicted wound ignited a deeper ferocity within it. The entire dark red beam abruptly contracted, gathering all its power inward, instantaneously transforming into a towering giant shadow, wholly composed of pure chaos and destructive energy. This shadow raised a hand, gripping a colossal axe, similarly forged from chaotic laws. Wielding a terrifying might reminiscent of the creation or annihilation of worlds, and struck down fiercely towards the Jin Zhao seal and Yun Zhao. This blow contained the vast majority of the witch deity's power, vowing to obliterate these two audacious insects along with this space entirely. The pressure intensified dramatically. The Jin Zhao seal emitted a mournful cry, unable to bear the burden, while the golden light flickered violently. Yun Zhao's sword momentum faltered, and her face paled instantly. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Jun's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead pushed the bond of shared existence to its utmost limits. He was no longer content with mere defense and resistance. He sought to devour. System, mountain, and river seal. Assist me in swallowing it. He relinquished his body and mind, entirely merging his will with the system and the mountain and river seal, while simultaneously drawing in Yun Zhao's pure and resilient sword heart through their bond of shared existence. He aimed to forcibly consume the witch deity S while using the combined souls and powers of the two, with the system and the mountain and river seal as the core. Command confirmed. Host will integrates with individual Yun Zhao, constructing resonance energy channels. Target locked. Remnant will of the ancient witch deity. Warning. Target energy level excessively high. Attributes extremely chaotic. Forced consumption poses assimilation risks. Executing final protocol. Using the bond of shared existence as an anchor and the mountain and river seal as a vessel, initiating ultimate consumption. Boom. The figures of Xiao Jun and Yun Zhao seemed to meld into one amidst the golden light, transforming into a colossal, swirling golden vortex. At the heart of the vortex was the radiant Jin Zhao seal, a force more domineering and primal than the chaotic devourer of the cloud precipice erupted from the vortex. No longer mere simulation, but a true manifestation of the system as an external consciousness, seizing the myriad realms and evolving towards unity. This force disregarded the assaults of the shaman's colossal axe, directly influencing its core will and essence. The giant specter, forged from chaotic energy, found its descending axe suspended mid-air. As the chaotic energy constituting both the axe and specter, like rivers converging into the sea, uncontrollably detached from their form, being forcibly drawn towards that golden vortex. No. The will of the shaman let out a piercing shriek, filled with fear and unwillingness. It sensed a genuine threat, one that stemmed from the very essence of life and existence. It struggled frantically, attempting to reclaim its power and sever the connection, but before that ultimate devouring force, all resistance appeared futile. The golden vortex resembled an abyss without end, greedily consuming the shaman's power. The dark red beam of light visibly thinned, and those blood-red giant eyes began to dim and shrink. The chaotic laws that constituted its existence were forcibly stripped away, analyzed, and subsequently absorbed and transformed by the system and the river and mountain seal. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao hovered at the vortex's center, enduring immense pressure and mental shock. The burden of consuming such a vast and chaotic will weigh heavily upon them. Xiao Jin felt as if his soul might burst, with the system's computational power nearly reaching its limit. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao steadfastly maintained his sword heart, using unparalleled willpower to help stabilize Xiao Jin's mind. Sharing the backlash of the chaotic intent, their hands remained tightly clasped, the bond of life and death shimmering with warm and resolute light, becoming the soul's stabilizing point amidst the violent consumption. Below, Yunya observed the golden vortex devouring the shaman's will, gazing upon the two figures tightly intertwined at its center. His eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, shock, realization, a hint of reluctance, which ultimately transformed into a long sigh, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. The power he had schemed to control for years was resolved in this manner by his daughter and her chosen companion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if it were but a moment, or perhaps a millennium, when the final vestige of dark red energy was consumed by the golden vortex. The pair of blood-red giant eyes emitted a faint, resentful wail before dissipating into nothingness. The dark red beam that spanned the heavens vanished as if it had never existed. The night sky regained its original hues, with stars sparse and the moonlight cold. The golden vortex gradually ceased its rotation, its radiance retracting. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao's figures came into sharp relief once more. Both appeared somewhat pale, their breaths wavering, yet their gazes shone particularly bright, as if they had undergone a soul's baptism. Ultimate devour completed. The residual will of the ancient shaman has been purified and absorbed. Core system permissions fully unlocked. Energy reserves significantly enhanced. Analytical and evolutionary capabilities evolved. The essence of the river and mountain seal has been sublimated, with a deeper bond to the host. The mobilization range expanded to the northern dragon veins. Detected a slight elevation in the life essence levels of the host and associated individual Yun Zhao. with a substantial enhancement in soul strength. The system's notification resonated with a sense of completeness. Xiao Jin felt an overwhelming surge within him, as if he were infused with boundless power, coupled with an intimate connection to Yun Zhao that resonated deeply within his soul. He exhaled deeply, glancing at the woman beside him, who returned his gaze. Her clear eyes bore a hint of fatigue, yet more prominently, they reflected a serene joy and an ineffable tenderness, as if they had emerged from the crucible of calamity. "It is over," he murmured softly. "Indeed," Yun Zhao replied with a slight nod, her eyes sweeping over the chaotic remnants of the imperial palace below and the awestruck crowd gazing at them as though they were deities. Her gaze ultimately settled on Yunya, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, and her brow furrowed slightly. Following her line of sight, Xiao Jin met Yunya's gaze from a distance. After a moment of silence, Yunya spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a raspy quality. "You have achieved what I could not." He paused, casting a complicated glance at Yun Zhao before turning to Xiao Jin. "Perhaps you are the true master of that celestial consciousness. I entrust Zhaoer to you." With that, he did not linger. His dark robe billowed as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the night, his whereabouts unknown. This former ruler of Kunlun, a master strategist, ultimately chose to relinquish and depart. Xiao Jin did not attempt to stop him, nor could he have. Yunya's departure signified the conclusion of an era. He withdrew his gaze, taking Yun Zhao's hand as they descended slowly before the dilapidated hall of Supreme Harmony. The surviving officials, guards, and the hastily assembled imperial troops looked upon the pair, their presence surrounded by a faint golden glow, and none dared to utter a sound, their eyes filled with reverence, gratitude, and submission. Xiao Jin's eyes swept over the prostrate forms of Xiao Hongyuan and the Empress, now rendered senseless, then to the third Prince Xiao Yan, whose expression fluctuated before settling into a humble smile. His gaze finally rested on the seventh Princess Xiao Yu, whose face was streaked with tears of joy. Before turning towards the profound night sky, the turmoil had been quelled, enemies vanquished, and the greatest crisis had been averted. Yet, he understood that this was not the end. The court required restructuring, the northern borders needed pacification, and the realm called for a new order. Moreover, his martial path, now enriched by the absorption of the witch god's will and the complete unlocking of the system, had embarked upon an unprecedented journey. A terrestrial immortal? Perhaps. That was merely the beginning. He tightened his grip on Yun Zhao's hand, feeling the warmth and resoluteness radiating from her palm. This journey, he would not traverse alone. Chapter 61. The mountains and rivers as betrothal, the world as tribute. The tribulation of the witch god had passed, leaving the capital in a state of disarray. Yet it resembled a sky cleansed by a tempest, emanating a clarity and rebirth that followed calamity. Before the ruined hall of Supreme Harmony, Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao stood hand in hand, requiring no further words. Their momentum had solidified. In the ensuing days, the capital sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. With the assistance of Mo Qi, Li Zhen, who had hastened back from the northern borders, and several officials who had timely returned to the right path, Xiao Jin executed a thorough rectification of the court with resolute measures. Xiao Hongyuan and the Empress were stripped of all titles and imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, where they awaited the stern hand of justice and the scorn of history. Their faction either faced reckoning or adapted, scattering like monkeys when the tree falls. The court underwent an inevitable cleansing and rejuvenation, yet Xiao Jin refrained from excessive purging. His methods were fierce but left room for leniency, swiftly stabilizing the hearts of the people. The third prince, Xiao Yan, voluntarily relinquished all his powers on the day after the royal banquet, requesting merely to retain the title of a leisurely prince, far removed from the court. He maintained his gentle demeanor, leaving behind a remark that his elder brother had conquered the realm, and he wholeheartedly accepted this, wishing his brother the ability to usher in an era of prosperity, before quietly departing to his fief, as if he had never been entangled in the undercurrents of court intrigue. Xiao Jin approved of this decision. He recognized that Xiao Yan was a wise individual, aware of when to advance and when to retreat. Keeping such a perceptive brother was far less taxing than forcing him into opposition. Princess Xiao Yu was officially conferred the title of Crown Princess, elevating her status greatly. It seemed as though she had matured overnight, shedding some of her innocence while gaining a measure of composure. She began to actively learn how to manage certain court affairs, her eyes filled with admiration for her elder brother and anticipation for the future. The most pressing dilemma lay in the vacant dragon throne. The old emperor had succumbed to his final slumber on the night the will of the shaman awakened. A nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Led by Li Zhen, a group of military generals, along with numerous officials who had witnessed Xiao Jin's prowess in overcoming the shaman, jointly submitted a petition imploring Xiao Jin to ascend to the throne, aligning with the mandate of heaven to restore the nation. The clamor for his ascension grew louder, becoming an inevitable trend. Yet, Xiao Jin did not respond immediately. He stood upon the newly renovated stargazing platform, gazing down at the gradually revitalizing capital. The sunset cast a long shadow of him. "What occupies your thoughts?" A cool voice broke through from behind. Yun Zhao had arrived beside him, dressed in white. Her demeanor softened, lacking the previous chill and distance, infused with a touch of earthly warmth. The wound in her heart had healed completely, nourished by the life and death bond and the pure energy of the shaman, leaving only a faint pink mark that subtly echoed the scar on Xiao Jin's left cheek. "I ponder that the dragon throne is easy to ascend, yet difficult to secure." Xiao Jin did not turn, his voice calm. "Governance and peace cannot be achieved solely through martial strength. Are you afraid?" Yun Zhao raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with familiar provocation. Xiao Jin chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Fear is not the issue. I merely recognize the weight of responsibility." He turned to face her, his gaze intense. "If I am to ascend the throne, I cannot do so without an empress by my side." Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback, meeting his unabashed, fierce yet tender gaze. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, only to be swiftly suppressed by her usual cool demeanor. "Who would wish to be your empress?" "Utter folly." The system's playful notification chimed in, deepening the smile on Xiao Jin's lips. It seemed that after unlocking its core, the system had gained a hint of humanity, whether it is folly or not. "You know in your heart." Xiao Jin stepped closer, inhaling the crisp, snow lotus fragrance that enveloped her. "Yun Zhao, this realm is one I have fought for. Yet, I am willing to offer this vast land as a betrothal gift and ask you one question." He paused, his smile fading, his expression growing solemn and earnest. His voice clear as it reached Yun Zhao's ears. "Will you stand by my side and share the governance of this world with me?" There were no grandiloquent phrases, no syrupy declarations of love, but rather the most straightforward inquiry and the most profound promise, to stand together and share the rule. This is his acknowledgement of her capabilities and the most exalted positioning of their life and death bond. Yun Zhao's heart felt as though it had been struck by some unseen force. She gazed at the man before her, who had transformed from the mad air of the northern frontier into a dark chess piece stirring the capital's tempest, and then into the god of war devouring the shaman before the hall of supreme harmony. He repeatedly overturned her perceptions and cast enormous stones into the frozen lake of her heart. She recalled the complex gaze of her father at the time of his departure, and her destiny seemingly tugged by invisible threads over the past 2 decades. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Xiao Jin's eyes, deep as the starry sea, yet reflecting only her solitary figure. All the awkwardness and all the dissonance between word and heart seemed pale and powerless at that moment. After a brief silence, just as Xiao Jin thought she would once again evade with a facade of weakness, she slowly raised her hand, not to grasp a sword, but to gently rest it upon the palm he had extended. Her fingertips were cool, yet imbued with unwavering strength. Good. This single word, still cool, bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted in Xiao Jin's eyes. He grasped her hand tightly and laughed heartily, as if to release the pent-up frustrations of 3 years and the hardships endured along the way. "Ha! Good. Your words outweigh 1,000,000 troops and surpass the vastest mountains and rivers." He pulled Yun Zhao along, turning once again to face the magnificent capital, the setting sun casting a dazzling golden hue upon their silhouettes. "Send the orders." Xiao Jin's voice, laden with undeniable authority, reverberated across the stargazing platform. 3 days hence, we shall hold ancestral rites at the Grand Ancestral Temple to pay homage to the spirit of the late emperor and my father in the heavens. Simultaneously, I shall ascend the throne and declare Yun Zhao as empress. A general amnesty shall be proclaimed, and the people shall be renewed." He pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the cool and stunning woman beside him. Then gazing into the distant majestic landscapes, he declared loudly, "Let it be named Jin Zhao, a lasting brilliance for the world to behold." 3 days later, at an auspicious hour, the Grand Ancestral Temple stood solemn and dignified, with the sound of bells and drums resounding. Clad in a dark black imperial robe adorned with 12 chapters symbolizing royal authority, wearing a 12-crest crown, Xiao Jin's expression was stern, his gaze piercing. He held a jade tablet, ascending the high steps with deliberate strides, flanked by civil and military officials. Amidst a thunderous chorus of longevity shouts that shook the heavens, the sacrificial text resonated clearly, honoring the ancestors. As the fragrant smoke spiraled upwards, reaching the clouds, Xiao Jin distinctly felt a deeper resonance between the mountain and river seal within him and the entire dragon vein of the Great Yin, while the system's interface radiated a serene and vast brilliance, as if witnessing the dawn of a new era. After the ancestral rites were completed, they moved to the newly constructed Qingtian Hall, a grander reconstruction of the former Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside, Yunzhao adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing gown. Though her countenance remained cool, the vibrant red of her imperial robe added an unparalleled elegance and an aura of maternal grace. She stood beside the imperial throne, her gaze calmly observing as Xiao Jin approached the dragon chair, a symbol of supreme power. Upon reaching the dragon chair, Xiao Jin did not immediately sit down. Instead, he turned to face the throng of dark-clad subjects both inside and outside the hall, his gaze sweeping over loyal subordinates such as Li Jun and Mo Qi, and across the varied expressions of civil and military officials, finally resting upon Yun Zhao. He extended his hand towards her. Yun Zhao gently nodded, placing her hand within his palm. The two joined hands and ascended the grand, frigid dragon throne together. In this moment, they transcended their roles as emperor and empress, embodying the united will of Jin and Zhao, shouldering the immense weight of the vast empire. Long live our emperor! Long live our empress! The resounding cheers rose once more, echoing like waves, heralding the official commencement of the Jin Zhao era within the great Yin dynasty. The enthronement ceremony lasted an entire day. That evening, a banquet was held in the palace. Although it lacked the previous court's intricate intrigues, it was nonetheless more splendid and magnificent. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao sat side by side upon the throne, receiving the homage of envoys from various nations, primarily vassal states that had come to pay tribute in fear. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Xiao Jin dismissed the musicians and took Yun Zhao's hand, leading her to the highest terrace outside the hall. The night sky sparkled with countless stars. Beneath them lay the twinkling lights of countless households, an image of peace. Do you remember what you once said? Xiao Jin softly inquired, gazing at the woman beside him. Which statement? Yun Zhao replied, her profile illuminated by starlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Was it the one about not being worthy of companionship, or the one where you declared that if I dared to die, you would cleave the imperial city in two? Xiao Jin chuckled softly. The latter can be amended. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gesturing towards the boundless starry sky and the majestic landscape. His voice infused with endless passion and tenderness. This world, we have fought for together, and we shall protect it together. He paused, leaning closer to her ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, if you wish to cleave, then cleave. But remember, you must wait for me to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao could not help but smile, a gentle yet profoundly genuine expression, akin to the thawing of glaciers and the return of spring to the earth. She softly murmured in agreement, resting her head upon his shoulder. Above them, the galaxy shone, and below, the empire lay, while they remained side by side. Chapter 1. The daily life of Jin Zhao in the spring of the first year of Jin Zhao, a new dawn emerged, and all things began to revive. The reconstruction of the capital was nearing completion, and a new order quietly spread like budding willow branches. Within the palace, the opulence and gloom of the previous dynasty had faded, replaced by a tranquility and vitality born from enduring tribulations. In the imperial study, the lights burned brightly. Xiao Jin set down the last memorial he had been reading, rubbing his temples. The memorial was from the northern border, reporting on the stability of the frontier. With the northern Yan's national master, Tuoba He, gravely wounded and their shamanic will consumed, they had grown fearful, recently sending envoys to express goodwill, seemingly inclined to submit and pay tribute. He affixed his approval and placed the memorial atop a towering stack of already approved documents, which had accumulated to half his height. Being an emperor was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. It was not the physical exhaustion. With his current cultivation, even 10 days and nights without rest would pose no problem. The fatigue lay in the heart, in the endless administrative duties, in balancing countless factions, and in the myriad lives intertwined with each decision made. This was far more tedious and complex than when he had once slain a master with a single blow in the northern border or consumed the will of the shaman. He lifted his gaze towards the window. Yun Zhao sat there, with a small table before her, piled with internal affairs documents requiring the empress's attention. She remained clad in a simple white garment, eschewing the elaborate court attire that her status might have warranted. Instead, a minimalist jade hairpin adorned her hair, subtly signifying her position. At this moment, she was engrossed in reviewing documents, her profile illuminated by the lamp, casting an air of focused tranquility, her long lashes creating delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Sensing his gaze, Yun Zhao lifted her head, her cool, clear eyes sweeping over him. Finished with your review? She inquired. Indeed, Xiao Jin replied, rising to stretch his limbs before approaching her side. He naturally placed a hand on the back of her chair, leaning in to observe her annotations. Her handwriting was graceful yet incisive, marked by clarity and decisiveness. reducing internal expenditures by 30% to replenish the treasury for spring plowing and disaster relief. He read aloud, nodding in approval. The Empress is adept in household management, understanding the greater good. Yun Zhao continued writing, responding nonchalantly. The extravagance of the previous dynasty must not persist. Furthermore, she paused, glancing at him. Some individuals, back in the northern territories, relied on plundering the cavalry of Beiyin for military funds, yet now they exhibit such generosity. Rather than being vexed, Xiao Jin chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear, his breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Is the Empress revisiting old grievances? Or perhaps lamenting the hardships endured by her husband? A subtle blush tinged Yun Zhao's ears as her hand faltered, nearly allowing a drop of ink to mar the pages. Regaining her composure, she lightly prodded his chest with her pen's tip, admonishing, "You overstep. Attend to your memorials." Seizing her wrist, Xiao Jin gently caressed her delicate skin, mischief glimmering in his eyes. "The memorials are complete. The night is long. Does the Empress wish to stretch her limbs with me?" Yun Zhao raised an eyebrow. "What sort of activity do you propose?" Xiao Jin grinned, a hint of his characteristic wildness and martial spirit evident. "I have heard that several newcomers in the Imperial Guard, emboldened by their ancestors' military achievements and some prowess, are rather unruly. Perhaps we should visit the training grounds? It has been a while since the Empress wielded her sword." He understood Yun Zhao's disposition well. Confining her within the palace to handle mundane affairs, though executed with precision, was not her true inclination. The snow lotus of Kunlun thrives best when it blossoms amidst the tempest. A flicker of intrigue crossed Yun Zhao's eyes, yet she retorted, "Your Majesty is a treasure worth gold. Engaging in combat would be most unbecoming." "Unbecoming?" Xiao Jin scoffed lightly. "My dignity is embodied in my fist." He shook his fist playfully before adding, "And, of course, in the Empress's sword." Ultimately, they found themselves in the depths of the palace at the martial training ground. Under the night sky, the arena was aglow with torches. Upon learning of the Emperor and Empress's intent to observe the drills, the Night Watch commanders of the Imperial Guard hurriedly assembled their troops. The much-discussed newcomers stood among them, each one proudly erect, their eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and curiosity as they assessed the legendary Imperial couple. Xiao Jin had donned a simple yet elegant dark outfit, standing on the platform with hands clasped behind his back. Though he exuded no overt aura, an inherent majesty radiated from him. Yun Zhao, still in her white attire, stood quietly beside him, seemingly melding with the night, save for the cold sheen of her jade sword glinting in the firelight. "Commence," Xiao Jin intoned calmly. The Imperial Guard began their drills, their formations precise and imbued with a palpable sense of martial ferocity, truly a commendable elite force. As the demonstration of personal martial skills commenced, the unruly individuals indeed began to showcase their prowess. Their strikes were fierce and windswept, clearly transcending the bounds of friendly sparring, forcing their opponents into continuous retreat. This spectacle drew gasps from the surrounding soldiers, who cast furtive glances towards the platform, eager to observe the Emperor and Empress's reactions. Xiao Jin maintained an impassive expression, while Yun Zhao furrowed her brows slightly. To her, these individuals' martial techniques were riddled with flaws, superficial at best. Eventually, a burly man with a scarred face unleashed an exceptionally forceful mountain-splitting palm, sending his opponent hurtling through the air. He concluded his display with a flourish, deliberately bowing towards the platform with a provocative glint in his eye. A profound silence enveloped the training grounds. Suddenly, Xiao Jin chuckled and turned to Yun Zhao, inquiring, "Empress, what do you think of this man's palm technique?" Yun Zhao cast a fleeting glance before responding coolly, "The force is commendable, yet the variations are lacking. And his foundation is unstable. His vital energy flows sluggishly. Should he encounter a true master, he would surely falter within 3 moves." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena. The burly man's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Your Majesty possesses unparalleled martial prowess. I am in awe. However, this mountain-splitting palm is a family heirloom, honed over 20 arduous years. I refuse to concede to your claim of 3 moves." "Refuse to concede?" Xiao Jin's smile broadened, imbued with a disquieting playfulness. "It is simple. Empress, please instruct him with 3 moves." Yun Zhao glanced at Xiao Jin, comprehending his intent. She uttered no words, merely leaping gracefully into the arena, resembling a drifting snowflake, standing a few paces apart from the burly man. "Please," she beckoned, without drawing her sword. Feeling belittled, the burly man bellowed in fury, channeling all his vital energy and charging towards Yun Zhao like a rampaging bull. His mountain-splitting palm aimed directly at her face with full force. Yet, in the face of this fierce assault, Yun Zhao merely tilted her body slightly, her delicate fingers converging as she mimicked a blade, gently slicing at the man's wrist. A soft sound echoed, not the crack of bone, but the sound of vital energy being pierced. The burly man felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, the concentrated force of his palm disintegrating instantly, leaving his entire arm weak and powerless. He stumbled forward, nearly toppling to the ground. The first move, broken palm. Taken aback and enraged, the burly man regained his footing, his left palm following suit in a sweeping attack towards Yun Zhao's midsection, with the lightest touch of her toes. Yun Zhao's form glided like a specter to his left side, her fingertip once again striking precisely at a vital point beneath his ribs. A muffled groan escaped the burly man as he felt one side of his body go numb, his vital energy surging chaotically, nearly forcing him to spew blood. The second move, broken momentum. Before he could react, Yun Zhao had already appeared behind him, her fingertip imbued with a chilling essence, lightly touching the critical point on his back. Though she exerted no force, the bone-chilling cold and the imminent dread of death rendered the burly man frozen in place, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The third move, subduing the enemy. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All present stood in stunned disbelief, watching as the once arrogant individual had failed to withstand even 3 moves at the hands of the Empress, who had not even drawn her sword, relying solely on 3 fingers. Yun Zhao retracted her finger, casting not a glance at the burly man, and turned towards the command platform. Her voice, cool and resonant, reached every ear. The path of martial prowess is not merely a contest of strength and ferocity. One must cultivate deep strength, focused spirit, and concentrated intent. Your true adversaries lie at the borders, in foreign lands, not among your comrades beside you. The burly man knelt abruptly, shame flooding his features, and with genuine humility declared, "This humble general is grateful for Her Majesty's guidance. I acknowledge my error." The other hot-headed individuals bowed their heads in compliance, no longer daring to exhibit even a hint of defiance. Xiao Jin observed Yun Zhao as she returned, admiration and amusement gleaming in his eyes, and he extended his hand. Yun Zhao hesitated for a fleeting moment at the sight of his outstretched hand, but ultimately placed her own within it. Xiao Jin grasped her cool hand and proclaimed to the assembled crowd, "Did you witness that? This is what true power looks like. The Empress and I have forged this realm not through cunning, but through absolute strength. In the future, train diligently. Your fists should be aimed at the enemies beyond our gates. With utmost respect, we heed Your Majesty and Her Majesty's teachings." The roar of approval resonated throughout the training grounds, the morale soaring like a phoenix. As they made their way back to the palace, the moonlight graced their path. Xiao Jin held Yun Zhao's hand, strolling leisurely. "Feeling better?" he inquired. Yun Zhao glanced at him, retorting, "When have I ever been in a poor mood?" "Stubborn." Xiao Jin chuckled softly, then suddenly suggested, "If you feel confined, you may visit the training grounds anytime, or I could accompany you in practice." Yun Zhao paused momentarily. Regarding him thoughtfully, "You wish to spar with me? Are you afraid of being bested?" Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. A flicker of battle spirit ignited in Yun Zhao's cool gaze. "You may certainly test that theory." "Very well." Xiao Jin grinned like a mischievous cat. "What shall the wager be?" Yun Zhao contemplated for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, "Should you lose, you will personally review all the memorials for the next month." "And if you lose?" Xiao Jin leaned closer. Yun Zhao, gazing into his near visage, unexpectedly reached out with her other hand, playfully tugging at the ribbon binding his hair. Her action imbued with a rare playfulness. "If I lose, I shall concede to your wishes." With that, she released her grip, allowing the ribbon to slip away, and stepped ahead, her white attire billowing in the moonlight like an ethereal being. Xiao Jin stood momentarily stunned, brushing his fingers through his disheveled hair. And watching the graceful silhouette ahead, he chuckled silently, then hastened to catch up. "It is settled then." The moonlight poured like water, enveloping the two as they walked side by side, elongating and intertwining their shadows, as if they were always meant to be one. Chapter 2. Drunk in the Lord's embrace in the first year of Junzhao, early summer. The ice mirror in the imperial study exuded a refreshing chill, dispelling the early summer's slight heat. Xiao Jin had just concluded a discussion regarding the reforms of grain transportation with several high-ranking ministers, rubbing his temples, which throbbed slightly. Yun Zhao sat nearby, perusing the blueprints for the royal gardens restoration presented by the Ministry of Works, a subtle weariness etched upon her brow. After months of grappling with arduous state affairs, even their remarkable cultivation could not shield their spirits from fatigue. "Take a break," Xiao Jin suggested as he rose and approached her, decisively shutting the blueprints before her. "If you continue to stare at them, your eyes will surely blur." Yun Zhao lifted her gaze to meet his, offering no objection, and gently leaned against the chair's back, closing her eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting intricate shadows upon her long lashes. Xiao Jin observed the faint dark circles beneath her eyes, and his heart stirred. He recalled the documents mentioning Yun Zhao's poor tolerance for alcohol, yet she often sought out his company for drinks. Since ascending to the throne, affairs have been numerous, and it has been quite some time since I last enjoyed solitary libations with her. This evening, as official duties came to a close, Xiao Jin suddenly remarked, "Accompany me to a place." "Where?" Yun Zhao inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "You shall know once we arrive," Xiao Jin teased, a hint of mystery gracing his lips. That night, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. Xiao Jin chose not to bring any attendants. It was just the two of them, clad in simple attire, quietly exiting the palace gates. He forewent the imperial entourage, even opting not to ride in a carriage. Instead, taking her hand as if they were an ordinary couple from a wealthy household, strolling through the bustling night market of the resplendent capital. Amidst the flickering lights, a throng of people moved like a flowing river, the air filled with the sounds of hawkers and laughter. This was a realm entirely distinct from the solemnity of the royal palace. Observing the vibrant tapestry of life before her, Yun Zhao felt her previously cold gaze soften. Having grown up in Kunlun and later traversed the world largely in solitude or on tasks for her sect, she seldom experienced such unadulterated immersion in the lively commotion of the mundane world. Xiao Jin guided her through the throng, eventually halting before an unassuming yet elegantly quaint tavern. The sign above read Wang Yuju, the characters bold and vigorous. "What is this place?" Yun Zhao asked, somewhat surprised. She had anticipated that Xiao Jin would lead her to a royal retreat or a clandestine locale. "In my days as the mad heir, I would occasionally sneak out to enjoy a drink here," Xiao Jin revealed, pushing open the slightly weathered wooden door. Inside, the lighting was dim, the clientele sparse, and the air was imbued with a gentle aroma of wine and the warmth of food. Their apricot blossom brew is quite delightful, with a robust aftertaste. The proprietor, an energetic elder, seemed to recognize Xiao Jin, perhaps by intuition or perhaps due to prior arrangements made by Mo Qi, but did not make a scene, instead respectfully ushering them to a secluded, window-side chamber on the second floor. A few exquisite small dishes and a warm jug of apricot blossom brew awaited them. Xiao Jin personally poured a glass for Yun Zhao. The liquid glimmered amber under the soft light, exuding a sweet fragrance. "Do try it," he urged, raising his glass. Yun Zhao gazed into her cup, then met Xiao Jin's expectant gaze. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted the glass. Despite her awareness of her limited tolerance for alcohol, the rare atmosphere compelled her to partake. The first sip was rich and smooth, imbued with a hint of apricot blossom, devoid of harshness. As she sipped delicately, the tension within her seemed to gradually dissipate, surrendering to the warmth of the drink. Xiao Jin busied himself with serving her dishes, engaging in light conversation, sharing anecdotes from the court or tales from the martial world, deliberately avoiding discussions of pressing state matters. Yun Zhao primarily listened, occasionally offering a response or two, her weariness gradually melting away, replaced by a languid intoxication. After several cups, a subtle flush blossomed on her fair cheeks, reminiscent of red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, adding a touch of vividness to her previously icy demeanor. Her gaze began to take on a dreamy quality, no longer sharp and frigid. When she looked at others, her eyes sparkled with an innocent, naive allure. Xiao Jin discerned that she had reached her limit. "Shall we continue drinking?" he asked with a smile, pouring her another half glass. Yun Zhao shook her head, her voice soft and sweet. "No, I shall not drink anymore." She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting towards the moonlight outside the window, murmuring, "This wine is a bit intoxicating." Xiao Jin, captivated by her rare display of innocence, felt his heart soften. He rose and settled beside her. Yun Zhao seemed oblivious, still staring out the window, when she suddenly whispered, "Xiao Jin, yes, when I was a child in Kunlun, I was actually afraid of the dark." She spoke in fragmented sentences, revealing a vulnerability she had never shared with anyone. The place for sword practice was in the icy caves on the back mountain, where strange sounds echoed at night. A pang of bittersweetness surged within Xiao Jin as he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Yun Zhao leaned into his embrace, seeking comfort, and continued to mumble, "My father was always busy and stern. If I did not practice my swordsmanship well, he wouldn't let me eat." Xiao Jin held her tighter, feeling her warmth and the faint scent of alcohol, along with the fragility that emerged when her defenses were lowered. He thought of Yunya, the father who, for the sake of a so-called greater good and salvation, would exploit his own daughter. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. "Eventually, I got used to it." Yun Zhao's voice trailed off, softer now. "I became accustomed to being alone, to being strong on my own. Her hand unconsciously grasped the fabric of Xiao Jin's chest, as if holding onto the only lifeline. Until I met you, this madman. She suddenly lifted her head, her intoxicated eyes hazy as they met his, carrying a hint of grievance and accusation. You always cause trouble and expect me to shield you from harm. Xiao Jin noted the redness around her eyes, a jolt of emotion coursing through him. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "It will not happen again. From now on, I will shield you." Yun Zhao seemed to have not fully heard him, or perhaps she did not believe him. She buried her face back into his embrace, murmuring, "Liar, you only deceive me." After a moment, she appeared to remember something, suddenly tugging at her collar and pointing to the faint pink mark on her chest, which subtly echoed the old scar on his left cheek. With a stubbornness fueled by intoxication, she insisted, "Look, this scar matches yours. You owe me. You will always owe me." Xiao Jin gazed at the mark on her chest, a testament to their shared life and death, and a wave of profound tenderness and love surged within him. He took her hand that pointed at the scar and pressed it against the old scar on his face, his voice low and earnest. "Yes, I owe you. I will repay this debt in this life, the next, and for all eternity. Will that suffice?" Yun Zhao stared at him, her intoxicated eyes shimmering as if they held shattered starlight. She did not respond, but suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her flushed cheek in his neck like a child who had found a home. "Xiao Jin," she called out softly, infused with boundless dependence and affirmation. "I am here." Xiao Jin tightened his embrace, cherishing the rare moment of her complete trust. Outside, the moonlight was gentle, and the clamor of the city seemed to fade away. Within the private room, only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats remained. Time drifted by, and soon, her breathing became even and deep as she fell asleep against him. Xiao Jin lowered his gaze, admiring Yun Zhao's serene sleeping face, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyelids, the blush on her cheeks lingering, her lips slightly pouting. Entirely devoid of her usual aloofness, he carefully lifted her, cradling her as if she were the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. She remained in slumber, nestled in his embrace, seeking a more comfortable position to continue her tranquil rest. Xiao Jin held her gently as he descended the staircase, offering a slight nod to the elderly man stationed behind the counter. The elder bowed in acknowledgement, his gaze imbued with a warm understanding. Without invoking his powers, he cradled her tenderly, step by step traversing the now serene streets toward the imperial city, a symbol of ultimate authority. The moonlight elongated their shadows, intertwining, as if to traverse the entirety of a long life together. The woman in his arms was his queen, a partner with whom he had shared both life and death. And in this moment, she had shed all her defenses, wholly relying on him. The mountains and rivers were but a token, and the world, a mere formality, ultimately pale in comparison to this moment of serene repose in his embrace. He understood that upon waking tomorrow, she might revert to the aloof and proud Kunlun sword immortal, the Empress of Dan. Yet, the softness, tinged with intoxication and scars, that was uniquely his would forever be imprinted in the depths of his heart. Old wounds unhealed, new scars forming, and this new scar bore the name of love. Chapter 3. The letter from Kunlun in the autumn of the first year of Jin Zhao. The chrysanthemum blossoms flourished resplendently in the imperial garden, their golden hues reflecting the lofty blue sky of the season. Xiao Jin, having stolen a rare moment of leisure, engaged in a game of chess with Yun Zhao in the pavilion. He played with the black pieces, placing his stone at the center with a fierce offensive, exuding the dominance of a battlefield commander. Yun Zhao, wielding the white pieces, moved with grace, appearing defensive yet adept at transforming peril into safety at crucial moments. Safeguarding her territory, her sword intent concealed within the strategies of the game, just as Xiao Jin believed he had orchestrated a surrounding maneuver with his latest move. A snow-white spirit hawk glided through the barrier, landing silently on the railing beside the pavilion, a small jade tube affixed to its talon. Yun Zhao paused her hand mid-move, her gaze drawn to the spirit hawk, a subtle ripple of emotion crossing her cool eyes. This hawk was a messenger from Kunlun, reserved for the transmission of urgent or confidential information, utilized only for matters of great significance. Xiao Jin noticed as well. He set down his piece and nodded to Yun Zhao. She rose and approached the hawk, untying the jade tube. The hawk affectionately nudged her fingers with its beak before taking flight, vanishing into the clouds. Returning to the pavilion, she exhaled a breath of spiritual energy, causing the jade tube to respond and open. Inside, instead of a letter, lay a delicate white jade slip as thin as a cicada's wing, emanating a chilling touch, accompanied by a small piece of dark fabric, seemingly stained with dried blood. Yun Zhao immersed her consciousness into the jade slip. Moments later, she lifted her head, her expression serene, Yet the fingers gripping the jade slip betrayed a slight tension, revealing her inner turmoil. "What is it?" Xiao Jin inquired. Sensing the subtle shift in her aura, Yun Zhao extended the jade slip to him, saying, "You may read it for yourself." Taking it, Xiao Jin scanned its contents. The information within was scant, relayed by an elder stationed at Kunlun. The content primarily revolves around two key points. Firstly, it is confirmed that after leaving the self-castration feast, Yunya briefly returned to Kunlun Mountain, but only lingered for a moment in the forbidden area, taking away an object before vanishing once more, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. Secondly, a fragment of cloth was discovered in the corner of the secret chamber where Yunya was in seclusion. The lingering aura upon it is exceedingly ancient and malevolent, distinct from any known witchcraft, seemingly resonating more with the essence of primordial sorcery, albeit with subtle differences. The elder suspects that Yunya may not have entirely abandoned his plans, and could perhaps be scheming something deeper and more perilous. This fragment, upon examination through secret methods, is determined to originate from 20 years ago, specifically from the inner lining of the armor destroyed by Xiao Jin's father during the Northern War. Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened suddenly. The intertwining clues of his father's armor and the deeper powers of the ancient sorcerer pointed to a disconcerting possibility. Yunya's exchange of armor for the Northern Yin cavalry may not have been solely for power, but perhaps also for the collection of artifacts related to the sorcerer. What, then, could the object he took be? He set down the jade slip and picked up the fragment of cloth. The fabric had long lost its original hue. Its dark color resembled not merely bloodstains, but rather the remnants of energy erosion. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, a faint tremor resonated within his body, conveying a weak yet ominous wave of warning. Unknown high-dimensional energy residue detected, originating from the same source as the absorbed will of the sorcerer, though with an older, more obscure structure. Potential risks exist. Yun Zhao observed his grave expression and softly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Jin caressed the fragment, his eyes glinting coldly. "If he remains compliant, for your sake, I may consider him dead. But should he dare to stir trouble?" His unspoken implications were evident. He tucked the cloth and jade slip away, turning to Yun Zhao with a softened tone. "I shall have Mo Qi and Li Jun discreetly monitor this matter. You need not worry excessively." Yun Zhao nodded, refraining from further words. She understood that matters involving her father and the sorcerer would never be simple, yet she harbored greater faith in the man beside her. At that moment, an inner court attendant arrived to report that several elderly ministers responsible for the royal ceremonies sought an audience with the empress, bearing urgent matters to discuss. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. Royal affairs were typically tedious, and he preferred to leave them entirely to Yun Zhao. He waved his hand dismissively. "Let them be. The empress now wields the phoenix seal, and her authority grows daily. This trivial matter is surely within her grasp," he remarked with a hint of jest. Yun Zhao cast him a fleeting glance, adjusted her impeccably smooth robes, and rose to depart, her silhouette exuding a cold yet undeniable air of authority. Xiao Jin watched her retreating figure with a smile, redirecting his gaze to the chessboard, only to realize that what had seemed like a decisive move was subtly countered by an inconspicuous white piece of Yun Zhao's, the initiative of the game having quietly shifted. Ah, still so formidable. He stroked his chin, feeling not irritation but rather an heightened interest, engrossed in his own strategizing. Meanwhile, in the newly established Fengyi Hall, several elderly ministers, their hair white and their demeanor austere, sat upright with solemnity. They arrived today to discuss the intricacies of the queen's ceremonial role in the upcoming year-end sacrificial rites. According to tradition, the queen is expected to appear only at specific moments, maintaining silence throughout the ceremony as a gesture of humility. Several venerable ministers referenced ancient texts, eloquently advocating for Yun Zhao to adhere to historical practices. Yun Zhao sat gracefully upon her throne, listening intently, yet remained silent. It was only after the ministers concluded their discourse that a brief stillness enveloped the hall, allowing her to speak slowly. Her voice clear and imbued with a subtle chill. "Esteemed lords, I am well aware of the ancient rites you speak of." Her gaze swept over the assembly with tranquil composure. "However, times have changed. The emperor and I have contributed to the restoration of our realm, a feat incomparable to the mere continuation of a dynasty. The sacrificial rites are a means of communicating with the heavens, beseeching peace and prosperity for our nation. As I stand alongside the emperor, I shall participate fully to demonstrate my sincerity and share in the fate of our realm, rather than retreating into the shadows, silent and unseen, as dictated by the old customs." One elder could not contain himself. "Your Highness, the ancestral customs should not be lightly cast aside. The queen's involvement in governance is already rare. Should she also intervene in such a significant ceremony?" Yun Zhao interjected, her eyes gleaming with intensity. I assist the emperor in managing the internal affairs of the court, reforming the palace, and economizing to bolster the national treasury. How can this be deemed interference? Do you gentlemen believe that a woman is only meant to remain confined within the depths of the palace, attending to her husband and raising children, incapable of contributing to the greater good of the realm? She rose from her seat, though she did not unleash her full power. An aura of authority emanated from her naturally, mingled with her inherent, aloof elegance, which seemed to leave the elder ministers momentarily breathless. Traditions are established by man and can be altered by man. Yun Zhao's tone was indifferent yet resolute. The ceremonial protocols for the sacrificial rites shall be drafted as I have just articulated. Should there be any dissent, let the Ministry of Rites present it directly to the emperor. She paused, adding, "Oh, and inform the ministry that I shall require a sword for the ceremony." A sword? The ministers were utterly stunned. The notion of wielding a sword during the sacrificial rites was unheard of. The Kunlun sword is my birthright. Yun Zhao's tone remained unperturbed, as if she were discussing an utterly mundane matter. With my true heart and my sword, I will pay homage to the heavens, and that is the utmost sincerity. This matter requires no further debate. Having said this, she turned her back on the ministers, their expressions shifting as they hesitated to speak further, and departed from the side hall. The ministers exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads with a resigned smile, bowing as they retreated. This queen, with her unparalleled abilities, cultivation, and temperament, was indeed exceptional, yet her approach mirrored that of the emperor. Both defied convention, rendering any rebuttal futile. When news reached Xiao Jin, he was reviewing memorials and paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Well said. Wield your true sword and address the heavens. This is indeed my queen." He cast aside his vermilion brush and turned to the attentive Emo Chi beside him, grinning. "Inform the Ministry of Rites to proceed as the queen has decreed. Should anyone dare to quibble, let them come to me." That night, in the royal chamber, Yun Zhao removed her hairpins, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall. Xiao Jin embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, chuckling softly. "You certainly startled those old relics today." Yun Zhao gazed at him through the bronze mirror. "Do you find it inappropriate?" "Absolutely not. Quite the opposite." Xiao Jin tightened his embrace. "My queen is meant to stand apart from the rest. This realm, we have built together, and thus we shall also partake in the sacrificial rites together. You may wield your sword as you please and speak your mind freely. I shall see who dares to offer dissent." He paused for a moment, his voice dropping to a somber tone, tinged with sincerity. "Zhaoer, by my side, you need only to be yourself. Pay no heed to the worldly gaze or the constraints of tradition." Yun Zhao gazed at the reflection of the two of them in the mirror, her eyes filled with unwavering trust and indulgence. She slightly tilted her head, her cheek brushing against his, softly murmuring in affirmation. The autumn wind wafted through the window, carrying the crisp scent of chrysanthemums. The shadows of Kunlun may not yet have dissipated, and the mundane affairs of the court remained intricate, yet in this moment, two hearts closely intertwined could withstand all chill. The emergence of Feng Yi was not merely the majesty of the queen, it signified that Yun Zhao began, in her own unique manner, to influence the trajectory of the empire. Chapter 4. Under currents of decay, the shadows cast by the letter from Kunlun did not fade with the blooming of autumn chrysanthemums. Rather, they spread quietly like ink dropped into clear water at the very heart of the empire's highest power. Xiao Jin did not pursue the whereabouts of Yunya with fanfare, as such actions would only alert the unsuspecting. He entrusted a fragment of fabric, imbued with mysterious energy, to Mo Chi, instructing him to utilize all resources of the Shadow Department to investigate any links to the war in the Northern Territories 20 years prior, particularly regarding the damaged battle armor, whether they be people or objects. Simultaneously, he discreetly ordered Li Jun to enhance surveillance over the Northern Territories and the areas bordering the remnants of Beiyin, keeping a vigilant eye on any unusual fluctuations of energy or movements of personnel. In the court, the ripples caused by the Queen's ceremonial sword offering quickly subsided under Xiao Jin's unwavering support. The newly drafted protocols by the Ministry of Rites not only permitted Yun Zhao's full participation, sword at her side, but also incorporated additional rituals where the Emperor and Empress would jointly offer their respects to the heavens, subtly elevating Yun Zhao's status to one equivalent to the Emperor, sharing in the divine mandate. Although there were murmurs of dissent, under Xiao Jin's iron-fisted rule and Yun Zhao's increasingly solidified authority, none dared to openly oppose. On this day, Xiao Jin sat in the imperial study reviewing memorials. A routine report from the Northern Military Command captured his attention. The report mentioned that an abandoned outpost along the border had recently shown signs of activity from unidentified martial artists. The traces of combat left behind indicated that both parties possessed formidable strength, and the lingering aura made the station troops feel profoundly uneasy, as if tainted by some chilling force. Xiao Jin's fingers drummed against the imperial table, his gaze sharp. As his thoughts stirred, a translucent ranking list of martial prowess subtly materialized in the corner of his vision. The golden inscription proclaiming Xiao Jin first on the world power rankings still hung high. While the names below fluctuated occasionally, yet the top remained stable. He swiftly scanned the list, paying particular attention to several names associated with the old nobility of Bei Yin or hidden sections. It appeared that some were unwilling to remain in obscurity. Xiao Jin mused softly, a cold smile curving his lips. Such covert confrontations, lurking in the shadows, excited him far more than the straightforward barbs exchanged in the court. Potential hostile target association detected. Shall we conduct a deep scan? The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. Since absorbing a significant amount of divine power and ascending to the status of a terrestrial deity, the system's functionalities seemed more refined and proactive. While it still refrained from engaging in conversation, it would provide auxiliary options under specific conditions. Scan, Xiao Jin commanded. In an instant, an intangible map of energy unfurled within his mind, centered around the forsaken outpost of the Northern Territory. Faint, almost imperceptible dark red threads of energy extended in all directions, with several unmistakably pointing towards various locations within the empire, one particularly slender thread seemingly reaching into the depths of the imperial city. Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened. The imperial city was shielded by a barrier crafted by him and Yun Zhao, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary malevolent entities to infiltrate. This thread was so elusive that, but for the system's scan, he might have overlooked it entirely. Whom did it signify? Was it a palace servant tainted by corruption? Or something else? Maintaining his composure, he continued to attend to state affairs until nightfall. That evening, instead of returning directly to his chambers, Xiao Jin ventured alone to a forbidden, stargazing platform deep within the palace. Once the observatory of the previous dynasty's astronomical bureau, it now lay abandoned. Perched at the highest elevation, offering a panoramic view of the majority of the imperial city, with few palace attendants daring to approach. He stood at the edge of the platform, hands clasped behind his back, as the night wind rustled the dark fabric of his robe. Closing his eyes, his spirit energy flowed forth like mercury, radiating from the stargazing platform as he meticulously sensed every breath within the imperial city. Simultaneously, he pushed the system's scanning function to its limits, intently tracking the dark red thread that pointed towards the palace. The thread danced unpredictably, as if on the verge of snapping, yet its source did not appear to emanate from any fixed palace but seemed to be in motion. Xiao Jin furrowed his brow, focusing his spirit energy on the general direction from which the thread originated, towards the inner court, near the imperial garden. With a subtle shift, he melded into the shadows of the night, silently gliding towards that vicinity. The night in the imperial garden was tranquil and serene, punctuated only by the chirping of autumn insects and the whisper of the wind through the bamboo leaves. Xiao Jin concealed all presence, moving like a true specter through the thickets and artificial hills. At last, on a narrow path adjacent to a bamboo grove, he spotted his target. It was a young eunuch, hurriedly walking with a lantern, his attire modest, seemingly engaged in a nocturnal patrol. On the surface, there appeared to be nothing amiss. Yet within Xiao Jin's perception and the system's vision, a faint dark red energy clung to the eunuch's ankle like a malignant growth. Nearly imperceptible unless one were to scrutinize closely. Xiao Jin refrained from immediate action, adopting the demeanor of a patient hunter, trailing from a distance. The young eunuch approached an artificial hill nestled within the depths of the bamboo forest, glancing around before swiftly producing a small object wrapped in oiled paper from his sleeve. He concealed it within a cleverly hidden crevice at the base of the hill, then departed nonchalantly. Once the eunuch had retreated, Xiao Jin revealed himself. He approached the artificial hill, reached into the stone crevice, and retrieved the oiled paper package. Upon opening it, he discovered not an extraordinary artifact, but merely a small piece of dark fabric, nearly identical to that mentioned in the correspondence from Kunlun, albeit smaller. Adorned with a grotesque symbol painted in a dark brown liquid, detected a source energy marker, possessing positioning and information transmission capabilities. Energy structure analysis indicates a compatibility of 738 with the target, Yunya. The system prompt resonated promptly. Xiao Jin's gaze grew utterly frigid. Yunya's hand had indeed reached into the imperial city. Was he conveying information in such a clandestine manner? To whom? What was his intent? Collecting the fragments of his father's battle armor and laying down such hidden stakes. What was he truly scheming? To resurrect that ancient sorcerer, or did he have ulterior motives? He crushed the marked cloth in his hand, the dark red energy symbols dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. He refrained from pursuing the used eunuch. To alert the serpent in the grass would be unwise. Now that he was aware of the method and location of the information relay, this place could serve as a trap for reverse surveillance. When Xiao Jin returned to his quarters, it was already deep into the night. Yun Zhao had not yet succumbed to slumber. She leaned against the soft couch, perusing a scroll of sword techniques. The soft glow of the palace lanterns sketching the contours of her serene profile. "Where have you been?" she inquired, her head still bowed. Xiao Jin sat beside her, naturally taking her cool hand into his own, and without reservation, shared the discoveries of the night, including the energy threads scanned by the system and the hidden stakes. After a moment of silence, Yun Zhao set down the scroll, lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with clarity. He truly remained unrepentant. "It matters not," Xiao Jin replied, caressing her fingers, his tone imbued with a calmness that suggested he held all the cards. "Let him jump. It will be intriguing to see what other hidden trump cards he possesses and which phantoms accompany him." He paused, fixing his gaze upon Yun Zhao. "However, it seems I must trouble you once more." He understood that, regardless of Yun Ya's shortcomings, he was ultimately her biological father. Yun Zhao tightened her grip on his hand. The pressure firm, yet her voice remained tranquil. "He chose this path. He must bear the consequences. I am now the Empress of Da'in, your wife." She spoke little, yet Xiao Jin comprehended her meaning. Between family loyalty and greater righteousness, between the past and the present, she had already made the most resolute choice. With the grand ceremony approaching, this matter would need to be set aside for the time being. Xiao Jin embraced her, resting his chin atop her head. After the ceremony, "We shall engage him thoroughly." Yun Zhao nestled against him, murmuring softly in agreement. Outside the window, the autumn night was deep and cool, the imperial city shrouded in silence. Yet beneath this stillness, the undercurrents from Kunlun and the sinister machinations lurking within the depths of the imperial city were quietly eroding, while the emperor and empress, perched atop their lofty perch, silently prepared for the impending storm. The chessboard had been laid out, and the pieces moved in silence. The true hunter never fears the venomous serpents lurking in the shadows. Chapter 5. The sword's call to heaven. The day of the heavenly sacrifice arrived amidst an atmosphere of outward solemnity, concealing turbulent undercurrents within. Before dawn, the entire imperial city had awakened. Banners fluttered, and the procession was grand. From the palace gates to the altar beyond the city, pure water washed the streets, and yellow earth lined the pathways. The imperial guard stood in sharp armor, forming a solemn line, the atmosphere so grave it felt almost tangible. Civil and military officials donned their formal court attire, arranged by rank, heads bowed in quiet anticipation. Xiao Jin was clad in a deep black robe adorned with 12 patterns, crowned with a 12-feathered cap, commanding an imposing presence as he strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. He scanned the crowd below with a tranquil gaze, the system's leaderboard quietly hovering in the periphery, seemingly detached from this earthly spectacle. Yet he could sense, beneath the solemnity, a few obscure, malicious gazes lurking among the throng. Beside him, Yun Zhao was equally resplendent in her attire. She did not don the intricate and heavy phoenix crown and ceremonial attire that characterized queens of previous dynasties. Instead, she wore a custom gown of pure white, embroidered with golden threads depicting the clouds of Kunlun and the wings of a soaring phoenix. This attire not only highlighted the queen's exalted status, but also retained the spirit of a sword immortal. Her raven hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned solely with a simple white jade hairpin shaped like a phoenix's head, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Most striking was the sword at her waist, named Frostfall, a treasure of Kunlun's legacy, its scabbard ancient and subtly shimmering. When the emperor and empress appeared side by side beneath the altar of heaven, a barely contained stir rippled through the crowd. The sight of Yun Zhao's sword sent a pallor across the faces of several elderly ministers from the Ministry of Rites. Yet no one dared to voice their concerns. As the auspicious moment arrived, the bells and drums resounded in harmony, accompanied by the strains of elegant music. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven was intricate and solemn. Xiao Jin, as the son of heaven, presided over much of the ceremony with a steady voice and composed demeanor, each movement in perfect accord with ancient rituals, yet imbued with a confidence and majesty that transcended mere formality, derived from absolute power. Yun Zhao remained half a step behind him, neither overstepping nor appearing subservient. During the segments requiring the queen's participation, her posture was graceful and her conduct impeccable, yet her cool, clear gaze remained tranquil, as if the surrounding clamor and scrutiny were of no concern to her. The stance she took, sword at the ready, created a realm of her own, harmoniously juxtaposed against Xiao Jin's imperial might. as the ceremony reached its pivotal moment. With the emperor and empress ascending to the pinnacle of the altar to offer their prayers to heaven, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. Just as Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao stepped onto the final tier, poised to approach the central altar, three shadowy figures sprang forth from the ranks of officials below. Akin to phantoms, they tore away their official robes to reveal tight-fitting black attire beneath, their faces obscured by fearsome masks, weapons glinting with a toxic sheen. Charging directly towards the emperor and empress atop the altar. "Protect His Majesty," barked the captain of the Imperial Guard, and chaos ensued. However, the three assassins moved with an uncanny swiftness, like bolts of black lightning, closing in on the summit before the guards could encircle them. A palpable aura of strength radiated from them, each nearing the threshold of innate mastery. More alarmingly, they were enveloped in the familiar, bone-chilling dark red energy that belonged to the witchcraft of Yunya. As anticipated, Xiao Jin's gaze was icy, yet devoid of surprise. He remained still, merely allowing his vital energy to swell slightly, an invisible domain expanding around him. Just as the assassin's blades were about to graze the emperor and empress's garments, a clarion sound of a sword echoed, resonating like a phoenix's cry across the entire altar. It was Yun Zhao who had struck. No one witnessed the precise moment she drew her sword. All that could be seen was a chilling light of the blade, cascading like a torrent of stars, arriving first to precisely intercept the weapons of the three assassins. Clang, clang, clang. The three resonant sounds overlapped as the poison blades shattered in response. The sword's momentum did not wane. Like a living serpent, it traced three profound arcs in the air, instantly penetrating the energy centers of the three assailants. With a thunderous impact, the trio stumbled backward, blood spewing forth as if struck by lightning, their enveloping dark red energy convulsing violently as it dissipated. As if meeting its nemesis, they fell heavily to the ground, swiftly subdued by the encroaching Imperial Guards, their masks shattered, revealing three contorted and unfamiliar faces. The entire sequence, from the assailant's sudden strike to their incapacitation, transpired in the blink of an eye. Many had yet to comprehend the unfolding crisis when it was already averted. Yun Zhao stood resolutely, her sword held aloft, her white garments billowing in the wind, the blade's tip angled toward the earth. A droplet of blood trickled down the crystalline sword, splattering a vivid crimson on the pure white marble floor. Her expression remained icy and composed, as if she had merely brushed away a few specks of dust moments before. A prompt from the system flickered through Xiao Jin's mind. Collaborative combat, defeating potential threats. Slight enhancement of the host and partner's soul resonance during energy absorption and transformation. Silence enveloped the entirety of the altar. All were stunned into silence by the Queen's astonishing display of martial prowess. It was not merely a demonstration of strength, but a serene and precise execution, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Xiao Jin turned his head to gaze at Yun Zhao, his eyes betraying unabashed admiration and pride. He reached out, taking her sword-bearing hand, enveloping her cool fingertips within his grasp. He then turned to face the still-dazed ministers and citizens below, his voice resonating like a bell, echoing across the expanse. "My queen, the celestial swordswoman of Kunlun, stands beside me to restore peace in these turbulent times. Such trifles are unworthy to approach us." His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the crowd below. "Imperial Guards, heed my command. Conduct a thorough investigation. I wish to know who dared to challenge us with such audacity during the celestial ceremony." "As you command." The Imperial Guards responded with a thunderous chorus, their voices shaking the heavens. Following this encounter, no one dared to question the Queen's right to wield a sword in the celestial rites. The splendor of that one sword stroke irrevocably solidified Yun Zhao's unique and unassailable status in the court of the Great Yin and in the hearts of the populace. The ceremony continued. The Emperor and Empress, hand in hand, completed the remaining rites with tranquility amid countless awed gazes. As the sacrificial texts were incinerated, curling blue smoke ascended toward the heavens. Sunlight broke through the clouds, showering the two figures standing side by side atop the altar, resembling deities. That night, in the royal chambers, Xiao Jin removed his crown, watching Yun Zhao as she unfastened her jade hairpin. He chuckled, "From this day forth, I fear no one will dare to question your worthiness." Yun Zhao let her long hair fall, casting a sidelong glance at him through the bronze mirror. "Has the system once again indicated I have been underestimated?" "Not at all." Xiao Jin approached her from behind, embracing her gently, his voice low and teasing. "It suggests an enhancement in our soul resonance. It seems that fighting alongside one another is indeed beneficial for both body and spirit." Yun Zhao's ears flushed slightly, yet she made no move to push him away. Those assassins were death warriors. Xiao Jin's tone turned cold, bearing the mark of Yunya, yet their souls were bound by restrictions, rendering soul-searching futile. That dark thread had been severed. He had always been cautious. Yun Zhao's voice was calm. Today's actions were merely a test, or rather, an attempt to disrupt the ceremony and tarnish our reputations. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Xiao Jin chuckled softly. Instead, it has established your authority. He paused, his fingers entwining a strand of her hair. However, his collection of battle armor fragments, the establishment of hidden stakes within the imperial city, and the dispatching of death warriors to disrupt the celestial ceremony. All these seemingly mad actions appear to revolve around a singular core. Yun Zhao turned to him, her expression curious. Are you suggesting it's the witch god? Or perhaps something even older and more complete than what we have previously encountered? In the depths of his contemplation, a flicker of insight illuminated Xiao Jin's eyes. The system's analysis of that enigmatic energy continued unabated, and after encountering the power of the three assassins today, progress seemed to have accelerated. He grasped Yun Zhao's hand and declared, "Let us proceed to the study. There should be some new intelligence from Mo Qi." Outside the window, the lingering echoes of the sacrificial ceremony had yet to dissipate entirely, while new enigmas and challenges quietly descended with the night. The phoenix's cry pierced the heavens, and swords astonished the world. Yet beneath this grand tapestry of prosperity, dark undercurrents surged ever more fiercely. Chapter 6. The Cold Trail of the Northern Realm inside the study. The bright illumination segregated the profound darkness of the night beyond. Mo Qi materialized like a shadow, silently kneeling on one knee, presenting a sealed missive alongside a small, deep blue crystal encased in a special vessel, emanating a faint chill. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," Mo Qi's voice resonated, low yet clear. The Northern Covert Operations have confirmed that the residual cold energy at the abandoned outpost shares a common origin with this Xianming ice crystal. This substance is found only beneath the icy depths of the far north, containing an exceptionally pure ancient cold energy that cannot be easily harvested or controlled by mere mortals. Xiao Jin accepted the missive, swiftly scanning its contents before his gaze settled on the specially crafted transparent vessel. The deep blue crystal, though sealed, faintly radiated a chilling aura that seemed to solidify the air around it. High concentration of ancient cold energy detected, exhibiting a repulsive reaction to the power of the witch god, yet possessing a similar energy level. Analysis. Target Yun Yu may seek this item to balance or transform the witch god power he possesses, in order to avert backlash, or for some arcane ritual. The system's cold prompt echoed appropriately. Xiao Jin tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating the extreme northern lands. He would find a way. It seemed he had not only refused to concede, but was also devising ways to optimize his own power. Yun Zhao picked up the vessel, attentively sensing the energy fluctuations of the ice crystal, a grave expression crossing his features. The Xianming ice crystal is extraordinarily frigid, in stark contrast to the fierce malevolence of witchcraft. To forcibly merge them would be akin to clashing water and fire, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Unless he had compelling reasons to do so, or possessed some container or medium unknown to us. Xiao Jin interjected, his gaze sharp. For instance, that fragment of armor infused with the king's battle aura, which has been eroded by the witch goddess power. The clues seemed to intertwine subtly. Yunya was collecting fragments of armor and seeking the Xianming ice crystal. His objective was likely to forge or awaken something extraordinarily terrifying. The covert operations have also discovered traces deep within the ice fields, Mo Qi added, not human footprints, but rather those of some massive, crawling creature. With an aura reminiscent of witchcraft puppets, yet more potent and frigid. They appear to be guarding something, or converging towards a specific direction. Can the convergence point be determined? Xiao Jin inquired. The general direction is to the northwest, located in a place known as the God Burial Ice Valley. The environment there is extreme, and the magnetic field is chaotic. Our covert lines cannot penetrate deeply, resulting in the loss of several capable individuals, Mo Qi replied, lowering his head. God Burial Ice Valley. Xiao Jin repeated, a glimmer of interest crossing his eyes. The name alone suggested it was an intriguing locale. He turned to Yun Zhao. It appears we must pay a personal visit. Yun Zhao set down the container and nodded. The grand ceremony to worship the heavens had concluded, and there were no pressing matters in the court. This matter, concerning the legacy of the witch god, could not be delayed. Her tone was calm, as if she were not embarking on a perilous journey, but rather a leisurely outing. Xiao Jin smiled. He appreciated Yun Zhao's decisive nature. He turned to Mo Qi. Relay the order. We shall leave the capital with the Empress in 3 days, heading north to inspect the borders. The affairs of the court will temporarily be managed by the cabinet and several ministers. If any urgent matters arise, communicate via the Swift Falcon. Understood. Mo Qi accepted the command and melted back into the shadows. 3 days later, the news of the emperor and empress's departure from the capital did not stir much commotion. It was publicly declared as a routine border inspection, meant to reassure the military and civilians in the northern territories. Only a select few within the inner circle were aware of the true perilous destination. There was no grand procession, only a contingent of elite shadow guards disguised as a merchant convoy accompanying them. Both Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao donned the attire of ordinary wanderers. Xiao Jin wore a dark outfit, draped in a cloak made of ink-colored fox fur, concealing the majesty of his imperial status while adding an air of a fierce rogue from the martial world. Yun Zhao, clad in a simple white riding outfit with a snow-colored cloak, her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, wore the Frostfall sword wrapped in coarse cloth. Yet her ethereal elegance remained undeniable. The two shared a modestly adorned carriage, which, unbeknownst to many, was embedded with a formation, allowing for rapid and smooth travel. As the wheels rolled over the official road, they journeyed northward, the temperature gradually dropping and human presence becoming increasingly scarce. In the vast expanse of the world, it seemed as though only the sound of the wheels and the howling northern wind remained. During the journey, Xiao Jin spent most of his time with his eyes closed, ostensibly resting, but in truth, he was communicating with the system, continuously analyzing the energy structure of the mysterious dark ice crystal, comparing and deducing it against the previously absorbed will of the witch god. Yun Zhao, meanwhile, polished her Frostfall sword, its blade reflecting her tranquil visage. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze to the desolate scenery beyond the window, lost in her thoughts. The further north they traveled, the clearer the system's sensing became. That peculiar energy field, originating from Yun Cliff and infused with elements of witchcraft and icy chill, stood like a lighthouse in the darkness, still distant, yet its direction was unmistakable. After several days, the convoy reached the last military town in the northern territories. Beyond this point lay the true no-man's land, shrouded in ice and fraught with danger. After resting for a night and replenishing necessary supplies for warmth, Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao left most of their retinue at the military town, taking only Mo Qi and 3 other adept shadow guards skilled in stealth and survival. Lightly equipped, they rode hardy northern steeds, venturing into the boundless snowfields. The biting wind cut like a knife, swirling up mounds of snow. As they surveyed the landscape, a blanket of pure white enveloped everything, save for a few solitary footprints resolutely extending towards the forbidden land known as the Goddess Grave. On horseback, Xiao Jin turned to Yun Zhao, who rode beside him. The wind and snow whipped around her cloak, causing it to billow. Her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze shone brighter than the icy landscape. "Is it cold?" he inquired, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. Yun Zhao shook her head, tightening her grip on the reins. Her eyes fixed ahead into the endless storm, not in comparison to the Kunlun sword pool. At her words, Xiao Jin burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing far across the desolate snowfield. "Good. Then let us go and discover what spirits lie hidden within this icy valley." Thus, the emperor and empress marched forth, swords drawn towards the northern frontiers. Beneath this seemingly ordinary patrol lies a thunderous strike against the lurking crisis, a joint venture into the realms of the unknown. Beneath the icy surface may lie not only deities, but also conspiracies ready to be unveiled. Chapter 7. The Ice Valley's corpse puppets. As they ventured deeper into the Godburial Ice Valley, the environment grew increasingly harsh. The frigid winds, laden with ice particles, sliced through the air like countless tiny blades, rendering visibility a mere expanse of white, making it difficult to discern direction. For an ordinary warrior, the extreme cold and the peril of disorientation could prove fatal without the presence of any foes. Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao circulated pure vital energy around themselves, warding off the biting chill. Xiao Jin's blood surged like a furnace, causing the snow beneath his feet to show subtle signs of melting. Yun Zhao, on the other hand, emanated a sword aura that dissipated the cold within a 3-foot radius around her. Mo Qi and 3 shadow guards followed closely behind, barely sustaining themselves through their exceptional cultivation and specially designed winter garments. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," the residual energy ahead grows denser, accompanied by a stench of decay. Mo Qi whispered, warily observing the towering ice pillars and the profound crevices around them. Xiao Jin nodded slightly. He had already sensed it through the system. An energy field, a ghastly amalgamation of witchcraft, the chilling essence of the Xianming ice crystal, and a foul miasma of death, loomed ahead like a colossal vortex, continuously emitting nauseating waves. Warning: high-density composite energy field detected, containing witchcraft power, extreme cold malevolence, and decaying death energy. Signs of numerous non-living entities detected. Energy responses resemble puppets, but with a more stable structure. Threat level: high. On the system panel, the color representing the area ahead had shifted to deep crimson. Suddenly, faint cracking sounds emanated from the surrounding ice. "Take caution," Yun Zhao commanded sharply, her frostfall sword already unsheathed by half an inch, its cold gleam flashing forth. In the next moment, from the ice walls and the snow beneath them, dozens of frost-covered, dark blue arms surged forth. Immediately, corpses erupted from the ice. They retained a semblance of humanity, yet their bodies were predominantly enshrouded in irregular deep blue ice armor, with decaying flesh and stark white bones visible through the gaps. Eerie blue flames flickered in their eye sockets, and they emitted raspy howls, their movements stiff yet imbued with immense strength, leaving deep cracks in the ice with every step. The strange energy radiating from them was a fusion of witchcraft, icy coldness, and deathly miasma. Ice puppets. Xiao Jin's gaze sharpened. This was not merely a simple witchcraft puppet, but a creature forged through ancient secret arts, where the corpses of the deceased had been subjected to prolonged corrosion and tempering by extreme cold and mystical forces. It embodied both the ferocity of a corpse puppet and the frigid characteristics of the icy plains, proving far more troublesome than ordinary puppets. Dozens of ice puppets, akin to sharks scenting blood, swarmed from all directions. They swung their ice-armored arms, unleashing a vicious wind that tore through the air as they lunged towards the intruders. "Kill!" Xiao Jin shouted, requiring no more than a simple punch to unleash his power. The surging force of his vital energy erupted like a volcanic blast, forming a dark red shockwave that obliterated the first 3 ice puppets, shattering their ice armor and decayed bodies into a storm of icy debris and flesh. However, an increasing number of ice golems surged forth, undaunted by death. Yun Zhao's sword glimmered like a silver thread, her figure flickering like an ethereal spirit amidst the snow. With each swing of the frostfall sword, she unleashed a piercing chill, striking precisely at the joints of the ice golems or the ghostly flames in their eye sockets. Wherever the sword energy passed, the icy armor shattered, the ghostly flames extinguished, and the ice golems came to an abrupt halt, crashing to the ground. In this environment, her swordsmanship flourished like a fish in water, the coldness evoked by her sword intent even suppressing the sinister energy enveloping the ice golems. Mo Chi and the Shadow Guards employed their own techniques, their blades clashing against the ice golem's sharp claws and armor, producing a cacophony of metallic resonance. These ice golems possessed individual strength teetering at the threshold of innate mastery, excelling in their sheer numbers and fearless endurance of pain, bolstered by their environmental advantage. Yet, before the likes of Xiao Jin and Yun Zhao, who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, they remained insufficient. Xiao Jin grew increasingly valiant in battle, his body surrounded by flickering golden flames, each punch and kick infused with immense power, often clearing a wide area with a single strike. In the brief intermissions of combat, he attempted to guide the system to absorb the residual chaotic energy left behind by the disintegrating ice golems. Absorbed mixed energy, remnants of witchcraft will, remnants of profound cold. Decay energy. Energy purity is low, with excessive impurities, conversion efficiency at 137. Recommendation: seek energy core or source. The system responded. An energy core? A thought crossed Xiao Jin's mind as he scanned the battlefield, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a particularly large ice golem, its chest embedded with an irregular deep blue crystal, reminiscent of the profound cold crystal but darker in hue. "Zhaoer, that crystal!" Xiao Jin exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Yun Zhao's sword intent shifted abruptly. She transformed into a breathtaking white shadow, disregarding the ordinary ice golems that obstructed her path. The sword tip of the frostfall sword coalesced into a point of extreme cold, shooting forth like a meteor pursuing the moon, and aimed directly at the chest of the ice golem leader. The ice golem leader seemed to sense the impending threat, letting out a roar and crossing its arms to block. The dark blue crystal on its chest erupted with a blinding light, instantly conjuring a formidable ice wall before it. "Break!" Yun Zhao's cool voice rang out as the sword tip met the ice wall. Crack! The ice wall shattered in response. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, striking the dark blue crystal with pinpoint accuracy. Buzz! The crystal trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum under the unbearable pressure, its surface rapidly cracking. The chaotic energy within erupted uncontrollably, blowing a gaping hole in the chest of the ice golem leader, almost simultaneously with the shattering of the crystal. The movements of all surrounding ice golems froze, their ghostly flames flickering violently before quickly dimming, resembling marionettes with severed strings, standing motionless in place. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Jin approached the remains of the ice golem leader, bending down to pick up the largest fragment of the crystal. The shard felt chilling to the touch, and within it, Dark red veins and black decay energy flowed. Acquired fragmented energy core. Analysis confirms it as a core vessel, containing a directional spiritual imprint pointing to the source, the depths of the ice valley. Energy structure indicates it was manufactured no more than 3 months ago. The system provided this crucial information. In less than 3 months, Xiao Jin held the fragments tightly, his gaze penetrating deeper into the ice valley, where a vast and vibrant amalgamation of energy surged. He was present and exceedingly occupied. Yun Zhao sheathed his sword and approached him, casting a cold glance at the fragments. His tone icy. To forge such vile artifacts from the corpses of the deceased is an affront to the principles of heaven. Xiao Jin stowed the fragments away, sneering. When has he ever spoken of heavenly principles? Let us proceed and impede his grand ambitions. The group continued their descent, dispatching several waves of scattered ice puppets along the way, though their numbers were far less formidable than the first encounter, indicating that the ice puppet leader served as the core of the outer defenses. As they ventured further in, the terrain grew increasingly steep, with sheer cliffs of eternal, unmelting ice flanking them, forming a colossal gourd-shaped valley. At the valley's heart, a massive outline of an altar, constructed from ice blocks and an enigmatic black stone, became discernible. Surrounding the altar stood several towering ice puppets, exuding a more terrifying aura, resembling loyal sentinels. Above the altar, several objects flickered with an eerie luminescence, among them a dark red metal fragment that unmistakably originated from the same source as the battle armor fragments discovered in the letter from Kunlun and at the hidden stake in the Imperial City. Yet, what captured their attention most was the figure at the very center of the altar, cloaked in dark blue, who stood with his back to them, his hands weaving intricate and arcane gestures. Threads of dark red and deep blue energy flowed from his hands into the altar, resonating with the floating fragments. It was indeed Yunya. He appeared utterly unfazed by the arrival of Xiao Jin and the others, or rather, he seemed engrossed in his ritual, oblivious to all else. Xiao Jin halted, observing the fragments of battle armor on the altar gradually igniting, as if on the verge of reassembling, feeling the intensifying energy fluctuations within them, alongside Yunya's increasingly peculiar aura that seemed to forcibly merge two extreme powers. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet reverberating like thunder throughout the ice valley. Yunya, have you gone to great lengths to gather this scrap metal merely to craft your own coffin? Yunya's hands, which were forming seals, momentarily paused. Chapter 8, The Might of Witch Armor. Xiao Jin's words resonated through the silent ice valley like a stone cast into still waters, stirring ripples of echo. In the center of the altar, Yunya's hands came to a complete stop. He gradually turned around, revealing a face even paler than when he was in the palace, subtly marked with icy blue veins. His once ambitious and calculating eyes now reflected a near-mad obsession and coldness. His aura was alarmingly unstable, as the dark red power of witchcraft and the deep blue frost energy clashed like two venomous serpents, intertwining and distorting the air around him into rippling waves. With a hoarse and dry voice, Yunya declared, "You have ultimately found your way here. Very well. It is time for you to witness the dawn of a new era." He spread his arms wide, and the floating fragments of battle armor on the altar erupted in blinding brilliance. The dark red witch energy surged violently into the fragments, which emitted a resonant hum under the strain, their mutual attraction dramatically intensifying as they began to tremble violently, striving to unite. A wave of energy, far more terrifying than all the previous ice golems combined, surged forth from the altar's center, chaotic and imbued with an aura of destruction, akin to an awakening primordial beast. Warning: detection of ultra-high energy reaction. Energy nature, remnants of the shaman's essence, the Xianming ice core, the bloodfire battle soul, originating from the original owner of the battle armor, and corrupting death energy. The four are being forcibly fused. The fusion entity is expected to reach the critical point of terrestrial immortality, posing extreme danger. The system's warning sounded with unprecedented urgency. He was forcibly merging four distinctly different powers, intent on creating a monstrosity. Xiao Jin's expression grew grave as he instantly comprehended Yunya's mad scheme. Utilizing the battle armor tainted by his father's bloodfire battle soul and the power of the shaman as the core, balancing it with the Xianming ice crystal as an enhancer, and infusing it with the decaying death energy condensed from countless deceased. He sought to artificially forge a puppet demon god that would obey only him, endowed with the strength of a terrestrial immortal. He must not succeed. Yun Zhao, succinct in his resolve, drew the Frostfall sword completely from its sheath, its chilling intent soaring skyward, cleaving a path through the enveloping chaotic pressure. "Attack!" Xiao Jin barked. No longer hesitating, he launched himself like a cannonball, charging straight for the altar. He chose not to engage in ranged attacks. At this juncture of energy turmoil, only a close-range disruption of the ritual's core would prove effective. The golden flames of his vitality erupted around him, akin to donning a layer of blazing armor. As the ice beneath his feet cracked and melted with each step, Yun Zhao, attuned to his thoughts, almost simultaneously unleashed a flurry of sword light, transforming into dozens of piercing frost sword chi, resembling a peacock fanning its tail, not aimed at Yunya, but precisely targeting the junctions of the battle armor fragments in an effort to interrupt their fusion. Humph, a foolish dream, Yunya sneered, forcefully pressing his hands downward. The towering ice golems that had stood like statues around the altar suddenly sprang to life. These creatures were extraordinarily massive, their size several times greater than the kind previously encountered. Their bodies were encased in a thick layer of ice armor, which shimmered with a metallic luster, appearing almost indestructible. Flames of ghostly fire blazed in their eye sockets, no longer illusory but alarmingly solid, akin to bright lanterns. Each orb of ghost fire radiated a chilling aura,